Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Was Saved and Guided by Alfia after Betrayal movie. Before we start, please go support tenma-sama for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. Alfia, after Evilus betrayed her and killed Zald, she was left half dead on the 20th floor, but she managed to survive, and by twists of fate, she met a white-haired adventurer who reminded her of her sister. He was about to be killed by the Minotaur if it weren't for the fact that she saved him because of his resemblance to her deceased sister, and in the end, she found out that he was the son of her sister. Now with a new goal and resolution, she promised to take care of him and protect him in honor of her sister, but she would never expect that over time her feelings towards Belle would be something more than just affection, less than the feeling was mutual. The beginning, prologue. Bellcranel, a new adventurer with white hair and red eyes often mistaken for a rabbit because of his appearance, belonged to the Hestia family, a one-member family, a family where there was only him and his beloved goddess, the only one who gave him the opportunity to be an adventurer and fulfill his dream. Be a hero. But it seems that fate is cruel, because just a minute ago, he was killing monsters on the 5th floor, despite his advisor Ina having prevented him from feeling that he was strong enough to reach this floor, but now he was mentally scolding himself for his stupidity, because he was running for his life as fast as his level 1 at the beginning of the path could give him. Behind him a level 2 half-bull monster called Minotaur was chasing him, touching his heels. He wondered how he was in this situation. He was quietly killing goblins and kobolds hoping to get good fortune for his goddess. He was about to enter the 6th floor trusting in his fighting skills, but his happy countenance was erased when at the entrance of the 6th floor, a loud roar sounded that froze his blood. It was a minotaur with its horns bathed in blood, probably from other level 1, who had the bad luck to meet him. Upon seeing him, he immediately began to chase him until he reached the situation where we are. Belle was running through the narrow corridors of the dungeon, wanting to find the entrance to the 4th floor to escape and ask for help, but since it was a floor he shouldn't explore yet, Ina hadn't taught him about it yet, and because of his recklessness in wanting to get into the dungeon as quickly as possible, and now he was lost, he looked in terror when, in a bad calculation, he got into a dead end. He turned his gaze in terror, looking at the great Minotaur who was slowly approaching him, as if he were mocking his helplessness and weakness. Belle couldn't scream out of fear and helplessness, he tried, but only muffled screams came out with small tears coming out of his beautiful ruby eyes which were full of terror. If someone saw him now he was sure he would be more than ashamed of how pathetic he looked at this moment. He fell on his butt to the ground and began to slowly back away miserably until his back touched the wall behind him, stopping his futile attempt to escape his fate. The Minotaur gave a disgusting smile that made Belle's blood boil. "Ah, Belle. How dare that stupid monster of pure muscle mock him, but it was my fault. I ignored Ina's order and had gone to venture more than I should have, and now because of my own stupidity, I was about to be killed by a minotaur in a miserable way. Am I going to die? Shall I leave Kami-sama alone? I can't do that, no. She'll be sad. I can't allow tears to fall on her beautiful face because of me. I have to survive, even if I have to give an arm or a leg for it. I will return alive. Avyo." Belle with great determination in his eyes slowly stood up from the floor, maintaining eye contact with the Minotaur, who gave a small smile seeing the determination in Belle's eyes. He hoped he would be a warrior who would give him a good fight, and without him knowing it, his wishes were granted. Belle looked seriously at the Minotaur. His weapons were not strong enough to penetrate its skin, but its sensitive areas were. Ina, in exchange for letting him not study much about the dungeon floors, had forced him to study the monsters from floor 1 to floor 17 until exhaustion, so Belle knew about its sensitive areas such as eyes, tendons of the hands and feet and its eyes and neck. Belle took out 2 guild knives holding the right one in a reverse grip and the left one in a normal one. Belle breathed deeply, calming his small tremors before the imposing Minotaur which prepared to attack Belle. Belle attacked the Minotaur's neck with horrible speed, but in a display of great agility, he barely dodged a blow from the Minotaur, receiving a cut on his neck that barely drew blood. The Minotaur grabbed Belle's head with great speed, slamming it hard into the wall, which cracked from the force. Belle ended up buried in the wall with blood coming out of his head, which was still held by the Minotaur. But the Minotaur didn't know what he expected Belle to smile slightly, and out of nowhere, he stabbed one of his knives deep into his left eye. Braiaya. The Minotaur released Belle, letting him fall to the ground while he held his eye, where Belle had left his knife buried, and tried not to lose consciousness from the Minotaur's blow. The Minotaur slowly removed the dagger from his eye, looking at Belle without emotion. Belle was going to stand up from the floor, but his eyes widened and he spat out blood when the Minotaur kicked him hard in the chest, destroying his small rookie breastplate with great ease. "Ah, Belle. Will I die? Is this how I'm going to die? Powerless? Unable to do anything? Am I going to be the cause of God's tears? I'm so useless. I looked in front of me as best I could, my vision was blurred, and my breathing labored. I felt like the Minotaur's blow had shattered my ribs. No, it surely had. I look in front of me, there was the Minotaur who clenched his fist and raised his hand slowly, as a sign of respect for having hurt him. I don't know how, but I felt it was like that. I gave him a small smile, at least. I was glad that that monster called level 2 had seen me as a good rival. Although our fight was short, I managed to damage him being a level 1 at the beginning of the path, something that no one would ever believe, and something that no one will know, because I could never say it if he was dead. The Minotaur looked at me as if saying goodbye to me, and I thanked him silently, happy that someone recognized me before dying, and just when the Minotaur was about to hit me and end my suffering. Slash. Huh? UHHHH. Both the Minotaur and I were shocked when a silver blade split the Minotaur in half, splashing my hair and face with the Minotaur's stinking blood. Although at that moment it was the least of my worries, the Minotaur burst into smoke, slightly moving my hair, and at that moment I saw her. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. She had beautiful silver hair that moved beautifully to the left, exotic heterochromatic eyes. The left one was a beautiful gray that seemed to shine, while the right one was a beautiful jade green. She was wearing a black gothic dress with grey and green details that matched her perfectly, as well as a jade necklace hanging from her neck. She had an impassive but somewhat warm look that gave him a strange feeling of nostalgia, as if he had already been looked at that way before by the same person, or at least someone very similar to her. But I quickly became alarmed when I saw how her clothes were torn, and with some blood on them. She looked a little haggard as if she hadn't eaten in days, and some very noticeable dark circles under her eyes that suggested she hadn't slept in a while. Without knowing it, I kept watching her beautiful eyes getting lost in them while she looked at me in the same way. But I was pulled out of my fantasy world when that beautiful woman spoke. "Are you okay?" "Avyo." Bell looked at her with a small sparkle in his eyes and blushing slowly, but his look of admiration changed to one of concern when he saw her wounds and her torn and ripped clothes. Bell instinctively stood up ignoring the pain of his wounds and looked worriedly at the beautiful woman in front of him. "Bell. Hey, are you okay?" "Worried. You look a lot like her." "Of Alfia. After Evilus betrayed me and Zald for our ideals of returning the world to the age of heroes, I was abandoned like a rag doll on the 20th floor. Over the years, my illness had weakened me a lot. Despite the fact that Evilus found a way to cure me, I could no longer fight for long periods of time, although I still retained my strength and my talent that I stole from my sister. I would put it in my pocket. I had a half-healing potion hidden that Evilus didn't notice and I took it. That healed 40% of my wounds, and that was enough for me to survive on the 20th and 19th floors to reach the 18th floor where there was a safe zone, and with a few medicinal leaves from the place I tried to heal, close my wounds and regain strength. After a while there without eating and barely sleeping tormenting myself for my past, I went to the 17th floor, where with my strength recovered, I easily defeated the floor boss Goliath. After killing him, I went to the 16th floor a little tired. I heard several voices in the place. Apparently a family was fighting against a horde of Minotaurs. With my silence magic I went unnoticed and reached the 9th floor. I was walking around the 9th floor looking for the exit to get to the 8th floor when I stopped to think. Because? Why continue with my life and my suffering? I had done many wrong things in my life. I stole my sister's talents while we were in the womb. I used my family's dependence to gain power for my selfish desire to find a cure for my sister's illness that I would give anything for, and just when we thought we were close to finding a cure for her. She was pregnant, she was going to have a child. From that stupid womanizing man that her sister was in love with, although she had to admit it, while she was pregnant that man was at her side at all times, even completely ignoring his admirers who chased him like obsessed. At that time, several of her friends, including me and my goddess, asked her to have an abortion, that way she could live long enough for us to create a cure and survive, but she quickly denied that, hoping to have that monster. When he was born I hated him. Because he was the reason why my precious sister would die in a matter of minutes. But I didn't expect my sister to make me promise something that unfortunately I didn't keep. "Materia. Please, weakly, carry it," smiling weakly. I carried it with doubt, without knowing it, a small smile appeared on my face, a smile that made my sister happy. Kneeling beside my sister was that man, bellcranel, the man who had had my sister's heart and was the father of my now nephew. A handsome man but who I hated from the depths of my soul. He had black hair and ruby red eyes. He was handsome and the favorite son of the god Zeus. Curiously my sister was also the favorite daughter of our goddess, the goddess Hera. Silber asked me to give it to him to carry. I mentally scolded myself when I stared at the little one for several seconds before slowly giving it to Silver. Silver carried him in his arms and with a happy smile he showed him to my sister, who gave the happiest and most charming smile I had ever seen in my life. I approached both of them looking at the expectant baby. He had a bit of snow-white hair just like my sister's. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing those ruby-colored orbs that he had inherited from his father. He smiled at my sister and Silver, who shed a few tears of happiness, but I didn't expect the little one to extend his little hands towards me to my surprise. "Materia. She likes you," smiling weakly. Materia carefully handed me her baby, which I lovingly held in my arms, but despite that, a small tear came out of my left eye, knowing that these would be my sister's last moments. "Materia. Please, looking at me, when I'm not here promise that you'll take care of him," smiling. Silver nodded, looking at my sister with great determination, but I remained silent. I didn't know what to answer. I was about to say something I shouldn't when fortunately I was saved by our goddess. "Hera. I'll be there." Crying, "How do you feel, my little one?" Looking at her in distress. "Materia. I don't have much time left." Smiling sadly, "Please take care of him," looking at the baby in my arms. "Hera. What is your name?" Sad. "Material. Your name?" Bellcranel. Then. We all stared at my sister with our eyes wide open. She had her eyes closed and a big smile on her face. The machine that was keeping her alive until a second ago, and that was showing her pulse, made a noise that made a sepulchral silence in the place. For a second I was about to release the now named Belle, who seemed to understand the situation and began to cry loudly. Despite my obvious annoyance at the noise, I didn't shut him up. How could I? I wanted to scream like that too. At night I let out my frustration. I did something I never thought I would do. I screamed. I screamed and screamed at the top of my lungs while crying in my room, which was wrecked by my anger. The next morning I locked myself in my room to hide my haggard face and my red eyes from crying so much. My serious expression had become dead and lifeless. I had lost the most important thing in my life and my reason for living, protecting my sister. After a few days her funeral was held, where she obviously attended, as did several other members of the family, almost all of them in fact. Only the weakest of mine did not attend, staying to cry in their rooms. We were looking at the coffin where my sister was seen with the same smile with which she had left this world. Everyone looked silently at our goddess, making an incredible effort not to cry, among them me. Materia was very loved by everyone, especially my goddess, who after enduring so much, could not take it anymore and broke down before everyone's eyes, hugging Materia and crying inconsolably. At that moment we all broke down, including me. We all mourned the death of the most innocent and pacifist woman that could ever exist, the kindest and most loved by all. From that moment Silver took care of little Belle. I never wanted to see him again. He looked too much like my sister, and I was sure I would cry if I saw him. Days later we went on an expedition to the outskirts of Verario to kill the last beast we needed to complete the last of the 3 great missions, defeat the Black Dragon. But it was a fiasco. We trusted ourselves, believing that we could kill him by killing the other 2 great beasts, and that confidence was our downfall. I could only see the battlefield completely destroyed with thousands of bodies of my family and the Zeus family dead. In front of me was the body of a certain black-haired man who in his last moments of life looked at me pleadingly. "Silver." Alfia, extending her hand. I held his hand, helping him as much as I could. I tried to heal him, but it was useless. I didn't have enough mana for that. "Silver. Please don't try it," smiling. "I want you to promise something," looking at the sky. Alfia. "Silver. Please take care of Belle," smiling. "I would want from the bottom of my heart that you take care of him and protect him," looking at her. "Please, Alfia." At that moment Silver's hand that was holding mine loosened its grip and he fell to the floor. He was dead. I gently left him on the floor, walking in front of the destruction field. The dragon had left believing that he had killed everyone, and it was almost like that. I walked and walked aimlessly and with no life in my eyes, but 2 cries for help rang out. When I, Zald and another member of the Zeus family returned to our gods, they cried and hugged us. When Aurario learned of our fiasco, the goddess Freya had forced our gods to leave the city or be sent to heaven. A goddess named Hestia and a goddess named Loki tried to stop it, but somehow Zeus and Hera convinced the goddess Loki to support this idea too, to the surprise of many. When we were exiled we had something important to discuss. Who would take care of Belle? Zald couldn't carry that burden and had left Aurario to find his way, just like the other man. I didn't know what to do. My goddess had said goodbye to me and little Belle and had returned to heaven, devastated by losing her most beloved daughter and then her entire family. Zeus stared at me expectantly as he watched Belle in a crib. "Zeus. What will you do?" Alfia. "I can't handle this load," looking away. A silent tear fell from the darkened gaze and I fell before the gaze of Zeus. Somehow I had found out that Belle was taken in by Zeus and they had gone to live in a town far from here. I didn't want to take care of that baby. It would remind me too much of my precious sister and I would end up breaking down in front of her. After several stupidities of mine I finished with Evilus along with Zald and the other man. We wanted to return the world to the age of heroes at any cost. Years and years passed, 14 years in total. I was already 33, somehow Evilus found out about our plans and killed Zald. The other man had died somehow years ago, and me. They cornered me, several demi-spirits were surrounding him, they knew I was powerful and used their best card against me. I was a great danger to them, especially because my disease had already been cured, but I couldn't fight for long periods of time, because I got tired quickly. I killed the demi-spirits. I had managed to survive, but I was very injured. I thought I was going to die, but I took a medium-quality healing potion that cured several of my wounds, and I managed to get to the 18th floor. I healed my remaining wounds and went to the 9th floor after defeating the Goliath and ignoring a family that had an expedition. When I was about to go to floor 8 I saw several Minotaurs going up more floors until I reached floor 5. If one got in my way I would kill it without problem. I continued like that, letting adventurers from the Loki family take care of most of them until the floor was almost clear. While I was walking I heard the scream of one of them and I went to investigate out of pure curiosity. And as if fate had wished it, I saw an adventurer give a small fight against the Minotaur and then be buried in the floor by it. I was going to help him just because I wanted to do a good deed before dying, but his snow-white hair so similar to my sister's made me relate immediately. Before the Minotaur killed the white-haired adventurer I split it in half. The adventurer looked at me surprised and blushed. He was adorable, I had to admit it. He had that white hair like my sister's and red eyes with a strange appearance that made me compare him to a rabbit or at the same time to my nephew. Leaving the past aside I took off my glove and touched his cheek with my hand with nostalgia. Really we were very similar. I looked at his ear for a brief second and opened my eyes in shock. It was a scar. One that little Bell also had when Silver accidentally gave him a small cut with his sword while he was practicing with it, giving Bell a demonstration. I remembered with amusement how my goddess almost beat Silver to death for such stupidity. I looked at the white-haired boy with tears in his eyes. If I wasn't mistaken then he was 14 years old. He was beautiful, and just as I thought it I said it. Avyo. Elle only blushed more when that woman took off one of her two small semi-transparent gloves and with her bare hand touched Bell's cheek, but her look of nostalgia changed to a surprised one when she saw his ear. On it he had a small and barely noticeable scar that not even he knew why he had made it. The woman's eyes filled with tears, and I worried. Elle. Okay, holding her by the shoulders, we have to go get her some medical attention. Elle couldn't finish speaking when the woman hugged him affectionately with tears in her eyes. It's you, Belle, crying. Elle. Huh. Surprised. Elle was surprised. How did that woman know him? And why was she hugging him as if he were the most valuable thing to her? Those and many questions went through bellcranel's head, who was slightly blushed for having such a beautiful woman so close to him. Without knowing it, his arms hugged the woman with nostalgia, and he shed a few small tears. He didn't know why, but he felt that something similar to this had happened before. Who are you? Nervous. Elle looked at the woman nervously. She remained silent for a while, but with a notable smile on her face that made Belle blush. My name? I guess it's my fault for not going with you when it was my duty. Looking into his eyes, I'm your family, Bell-chan. My name is Alfia. And the return of silence and the motivation, 01. Elle was very nervous. In front of him was his goddess who had a stupid expression processing all the information. Sitting next to him in the same chair as him was that woman named Alfia, who had remained silent most of the way while following him, after having given her a handkerchief to wipe the blood from her face. Hestia. See, could you say it one more time, trembling? Alfia. I'll join your family, expressionless. Hestia Pav. He nodded foolishly without reproach as he looked closely at Alfia. He recognized her. No way to the hell wouldn't recognize her. It was Alfia. A former executive of the Hera family. Being nicknamed by the gods as Silence and by the people as Talent Monster or Incarnation of Talent, the adventurer who was estimated to be the most powerful of all, far surpassing Otter. She had been given the nickname Incarnation of Talent for being an irregular among adventurers, because despite being level 7, she was capable of giving a fight to the captain of the Hera family and the captain of the Zeus family, who were level 9 and 8 respectively. Many believed that if they put Alfia against both captains, it was something very unfair. Unfair to the two captains who at some point in their lives trembled before an impassive Alfia who defeated them with ease despite having an incurable disease. I was so caught up in my thoughts that I didn't realize when Bell was on his back blushing with his hands covering his eyes while I was on top of Alfia who was naked from the waist up and I was putting my skirt on her. Hestia. Blinking. Alfia. Are you done? Expressionless. Hestia Hi, nervous. I just watched as Alfia calmly got out of bed and looked at her clothes, which were torn and looked more like rags than clothes. Alfia. Do you have any clothes you can give me? Looking at Hestia. Hestia. I can give you one of my dresses, smiling. Alfia. Expressionless, Belle. LH hi. Without looking at her. Alfia. Could I borrow some of your clothes, please? Smiling. Belle nodded, still blushing, without looking at Alfia and went to the closet looking for some of his clothes. Of me? Alfia nodded in complicity when she was already dressed. She had black pants, brown boots, a black t-shirt that was a little tight for her D-cup bust, and her jade necklace around her neck in addition to her semi-transparent black gloves. Alfia. Thanks Belle, smiling. LH hi, scratching the back of his neck. Belle stared into space for a couple of seconds before looking nervously at Alfia. Alfia-sama. Nervous. Alfia. Raising an eyebrow. So. Nervous, why you said we're family before, didn't you? Embarrassed, what did you mean by that? Looking at her. Alfia. It's just as you imagine, walking towards him. Alfia stood in front of Belle calmly, she was a little bigger than Belle, 2 centimeters at most. Alfio gave a beautiful smile when he saw Belle looking at him innocently and tilting his head a little in an adorable way, the same way his sister did. Alfia couldn't help but rub Belle's head, embarrassing him, who blushed and lowered his head a little. This was seen by Hestia who was barely recovering from the shock and mind to Alfia with clear jealousy. Hestia. Let's update your status, Belle-kun. Pouting. Hi, shy. Alfia looked expectantly at Belle who was now in the same place as her, while Hestia updated her status with a pout, which disappeared and was changed by a shocked face looking at something in Belle's status. Hestia. Impossible. In shock, he already had abnormal growth, now with this. In shock. Status bellcranel. Adventurer level 1. Family Hestia. Statistics. Strength 0098i. Resistance 0085i. Skill 0087i. Agility 0104h. Magic 0000i. Total 0374. Universal power 00374. Magic. Abilities. Lyris freeze equals Lyris freeze increases the growth rate while the feelings last. The intensity of the effects is related to the intensity of the feelings, as a side effect, it makes you immune to charms. Skills acquired. Hestia. This is wrong, in shock. Belle. Is something wrong goddess? Nervous. Hestia reacted by shaking her head with a nervous smile. Hestia. And no, nothing's wrong Belle-kun, smiling, if something's wrong. You just fell in love with your Aunt Belle. Your aunt. And to make matters worse your feelings are so strong as to give you an ability. In shock, nothing's wrong, pretending to be calm. Belle nodded, dressing before the gaze of Alfia and Hestia who looked at him with different thoughts. Alfia looked at Hestia impassively and spoke. Alfia. Hestia-sama, could you step out for a moment? Expressionless. Hestia. Surprised, for what reason? Distrustful. Alfia. I need to talk privately about things from the past, with a difficult expression. Hestia. It's okay. Unsure. Hestia left Alfia and Belle alone, who was dying of nerves. Belle. What did you want to tell me, trembling? Alfia. Calm down, rubbing her head and smiling. Belle stood still with a blush on his face from the beautiful smile Alfia was giving him. Alfia. Go ahead, sitting on the bed, ask whatever you want, expressionless. Belle. Well, nervous, you already told me you're my aunt, then what were my parents like? Nervous. Alfia raised an eyebrow and cleared her throat before starting to speak. Alfia. You are very similar to your mother except for your red eyes, looking at him closely. She had the same hair as you, shy and innocent, she was the weakest of the Hera family, but the most loved by all, looking at the ceiling, your father was a womanizer, sighing, typical of the Zeus family, even worse if he was his favorite son, shaking his head, but despite that he was with your mother at all times when she was pregnant, looking at Belle, their names were Materia Hikari, mother, and bellcranel, father, smiling remembering his sister. Belle. They. Nervous. Alfia. Yes they loved you, that's why you're here, smiling sadly. Belle. What do you mean? Confused. Alfia. I know you're not stupid enough to think your parents are alive, and I'm sure you inherited your mother's intelligence, she was very weak, but mentally she was the most powerful, thinking, why do you think your parents died? Belle. Well now that I know that both were from the Zeus and Hera family, I think they died from the attack of the Black Dragon, sad. Alfia. That's how it was with your father, remembering his last words, but not with your mother. Belle. Why did she die? Intrigued. Alfia. You're not ready to know that yet, but I'll tell you that she loved you more than anything in the world, even though it was only minutes she had the biggest smile I've ever seen on her when you were born, smiling, she loved you more than anything. Elle noticed the change in mood from happy to sad and asked a question so as not to make things worse. Elle. Why weren't you with me all these years? Looking at her. Alfia. That was my biggest mistake, smiling sadly, before dying, your mother asked me to take care of you, after the fight with the black dragon where your father died he asked me the same, me and 2 other companions survived against the attack of the black dragon with difficulty, when we returned to Arario our gods received us, we had to decide who would take care of you. The 2 men left Arario because they would not take care of a baby, my goddess Hera returned to heaven, she could not take care of you because you reminded her a lot of your mother, and for my goddess she was her favorite, smiling nostalgically. But then who took care of me, confused. Alfia. I broke my promise and abandoned you, lowering her head, I couldn't take care of you, because you reminded me so much of materia, and I would end up breaking down in front of you, in the end it was the god Zeus who took care of you for these 14 years, smiling. La. In shock, that's impossible, my grandfather was thinking, impossible, realizing. Alfia. He was a cunning old man, I'm not surprised you didn't realize it was Zeus, looking at him, he loved you very much and wanted you to be a hero just like your father, sighing, well. I also wanted you to be one, being honest with yourself, smiling fondly. Where have you been all this time? Intrigued. Alfia. Do you know Evilus? Tilts her head. Blushed slightly at the beautiful side of Alfia, but shook his head. I only know that they were responsible for several damages in Arario, looking at Alfia. Alfia. I was in Evilus, looking at Bell. Ea. In shock. Alfia. Zald and I, along with another person, wanted to enter Evilus and force Arario to enter the Age of Heroes again, smiling, mocking herself. It sounds stupid, I know, but that's how things were, although I was a little aware of you, smiling. Tilted his head in confusion and blushed when Alfia grabbed his collar, holding a jade necklace that was around his neck. Alfia. Who do you think gave you those gifts? Smiling. But, surprised, why did you never visit me? Sad. Alfia. As I told you, I had already joined Evilus. I couldn't relate to you directly because they would kill you, sad. Besides, if you became attached to me, you would be upset if I died, nostalgic. What? Surprised. Alfia. You see, your mother and I had an illness that we inherited from your grandmother, smiling. That illness slowly weakened us until our death, looking at Bell. Your mother's illness was stronger, although she would have managed to live if it weren't for something that I won't tell you about right now, looking at Bell. Bad, pout. Alfia. You're adorable, rubbing her head, a while after your mother died and you were born, I managed to find a cure for the disease, and I was cured, but I still have side effects from my disease, I can't fight for long periods of time, because I get tired very quickly, looking at Bell, although I've been improving my condition, looking at her body. Bell also looked at Alfia's body and blushed heavily when he saw the shirt Alfia was wearing which barely held her breasts. Don't blush. It's your Aunt bellcranel. Shaking his head several times. Alfia looked curiously at Bell who shook his head repeatedly and blushed heavily. So you'll stay here with us? Smiling happily. Alfia. I suppose, looking at Bell, you don't hate me for abandoning you? Lowering her head slightly. Ea. Surprised, and no. Seriously, you're my family I can't imagine the pain you went through when mom died, and I don't blame you for it, despite only being with grandpa you lived happily, smiling. Alfia looked at Bell's smile for a while before smiling and getting out of bed. Alfia. Come on, I think we've left Hestia-sama alone for too long, smiling. Hi, nervous. Night had already arrived, Alfia and Hestia were lying in bed, each sleeping in their own way, Alfia with a calm aura and a face that seemed made by gods completely covered, while Hestia was on the other side of the bed with her head uncovered, letting out small snores as if she were a little girl. Smiled a little and lay down on the sofa with peace of mind and complete confidence that nothing bad would happen. Unaware that Hestia stood up from the bed with a tender yawn and lay down next to him in a very provocative and affectionate manner. Alfia. I feel a disturbance in the force. Time skip. Woke up very peacefully from his dream looking at a small window next to the sofa where he saw the sunlight slowly coming out, indicating that it was already day. Was going to stand up happy, more than usual, but his plans were cut short when he felt something on top of him. He removed the sheet a little, seeing Hestia who was affectionately hugging him by the waist with a little drool in her mouth in an adorable way. Smiled a little when out of nowhere he had a strong blush on his face when he felt Hestia's bust press hard against his chest while she was settling into the Kami-sama, whispering blushing. Hestia completely ignored him and tightened her grip with a silly smile on her face. Was going to say something when a strong chill ran down his spine and he slowly turned his gaze to look at Alfia who had the same expressionless face as yesterday, but there was something different, that was her aura of death that surrounded her staring at Hestia. Belle even swore the place was starting to freeze. Hestia opened her eyes as she felt the change in temperature and looked robotically at Alfia, who raised an eyebrow as if she could explain. Hestia. It's not what it seems, smiling stupidly. Alfia. Oh. So can you explain to me what you're doing lying so lovingly on my nephew's chest? Giving a small smile. Hestia, sweating bullets. Alfia. Smiling innocently. Ah. Elle was walking through the streets of Verario calmly, or well, that was a facade. He was very nervous, very nervous. People were staring at him with different thoughts, not only at him, but also at the beautiful silver-haired woman at his side that all the veterans recognized perfectly, and the younger and idiots only looked at her because of her good body. Of course, it's not that an empty look from Alfia won't be enough to scare the poor bastards. Now that Alfia had joined the Hestia family, they had to report it to the guild, and that would be a big problem and scandal. To make matters worse, she hadn't checked in with Ina yesterday, so she must be very angry. In addition to that, she had her clothes on, and to cover her bust, she also had her brown jacket on with a black patch on the right shoulder. Alfia-sama. Highly strung. Alfia. Drop the formalities, Belle, smiling at him. We are family, tell me, Alfia, looking into his eyes. For a second, Alfia couldn't help but get lost in Belle's ruby orbs, ignoring his words. Alfia. Nervous. Alfia. Surprised, sorry, I got distracted by something, looking away impassively. It doesn't matter, shaking his head, I wanted to ask you if. Nervous. Alfia raising an eyebrow. Could you train me? Looking into her eyes. Alfia looked at him for a second before looking at her weapons. Alfia. Do you use knives for fun or for something else? Looking away. Being honest, it's because they are cheaper, scratching the back of his neck. Alfia. You won't go to the dungeon tomorrow, looking at him. Surprised. Alfia. I'll train you, without taking no for an answer. Shy. Alfia smiled at Belle, making him blush greatly, and they continued walking until out of nowhere, they both felt a gaze fixed on them, more specifically on Belle. They both turned to look at the top of the Tower of Babel, Alfia seriously and Belle nervous. But they were taken out of their thoughts when a beautiful girl with the same silver hair as Alfia spoke to Belle. Nervous, is this yours? Shy. Elle and Alfia looked intrigued at a small magic stone which was in the girl's hands. Surprised, it must have fallen out of my bag of magic stones, grabbing it, thank you very much. Nervous. Sir, smiling Sir Flova. Nice to meet you, Shy, I'm bellcranel, scratching the back of his neck. Sir and Belle started talking, and because of Belle's carelessness, his stomach growled. Sir had given him his lunch on the condition that he would visit the bar called the Fertility Hostess more often. To which Belle agrees, all this before the fixed gaze of Alfia, who never took her gaze off Sir, and for some strange reason, she felt jealous. Alfia shook her head, leaving those thoughts aside. She assumed it was jealousy because she hadn't spent much time with Belle, and it made her angry that someone else did. She was the one who had the most right to do that after all, or so she thought. After saying goodbye to Sir, they continued walking to the guild, while Alfia kept her guard up, reprimanding Belle for having been scammed so easily. In the guild. Avina. I was sorting through some papers, shaking slightly. I was very worried, that was saying something, I was terrified. Yesterday Belle hadn't returned from the dungeon, and that made me very nervous and scared that something could have happened to him. I knew Belle was strong, by God, of course he was. She had seen his condition and it was growing at an abnormal speed. In less than a week he had surpassed 30 points in each of his skills, giving a total of more than 170 in just a few days. An average adventurer and even Prodigy's adventurers took more than a month to get 40 or 60 points in all their skills together. So there was nothing to worry about, maybe Belle had just forgotten to report and gone home with the goddess Hestia, if that could be it. But the doubt kept me awake. I kept thinking about that all night until I came up with the idea that I might have broken my rules and gone deeper than I should have, something might have happened to him, and it might have been my fault for not teaching him more about the dungeon. I clutched some papers in my hand, including Belle's adventurer form. I was about to burst into tears if it weren't for a familiar greeting that gave me back hope. Ina-san. There he was, that silly rabbit-like boy who made me worry about him until I was tired. I wiped a small tear that fell from my eye and gave Belle a smile. Belle. Hello Ina-san, smiling happily. I don't know why, but seeing him so happy lifted my spirits drastically. I didn't know, but from the look Misha was giving me from afar, I assumed that my gloomy state had disappeared when Belle had entered the place, releasing an aura of peace and flowers. I was going to answer him if it weren't for the fact that the place fell into a deathly silence when we all saw a very well-known silver-haired woman enter. That. Impossible. Alfia-sama. In shock. Of me? Alfia. It's a pleasure to see you, Aina, expressionless. L. Do they know each other? Curious. Alfia. Just a little, I saw her when I was little, I wasn't very big back then either, looking at Belle. Aina stood in shock, not knowing what to say or do, and how to say anything. In front of her was the truly strongest adventurer of all who had supposedly died in the Black Dragon's attack. Alfia. I want to report my joining to the Hestia family, expressive. Aina H. Hi, robotics. Aina started to make some papers and gave one to Alfia asking her to fill it out. Aina saw Alfia's form without knowing whether to be surprised or me to have expected this. Form. Name. Alfia Hikari. Family. Hestia. Nickname. Silence. Alias. Embodiment of talent. Age. 33 years. Height. 1.67 centimeters. Former affiliation. Vice Captain of the Hera family. Aina. Very well, sealing the paper, you are now registered as an adventurer of the Hestia family, nervous. Alpha nodded calmly and looked at Belle as if waiting for him to speak. L. Sorry for not checking in yesterday, Aina-san, scratching the back of her neck. Aina shook her head, removing those thoughts from her head and concentrating on the main thing. Aina. Belle, smiling innocently. LH. Hi, nervous. Aina. Why didn't you come report to the guild yesterday? Smiling innocently. L. Nervous, well. A Minotaur almost killed you. Aina was sitting on a sofa in the guild, in front of her were Belle and Alfia, who were sitting together looking at Aina with inexpressiveness or nervousness respectively. LH. Hi, nervous. Aina. It's a great fortune that Alfia-sama was there, smiling, we'll have to give a good sermon to the Loki family after that, sighing. L. Well, nothing bad happened, smiling. Aina. Annoyed, do you think I forgot about you? With a twitch in her eye, why did you go to the 5th floor? Angry. L. Sorry. Bowing. Alfia looked amused at Belle who was being scolded by a strict Aina who didn't take no for an answer. L. Sorry, Dogiza. Aina. I'll leave your punishment for later, sighing, you haven't changed your magic stones from yesterday, right? Chibi. LN. No, scratching the back of his neck. Aina. Come, let's change them, suggesting her hand. L. EA. Blushing. Aina pulled Belle by the hand with a huge smile, while he followed her blushing, all in front of Alfia who hadn't changed her face, but had a small twitch in her eye, mentally repressing herself for that reason. Right now they were both walking towards the abandoned church, but just before arriving Alfia stopped. L. W. Something's wrong, Alfia, nervous. Alfia. I have something important to do, I'll come back later, walking towards Belle. Alfia wrapped Belle in a warm hug, making him blush deeply, while she had an imperceptible blush on her face, she left Belle and started walking to the Tower of Babel. Belle looked at her silently, mentally reproaching himself for feeling such things for his own aunt, and entered the abandoned church where he was greeted by a jealous Hestia, who had found out that he was recently going to a bar because a pretty girl invited him. Of Alfia. I walked the streets of Aurario with complete peace of mind, but my mind was in complete chaos. Why? Simple enough, that stupid shitty nymphomaniac wanted my nephew the same way she wanted my sister. It seems he didn't learn the first time, then. Out of the corner of my eye I saw some cat ears that I knew well, I took out a throwing knife that I had around and threw it with great speed. I watched calmly as a catman fell from the roof in front of me with a face of pure hatred and one of his cat bars cut off. Alan. Damn. Angry. It seems like he doesn't know me, that only makes it easier. For me. Alan attacked with his spear, confident that he could win, being surprised when Alfia easily caught the spear between two of her fingers without even cutting herself. Alan. WW. Alan was able to finish speaking when Alfia hit him in the stomach, knocking him to the floor with great ease. Alan looked at Alfia's feet with difficulty, not expecting her to grab him by the hair, pulling it miserably, forcing him to look into her eyes. Alfia. Listen, stupid cat, sharp look, tell that nympho bitch that if she messes with my family again, suggesting Alan's leg, I won't be as understanding as I am now. Belle was walking a little nervously towards the fertility hostess, he had his usual clothes except for his jacket, since his aunt still had it on, and being honest, he didn't think she was going to give it back to him for a while, but leaving that aside, Belle smiled shyly when he saw the fertility hostess who unlike before, looked very lively and full of people. Belle gulped and didn't know whether to go in or not, but he was brought out of his thoughts when Sir appeared. Sir Belle-san. Yes, you came. Smiling. L. Why yes Sir-san, scratching the back of his neck. Sir. Come in, smiling. L nodded slowly walking behind Sir, he mentally thanked that when he entered the bar, he didn't attract anyone's attention and sat at the food counter where my mom was serving. Mommy. I heard you're sir's client. Smiling. Bell hi, scratching the back of his neck. Mommy. You're a handsome boy, smiling. Bell don't joke please, scratching the back of his neck. Mommy. Here. Eat, giving him a bowl of noodles. Bell. But I haven't ordered anything yet, nervous. Mommy. Eat. You're still young, smiling. Bell hi, nervous. Mommy. Sir said you'd be a great customer tonight, smiling. Bell. Oh really? Smiling nervously. Sir appeared next to Bell smiling at him. Sir. I hope you like Bell food, smiling. Bell. You planned this, didn't you? Looking at her with a twitch in his eye. Sir. I don't know what you're talking about, looking away from innocent eyes. Bell. You're a demon, smiling nervously. Bell was going to say something if it weren't for my mom coming out with a grilled fish and putting it on the table in front of Bell. Mamma mia. Here. The house special, smiling. Bell. I never asked for this, in shock. My mom. Don't hold back, you're still young, boy, laughing. Bell looked at a sign that had the prices and was shocked. Bell. The spaghetti, salad, and daily special would be 4,660 valis. Shocked. Sir. Are you having fun, Bell-san? Smiling. Bell. I think my valis bag just shook, laughing nervously. Sir. Laughing. Bell accidentally overheard a small conversation between two adventurers who seemed like veterans. Did you hear? Yes, they say that monster returned. I thought I was dead. It seems that he is not, my friend. It is time for Arario to listen to silence again. The monster of talent. Bell got a little nervous, he knew the rumors were flying, but he didn't think how quickly he would talk to Sir about not being why a voice rang out. The reserves have arrived. They both turned to see a brown-haired catgirl talking animatedly as she opened the door. The next moment several adventurers began to enter, all of them easily recognized by the people. That's the Loki family. Yes, the family kills giants. Look, there is your captain, Findame. Ah, there's the best magician in the world, Reveria Ihos Alf. That's it. Yes, the princess of the sword. Bell looked curiously at all the executives of the Loki family, which were their captain Findame, the vice-captain Reverial Josalf, in addition to their executives, two Amazon sisters, Tiona and Tyan Hyrule, two twin Amazons, one with a lot of bust and the other with little or none, an elf with golden blonde hair and beautiful sky blue eyes Lafia Viritus, a Sundeer werewolf with grey hair and amber eyes Bet Loga followed by his goddess. A red-haired woman in a ponytail with little or no bust, and last but not least, Ace Wallenstein, a girl with golden hair and eyes. Bell looked a little amazed at the Loki family, and how could he not be, they were the second strongest family so far, surpassed by the Loki family with their only level 7. Bell looked a little stunned and with a small blush at two of the women who are considered more beautiful than several goddesses, Ace Wallenstein and Reverial Jos. But she dismissed that thought in her head as an image of her aunt quickly came to her, making her blush even stronger than before, but she shook her head, knowing that she couldn't fall in love with her own blood aunt, and went back to concentrating on eating, occasionally glancing at the Loki family, something seen by Sir. Sir. The Loki family are occasional customers, smiling, it seems that the goddess Loki loves the place, happy. Bell. I see, thinking. Bell was going to speak if luckily the werewolf hadn't spoken before he could. Bet. Hey Ace. Drunk, tell them about it, laughing. Fiona. That. Curious. Ace. What are you talking about? Raising an eyebrow. Bet. When they sent us to kill the Hick Minotaurs, one of them reached the 5th floor, Ace, and I ran to kill it, and wow, Hick surprise we got when we saw a silver-haired woman Hick save a simple white-haired rookie, laughing. I remember that the Minotaur's blood covered the boy lol. He looked like a tomato, laughing. All the people around also started laughing out loud, imagining such a situation, even Sir. No one knew that this adventurer was listening to everything attentively, lowering his gaze. Everyone except the Loki family who had uncomfortable looks, while Tiona laughed uncomfortably looking at Reveria, who was already extending her staff towards Bet. Reveria. Bet, shut up, extending his cane, you're already very drunk, and the Minotaurs that escaped were our fault, it would be. Bet tch, clicking his tongue, no matter what they say, I don't know how they let someone as weak as him enter the dungeon, the weak should die, spitting, I remember that woman hugged the scared child, hahaha, I can't imagine how much pity she had to have for him to do that, fun. Bell lowered his head further, also thinking about how pathetic that was. Reveria. Bet stop, squinting. Betijum. Annoyed, why? Mocking, it's not like he's here smelling me, besides, that level 1 couldn't even scratch me, spitting with venom in his voice, I can assure you that if that woman chose between him and me, she'd choose me instead of some pathetic rookie, laughing. Those words affected Belle more than he thought, but Belle had taken it in a way no one would believe, and without thinking he ran out of the bar while people were distracted laughing at the werewolf who was being tied up by the high elf, being noticed only by Sir A's and Riveria. Belle ran through the streets of Verario going to one place, the dungeon. In his mind he mentally scolded himself for his own stupidity. He simply wanted to have power and be a hero out of nowhere. If his dream was a little childish in itself, the way he wanted to make it come true was simply stupid. He thought it would be like those stories where you receive a special power and that's it, everything's solved. But it's not, this is real life. He felt stupid, believing that something like this could happen, but especially what happened to his aunt. She was very weak compared to her, considered the best adventurer in the world. How is it that she would even notice him? A simple level 1, if he wanted to be by her side he had to be strong, only then would he be worthy of her. Without knowing it, she not only agreed with the werewolf, but she put aside her doubts about falling in love with her aunt by making a decision. I, looking up determined, will become strong for her. Serious, I will be worthy of being by your side, thinking about Alfia, please wait for me, entering the dungeon. End. Hiss, 02. Alfia and Belle were in one of the many destroyed buildings that were around the abandoned church, more specifically on the roof of one of these. The roof was large and spacious for training, they just had to move the rubble aside. She still had Belle's clothes besides the brown coat. I really don't know, she wanted to give it back to Belle. Belle had one of his many changes of clothes, but without his only brown jacket being worn by Alfia. It was almost noon. Alfia looked intrigued at Belle's rapid growth. They had been training for 7 hours in total, taking 3 breaks of 20 minutes. Not only Belle trained, but Alfia also did therapy to recover more and more resistance that her illness took away from her. Right now she was sitting in the lotus position calmly looking at Belle who was training with a sword that looked a little better quality than the knives. Belle was swinging the sword up and down. At first he thought this exercise was useless, but after doing it for a while and sparring a little with his aunt, he realized the difference. His grip was firmer and faster. Besides his reaction, it was not even close to the level of Alfia's heals, but it was improving quickly and steadily. That was something that Alfia noticed very easily. She already noticed a big difference between the Belle from 7 hours ago and her Belle now. Wait. Your Belle. Alfia, realizing her thought, blushed slightly, shaking her head calmly, driving away those forbidden thoughts. But she was brought out of her stupor when a sweaty Belle spoke to her. Belle. I can rest now, breathing heavily. Alfia. You can rest now, sit down, patting the floor next to her. Belle nodded slightly blushing and sat next to Alfia in the same way as her. Alfia looked at Belle for a second, noticing how he was all sweaty drinking some water from an adventurer bottle they were carrying around. Alfia extended her hand to a confused Belle who after a second gave her the bottle of water without knowing what Alfia would do with it. To her surprise, Alfia took the bottle very calmly. Belle Alfia, in shock. Alfia looking at him. Ellie that was an indirect kiss. In shock. Alfia. It doesn't matter, we are family after all, looking away. Alfia looked away, not caring what she had just done. Lie. She barely looked away and blushed a little, mentally scolding herself for what she had just done. She knew they would give each other an indirect kiss. Damn, that was why she did it intentionally. She even fantasized a little, imagining what a real one with Belle would be like. She shook her head slightly, scolding herself for her thoughts. While Belle wasn't better wanting to downplay the matter as much as he thought his aunt did, he shook his head slightly looking at his aunt's beautiful lips with a blush on his face. He wanted to kiss them and admitted it in his head, but first he had to live up to his aunt to do that, to be worthy of her. Inside Belle without him knowing it a great motivation grew more and more. It was as if with each passing day, they threw more coal into the fire that drove him. But he put his thoughts aside when he saw in the distance many adventurers walking down the street carrying enough weapons for an expedition. The most intriguing thing were the cages of monsters they brought with them. Belle. What is that? Tilts his head. Alfia. Looking at the same thing as Belle, I think I have an idea, expressionless. Belle. What is it? Curious. Alfia. If I am not mistaken, today is Monster Fair. The Ganesha family is organizing an event where their children show the public how they tame monsters. It's in the Coliseum that's in the center of Dedlow Street, looking at Belle. Belle's eyes seemed to shine for a second before imagining himself surrounded by hellhounds tamed by him obediently following his orders. Alfia was in a somewhat similar case. In her head she imagined herself surrounded by mini Belle's Almrich, which were controlled by her just like Belle. Of Alfia. Alfia. Get a grip, Alfia. Smacking her cheeks with both hands, for God's sake, you're a serious 33-year-old adult and he's just a 14-year-old kid. Even worse, he's your nephew. Mentally sighing. It was wrong for me to think that way about Belle, wasn't it? Now that I think about it, I've never thought about love, I haven't even had my first kiss, the closest thing to a boyfriend I had was Zald, and we both only saw each other as good friends. How miserable Materia even had a son who is already 14 years old, and I haven't had my first kiss. I looked at the water bottle closely and wondered what Belle's lips would feel like. Damn it. Not again, I have to put those thoughts aside. I sighed to myself, not knowing what to do in this situation when the cause of my internal conflict spoke to me. Elido Alfia. Shy. And you stop being adorable for a second. I guess that's something I love about you. Alfia, yes Belle. Smiling at her. Why are you smiling? What would I say about this? Damn, I'm sure she'd be the first to support this, right? Yeah, I know her better than anyone to know that, so if she'd be okay with it, does that mean I have her permission for Belle to be mine? Bye Harasama. I have a feeling that what I just thought completely ruined any hope I had of having a normal life and spending time with my only family and nephew Belle. Well, I wanted to ask you if you would like to go with me to the monster fair. I've never been, and I heard that it's easy to get lost on Dedalo Street, scratching the back of his neck embarrassed. Damn, even if I wanted to refuse, I can't stand that scolding rabbit face. Why do you have to be so sweet? Alfia. I'll go with you Belle, giving her a small smile. Great. Jumping to a stop. He's so cute when he acts like that. I guess he's excited for the monster fair. Hestia-sama told me he didn't make it to her area over a week ago. I think I'm getting too excited. Even if I loved him, would he do it? I don't think so, he's my nephew, he probably just sees me as his aunt and a living relative. I think I'll put those thoughts aside, it's time to go back to the burrow. Avyo. Alfia stood up from the floor looking tenderly at Belle, who blushed for what he had just done in front of the woman he loved. Alfia. We have to go back to the church, Hestia-sama is waiting for us, she said she wanted to tell us something important, walking. Hi, walking behind her. Elle and Alfia returned to the church where a jealous and stressed Hestia was waiting for them. The return of silence spread like wildfire, practically the entire area already knows it, and also many gods had begun to complain to her, mostly because it was a small family, and everyone thought that silence should be with them, but still few gods tried to kidnap or attack the Hestia family by sending their dependents. Who were returned lifeless, and then in a mysterious way the gods were also killed and returned to the Tenkai. Everyone has suspicions of who it was, but no proof, so they could not do anything. But despite that, Hestia had a small moment of glory when she rubbed this in Loki's face. Loki knew of Alfia's power beforehand. When she was level 6, she easily beat Finn, Reveria, and Gareth. When they were all level 6, now that she was level 7, none of her children had the slightest chance of facing her. Silence. In fact, it was Finn who had given the warning not to mess with the Hestia family a little while ago, and all the executives had to stop Bet from doing something stupid. The idiot thought he could beat the incarnation of talent, even Loki openly mocked Bet, and many more mocked him as well. You must be insane or suicidal if you wanted to face the talent monster. But anyway, leaving that aside, Hestia looked at them both happily but with great jealousy when she noticed Belle looking sideways at Alfia and blushing. Alfia. Why did you call us? Expressionless. Hestia. You see, there will soon be a meeting of the gods, and I will go for a couple of days with Hephaestus, winking at Alfia. Alfia. I understand, nodding. Won't Kami-sama come to the monster fair with us? Disappointed. Hestia. I'm sorry Belle, but it's something important, smiling, although it may arrive just when I'm starting, raising her thumb. It's okay, lowering his arm sadly, may it go well for you, Kami-sama, smiling. Hestia blushed and started moving from side to side, humming happily as she went to the bathroom to bathe. All before Belle's innocent eyes and Alfia's inquisitive eyes. Alfia. Let's go out, looking at Belle. Hi, smiling shyly. Elle and Alfia left the abandoned church and began to walk towards the dungeon, very calmly. Both on the way they saw how several adventurers from the Ganesha family brought several weapons and supplies, in addition to some monsters locked in cages. Belle looked closely at a silverback which was chained by its feet and hands and had a strange chain around its eyes. Elle looked at him for a second before continuing to walk happily with his aunt. Today they wanted to have a good profit in the dungeon. Elle breathed heavily, holding a long rookie sword that looked worn. Behind him was Alfia, who watched him carefully while she was in charge of collecting the magic stones from the monsters with total tranquility. Elle became slightly nervous when seen by his aunt. He knew that for her this was nothing, she was a level 7 capable of rivaling level 9s, but he still had to make an effort to reach her and be able to be by her side, so as long as he was a level 1, he would do his best to not disappoint her. Elle stared determinedly into nothingness before Alfia's confused gaze, who tilted her head slightly in confusion. Bell nodded to himself, still not realizing that his aunt was looking at him closely, and walked through the 7th floor of the dungeon, killing monsters left and right with a sword. His movements were abrupt and stiff, and they were common movements that any beginner would know, but he was a beginner, so it was okay, although something that he didn't realize but his aunt did was the fact that with each passing second, his technique with the sword was more fluid and less rigid. Belle didn't take it seriously, but Alfia did. She wondered how the hell she grew so fast. Not only that, but she also learned at an abnormal speed. She was sure that if she taught Belle several combat styles, and he learned them quickly, it was very possible that he would get the same ability as her copy, an ability that allows you to copy the movements of someone you have seen, although it only allows you to copy movements, it does not allow magic or physical attributes. Alfia was taken out of her thoughts when she saw Belle stab the goblin with great force and then block the blow of a killer ant to finally split it in half with some difficulty. Obviously for Alfia this was something very easy, but for a supposed novice who hadn't started less than a week ago, then it was something incredible, in addition to taking into account that Belle was already on floor 5 when there were people who took months to get to floor 3. Belle continued fighting goblins, kobolds, killer ants, killing them with ferocity, looking sideways at his aunt and in some strange way getting more and more motivated. And so the day continued, with an Alfia who helped Belle from time to time and a Belle who had finally been able to last more than 30 minutes on the 7th floor. Belle and Alfia walked back to the rabbit hole with a somewhat large bag of money. Belle had gotten not only a good loot, but had also gotten some drop items to Alfia's surprise, who wondered if Belle had a strange rabbit luck or something like that, because she had gotten some goblin nails and 4 kobold teeth. That's right, they had gotten more than 33,021 valis in a single day, something surprising for Alfia, who made fun of Belle a little by saying rabbit luck, something that made Belle blush. Both walked through the streets of Verario calmly listening to the murmurs of the people. It was no longer a secret that silence had returned. The most scared, or those who showed it the most, were the Loki family, trying to avoid any approach for fear that he would resent them for banishing their goddess. Belle looked curiously as his aunt had a strange package in her hands that they had recently gone to pick up. Inside that package there were 3 more, which inside them had clothes for Alfia. Belle blushed at the thought of Alfia changing and looked away, blushing, sighing in relief when he saw that they were already near the abandoned church. Belle. Hello, we are the same. Allegra. Hestia. Belle only. Alfia only. Allegra. Alfia. Hello, these are Sama, calm down. Hestia. Hey, are you here yet? Impatient. Alfia, hi, expressionless, showing the package. Alfia opened the package, showing 3 black gothic dresses with black details identical to her previous dress. She took off all of Belle's clothes and began to dress calmly. She bent down, grabbing the dress to put it on, forgetting one important thing. Belle. EA. Blushing like a tomato. Alfia was shocked for a second before turning her gaze robotically, seeing Hestia and Belle stare at her with wide eyes while she gave them a perfect view of her privacy and her back area. Alfia, blushing. Belle. I'm so sorry. Leaving the room. Alfia. Belle. Extending her arm. Hestia. Processing the information. Alfia. Not a word, expressive. Hestia. Hi. Trembling. Belle. Damn. What was that? Did I forget I was in the same room? Why yes, that must be it. He looked good. Don't think that, Belle Crane. Well, although it's not a bad thing to do, I promised Grandma that I would only think that way with a woman I loved. There's nothing wrong with that, right? I feel a bulge in my pants. That's not good, it's not good at all. I slowly left the church to a more approved place. I had matters to attend to. Alfia. After Belle left, I started getting dressed slowly. I wanted to delay the moment so I wouldn't have to look at Belle's face. How would I look now? I'd think her aunt was a needy 33-year-old incestuous woman. This is bad. It's not like she's wrong, though. No. Damn it, Alfia, you're a woman with principles, calm down, you're not a hormonal teenager anymore, even in my teens I wasn't like this is your fault, damn adorable rabbit. I finished dressing in my black dress while looking at Hestia, who was hiding in a corner swinging. Hestia. Belle saw the body of a woman. Terrified. Really? I'm the first girl he's seen naked. It's not that I'm happy or anything, it's just. Forget it, it's better to go see him and pretend that none of this happened. Yes, that was the best thing. Yo. Belle and Alfia were outside the abandoned church. It was already nighttime, and the starry sky looked beautiful. They both looked closely at Hestia, who was wearing a blue dress under a small white jacket that reached her breasts. Hestia. See you in 3 days. Happy, don't do anything wrong, squinting. Alfia blushed a little and subtly looked away, but Belle was the complete opposite. He blushed like a tomato while smoke came out of his head and he stuttered. Belle QQQQ, what does Kami-sama say, blushing. Hestia squinting. Hestia boarded a small carriage that would take her to the Feast of the Gods, where she would ask a favor of a certain goddess Herrera. Well, I guess I'll make dinner, smiling. Alfia nodded calmly, sitting down on the armchair with something brown in her lap. Hey, now that you have your clothes, can I have my jacket back? Lowering his head, Alfia. Looking at her. Alfia was already lying on the couch sleeping peacefully using her brown jacket as a blanket for the cold. Okay, covering her with another blanket, I'll wake you up when I finish dinner, smiling. Belle went to the kitchen calmly leaving a blushing Alfia alone who had her face buried in Belle's pillow, mentally scolding herself for sniffing her. Alfia. It smells like Belle. Blushing. Belle was waking up peacefully, he gave a small yawn and stretched his arms, after dinner last night he had gone to sleep on the couch and Alfia in bed, or so he thought. Belle looked calmly to her side watching her aunt sleeping on the couch next to her with an angelic face. Belle. Hello aunt, smiling, processing the information, Alfia. Whispering. Alfia made a small face of annoyance and still sleepy hugged Belle, pressing her face very close to him. Belle. Very close. Very close. Very close. Blushing. Belle shook his head and looked uncertainly at Alfia's lips, centimeters from his own. For some strange reason, he felt an incredible desire to kiss them, to make those lips his own and no one else's. Without realizing it, he began to shorten the small distance between them more and more, until Belle could feel Alfia's breathing. Belle in a second shortened the distance and captured Alfia's lips in a soft and clumsy kiss. Belle closed his eyes and continued kissing Alfia holding her hips. Alfia opened her eyes and looked at Belle with tranquility, which was broken when she looked closely at what he was doing, and a strong blush appeared on his face. Alfia closed her eyes and continued to kiss back. Alfia. What are you doing? Blushing. Alfia noticed that Belle was about to open his eyes, and she closed hers pretending to still be asleep. Belle moved away from her a little, blushing, looking at her lips again. Belle. This is ma. Belle was surprised when a strong grip on him laid him back down on the couch, while a sleeping Alfia was on top of him and wouldn't let him escape. Alfia. What am I doing? Belle blushed deeply and stayed still hoping his aunt wasn't awake, he couldn't live if she found out or knew that he had taken advantage of her while she was asleep. I watched nervously as Alfia began to wake up little by little, opening her charming heterochromatic eyes and looking at him with great calm. Alfia. Hello Belle, expressionless. Hello Aunt Alfia, smiling nervously. Alfia. Is something wrong? Raising an eyebrow. Belle. No, nothing, lowering his head. Alfia. I understand, looking away. Belle. He didn't notice. Sighing in relief, Alfia, why are you in my bed? Blushing. Alfia. You seemed cold and I wanted to cover you up, but if I did I wouldn't have any sheets either, so I lay down with you and covered us, looking away. Alfia. I can't tell him that I wanted to hug him, and that's why I lay down next to him, blushing a little, also what do I do with what happened a while ago? He kissed me. And even though I liked it doesn't mean it's okay, blushing, I have to scold him, but looking at a blushing Belle, I can't do it if you make that face, sighing. Belle. Hey, shall we eat? Looking at the kitchen blushing. Alfia. Well I guess it's not your fault that your hormones are crazy right now, I guess I could let him kiss me when I'm asleep, as long as he doesn't go any further, blushing, why yes I think that's okay, it would be better if I didn't tell him anything about this, or he'd get really embarrassed smiling, come on Belle, we have to go to the dungeon, standing up. Belle. Don't you want me to make you something for breakfast? Worried. Alfia. No need, smiling, the girl sir gives you her lunches, right? I can eat from there. Besides, you wanted me to train you, didn't you? Smiling. Hi. Happy. Belle got out of bed with a big smile that made Alfia blush a little, and they both got dressed, Alfia in the port and Belle in the bathroom. Alfia was putting on her panties, leaving her breasts exposed while discreetly looking at the bathroom door. Alfia, aren't you going to see me? Disappointed. But Alfia's hopes returned when she saw the door open slightly, revealing one of Belle's red eyes, along with a bit of smoke that showed how blushed and embarrassed he was for doing this. Alfia. You like it, huh? Smiling a little flirtatiously. Alfia turned a little towards the bathroom door dressing calmly, she put on her bra, watching out of the corner of her eyes how Belle's blush increased, she pretended to drop something and bent down to pick it up, giving Belle a magnificent view of her panties. Alfia finished dressing and looked with a smile at the bathroom door which was already closed, and in a few minutes a blushing Belle came out in his usual clothes, remembering in his head the sight of an Alfia in black lingerie. Belle looked at Alfia and couldn't help but blush more, Alfia left a small happy smile and began to walk towards the exit of the church. Alfia. Come on Belle, swinging her hips. Belle hi, looking at his back. Alfia gave a mischievous smile but didn't stop walking, swaying her hips. It wasn't until they reached a busier area that she stopped doing so, much to Belle's annoyance, who pouted slightly. Alfia. Here, giving her a sword. L.A. Curious, it was a silver sword with some details on it, it didn't look very flashy or expensive, and it wasn't, in fact it was barely better than the rookie swords, but something is something. Belle took the sword and thanked Alfia for it by smiling at her. Belle put the sword on his waist in the same way as Alfia, and both began to walk to the dungeon. Belle fell to the floor exhausted after a hard day of training, the sun was already setting, and a magnificent view of the orange sky could be seen. Belle. I'm exhausted, breathing heavily. Belle was on the floor soaked in sweat, breathing with difficulty as he looked at his hands bruised from so much training. After an active day in the dungeon they had gone to train at the same candle as yesterday. Belle smiled with satisfaction when his technique with the sword improved, not only his strength, but also his agility and skill with the sword, not to mention his agility. His aunt bothered him a bit by calling him rabbit feet. Belle lay on his back looking at the orange sky getting darker and darker. He smiled nostalgically, remembering good times with his grandfather, but his thoughts were interrupted when soft hands held his head lovingly and out of nowhere his head was on a soft pillow, very soft in fact. Belle looked over and blushed as he saw Alfia's pillows very close to her face. It was at that moment that he realized what happened. Alfia was giving him a lap pillow. A soft hand rested on his hair as she played with it. Belle blushed and looked at Alfia, who closed her eyes and a smile on her face as she played with her hair. Belle gave a small smile before falling asleep in Morpheus's arms as his beautiful aunt gave him a pillow. Alfia continued playing with her hair, looking at Belle tenderly. In many ways, he looked like an adorable rabbit, her rabbit. Alfia, seeing that Belle fell asleep, blushed a little. She brought her face closer to Belle's with a small blush on her face as she looked at him in detail, especially his lips. Alfia scolded herself for what she was about to do, but she didn't back down. Not only Belle could have fun, she bit her lip controlling her excitement and kissed Belle passionately while joining their tongues, praying why Belle wouldn't wake up, and as if the author of the fic heard her, Belle didn't wake up. He was in his fantasies having a wet dream with the same person who was kissing him in real life and the same one who would one day be his wife. End. The Monster Fair, 03. Belle and Alfia were walking through the streets of Verario calmly. There were still a few hours left until the Monster Fair, so they were going to go to the fertility hostess for a while to eat. The black-haired catgirl greeted them cheerfully and gave them a table for two. They both ordered spaghetti, salad and some orange juice. Alfia flatly refused to drink alcohol. She got along very badly with him apparently. Both were eating, giving each other discreet and shy glances, but the moment was interrupted when a brown-haired catgirl got very close to Belle and spoke to her with confidence. Anya. Her pelo blanco, cheerful. Belle. Huh. Surprised, you can call me Belle, smiling shyly. Anya. Okay, bunny, smiling, I'm Anya. You're Sir's friend, aren't you? Cat smile. Belle. Ea. Why yes, why do you ask? Crouching his head. Anya. Here, giving her a purse, give it to Sir, Chibi. Both Alfia and Belle looked at her as if she was stupid, which made Anya feel embarrassed. Anya. What? Nervous. I think you're not explaining it well. Both prodigies looked closely at a beautiful elf with greenish blonde hair and blue eyes that made Belle blush strongly. Belle. Ouch. Closing his eyes. Belle felt a small but powerful kick in his shin from Alfia, who was pretending to be calm. Alfia. Unfaithful rabbit. Belle looked at Alfia sadly before looking at Ryu, hiding his blush as best he could. Belle, could you explain better, miss? Smiling nervously. Ryu looked at Belle before smiling slightly and saying to him. Ryu. I'm Ryu Lion, smiling slightly. Sir is at the Monster Fair right now. She asked Mamma Mia for a break so she could go see her, but she accidentally left her purse here, pointing at Sir's purse. After finishing her food she could go and give her the purse, bowing. Belle blushed and looked shyly at Ryu, accepting the request and asking him not to bow. Ryu. Thank you very much, Cranel-san, bowing. Belle smiled at him foolishly while in his mind his grandfather, talking about beautiful elves, spoke to him. Belle. You were right, Grandpa, the elves are beautiful, but looking at Alfia, not as much as her, blushing. Alfia half closed her eyes when she saw Belle and Ryu and stepped hard on his foot, digging her heel in. Belle. Ah. Wincing. Ryu. Are you okay, Cranel-san? Approaching him. Belle blushed upon noticing Ryu's proximity, but a strong pressure on his foot, even stronger than before, made him laugh with difficulty and shake his hands. Belle. I am fine, Ryu-san, smiling nervously. Ryu nodded, not very convinced, looking at the facial resemblance between Belle and Alfia. Ryu. Is your mother Cranel-san? Looking at Alfia. Belle. Surprised. Ryu. They look a lot alike, looking at Belle, except for the white hair and red eyes. Their nose is the same, the shape of their eyes is the same, the face, the skin tone, etc. Looking at both of them. Well, she's a relative of mine, looking away. Alfia. His mother asked me to take care of him so that no vixen would come near him, expressionless. Ryu nodded with a drop of sweat, looking at a sore Belle who was trying unsuccessfully to pretend that he wasn't in pain. I think we have to go now, leaving a bag of valises on the table. Thank you very much for the food, girls, bowing. Ryu. You're welcome, Cranel-san, bowing. Alfia bowed slightly, looking expressionlessly at Ryu, who became nervous. She had known Alfia before, but she didn't know that she had a relative. When her family was still alive, she had seen in person what a monster was like, a monster in human form. Alfia stared at Ryu without any emotion, while she was trembling a little from the look that she would swear was seeing through her soul. Alfia turned around and started walking to the exit with Belle. They left the bar, while Ryu, dead from nerves, fell to the floor, fainted. She had felt a crushing pressure on her. Anya carried her, calling Mamma Mia worried, who only picked up the money from Belle's table and let Ryu rest. Hestia. Wow. With sparkle in her eyes. Hestia was in front of Hephaestus's office with the aforementioned wiping her sweat. Hephaestus. Here it is, showing a black sword and a sheath. Hestia, would be, never ask me to do something like this again, looking at the weapon, just because we are great friends, I will do you this favor, sliding her finger along the black blade. Hestia looked at the black blade with shining eyes, and some blue hieroglyphics began to appear on it. Hestia. Thank you very much, Hephaestus. Happy. Hephaestus. Yes, putting the sword in the sheath and then in a box, but don't get excited, even if it takes millennia you will pay me for that sword, it would be. Hestia high. Excited, and what's the price? Nervous. Hephaestus. Smiling sweetly. Hestia. Trembling. Elle and Alfia were walking down Daedalus Street, or well, one of the many streets in the Daedalus district, a place that seemed like a labyrinth because of the dead ends, doors and secret passages. Elle was blushing profusely, looking anywhere but at his aunt, and Alfia was a somewhat similar case. She had a barely perceptible blush on her cheeks as she looked straight ahead, avoiding Belle. The reason? They were holding hands. Alfia used the excuse that Belle could get lost or get scammed and forbade him from straying too far from her. In the end they ended up holding hands when Belle accidentally almost fell into a sewer when he walked away from Alfia to see a stall. Elle, to avoid his blush, looked at one of the many stalls in the place until he finally saw with curiosity one that said Jug-American. Eliedo. Aiming at Alfia. Alfia noticed Belle's gaze and turned to look at him. Alfia. What's going on, Belle? Curious. Elle timidly pointed at a Jug-American stand that Alfia looked at for a moment before giving a small smile. Alfia. Do you want Jug-American? Smiling. LH hi, I've never tried them, shy. Alfia. You love them, smiling. Elle and Alfia went to the small stand where a girl kindly served them. They both received a Jug-American and began to eat. Elle. It's delicious. Happy. Alfia. I'm glad, it's my favorite food, smiling. Elle and Alfia sat on a bench that was curiously there and continued eating calmly until they finished the Jug-American, but then Belle realized something. L.A. Looking at Alfia's cheek. Alfia. What's wrong? Ticking her head. Alfia looked curiously at Belle before blushing slightly, keeping her face expressionless when Belle got very close to her. Alfia. Beat Belle. Hiding her nerves. Elle. Don't move, coming closer. Alfia closed her eyes not knowing what to do until she felt a warm hand on her cheek. Alfia opened her eyes still with a slight pink tint on her cheeks looking at Belle, who was very close to her with his hand on her cheek, wiping a little cream off the Jug-American with his thumb. Elle. Ready so it won't spoil your beauty, smiling. Alfia couldn't stand it anymore and blushed like a cherry, smoke coming out of her head, the rhymes XD. Elle removed his hand from Alfia's cheek and put his thumb in his mouth taking the whipped cream. A few seconds later he realized what he did and what he said and blushed even harder than Alfia while moving his hands nervously. Elle. And it's not what it looks like. Nervous, it's just that I saw you had whipped cream on your cheek and looking around blushing. Alfia just put a hand on her blushing cheek, looking away, further embarrassing Belle, who asked the gods for something to help him. Belle only. Elle and Alfia turned their gaze seeing Hestia who ran like a rocket towards Belle, hugging him by the waist and knocking him to the ground. Hestia. Belle only. Happy. Elle gave a small smile and held his goddess in his arms, looking curiously at a long black box strapped to her back. Elle. What is that, Kami-sama? Raising an eyebrow. Hestia became nervous when she saw Belle pointing at the black box on her back and looked for help from Alfia, who had already recovered her posture. Alfia. Belle, didn't we have to look for a silver-haired girl? with a small twitch in her eye. Belle Sursan. Surprised, I had forgotten about it, standing up. Belle stood up suddenly, knocking Hestia to the ground, who let out a moan of pain. Belle. Let's go find her, smiling. Belle started walking towards the street again while Hestia stopped and rubbed her head from the blow. Just when she was about to go to Belle's side, an iron grip on her shoulder made her shudder. Alfia. Don't come near Belle like that again, whispering in her ear. Hestia felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing Alfia's cold voice and nodded quickly. Alfia. Okay, leaving her serious expression, let's go, walking towards Belle expressionless. Hestia nodded, thinking of different ways to get on Belle without Alfia noticing. Hestia, I'm not a pedophile. But I have needs too. Author. Yes, that's what everyone says, calling the FBI. Hestia ah. Band help. Ah. Belle was walking calmly through the monster fair until he felt a lustful gaze on his back. Belle turned around out of nowhere looking at a small coffee shop where only normal people could be seen. The most notable ones were a golden-haired girl and a red-haired goddess, as well as a hooded woman who was already leaving the shop. Belle simply shrugged it off and continued walking, not noticing the beautiful swordswoman looking at him out of the corner of her eye. Days Loki I have to go, walking. Loki you're so easy too. Behind. Student. Loki. TSK, I'll have to go with the other girls, muttering annoyed with anime tears. Han Belle. Belle was walking a little nervously between his goddess and Alfia. He watched nervously as they both glared at each other, he could even swear some rays were coming out of their eyes. Hestia knew that Alfia could be a first-class adventure, but both were women, and if they were going to fight for Belle, they would do it as women, both would fight for a lucky and incestuous white-haired boy XD, although of course, we already know who of the two has the advantage. But suddenly just when Belle caught sight of a silver-grey head of hair among the people, a roar was heard. Bri-ire. The monsters escaped. Belle instantly turned pale, but regaining his composure, he looked around seeing a small stand where they sold weapons. Belle instantly went and grabbed a poor quality but acceptable sword for monsters from the 7th floor down and left a bag of Valis to pay for it. Alfia. You know you didn't have to leave the money, right? Expressively. Belle. I can't do that, if the Lord returns and doesn't see one of his swords he'll be sad because it was stolen, looking at Alfia. Both Hestia and Alfia looked at Belle in silence, Hestia wiping away a tear of pride and Alfia with a look of approval. Alfia. Just like your mother, smiling slightly. Belle held the sword with both hands, separating both legs, the right leg in front and the left a little back, while the sword was held over his shoulder with the tip facing forward. Hestia went to hide on Alfia's orders, who simply took off one of her semi-transparent gloves. Alfia became serious in a second which alerted Belle that the monsters were approaching. After a short wait, several hurried footsteps began to be heard in the place, some louder than others. The war shadow appeared out of nowhere attacking Belle with its black claws. Belle covered himself with his sword and deflected the attack back, allowing the war shadow to pass. The monster was initially surprised when he ended up standing in front of a silver-haired woman with a slight white tone. The monster was about to attack her, if it weren't for the fact that in a second, his head was already on the ground and he disappeared, only leaving his magic stone. Belle Sugoi, amazed. Belle couldn't continue admiring Alfia because his instinct screamed at him to duck. Belle did it without hesitation and dodged the attack of a goblin who looked at Belle with pure hatred. Belle. Goblin. Angry. Belle Saka, Chibi. The goblin screamed with hatred and attacked Belle, who looked at him expressionlessly. Ah. The goblin was split in half and disappeared, leaving the small magic stone on the ground. Belle with great speed blocked a blow from another goblin who had a kind of short stone sword. Belle. How do I get a gun? Surprised. Belle couldn't think too much when the goblin tried another blow that was also blocked by Belle's sword, which made a small turn on itself, giving strength to the sword to block the claws of another war shadow that attacked him from behind. NT. Something like that. Belle ducked, letting the goblin's sword pass over his head, and with a swift movement of his leg, he knocked down both monsters, sweeping their legs away. Both monsters fell to the ground, and before thinking what to do the goblin was pierced through the chest and died quickly. The war shadow barely dodged the cut, but I don't know, I expected that a small blow with the force of a floor boss would make him literally explode. It was Alfia who looked at the monsters impassively before looking at Belle. Alfia. She's learning at a very fast pace, which prevents her from gaining combat experience and getting used to her own power. She needs to fight more, but that's not all, thoughtful. Belle took a deep breath, taking in energy, and stood up from the ground nervously, looking at both monsters. Alfia. Why are you holding back? Expressionless. Belle. Surprised. Alfia. I know that's not all you can do, looking at Belle's sword, why? Expressionless. Belle. They remind me of normal people, sighing. Alfia raising an eyebrow. L. Sometimes I think that monsters are capable of thinking and feeling just like us, and I feel guilty about killing them, looking away. Alfia. I see, thinking, I never imagined that your kindness could go to that extreme, thinking, I thought you would be more reasonable than your mother, but it seems that your kindness prevents you from doing so, thinking. L.A. Confused. Alfia. She also felt remorse when she saw a monster die, she was too kind, nostalgic, the difference is that she couldn't fight, you could, suggesting Belle by the shoulders, listen Belle, what I say may not be right, but that's reality, if at some point your family or your friends are in danger, and bad people want to kill them what will you do? Expressionless. L. I would save them, firm. Alfia. What if the only way to save them is to kill them? Expressionless. L. Murder. In shock. Alfia. Would you take one life to save 5? Expressionless, or worse, take 1,000 lives to save 1. Expressionless, remembering the past. L. Still in shock. Alfia. Humans can be worse or better than monsters depending, looking at Belle in the eyes, even if monsters can think, kill them to become strong, expressionless, be a hypocrite, kill them so you can save people, looking at Belle, can you do that? L. I, with a difficult expression. Alfia. Don't worry, you have time to think about it, whatever your decision is, I will help you achieve your goals, just try to think about it a little, looking into the distance, some monsters are attacking people, I will go help, you go and take shelter, expressionless. L. But. Worried. Alfia. I'll be fine, now go, starting to run. Alfia disappeared from Belle's side in a silver flash, despite the speed force Belle couldn't even hear the ground or the air brake at such pressure. Belle sighed and was about to run to help people with weak monsters if he didn't hear something. Ah. Bellcranel. Worried. Belle started running towards the direction of the scream towards the southern area of the Daedalus district, but the dead ends and such prevented him from reaching his goddess, but fortunately he found a secret door that allowed him to pass to the other side of the street, and there he looked at it. The silverback was walking slowly towards the back of an alley. The reason? Her goddess, Hestia, was at the end of the alley trembling in fear at the silverback that was approaching her slowly, as if it was mocking her. The silverback also had his arm ready to give Hestia a powerful punch, but he didn't know what he expected, but someone appeared next to him and cut his arm. Belle. Ahhh. Belle fell to the ground skillfully and began to run towards Hestia, carrying her like a princess, and jumping over a wooden fence that was nearby, going towards another alley, all in a matter of seconds in which the silverback looked at his arm, seeing a small cut that barely drew a little blood. The silverback growled and then looked at the direction where Belle and Hestia went, and just like a gorilla, he hit his chest several times with force, before starting to chase both of them through the large streets and roofs. Hestia. He's following us. Worried. Belle. Huh. I hadn't noticed, Chibi. Hestia. This isn't the time for jokes. Gently hitting him on the chest, let's go to that alley. Pointing to a wooden fence. Belle hi, starting to run faster. Belle stopped out of nowhere and pulled out his sword, also his right arm that had his sword and put it behind his head, bending it as if he was going to throw something. Hestia looked surprised as Belle threw the sword with great force, which began to spin several times before sticking hard into the silverback's jaw, but it stopped and buried itself in it, the sword broke after a few seconds and fell to the floor with a dull noise. Belle looked at the silverback in frustration before having an idea and taking a small stone out of his pocket which gave off a slight shine. Belle threw it at the monster, who mocked Belle's useless attempt to survive, but he was greatly surprised to see how the stone began to shine, and in a second a great light appeared in the place, blinding him. Belle covered his eyes with his arm and looked out of the corner of his eye at the alley where he hid. Belle. What do we do? Worried. Hestia. Let's update your status, it would be. L.A. This is no time for jokes Kami-sama, worried. Hestia. It's not a joke Belle-kun, seriously, we haven't updated your status in 3 days, if I update it now I'm sure you'll be able to defeat him, motivated. L. Are you sure? Suspicious. Hestia. Hi. I'll do it quickly, lifting Belle's shirt. Hestia looked at Belle's condition before removing the pack from her back and opening it, revealing a long black sword with black engravings on it. Hestia took off her glove and pricked her finger, letting a thin line of blood run down the blade of the sword. NT. By the way, imagine that the sword is exactly the same as the knife, except that the handle is double-handed and the knife blade is as long as a Tanto ninja weapon XD. Hestia then poured a drop of her blood on Belle's back and a blue light began to emanate from her back as she updated her state and fused it with that of the sword, whose hieroglyphics shone blue with intensity every second. Hestia cut Belle's back a little and poured her blood onto the knife while the hieroglyphs changed as if they were power statistics. Hestia. Are you ready? Pulling down her shirt, use this. It would be. Bell nodded quickly and gripped the sword tightly, surprised to see that the handle was perfectly sized for 2 hands. Bell looked at the silverback, which by the light of its status update, realized its location. Bell. Let's get her to safety first, serious. Bell began to run toward several alleys with Hestia holding his hand. He noticed how the silverback followed them without hesitation while shaking the shackles on his wrists and used them as a whip to hit him. Bell made a great jump dodging one of the chains, and with the sword he protected himself from another, being surprised when the chain was destroyed with great ease by the sword. Bell smiled a little and started running even faster, noticing the difference between before and now. His speed was overwhelming for a level 1. The silverback realized this and decided to end the fight quickly so as not to have any more problems with his mistress's order. While Bell was running through the alleys, surprising himself when great luck appeared to him from one moment to the next, and he did not enter any dead end. In the end they ended up in an open space surrounded by houses. Bell looked everywhere, noticing that there were people in the houses and buildings where they were taking refuge and hiding. Bell looked at a lot of boxes that were set aside and hid his goddess there. Bell started walking towards the center with his back to Hestia, waiting for the silverback, which had some problems turning off in the alleys, but before he left Hestia shouted. "Hestia, destroy him, Bell Kun." Raising his arm. Without turning around, Bell gave a small, motivated smile and gave a thumbs up to his goddess before holding the sword tightly and looking at the silverback, who shook his remaining chain with force, trying to attack Bell vertically. Bell jumped to the side, easily dodging the silverback's blow. He jumped upwards again, letting the silverback's other fist hit the ground and become embedded in the ground. Bell began to run down the silverback's arm, lowering his sword and towards its skin and holding it tightly, leaving a large wound all over the arm that in seconds began to bleed from the deep cut of the powerful weapon. Bell suddenly stopped and jumped back, watching as the silverback with his other arm tried to hit him and hit himself in the shoulder, dislocating it. The loud roar echoed in the place while people watched attentively from their homes the fight of both. For normal people who are not adventurers, seeing one fight against terrifying and powerful monsters was a total privilege, something to talk about until exhaustion. For that reason they looked very closely at Bell, who with great skill cut off the silverback's hand. But Bell, I don't know, I hope this one will start to move abruptly, dropping him to the floor. Bell fell to the ground gracefully before looking with the coldest gaze possible at the silverback. Bell held his sword in front of him and began to run towards him before taking a great leap and plummeting towards the silverback. Bell pierced him in half, cutting through his skin and helmet with great ease as his black sword buried itself in the ground. The silverback split in half in seconds before falling to its knees to the ground and exploding in a loud cloud of smoke, dropping its magic stone. Bell breathed heavily, pulling the sword from the ground and walking up to his goddess, who hugged him happily. Without knowing it, all this was seen by a silver-haired lady who was on the roof of one of the many buildings. She smiled openly looking at Bell. "Alfia. Well done, Bell." Smiling sweetly. Elsewhere, in one of the alleys was a golden-haired girl who watched Bell with a small sparkle in her eyes while murmuring. "Ace. Sugoi. Winnie Ace. Nina, don't you think that bunny is adorable?" "Ace. Yes it is," with an imperceptible blush. People came out more and more from their houses, opening their windows while they cheered for Bell, who smiled along with Hestia, and also the arms with Hestia embracing him, but before he realized it. "Hestia. You did well, Bell Kun," falling faint. "We are the same." End. Skills. 04. Bell was in the fertility hostess next to Alfia. Both were in one of the lodging rooms where Hestia was asleep. Apparently she had only fainted to Bell's relief. "Alfia. Don't worry so much," patting her back. "You did great, Bell," smiling. Bell looked at Alfia for a second before giving a giant smile and nodding his head. He was happy. Alfia blushed slightly and looked at Bell as if he were an adorable giant rabbit. Bell tilted his head in confusion, which made Alfia's blush increase. "Bell. Oh. Remembering, I have to go thank Mom for letting us stay." Leaving the room. Alfia gave a small sigh and looked at Hestia, who was still asleep. "Alfia. So. How much did it cost?" "Hestia. Han Bell." Bell left the room and closed the door very calmly. He gave a small sigh of relief and gave a silly smile when he remembered when Alfia congratulated him, but he was taken out of his thoughts when he saw a silver hair coming up the stairs. Sir stopped halfway up the stairs and looked at Bell through the ladder supports. Bell crouched down and leaned closer to the ladder supports to listen to Sir. "Sir. How are you?" smiling. Bell. "It's better. Thank you very much for letting us rest here," smiling. "Sir. It's not a problem," laughing a little, "besides it's my fault for leaving my wallet here," lowering her head. "Bell. And it's not your fault, sir," worried, "it was also my fault for wanting to fight alone and not asking for help," lowering his head. "Sir. You know, I saw your fight too," smiling. "Bell. Really? Nervous?" Sir, hi, and you know, approaching her ear, I fell in love, whispering flirtatiously. Belle. Blushing. Sir giggled and walked off to the bar to work again. Belle stood there blushing, wondering if that was a joke or not. He hoped so. Belle-kun. Belle-kami-sama. Running to the room. Belle entered the room, seeing his goddess awake while holding her head and making a tender yawn. Belle. What is the sword, Kami-sama? Taking the sword out of its sheath. Hestia. It's a sword I got for you, smiling proudly. I saw you staring at one the other day. Maybe it's not the one you wanted, but I assure you it's better. Smiling. Belle Kami-sama, about to cry. Hestia opened her arms smiling and let Belle hug her while thanking him from behind. All before Alfia's eyes, who had a dark aura and a twitch in her eye as she watched Hestia hug Belle. Hestia smiled mockingly at Alfia, who sharpened her gaze and looked menacingly at Hestia. Belle. I'm glad you're okay, Kami-sama, smiling. Hestia. Don't worry, Belle-kun, your goddess is not that weak, smiling proudly. Belle, hi Kami-sama, smiling, come on. We have to go eat, helping Hestia get out of bed. Hestia felt happy and walked with Belle and Alfia to leave the room and go eat something at the bar. As soon as they got off, they were greeted by Sir, who was very close to Belle, much to the liking of Alfia and Hestia, who had jealous looks, one hiding it better than the other. Belle cried comically when Mamma Mia encouraged him to order more food until he was almost worthless. All the girls in the tavern brought plates of steaming food to Belle's table, food that would be paid for by him. But something that Hestia thought she realized, and that is that Belle always blushed when he spoke to Sir. She had a wrong idea because she didn't know that Sir had told Belle a confession. Dinner went normally except for the fact that Belle ran out of money. While they were on their way to the abandoned church, Belle accidentally collided with a palom who was running from an alley. Belle. I am sorry. The girl was about to run again if it weren't for the fact that a thin man with a sword appeared behind her. Damn Palu. Belle instantly drew his sword and blocked the man's cut with ease. The man looked at him in surprise, as did the little palom, who looked at the black sword with a gleam in her eyes. Damn. Why do you protect her? Belle. Huh. Realizing, why is she a girl? Nervous. Alfia face palmed while Hestia puffed out her cheeks. Hestia. Would you save every girl who is in danger? Chibi annoyed. Belle. Sure, smiling. Hestia. Don't say it so easily. Annoyed. The man clicked his tongue and tried to hit Belle, but a voice caught his attention. What are they doing? They both turned their gaze and saw Ryu, who looked very serious. Ryu. Fighting in the streets as adventurers is prohibited, looking at the man. Man. TSK, I think you scare me, Alf. The man couldn't say more when Ryu gave him a sharp look that made everyone tremble except Alfia. Ryu. Go away, I'm not very good at holding back, looking at the man. Man. TSK. Leaving. Ryu. It's okay, Cranel-san, walking in front of him. Belle, hi, thank you very much, Ryu-san, smiling. Ryu blushed a little, and so they wouldn't notice his embarrassment, he gave something to Belle. Ryu Toma Cranel-san, apretando la mirada. Belle. A book. Ticking his head. Ryu. Sir-san said that you will take it as an apology for the inconvenience, giving him the book. Belle. I see, taking the book, thank you very much, Ryu-san, and thanks Sir for me, smiling. Ryu nodded and said goodbye to Belle calmly. Belle. A book, looking at it, ask me what it's about, smiling. NT. I will alter some events that happen in the anime, since Alfia changes things a lot, forgive me if you don't like it, but I need Lily alive so I won't kill her, nothing like that, eh? And I don't want complaints, so don't be surprised when you read things that don't happen in the original novel. Alfia looked at the book seriously next to Hestia, who was about to say something, but was stopped by Alfia, who shook her head. Hestia, a little hesitant, reluctantly agreed and didn't say anything to Belle. They continued walking until they reached the church, which looked much better than before, courtesy of Belle and Alfia, who had mostly repaired it. Once they entered, Belle quickly went to read the book, while Alfia and Hestia stayed at the door until they decided to talk. Hestia. Was that it? Alfia. Yes, it was a grimoire, expressionless. Hestia. Then we have to. Alfia. No, would be. Hestia. But, worried. Alfia. This will allow Belle to grow, it would be, anyway if something happens I will protect him, I will not let anyone touch him, dark look. Hestia nodded, still hesitant, but she knew perfectly well that Alfia would never let Belle die or let something happen to her. Even if she wanted to protect Belle, it was useless. She had no power, or at least she wasn't allowed to use it, so all she could do was trust her second in command and most powerful adventurer. Belle was waking up from a little sleep, he looked around and then was embarrassed to realize that he was asleep using a book as a pillow which had a little of his drool on it. Belle only. Belle. Looking at the door. The bedroom door opened and Hestia entered, looking happy with a bag of Jug American in her hands. Hestia. I brought your favorite, smiling. Belle. Thank you very much Kami-sama, smiling. Hestia smiled and sat with Belle on the sofa. A few seconds later Alfia came in with a rather large bag of Valis on her back. Belle. What is that? Nervous. Alfia Valis, expressionless. Belle. I see, smiling, do you want to eat with us, leaving him a space on the couch. Alfia's eyes seemed to shine slightly, and she nodded. Within a few seconds the three were eating happily. Of course there was no shortage of challenging glances from both women which Belle didn't notice. Alfia belled extending a Jug-American. Ea. Blushing, opening his mouth. Alfia blushed slightly as she saw Belle bite her Jug-American in a tender way just like a bunny. Alfia looked at her Jug-American carefully before biting the same place Belle had bitten. An indirect kiss. Was what went through Belle and Hestia's heads. Hestia not so much in getting out of shock and extending her Jug-American. Hestia take Belle kun, smiling, say Belle opening his mouth. Hestia smiled happily when she saw that Belle bit her Jug-American and instantly she also bit the same place as Belle. Crash. Belle and Hestia were excited by that small creak and both looked at Alfia who looked like always. Ignoring the fact that he had his hand crushed by a Jug-American by his own strength. Belle Alfia. Nervous. Alfia. Oh. Sorry, it was my mistake, expressive, why don't you update your status, Belle. Looking at him. Belle. Huh. But if Kami-sama updated it yesterday, confused. Alfia. Something tells me something good will happen to you today, looking away. Belle nodded foolishly, not wanting to disobey his aunt for anything in the world. As soon as they finished their Jug-American, Belle took off his shirt to the delight of both women who seemed to devour him with their eyes. Belle. Kami-sama. Shy. Hestia. Why yes, wiping some blood from her nose. Hestia sat on Belle's back and took off her white glove, she grabbed a needle and pricked her finger, letting a drop of blood or itcher fall in her state. Hestia. Impossible, in shock. Status bellcranel. Adventurer level 1. Family Hestia. Statistics. Strength 0412E. Resistance 0423E. Skill 0462E. Agility 0501D. Magic 0000I. Total 1798. Universal power 1798. Magic. Halem Veil equals super short electric element enchantment magic that covers the user with electricity. Electricity can be launched in all directions by chanting distal, chant. Anger, wrath the sky. Skills. Lyris freeze equals increases growth speed while feelings persist. The intensity of the effects is related to the intensity of the feelings, as a side effect, makes you immune to charms, hidden. Copy equals the user is able to perfectly copy movements that he has seen before, but it prevents copying physical attributes. Acquired skills. Alfia copy, thinking, I see I knew I would get it, but I didn't think how fast, surprised. Belle. What thing? Looking at both of them. Hestia gave the paper with her status to Belle who smiled stupidly when he looked at it. Belle. I have magic. Happy. Hestia. Congratulations Belle kun, smiling at her. Alfia. Congratulations Belle, but don't get too happy, that means I'll increase your training, smiling a little sadistically. Hi, nervous. Belle. I fell exhausted to the stone floor, Aunt Alfia and I were again on the stone roof of one of the destroyed buildings. It was almost night and we were training as much as we could to take advantage of my new ability. I had several bruises and scrapes as well as some small cuts on my body, but that wasn't important, I was smiling, why? Well my copy ability is much more powerful than I thought, although it has its disadvantages, such as even though I was able to copy some of Aunt Alfia's super fast movements, I had to get used to them. I had to train those movements to be able to be at the level of her aunt, although the copy skill allows me to copy the movements of a person, I did not have the experience and ability of the person, so it would take me a little time to get used to it. Belle was brought out of his thoughts when soft gentle hands lifted his head slightly and then gently placed it in a very comfortable place. I opened my eyes looking at the sky, but I was greatly surprised to see a pair of heterochromatic eyes looking into my ruby eyes. Alfia. Blushing. Alfia just glanced at him before looking away and starting to stroke and play with his hair. Alfia. He's so cute, I'm a little uncomfortable with the idea of hurting him, but I know that this way he'll be able to grow to face the problems that are coming. Although I can give you a little gift for trying so hard so far. I made myself careful to him without making a noise, I sat next to him and gently lifted his head to let him rest on my thighs. I'm almost sure that my eyes couldn't help but shine for a moment when I had my bunny cough Belle lying on my legs, I stared at him until I made him start to wake up. We both looked into each other's eyes, my heterochromatic eyes looked into his ruby ones, he was beautiful, like a bunny, my cheeks blushed a little at Belle's innocent look. He was so similar to my sister, but there was something more, my sister was very important to me, and I loved her as a sister, and I should do the same for him, but I feel something else. I was mesmerized by his beautiful ruby eyes, although they reminded me a little of the stupid womanizer. I had to admit that he was handsome, plus his white hair inherited from a drug dealer only made him look better. I looked away from him and up at the sky while playing with his soft hair, it was relaxing, and Belle seemed to enjoy it, that's what his innocent expression of happiness that he unconsciously gave told me. Really? I love him so much. Avyo. Belle was walking, or well, that's a joke, he was running through the corridors of the dungeon with an expression of total happiness. He had his black sword strapped to the left side of his waist so that his right hand could grasp it and draw it. He had barely finished his training with Alfia and had gone to church to sleep, but when everyone was supposedly asleep, Belle got out of bed and shot out to the dungeon. He wanted to try out his new magic, his aunt didn't stop him, knowing that even she was excited when he got his magic. Belle entered the first floor of the dungeon and looked seriously as a monster began to spawn on the first floor of the dungeon, a goblin who looked at him angrily and went to attack him. Belle stood still and chanted the name of his magic. Belle. Anger, wrath from heaven. Around Belle a powerful aura of lightning appeared. Belle smiled a little as he felt the power of lightning in his veins literally and unleashed a blow towards the goblin. His blow barely connected with the small monster, electrocuting him and killing him in seconds, leaving only his magic stone. Belle sugoi, smiling. Belle started to go further down, killing goblins and kobolds with only his fists, but unfortunately he had a little rookie problem. Ah! Belle was walking through the 5th floor a little tired, he still had his magic activated and around his body, he saw that he was surrounded by monsters, and he remembered something that came with his magic. Belle. Thistle. The electricity field around Belle exploded and all the electricity went to the monsters, which gave a heart-rending scream that made Belle shudder before they disappeared. Belle breathed heavily and was about to take a step before collapsing to the ground. No one will believe that you managed to defeat Adius. 2 women were walking through the corridors of the dungeon, the simple words beautiful are not enough to describe them. Aze Wallenstein, the Princess of the Sword, and Revereal Joe's Alf 9 Hells, my Waiju 3. Both were rising to the surface after Aze managed to defeat the floor boss Adius. Aze nodded at Reveria's words and continued up the stairs to go to the 5th floor. Both were very surprised to see a white-haired boy lying on the floor with absolutely no armor or weapons. Reveria. An adventurer. Raising an eyebrow. Both women approached the adventurer and Reveria touched his neck. Reveria. Has a mind of 0 due to lack of mana. Aze looked closely at Belle and as if it were a lightning bolt, she identified him instantly. Aze. It's him. The white-haired adventurer, looking at Reveria. Reveria. The one who suffered because of our mistake. Looking at Aze. Aze, hi Reveria, seeing her, I want to compensate him for our mistake, looking at Reveria. Reveria. Oh. Curious, I see, so I think you can do this. Av Belle. Where am I? It's dark, I can't see anything, and it's full of dark fog. I feel like I'm flying through space. Is that normal? What have I been smoking? Fucking author trying to screw my life up, you don't even know how to write well. Hey. Calm down, Motherbecker, or I'll kill you. Yes. Okay, take 2. Take 2. I can't see anything, wait, what's that? A light. Yes, you can do that. Are you sure, Reveria? Believe me, he'll like it. What's that? Suddenly my head feels soft and comfortable. It's like when Aunt Alfia gives me a lap pillow. Is it her? Avyo. Aze gave Belle a lap pillow while stroking his head, playing with his white hair, an imperceptible blush appeared on his cheeks. She didn't know why, but she liked being near that boy. He was calming. The adventurer next to her gave her a peace and quality that she only felt with 2 people. Her parents. His innocent bunny expression and his aura of imperturbable peace, Aze was enjoying it as if it were a gift from life itself. Unfortunately, that moment didn't last too long since Belle began to open his eyes. Aze, noticing this, put his face expressionless again but continued caressing the beautiful hair. While Belle slowly opened his eyes, confused to see a slightly blurred female silhouette. Belle, mom. Sleepy. Aze. No, shaking his head. Belle. An angel. Sleepy. Aze. No, blushes a little. Belle, Alfia. Squinting. Aze. Squeaking. Belle. Ouch. In pain, why is that? Seeing Aze, P-Sword Princess. Surprised. Aze. Pichero. Belle blushed slightly at Aze's blush, then looked at her hand which was still playing with her hair. Belle. So. Nervous, what are you doing? Blushing. Aze. You don't like it? Lowering his head a little. L. And it's not that I don't like it just makes me nervous. NT. Bell is not in love with Ace, that's why he didn't run away like in the original novel, he just acted a little more normal but still nervous because he's shy v. Ace. Accarizandolo. Bell gave a small yawn that Ace obviously saw. Ace. You're sleepy, looking at him. L. Hi, today I got magic and W wanted to try it, embarrassed, but I was so excited that I went out without my armor or weapons, looking away. Ace felt her heart pierced by an arrow, and instantly a blush appeared on her face, stronger than before. Bell looked like a small, embarrassed rabbit. Bell, realizing that Ace was staring at him, became even more embarrassed and tried to hide his face with his hands, which made Ace's heart only jump with happiness again. In Ace's mind, a small rabbit with hair like Bell's could be seen trying unsuccessfully to hide with its little paws. Mini Ace. It's adorable. Hugging the bunny. Ace imitated her Minnie and hugged Bell tightly, enjoying the warmth and peace it gave her. She felt her soul, contaminated by revenge, slowly being purified by Bell. Well, he was surprised by the sudden hug, and when he realized what was happening, he blushed hard. L. SSS Miss Wallenstein. Blushing. Ace at that moment realized what she was doing and blushed so much that a cherry would get jealous. L. Miss A. L couldn't react when his head was once again on the hard ground while Ace shot out towards the dungeon exit, hiding her face which was adorned by a powerful blush. Mini Ace. Why are you running? Ace. And I don't know, I feel weird, trying to calm her blush. Mini Ace's maybe you're embarrassed, but I'm not. I want to see my bunny again. Why? Crying while hugging a stuffed bunny. Ace. Depressed. Bell was walking back to the abandoned church calmly, though a blush of embarrassment adorned his cheeks as he remembered Ace. He felt very embarrassed acting shy and nervous in front of someone of such status, completely forgetting that she also ran away from him in embarrassment. Bell gave one last breath hoping no one would find out about this and opened the church door, hoping that Sue Goddess and Alfia were asleep. A nice night, huh? Bell shivered and looked at one of the corners of the church, only darkness could be seen along with some rays of lunar light. From the shadow came Alfia who looked at him with a smile that alarmed Bell. Bell ttia, Alfia, nervous. Alfia. Don't call me that, pulling his ear, it makes me feel old, now tell me where you were, expressionless. Bell. Okay, lowering his head, I was in the dungeon testing my new magic, embarrassed. Alfia. I'm glad you were honest, smiling, I won't punish you, looking at Bell. Bell. Really? With excitement. Alfia. Just kidding, seriously. Bell. Yeah. In shock. Alfia. I would forgive you if you had gone with your armor and weapon, approaching him, that's why I let you go, I thought you would be smarter, annoyed. Bell Gamenasai, lowering his head. Alfia. It doesn't matter anymore, sighing, at least you're okay, hugging him, just don't do it again, okay? Smiling. Bell Hi, blushing. Bell relaxed under Alfia's loving hug that showed the affection she had for him, but just as he was about to return the hug he felt it tighten and his bones crack. Bell Alfia, Azal. Alfia. Why do you smell like a girl? Dark look, did you do anything besides going to the dungeon? Blank look. Bell remembered for a second how Ace hugged him and blushed. Alfia. Oh. So it was like that, squeezing harder. You're breaking my bones, smiling nervously. Alfia. Really? Sorry, I didn't realize, squeezing harder. Ah. F your respect Almer Bell. And? An armor. 05. In the large library you could see a small group of women of different races, 2 Amazons, 2 elves, and a goddess, all had their mouths open and were in shock, the reason. Ace, the girl as expressionless as a rock had arrived at the Twilight Mansion running with a blush on her face. As soon as she entered she went in search of Riveria who was in the library, the girls who had seen Ace running had gone after her to find out what was happening. And when they arrived, they were surprised to see Ace in front of Riveria, saying unintelligible things while trying to explain with his hands. Riveria. Calm down, Ace, sighing. Ace listened to Riveria's words and began to breathe slowly, calming her breathing. Riveria. Now explain to me what's going on, suggesting her shoulder in a maternal manner. Ace. I did what you advised me, looking at her. Riveria. The lap pillow. Smiling. Ace nodding, but when he first woke up he mistook me for his mother, looking at Riveria. Riveria oh. Ace. Then with you and Angel, blushing a little, and then with a certain Alfia, looking at Riveria. Riveria has been cold next to Loki who was with the Amazon sisters and Lafia listening to Ace's story. Ace Lo Pelisk, lowering his head. Riveria A. Surprised. Ace. I got mad that he confused me and pinched him, then I apologized to him and yawned. I asked him if he was sleepy, and he said that today he had obtained magic and wanted to try it, but out of excitement he didn't bring any equipment. Looking at Riveria, he, blushing, looked like an adorable bunny when he got embarrassed, suggesting his chest. I ran away, shy. All of them without exception were surprised. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine A's acting so shy, much less imagine that expressionless princess running away from someone in embarrassment. A's Riveria, I feel something strange in my chest, it feels warm, it's weird, but I like it. What is this, shy? They were all in shock at this. That day they had all discovered something. The princess of the sword. The woman who was considered impossible to fall in love with. Someone who rarely showed any emotion. The one who had repulsed 1,000 men. If that woman. He had fallen in love. Belle was walking through the streets of Arario very calmly. Next to him was a small brown-haired prum, or at least he thought she was a prum, until she took off her hood, revealing a small chianthrope. Belle. It's true, touching one of his ears a little, you're not a prum, thinking. Adventurer Sama, blushing. Belle. Oh. That's right. Blushing, I had forgotten that was a sensitive area for the beast men. Embarrassed, I'm bellcranel, smiling. Lily. I'm Lily Bell-sama, Lilaruka is burning, smiling. Elsewhere. Silence reigned in the Twilight Mansion, or more exactly in a large room where one could see the goddess of the family, along with her executives and senior executives, except for A's curiously. Then Loki, why did you quote them here? Raising an eyebrow. That. What are we doing here, table? Speak up now, annoyed. Aerith. Does this have anything to do with why she came back blushing last night? Calm. That A. Looking at Gareth with a poker face. Finn. Looking at Gareth. Loki. Yes, depressed, she's in love, sniff boy, crying comically. The three executives were shocked by this revelation. Had they heard correctly? That expressionless princess, who could swear a stone was more expressive. Had that princess fallen in love? Finn. Loki explained, sighing. Loki. Last night, as Gareth said, she returned to the Twilight Mansion blushing and looked for Riveria, looking at the aforementioned. Riveria. She came to me looking for help, as I told you yesterday, she defeated Udius alone. After she defeated the Rex monster alone while we were returning to the surface, we found a white-haired adventurer lying on the 5th floor, smiling. We went to see him and noticed that he had a mind zero. A's recognized him as the one who suffered from our incident with the Minotaurs and wanted to reward him for that. The tomato boy. Angry. Fiona. The one who saved it. Curious. Hein. She just said it, stupid, stick face. Riveria. Stop that, sighing annoyed, I have to admit that he is adorable, he had the appearance of a rabbit. A's asked me how she could reward him, and I told her to give him a lap pillow, chibi. Loki Tridora. Ejidandolo. Riveria. What are you talking about? Annoyed. Bet. Wretched. Also shaking her. Pum. Everyone looked with enigma droplets on their heads at Loki and Bet who were lying on the floor with bumps on their heads. Riveria. Cough, let's continue, pretending that nothing happened. I left them to give them their privacy, but I'm sure she gave him the lap pillow, smiling. Fiona. But the best part is that she returned to the Twilight Mansion a while later, blushing. I've never seen her like that before, smiling. Riveria. Yes, smiling, she came to look for me and tried to tell me what was happening, but she was so nervous that she only said unintelligible things. After she calmed down she told me that Belle confused her with her mother, then with an angel, laughing a little, and then with Alfia, giving a look to Gareth, Finn and Loki. The aforementioned became tense at that name, but let Riveria continue. Riveria. She said that after a little chat she was so embarrassed that she ran away, laughing. Bet. Did he run away? In shock. Hein. Yes, smiling at Bet mockingly, said that when she sees him or thinks about him she feels something strange in her chest. She said that it felt strange, but that she liked it, smiling. Finn opened his mouth slightly before giving a small smile. Finn. Looks like our princess is already growing up, laughing a little. Aerith. Who would have thought I'd fall in love at first sight, laughing, but that's good, isn't it? Smiling. Loki. Bet. Absolutely not. Angry. Loki. She's my A's tan. Raising his arm, and what if that guy only wants her body, or worse yet, if he just uses her and throws her away, terrified. Everyone became serious about this, that was also a possibility. Finn. We can keep an eye on him and see what kind of person he is, leaving his serious expression. Hein. I pity A's, snapping his fingers. Fiona. We'll break all his bones, laughing. Riveria. Always to violence, sighing, still a problem there. Finn looking at the Riveria. Riveria. What if the boy doesn't love her? Fiona. You can't joke, Riveria, laughing. Hein. Who wouldn't love A's? Besides, he should feel lucky to be the only one out of over 1,000 men to have Aza's love, smiling as if it were obvious. Finn. It's true, but Riveria's words are true, he may not be a bad person, but he may just not love her, thinking, well, anyway this depends on Az, even if the guy doesn't love her if Az is persistent, she may be able to fall in love too, smiling. Riveria. In that case, I would love nothing more than to be able to help, smiling. Fiona. Good. Let the operation begin, Az's boyfriend praised the arms. And? Everyone raised their arms animatedly, except for Bet and Loki who did it reluctantly, but both knew they had to help, after all they knew they would never have Aza's love, so at least they could help the expressionless princess finally feel that longed-for love. In another place a little far from the meeting room, more exactly in a simple room but worthy of a maiden, in a bed of the finest sheets and the most comfortable mattress, was that golden-haired swordswoman who slept peacefully with a small smile on her face, while having a great dream where she was with her parents. Dad? Dad. Are you my hero? I'm sorry honey, but your father is already my hero. Az-chan, one day you will get your own hero, one who loves you and protects you from any evil. Az. My hero, whispering in her sleep. Az curled up in her bed with the image of a white-haired man smiling happily at her, a smile that calmed her thirst for revenge towards that creature who took everything from her, a smile that purified her dark and corrupted soul in seconds, without knowing it, still asleep, a remarkable smile appeared on her face as she thought of a white-haired man. Bell was walking through the streets of Veraria with his aunt with great happiness, not only because of the fact of being with Alfia, but because of the reason why they were together. Alfia had suggested to Bell to go to the Tower of Babel to buy his new armor, because the guilds was disgusting. Alfia. Come on Bell, expressionless. Bell high, nervous. They both continued walking through the streets for a while longer with Alfia in front of him, intentionally swaying her hips, making Bell blush. Bell. What a good ass. Take 2. Bell Alfia. Myrnadola. Alfia, yes Bell. Looking at him out of the corner of her eye. Bell. Why are we going to Babel? Aren't weapons very expensive there? Confused. Alfia. With a few days in the dungeon I can beat him, walking quietly. Bell. And I wouldn't like to depend on you, lowering his head, I don't want to take advantage, you've already helped me a lot, smiling, I have a little more than 30,000 valis, I can buy a decent low-quality armor at least, smiling. Alfia. Sighing internally, fine, we'll go to the highest floors of Babel, that's where the novice blacksmiths sell their works to the public, looking at Bell. Bell. I see, thinking. Alfia. If I think you need something, I'll buy it, it would be. Bell. But, nervous. Alfia suddenly stopped and approached Bell, too. Alfia. This is out of the question, I won't take no for an answer, staring at Bell. Bell Alfia, blushing. Alfia noticed their approach and blushed a little, even more so when she saw that they were in front of so many people who were watching their interaction curiously. Alfia. It doesn't matter, follow me, hiding her embarrassment. Bell. Thank you very much, smiling. Alfia high. Bell looked with a shine in his eyes at a place that compared to the previous floors of Babel, looked older and dustier, but was full of people and adventurers of level 3 and below, and a few level 4. Alfia. Find some armor you like, looking at Bell. Bell. Hi. I'll go that way. Pointing to the left side of the store. Alfia nodded and watched Bell run before she left again towards the other floors, or more specifically with a well-known blacksmith named Tsubaki. Con Bell. Bell was happy walking through the halls of the place looking for an armor that he liked, but no matter how much he searched there simply wasn't any, or they were too big or too cumbersome. No armor fit him or was to his liking, he searched and searched for almost 3 hours, and nothing, when he was about to give up a small shine caught his attention. Bell walked to the corner of a store and saw a somewhat dusty box with a blanket covering it. Bell removed the blanket coughing a little from the dust and looked with a sparkle in his eyes at a silver armor. This had a silver breastplate that left his stomach exposed for more mobility. It was connected to a back protector that did not pass his upper back, 2 pieces of metal that hung from both sides of it but were held in place by 2 straps. 2 somewhat long and flat silver shoulder protectors, arm protectors, elbow protectors and shin protectors for the feet that also protected the knee. The armor was similar to that of the sword princess, even more so because of the 2 protectors that hung from the breastplate and where the sword sheath could be placed. Bell looked at the armor in amazement, in simple words it was beautiful. Bell held the box with a sparkle in his eyes, completely ignoring the fact that the armor was a little rusty and deteriorated. He saw the price and it was 2,000 valis. That wasn't too little. The armor may be rusty and a little deteriorated, but Bell was more than sure that it could withstand some good hits. Damn, when he gave it a small hit with some force, it didn't even leave a dent. In fact, it left a lot of pain in his hand. Bell went to the merchant who was in charge of this store and asked. Bell. Isn't the price bad? raising an eyebrow. Seller. Hey. Let me see, looking at the armor, haha, is it cheap? Hahaha, this thing is probably about to break, although if you fix it might still be useful. I found it on the outskirts of Verario. I just took it out of curiosity even though it's garbage. I can give it to you for 500 valis even, boring. Bell. Thank you very much. Smiling. Bell left the 500 valis on the table and left happy. He didn't know how such good armor could be reduced to 500 valis, but he was going to take the offer. His instinct told him that he should buy it, and he always trusted his instinct. And while walking happily he accidentally bumped into someone. Bell. Oh, excuse me, embarrassed, huh? Alfia, smiling. Alfia. There you are, smiling a little, take it. L.A. Surprised. Bell looked in surprise at a long red scarf that would easily cover his neck twice and still reach his knees. He also noticed that the material was soft and of a normal weight. Bell. A scarf. Tilts his head. Alfia. It's not just any scarf, it's made of Goliath, chibi, fur. Bell. Goliath skin. In shock. Alfia. Yes, it is extremely tough and durable, it is a gift from me, giving her the scarf. Bell. How much did this cost you? Nervous. Alfia. Don't ask, just enjoy it, smiling. Bell. Thank you very much, smiling. Alfia gave a smile before looking at the box in Bell's hands with curiosity. Alfia. What armor did you choose? Smiling. Bell. It's there. Showing happiness. Alfia looked at the armor for a second before looking at Bell and looked back at the armor and so for a short while. Alfia. Bell, did they scam you? Sighing, how much did they charge you for that? It would be. Bell. 500 valis. Smiling. Alfia. At least they weren't greedy. Why did you choose the Bell junk? Raising an eyebrow. Bell also raised an eyebrow. Junk. This thing wasn't junk. Why didn't anyone think so? Bell. It was the only one in my size, smiling nervously, plus it's a good deal, if I send it in to be repaired, it will be shiny, smiling, do you know someone who can fix it? Smiling. Alfia. Are you sure? Unsure. Bell, hi. Smiling. Alfia blushed a little at Bell's bright smile and sighed. Alfia. I know someone who can fix it, but I don't think it will cost me that much, looking at Bell. Bell. Thank you very much, smiling. Alfia gave a slight smile, holding back the urge to hug Bell, who looked like a happy bunny looking at Alfia. NT. It's not Welf's armor, I'll also include him in the fanfic and he'll be Bell's friend, but they'll meet in another way. Bell was walking through the dark corridors of the dungeon with Lily. Right now he had a long version of his brown jacket with the right side completely black and on the left shoulder the family emblem. Now that they were more than one person they could have an emblem, and the emblem was a campaign surrounded by fire. In addition to that he had on a small guild breastplate while Alfia sent his new armor to be repaired. NT. So, just imagine him with a metal breastplate and the black sword on his waist on the left side. Bell smiled to himself and looked at his companion, a small brown-haired synthelop, Lily, who walked beside him collecting the monster stones with great tranquility. They were currently about to enter the 7th floor. Bell. Ready, smiling. Lily. Lily is ready, Sama, Mernadolo. Bell. Let's go. Unsheathing his sword. Bell walked to the 7th floor, followed by Lily, who didn't take her eyes off the sword and prepared to kill monsters. Time skip. Both adventurers walked cautiously through the corridors of the 7th floor of the dungeon. They had been there for a while killing killer ants, although the floor was a little empty, so Bell was calm, although suddenly Bell's calm face changed to one as expressionless as that of the sword princess, which made Lily tremble. She still wondered how Bell was able to change his face so quickly, from being a happy person to an extremely serious one. Bell looked out of the corner of his eye at a killer ant and pierced it with his sword with great ease. In a quick and precise movement he slashed to the right, cutting off the head of another killer ant. He lifted one of his feet and kicked forward, hitting the head of another killer ant and surprising Lily, who hadn't seen that a monster was getting too close to them. In front of Bell appeared two other monsters trying to bite one of his arms, but both were quickly repelled and eliminated by Bell in a circular motion. Bell did a small 180 turn and swung his sword up and down, cutting in half a killer ant that attacked him from behind. Bell held his sword in a reverse grip and stabbed it into the wall, or more accurately into a killer ant that was about to be born. Bell removed his blood-stained sword from the killer ant, which curiously did not disintegrate. In a quick and elegant movement he swung his sword down, cleaning the blood and putting the sword back in its sheath, all before the gaze of Lily, who seemed amazed by his sword technique. She never expected to see such a technique in a rookie like Bell. Although it was not the best, she was sure that among all the level 1 and even 2 Bell was one of the best swordsmen that could be found. Bell didn't disappear. That's weird, surprised. Lily sighed with relief when that heavy atmosphere disappeared. Belle can inadvertently be terrifying when he puts on such a serious face, and now that she was calmer, she put her plan into action. Lily. Bell-sama, Lily needs me to get all the magic stones from the monsters, could you take the killer ant's magic stone? Smiling. Belle. Huh. Sure, smiling. Lily. But do it with this, giving her a dagger. Belle. A basilard. Surprised. Lily. The sword is very cumbersome for careful work like this, and a normal dagger is not capable of cutting that deep, so I use this to remove her magic stone, smiling. Belle. Oh, thank you, smiling. Belle stood in front of Lily and began to cut the monster's head and neck with great care, extracting the magic stone. And my sword. Belle was running through the streets of Arario scared. He had recently gone to the guild without Lily, since she said she had something important to do, she looked extremely nervous, but Belle let it go. Although when he arrived at the guild to change his magic stones, Aina asked him to go for his black sword, Belle got confused and was going to show it to him, if not for going it wasn't there. And so he ended up running through the streets of Arario desperately searching for his sword, hoping he hadn't lost it in the dungeon, or he'd really be screwed, but while the rabbits were running a little thief was furious in a store. Lily. What do you mean, only 50 valis? Angry. Man. I'm sorry, waving the sword, this crap can't even cut, its edge is dead, it's just a piece of metal, giving the sword to Lily. Lily. But I recently cut the tough skin of the killer ants, as if it were nothing, frustrated. Lily thanked the man and left the store very calmly, while trying to hide her again in her cloak. Lily. I need the case with Hephaestus's signature, that way they'll give me more money, clicking her tongue. Lily looked at two beautiful girls who were walking by, both wearing a green waitress outfit. Lily hid the sword as discreetly as possible and smiled as she passed them by without them noticing the sword or so she thought. Lily. Ah. Surprised. Lily let out a moan of pain as an iron grip seized her hand and revealed the black sword. Ryu. I know only one adventurer with a sword of this type, squinting his eyes, what are you doing with it Palom, it would be. Lily. It hurts, it's hurting Lily, trying to get away. Ryu sharpened his gaze even more as the pressure on his hand increased, and Lily let out a moan of pain along with some tears as she felt the bones in her hand crush under Ryu's strong grip. Hey. Ryu released Lily and took the sword from her with great ease, leaving Lily lying on the ground while she and Sir went towards Belle, who ran terrified towards them. Belle. Hey. Breathing heavily, have you seen a black sword? Breathing heavily. Sir oh indeed, smiling. Ryu. Maybe this is Cranel-san. Showing a black sword. Belle Ryu-san. Holding her hands, thank you, hugging her, I was so scared, taking the sword. Sir looked at Belle in shock with a silly expression on her face, while Belle continued to hug Ryu who blushed slowly, but without pushing Belle away, on the contrary, she seemed to curl up in her arms, or at least it was the case until Belle released Ryu to the annoyance of the latter, who made a tender pout looking at Belle, who put the sword away with great care. Belle. If there's anything I can do for you, just tell me, Ryu-san, suggesting his hand. Ryu lowered his head with red ears and just nodded as he felt his heart flutter at the touch of Belle. Belle. Ah. Sorry, I forgot that elves don't like to be touched, embarrassed. Belle quickly moved his hand away from Ryu's, but made a silly expression when Ryu took his hand again and placed it on his head in a shy manner. Belle also blushed and began to raise his head warmly, letting Ryu enjoy the caresses. Sir Toriendo. Belle and Ryu were taken out of their world when they looked at Sir who had an innocent smile with clear jealousy in the air. Belle. Oh, sorry, smiling, thank you again Ryu, see you another day. Saying goodbye. Belle left very calmly, leaving both women alone, accidentally forgetting the little girl who was sitting at the back of the alley with her eyes lowered. Ryu calmed her blush and put aside her amorous and sexual fantasies with Belle for another time, changing her gaze to a serious one, very serious one. Ryu. Listen to me, crouching down, if you do something to Cranel-san I don't care if it takes me forever and I get my hands dirty again, Ryu-chan swears he'll kill you, imitating Lily. Lily. Nodding fearfully. Ryu. Well, returning to his expressionless look, goodbye Lendis. Sir. I feel sorry for you, smiling innocently. Lily. Belle was walking in circles in the abandoned church impatiently, the reason. Alfia had told him that they had already fixed the armor and had gone for it, almost half an hour had passed since that and Alfia should be arriving soon. As Belle walked in circles, Hestia looked at him with a drop of sweat on the back of her neck, she wondered why Belle was so impatient, she had seen the armor and honestly it looked like scrap, it seemed even more fragile than the rotten wood that was previously in the church, before Belle and Alfia fixed it of course. But as if it were a flash of light, the door opened revealing Alfia, who was in shock, carrying a box in her arms. Alfia walked robotically and gave the box to Belle, and without saying anything she walked to the room, leaving Hestia and Belle confused. Hestia. Open it, smiling. Belle nodded with happiness and opened the box, marveling and shocking Hestia. There it was, the same armor that was once scrap, with the metal so rusty that it seemed to be about to be destroyed. Yes, that armor. It was in Belle's hands, shining brightly in silver. If Hestia looked at it closely, it looked like light armor worthy of a full-fledged swordsman. It was somewhat intimidating. Hestia swallowed hard. Apparently that armor belonged to someone before and over time it deteriorated. She didn't want to know what the person who previously wore such splendid armor looked like. He must be an extremely powerful swordsman, and boy was she not wrong. Belle smiled with joy, like a child who had just been given a new toy, and ran to a more private place to put it on. While Hestia sighed and went to the curtain next to Alfia. Hestia. How much did it cost? Raising an eyebrow. Alfia. It wasn't a piece of junk, still in shock, its simple repair cost almost 3 million valis, looking at Hestia. Hestia spat out some of the water she was previously drinking and looked at Alfia. Hestia. T3 million. In shock. Alfia. Hi, sighing, I can pay for it, but I must start going deeper into the dungeon, recovering her expressionless expression, that armor I've already seen it, but where? Thinking. Hestia Jojo. I'll be alone with Belle Cunmore, whistling. A vein popped on Alfia's head, but she didn't respond. Maybe he had made a pass at Belle before. He even kissed her once, but it was just to calm her hormones, or at least that's what she wanted to think. Besides, Belle didn't feel, or at least he believed he couldn't feel anything for her. After all, he thought Belle was just going through a difficult stage in his adolescence. To make things worse, probably no one would accept this relationship. It was something forbidden in the whole world. At least he would enjoy this until Belle found a partner and calmed his desires. The pain in her chest appeared when she imagined Belle with someone who wasn't her in his arms. She sighed disappointed. Destiny would never let them be together. The author? And who decided it? Incest mode activated. Yuki. We are the only ones. Grim look. Both. Let them decide. Snapping their fingers. Elsewhere. Belle. Achoo. Rubbing his nose. Someone must be talking about me, smiling proudly. Belle looked at himself from head to toe. He had his armor on, it was light and resistant, and he had great mobility, it was perfect. Belle. Hello. Happy. Belle entered the abandoned church with his armor on. Both women looked at him. Oh my god. Beautiful and intimidating, if that was the perfect definition. Belle had a serene and kind face, while his hair swayed gently. The armor made him look more mature and like a true swordsman worthy of the title of master. Both women had a small trickle of blood on their noses at the sight of Belle, who posed in an intimidating manner without realizing it. Belle. Do you like it? Smiling. Alfia and Hestia just raised their thumbs in approval, making Belle happy. Alfia. But something is missing. Getting out of bed. Alfia walked to the closet and took out the red Goliath scarf. She put it around Belle's neck, making sure it didn't touch the floor. NT. Yes, it's Albert Waldstein's armor. That merchant got it by pure chance, and it ended up in Belle's hands. Lily was at the fountain in front of the guild front V. She was waiting impatiently for Belle, wondering when he would come, but she was brought out of her thoughts when she heard that many people near the fountain were murmuring and letting someone pass. But to whom? Lily opened her eyes wide as she saw a white-haired man approaching her with a firm step, while the other people let him go freely without getting in his way. Lily unconsciously stepped back, intimidated by the figure she saw in front of her. It was Belle. No, that couldn't be Belle. That was a swordsman who gave off an aura of power. His serene and serious face didn't help much, let's say. Belle looked at her impassively as the cold wind swayed her hair and her long red scarf that covered her neck. Lily BB Belle-sama, shaking. Belle Burns. Serious. Lily trembled. Belle's cold and emotionless voice made her tremble. Not only her, several adventurers and supports who were there felt sorry for the little Palom who seemed to be about to have a heart attack. Lily's terror increased when Belle placed a hand on her shoulder and did not let go. Lily. What's going on? Does he realize? He's going to kill me. In front of all these people. And he can't do that, right? Right. But that face tells me otherwise. Terrified. Belle Burns, serious. Lily Belle-sama, trembling, about to cry. Belle. Oh. Sorry, nervous, I just wanted to act cool and thought I'd call you by your last name, sorry if I scared you, laughing stupidly. Lily. Huh. She made a stupid face before deflating like a balloon and falling to the floor completely white. Lily. How scary, trembling. Belle. Lily. Worried. End. The Birth of a Hero, 06. NT. Notice, the fight with the Minotaur didn't turn out so well, I regret my incompetence. After almost giving Lily a heart attack, they were both on the 6th floor of the dungeon killing monsters, or well, Belle was making a mess without realizing it. Lily looked at him behind her terrified. What had her terrified? Well, besides Belle's coldness when killing monsters, which left her surprised because until recently he seemed to want to avoid fighting with them, what also terrified her was Belle's rapid growth. This was totally abnormal. Lily wondered how the hell an adventurer was able to grow like that. Only a few days had passed, and she had noticed a huge difference from the previous Belle to the one now. Belle was much more powerful than before. Not only that, his sword technique had improved extraordinarily. Lily noticed this when she saw him kill monsters much faster and more effectively than before. "Belle, what are you doing, Lily?" Confused. Lily realized that she was lost in her thoughts and looked at Belle, who was already several meters away from her waiting for her to go to the 7th floor. "Lily?" "And nothing, Belle-sama." Lily was just thinking about something, shaking her head. Belle-saka, walking to the 7th floor. Lily followed Belle and immediately felt a change in atmosphere in the place. Unlike the 6th floor, it was now very quiet. They continued walking for several minutes, but without finding any monster that would attack them. On the contrary, all the monsters that howled seemed to ignore them and hid. Lily had a bad feeling, not only her, but Belle too. He had heard from his aunt that it was much better to listen to the roars of the monsters than the disturbing and terrifying silence of the dungeon. "Belle. It's like that day. I think it would be better if we left for now, Lil." "Bri-I-Ir." Lily trembled slightly at that terrifying growl. She looked at the entrance to the 8th floor that was already close to them, and there appeared a huge black Minotaur with a large butcher sword stained with blood that made Lily tremble. Not only that, the Minotaur in his other hand was carrying the lifeless body of another adventurer. This one had the symbol of the Soma family on his body. Lily seemed to recognize him and couldn't help but let a slight smile appear on her face, a smile that didn't last long when she remembered that she could end up in the same situation as him if she didn't run. "Lily. Belle-sama. We have to go," shaking it. "Belle-sama. Nervous." Belle didn't move from his place. Lily noticed how he was trembling slightly as he looked at the black Minotaur in shock. Memories of how he was almost killed helplessly by one of these savage monsters came to his mind. Belle took a step back in fear when the Minotaur took a step to approach them. "Lily, Belle-sama. Nervous." The Minotaur was in front of them, giving a disgusting smile that froze Belle's blood, who remained static like a rock before the Minotaur, who also raised his great sword ready to attack him. Lily saw her and Belle's inevitable end, and a memory of him reaching out kindly came to her. "Lily. Damn reet." Pushing him. Belle reacted a little late, and the great sword was already inches away from him, and Belle noticed how the sword would do more damage to Lily than to him, and without thinking he used his arm guard to block the cut, surprising the Minotaur and Lily by not seeing even a notch or scratch on the silver armor. But even so, Belle's strength was not enough, and he ended up being thrown by the Minotaur's attack, along with Lily. Both fell to the ground, Lily being the one who received more damage because she wasn't wearing armor. Belle, he looked as fresh as lettuce and slowly looked at Lily, scared. Lily had a few scratches and some blood was coming out of her head. Belle. Lily. Helping her. Lily was unconscious. Belle kept trying to wake her up, hoping that Lily would wake up and run away to avoid harm from the monster. But he couldn't think too much when his instinct screamed at him of danger, and in less than a second Belle unsheathed his sword and with it deflected to the right a large cut from the butcher's sword that ended up stuck in the ground. Belle, seeing this, took advantage of it and with his sword gave a powerful cut to the Minotaur's chest, forcing him to move away a few meters. Belle looked at Lily undecided before sighing and standing up from the ground with his sword in hand. Belle changed his gaze to a cold one and immediately the monster felt a threat, a great threat. "Belle. I can't let you hurt her," preparing to fight. The Minotaur roared in anger and lunged at Belle, swinging his butcher's sword. Belle also rushed towards the Minotaur and both clashed swords with great force, letting sparks fly. Quickly both started a fierce sword fight. The Minotaur attacked left and right and didn't give Belle a chance to even think. Despite the situation they were in, Belle had a smile on his face. Well, with each second his fear decreased and his excitement increased. Belle blocked a powerful slash from the Minotaur that dragged him a few meters, but out of nowhere, he had to dodge a slash that was going towards his head and he gave a cut to the Minotaur's left side. But I don't know, I hope he gave him a powerful blow with a very left hand and sent him flying into a wall. But just before hitting the wall, Belle did a little spin in the air and landed with his feet on the wall. Before the Minotaur could do anything, Belle pushed off the wall and rushed towards the Minotaur, raising his sword above his head. When Belle was only a meter away from the Minotaur, he lowered his sword in a downward slash that was directed at the Minotaur's face. "Hi-ir." Belle smiled when he saw that his cut had hit one of the Minotaur's eyes, but he didn't know what he expected. He would recover quickly, and with his hand, he would grab him by the neck, suffocating him. Belle. Shit, breathing heavily. The Minotaur tightened its grip on Belle's neck, who felt like his head was about to explode. Bell loosened his grip on his sword, about to fall unconscious, but the Minotaur didn't hold back his surprise when Bell took what little strength he had and tightened his grip on his sword. Ah. Slash. Ui. The Minotaur roared in pain as the black sword pierced his stomach at high speed from side to side. The worst came later, when Bell twisted the sword inside him, while he felt small bolts of lightning roast him from the inside. The Minotaur looked at Bell with his one eye full of anger and pain, who despite being out of breath, gave him a superior smile, before tightening his grip on his sword, and a volley of lightning even stronger than the previous one struck the Minotaur. The bull monster threw Bell away from him while he held his wound, which was releasing smoke from the lightning discharges. Bell fell to the ground and began to cough hard, spitting out a little blood. Bell stood up with difficulty from the ground and held his sword stuck in the stone floor in front of him. Bell looked at the Minotaur, who was already recovering from the pain, and they both looked at each other defiantly. They waited a few seconds with weapons in hand before both let out a battle cry and rushed each other. With Lily. Lily was slowly waking up with difficulty, she couldn't hear well, and her vision was blurry. She noticed something warm falling from her head. It was blood, her blood. Suddenly the memories of what happened came to Lily's head and she stood up exalted. Lily. Bell-sama. Looking around. Lily's vision and smell were normal, and her hearing was already slowly starting to recover, thanks to those her ears were able to pick up the sound of two weapons clashing fiercely. Lily slowly turned her gaze and stood still as she noticed how a swordsman battle worthy of going down in history was taking place in front of her. There they were, a white blur and a black one clashing swords at high speed, the sparks produced by each clash of weapons slightly illuminating the room in a hallucinatory way. Bell dodged and deflected attacks at high speed, while the Minotaur endured the blows or blocked them directly with the great butcher sword. It was a fight of opposites, endurance and strength, Minotaur, and agility and skill, Bell. But Lily couldn't think too much when she saw Bell disappear from her side in a burst of speed, appearing next to the Minotaur, giving him a cut on his right side. The Minotaur received the electrified cut and endured it only to give it an attack with its butcher sword that was directed towards Bell's neck. Lily. Bell-sama. Adarada. Lily could only watch as the sword hit Bell's neck and he flew off, falling near her. Lily. Bell-sama. Crawling towards him. Lily was about to take out a recovery potion, hoping that Bell would be okay, but I don't know, I hope Bell will get up as if nothing had happened with a chibi face. Bell. I'm fine, chibi. Lily. How the hell is this okay? Pulling it, the Minotaur cut its neck, in shock. Bell. Huh. Oh right, showing the red scarf, this saved me, although the blow still hurt, rubbing his neck. Bell started laughing stupidly while Lily patted him a bit, almost crying in an adorable way. Bell put his laughter aside and put on a serious face that scared Lily. Bell. Lily, I want you to run while I fight the Minotaur, seriously. Lily. What? Excited, but what about you, Bell-sama? Scared. Bell. Don't worry, I can fight him, looking at the Minotaur. The Minotaur was slowly approaching them, swinging his butcher sword with ease. Bell held his black sword tightly and blocked a slash from the Minotaur while pushing Lily away. Bell. Run. Serious. Lily. But Lily can't leave him here. Nervous. Bell. If you stay here it will be harder for me to fight and protect you, seriously. The Minotaur slashed at Bell's legs, who managed to jump in time and dodge it. Still in the air, he kneed the Minotaur in the face, who didn't even flinch and hit Bell in the chest. Bell narrowly dodged the blow and landed gracefully on the ground before slashing the Minotaur in the stomach. The Minotaur looked annoyed at Bell before giving him a powerful kick that Bell managed to block with his arm guards, but still sent him flying. Bell landed next to Lily, his arm somewhat sore. The Minotaur rushed towards them and spun around, extending his greatsword to cut them both in half. Bell clicked his tongue and charged Lily with an arm while with his right hand, he held his black sword and buried it in the ground right in the path of the butcher's sword. The butcher boy soared with the hestia sword and made Bell retreat slightly, who felt his bones tremble at the clash of weapons. Bell. Lily vied, seriously. Lily on. Bell. Now. Deflecting a slash from the Minotaur. Lily swallowed hard and stood up with difficulty, she began to run scared towards the entrance of the 6th floor to look for help for Bell. Bell, seeing that Lily had already left, smiled before blocking a cut with his sword and deflecting it to the right, then gave the Minotaur a deep cut in the chest, but I don't know, I expected the Minotaur to hold the black sword with his right hand while his hand was bleeding. The Minotaur smirked and Bell narrowed his eyes before kicking the Minotaur high in the face. The Minotaur growled, still with his foot in his face, and kicked Bell's only grounded leg to destabilize him. Bell grunted in pain at the strong blow to his left leg that literally left him suspended in the air with nothing to support himself with, but even in the air he recovered and gave him a powerful knee to the face before pulling his sword from the Minotaur's grip and cutting off his hand. Uaag. Ahhhh. Lily was running frantically through the corridors of the dungeon, hoping not to encounter any monsters that could harm her, while she looked for help for Belle. And as if it were a ray of hope they appeared. The family known as the Giant Killers, the Loki family, in front of them was running desperately a blonde swordswoman, in which only desperation could be seen in her eyes, while she ran at full power with her magic aerial activated. Lily. Adventurers Sama. Raising the arms. Baze walked past Lily a few seconds before she mentioned. Lily. Help Belle Sama. Excited. Baze stopped dead in her tracks and turned to look at Lily, agitated and impatient, as the others finally caught up with her. Lily he's on the other side of that room. Pointing back the way he came. Baze was running in a second towards the direction Lily pointed before her instinct screamed at her, and she was forced to dodge a blow. Baze and all the executives in his family looked seriously at the person in front of him. "I'm serious. Otter. Kinky fight me, seriously." Otter looked at them all impassively before standing right at the entrance of the room where Belle and the Minotaur were fighting, implying that he would not let them pass. Baze was furious to see that Otter was getting in the way while inside the room, she could hear the sounds of weapons clashing and fierce shouts. "Even for a moment out of the corner of my eye I swear I see his father fighting hand to hand with a Minotaur." Baze. Otter had to get a little serious to block Baze's attack that probably wouldn't leave him unharmed if it hit him. Baze clicked her tongue when she saw that her attack did nothing to Otter and prepared to attack. She was not the only one. Bed and the Amazon sisters went to help her, and between the four of them, they started to fight with Otter, who in a moment of carelessness, had to protect himself from both fists of the Amazon sisters, leaving the entrance uncovered, and Baze was able to enter the room. Otter, seeing that he had failed in his task, simply let the others pass as well and walked away calmly, although he was stopped by Finn. "Then Otter, should I consider this an invitation from the goddess Freya for a family war? Seriously. Otter. What I do is of my own free will, Freya-sama and my family have nothing to do with it, Lendis." Finn sighed and walked to the other side of the room where the clash of weapons could still be heard. Behind. After Tiona and Tyan managed to get Otter out of the way, Aze desperately ran to the other side of the room, hoping that Belle was okay. Each time she came closer and closer until she finally entered the room and what she saw left her in shock. She could swear that right there was her father fighting with one of his typical reassuring smiles, while swinging the sword beautifully as if he was dancing. It was exactly like him. That red scarf that seemed to dance next to him, the silver armor that highlighted his intimidating but protective figure, and a terrifying skill with the sword with which he could face enemies stronger than him, with the only difference that his hair was white and his sword black. Aze was static looking at her father, his figure in shock. Mini Aze was in Aze's head in the same form that she is remembering a black-haired man with terrifying sword skill. Mini Aze Padre. All the executives who were following her closely were shocked to see Belle fight. Their surprise and disbelief increased when they heard Aze mention those words. "Father." Those short and shocking words that left everyone in shock. "Han Belle." "Father." Belle was surprised by the sudden call and turned back his chair watching as the Loki family appeared, but his distraction was used by the Minotaur and it was able to catch him. Belle opened his eyes in shock when a painful cut that almost went through his stomach while he spat blood. Belle fell dead in front of Aze as the ground filled with his blood. Aze immediately went to help him, but Belle got up with difficulty without anyone's help, while his legs trembled. "Aze Belle, Mirandolo." Aze put on a serious look and unsheathed her sword, standing in front of Belle ready to kill the Minotaur, but she was surprised when a strong grip stopped her from fighting. She could sneak up whenever she wanted, but she didn't want to. No, something didn't allow her to do it, something that she herself didn't know what it was. Belle had his head down as he continued to hold his bleeding arm. Aze was about to ask him to let her go and heal him when Belle spoke in a strong and firm tone worthy of a captain. "Belle Aze. Sirio." Aze felt a chill run down her spine and looked at Belle trembling slightly, a memory of when her parents were still alive and she tried to kill a monster to surprise her father and almost ended up killed came to her mind. That day her father scolded her for the first time in her life. She was so scared that day that she could only listen to her father's sermon until he calmed down and hugged her, asking her not to worry him like that again. But the tone of voice Belle used was exactly the same as the one his father used when he was serious. Belle took out a healing potion from his leg pack and drank it with difficulty. The wound on his stomach improved but was not completely healed. "Belle. This is my fight, please don't interfere, seriously." Fiona, Tyan and Bet were about to take Belle away from Aze, thinking he was crazy and that they would save his life because no one had ever ordered and reproached the Princess of the Sword besides Reveria, but they got a big surprise when she obediently stepped out of the way and let Belle walk towards the Minotaur, who seemed to be waiting for him and only him. Aze looked at Belle indecisively but knew she couldn't contradict him, not if he used that dominant and serious tone of voice. She lowered her head in disappointment at herself and extended a hand towards Belle, as if duplicating why she didn't leave. Her eyes filled with hope when Belle stopped halfway and glanced at Ace, although she remained silent when she saw him give her a few short words with a kind smile adorning his face. "Stay here, Ace." Ace opened her eyes in shock and looked at the figure of her father behind Belle, both with a smile of security and confidence going towards any adversity. Ace lowered his fist slowly as he watched Belle walk away to face that monster again. Belle gripped his sword tightly and looked at the Minotaur seriously before starting to walk towards him. The Minotaur followed suit and also began to walk towards Belle, each year increasing his speed more and more until they were inches from each other, and once again a beautiful sword fight unfolded. Everyone watched closely the precise and professional movements of the Minotaur, who would surpass many swordsmen with his way of fighting. And of course, Belle is not far behind. His great agility and quick attacks gave him a great advantage over the Minotaur, who was desperately trying to harm him. Belle began to swing his sword until it collided with the Minotaur's sword with force. Belle deflected the sword to the side and hit the Minotaur in the belly with the handle of the sword. Everyone watched the fight with great attention, especially Belle's beautiful and powerful movements that were extremely similar to one of her swordsmen, not only the movements, but also that armor. Everyone looked at Ace asking for an explanation, but he also shrugged his shoulders in a way of not knowing. Everyone continued to watch the sword fight in front of him with attention, but of all those watching the fight, Bet was the most attentive to Belle until he opened his eyes in disbelief. Bet. Impossible. In shock. Fiona. What's wrong? Confused. Bet. It's impossible for him to be the tomato boy. Shaking his head, annoyed. Ian. The one they said was saved by silence, surprised. Ace nodded with a small smile on her face as a warm feeling came over her. Memories of how she and her mother would lean against a tree, watching her father train beautifully with the sword came to her. Her father always greeted her and her mother with a kind and protective smile, an excited smile, but one that gave her complete confidence that everything would be okay, and the same smile that Belle had right now. On Belle. Belle slid to the right, gracefully dodging a vertical slash from the Minotaur as he tightened his grip on his sword and slashed at the Minotaur's arm. Belle clashed weapons with the Minotaur again while singing. Belle. Anger, wrath of heaven Calum Vale. Belle took a deep breath before letting it out, and his body was surrounded by lightning, just like the winding armor that Ace used. Belle gave the Minotaur a sharp look before appearing in front of her in a matter of seconds. The Minotaur, neither stupid nor slow, attacked Belle to split him in half, but Est let the cut pass by her before plunging the sword into the Minotaur's wrist. Ugh. Belle twisted the sword around the Minotaur's wrist and then sang. Belle. Thistle. The Minotaur writhed in pain as a wave of lightning passed through his body, leaving him in small spasms as blood flowed from his mouth. Reveria. It's a very powerful spell, surprised. Finn. And he knows how to use it, watching the fight attentively, besides that, looking at Ace. Ace was attentively watching the fight. Everyone could appreciate the slight shine in her eyes, while a slight current of air enveloped her, as if she felt her counterpart. The Minotaur was currently shaking with Belle next to him with the sword buried in his wrist. Belle twisted the sword, releasing a torrent of irons electrocuting the Minotaur. Even so, the Minotaur managed to react and sent Belle flying with a kick. Belle, unlike before, did not fly away. He only fell a few meters away from the Minotaur, who could barely move due to the electricity in his body. The Minotaur tried to lean on his sword, but his broken wrist prevented him from doing so, and he ended up letting it go, leaving it stuck in the floor. Belle put away his black sword and started running towards the Minotaur. The Minotaur saw him out of the corner of his eye and tried to hit him, but he narrowly dodged it and grabbed the butcher's sword. The Minotaur was going to attack Belle, but I don't know what I expected. He would use his own sword to attack him ferociously. Despite being another type of sword, Belle controlled it perfectly and managed to make 6 consecutive cuts. Belle moved away from the Minotaur and held the great sword with both hands, waiting to attack. The Minotaur knelt down because of his wounds before getting on all fours and pointing his horn at Belle. Pew. Ah. Both opponents rushed at each other, and just when they were a couple of meters away, Belle hit the Minotaur's horn with the butcher's sword and it broke into 1,000 pieces. The Minotaur grinned and aimed his horn ready to pierce through Belle's skull, but I don't know. I hope the lightning armor will not only increase Belle's strength, but also his speed. In seconds, Belle had already slid to the right, evading the attack. His black sword was already in his unsheathed hand, piercing the Minotaur's chest. The Minotaur spat electrified blood at the lightning-covered sword, but still looked at Belle with hatred and slowly reached out to strike him. All before the eyes of the Loki family, who were still watching expectantly. Belle. Thistle. Again, the Minotaur's body was wrapped in electricity, while now electrified blood flowed from his wounds. He had some severe injuries. Belle. Thistle. Belle's great shout echoed throughout the hall as the Minotaur inflated inside, and a great white light appeared inside of him, expanding with every second. Crash, crash, crash. Several sounds began to be heard. These came from inside the Minotaur. They were the rays which were inflating it from within, and before anyone could say anything, it exploded from the waist up with a powerful tower of rays that, despite the distance, everyone felt like a wave of electricity passed through their bodies. Baze looked at Belle carefully. Not only her, they all did. Belle stood motionless as the Minotaur disappeared and dropped his magic stone, as well as a slightly white horn of the Minotaur. No one moved. They didn't dare to disturb that swordsman who, despite standing completely still and only showing them his back, imposed and demanded respect from all who saw him. The Minotaur's explosion released a small gust of air that moved the ends of her scarf and her soft white hair, slightly stained with blood. It was then that Reveria realized something. Reveria is fainted, surprised, mind zero. Everyone looked at Belle's back in silence. He remained motionless, and his face was covered by darkness, and Belle held his sword tightly even though he was unconscious, giving a more imposing figure to everyone. Tenma-sama. End. Wet Dream, 07. Belle was slowly waking up in pain. Even with his new armor he could feel the blows. But despite that, he felt like his head was in a very comfortable place. Not only that, he felt a soft but firm sensation in both hands, and couldn't help but squeeze a little. Ah. Belle slowly opened his eyes and blushed hard when he saw two large lumps covering his face. He also looked a little, and his blush increased when he saw the peaceful face of his aunt sleeping. Belle remained static, admiring the unparalleled beauty of his aunt for a few more minutes before she let out another soft moan. Ah. At that moment, he realized his situation. He was resting on his goddess's bed with his head buried between his aunt's breasts. And Alfia was hugging Belle's head between her breasts as she rested comfortably next to him, and Belle instinctively was hugging her. Now, in any other situation Belle would have gone back to sleep next to her incestuous love, and she would go back to sleep if it weren't for a defect, and that was what her hands were squeezing right now. Belle lowered his gaze, alarmed to see that what his hands were squeezing was Alfia's butt, who was still blushing and moaning softly every time he squeezed again. Belle realized that his hands were getting out of control and was already playing with Alfia's butt, squeezing and shaking it gently. Alfia continued moaning softly, blushing Belle, who felt like someone was already waking up and very happy. Belle. This is a very bad and very good situation, sweating nervously. Belle tried to escape, but his aunt unconsciously tightened her grip and Belle was literally unable to do anything against his aunt's level 7. Noticing that his friend was almost awake and not wanting his aunt to call him a pervert, Belle started moving like a leech until, after several attempts, he finally managed to escape from his aunt's arms. Belle sighed with relief upon leaving that exciting incestuous prison. But was alarmed to see his aunt begin to stir while making annoyed gestures on her face at having lost her pillow. Belle in a desperate move left his pillow to Alfia, who hugged it with such strength that it scared Belle. Belle. If I had been there I would have died, trembling. Belle began to walk as stealthily as possible and left the bedroom very calmly, although he was confused to see his goddess lying on one of the wooden benches where you could pray to a god. She was asleep and shivering from the cold. Curiously, next to her, there was a small brown-haired Palom in the same situation as Hestia. Belcami-sama, shaking her slightly. Hestia Belle-kun, sleepy, Belle-kun. Jumping to hug him. Belle looked at her in slow motion before moving out of the way and letting Hestia walk past. Hestia. Punch. Hestia fell face down on the ground while Belle walked towards Lily with complete calm. Belle. Lily, shaking her a little. The little Palom started to wake up and look sleepily at Belle before she woke up completely and rushed to hug him. Lily Belle-sama. Lily hugged Belle before comically crying and starting to apologize. Lily Belle-shama sniff, forgive Lily sniff, crying. Belle. And don't worry Lily, waving her hands, you don't have to cry, nervous. Belle tried to stop Lily's nervous crying while Lily. Well, she increased her crying. Elsewhere. With Alpha. She was still asleep in bed with a slight pink tint on her cheeks, unconsciously rubbing her thighs against her crotch to calm the intense heat she felt in her intimacy. The heat that was caused by the mischievous hands of her own nephew, although of course, the silver-haired beauty didn't know that and didn't need to know it. Alfia arrived in bed, blushing, letting out a few very slight moans that would barely be audible if someone were in the room. Each time she stopped being more discreet and soon she was rubbing her privacy covered by her slightly wet panties against the Belle pillow that she had in her arms. It didn't help that the pillow had Belle's now unique touch on it, which Alfia recognized perfectly. For her, it was like having Belle in her arms. Alfia began to breathe a little raggedly as her hand slowly moved down and up her black dress. Alfia continued like this for a while until she had her entire dress up, revealing her white skin and her black panties a little wet from her liquids and a little of her flat and soft stomach, as well as some flirtatious Hercules-shaped hips. Alfia slowly lowered her hand to her crotch and began to rub her privates over her panties while pressing her face to Belle's pillow. Alfia slightly increased the sound of her moans as she masturbated in her sleep. While in his mind. Alfia's wet dream. Lemon skipped. Belle was walking through the streets of Auraria with great tranquility, despite the pain he felt in his bones, since he was still recovering from the Minotaur. At his side were Lily and Hestia, each helping him walk. Lily looked extremely worried about him, and Hestia was the same, only she was also jealous of Lily. Lily bellcranel, trembling, is that woman your mother? Trembling. L.A. Looking at Lily, oh, she's not my mother, but she is a relative of mine, smiling. Lily. I see, trembling. From that moment Lily knew she shouldn't have messed with Belle or let Alfia find out that she stole the sword or that woman could make her existence a simple hell. Besides, it's not like she was going to betray Belle, not after how he saved her from the Minotaur. Without a doubt, Lily was starting to believe that there were good adventurers like Belle. Well, according to her, only Belle was like that, and for that very reason she would make sure that no one corrupted a soul as pure as Belle's. Leaving aside Lily's thoughts, you'll ask yourself, where the hell are they going? Well, me too, and I only remembered that now. XD. Well, they were going to the Maich family's infirmary to have Belle checked. 3 American later. Maich. You're recovering quite well, Belle-kun, smiling. Belle. Thank you Maich-sama, smiling. Hestia. Maich, do you mind if we use your office to update Belle's status? Looking at Maich. Maich. No, go ahead, leaving. Lily followed Maich knowing that he couldn't see Belle's status, even if she didn't understand it, it was extremely bad to spy. Belle took off his shirt and lay down on the stretcher, letting Hestia climb on his back and prick his finger with a black knife he always carried. Hestia dropped a drop of blood on his back and quickly a white light appeared on Belle's back updating his status. Hestia seemed happy to update her status, but her happy face changed to one of shock when she saw Belle's stats. Hestia BBBB Belle. And shock. Belle. What's wrong? Confused. Hestia your eyes to level 2. Belle was shocked before his goddess looked at him for a few seconds and then looked back at his state and noticed something strange. Hestia. Luck, confused. L.A. Looking at her. Hestia. Belle, do you know what development skills are? Raising an eyebrow. High are the ones you get after leveling up, they are skills that you get depending on your actions as an adventurer, looking at Hestia. Hestia. Correct, well you can choose between 2, confused. Belle. Huh. Which ones, excited. Hestia. Between Hunter or Luck, staring at Belle's state. Belle. Luck. Raising an eyebrow, what's that? Hestia. That's the problem, I don't know, I've never heard of an ability like Luck, I guess we could consider it as divine protection, looking at Belle, which one do you choose? Belle. Unique ability. Thinking. Belle's mind. Alfia. Very well Belle, you have a surprising ability, rubbing her head, I'm proud of you. Belle Alfia, blushing. Alfia. This is your prize, slowly approaching him. Out of his mind. Belle had a stupid grin on his face before suddenly reacting and shouting. Belle. Lucky choosing that one. Happy. Hestia H high, dazed. Status bellcranel. Adventurer level 2. Family Hestia. Statistics. Strength 0000I. Resistance 0000I. Skill 0000I. Agility 0000I. Magic 0000I. Total 0000. Universal power 5566. Magic. Halem Veil equals super short electric element enchantment magic that covers the user with electricity. Electricity can be launched in all directions by chanting distal, chant. Anger, wrath the sky. Skills. Lyris freeze equals increases growth speed while feelings persist. The intensity of the effects is related to the intensity of the feelings, as a side effect, makes you immune to charms, hidden. Copy equals the user is able to perfectly copy movements that he has seen before, but it prevents copying physical attributes. Argonaut equals hero's wish, when the wish to protect appears the skill will help the hero in his task, it takes 3 minutes for a full charge. Development skills. Luck, I. Belle was walking happily next to a shocked Lily and Hestia who were still processing. Half a month later, he was already level 2, Belle had far broken the Sword Princess record. Something that Belle knew and was happy about, so imagine his aunt proud of him and rewarding him. Yep, definitely an incestuous rabbit capable of accidentally hitting on girls left and right. The three continued walking until they reached the abandoned church. Lily said goodbye to Belle and said that she had to return to the place where she was staying and not worry a gnome. They opened the door of the church where they found Alfia, who was behaving a little strange. "Hestia. Are you okay, Alfia?" Raising an eyebrow. Alfia. "Why yes," expressionless. Belle and Alfia looked straight into each other's eyes before Alfia looked away with a small blush on her cheeks as she imagined a certain flirtatious rabbit telling her that she was only his. But Belle ignored that and immediately went to Alfia happily. "Belle." Alfia. "Happy, I'm level 2." With a sparkle in his eyes. Alfia opened her eyes slightly before closing them and giving Belle a proud smile. Alfia. "Level 2 in a month and a half. Amazing, Belle, I'm proud of you," rubbing her head affectionately. Belle gave a silly smile before looking excitedly at Alfia, an illusion that died when she looked away, implying that she wouldn't do anything else. Belle sighed disappointedly and looked at Hestia, who was looking confused at the bed. "Hestia. And the sheets." Looking at Alfia. Alfia. "EA. I washed them," looking away. Hestia. "Why?" Confused. Alfia. "They were dirty." Hestia. "I see, and I'm Droplet, leaving this aside, tomorrow I will leave early," smiling. Belle. "Huh? Why?" Confused. Hestia. "Simple," smiling, "I'll go to a dentist." Smiling, "There we'll choose your nickname Bellcun," smiling proudly. Belle. "My nickname?" With a sparkle in his eyes. Hestia nodded happily before a murderous instinct made her tremble and look at Belle's back where Alfia was staring at her. Alfia. "Belle, if you excuse us, Hestia and I need to talk privately," taking Hestia by the hand. Hestia. "Bellcun aid." Punch. The door behind Alfia suddenly closed as Hestia's scream was heard. Bellcun. Everyone was already asleep, although Hestia was trembling while having a nightmare about a silver-haired woman. Belle was on the couch sleeping peacefully. And Alfia. She was right next to Belle watching him sleep peacefully. Belle was sensitive to looks, but Alfia's look had no malice or lust, it was just a look of affection that did not alert Belle's instinct. Alfia crouched down to Belle's level and softly whispered a few words to him. Alfia. "This is your reward." Alfia gave Belle a soft kiss on the lips, who, still asleep, reciprocated with a silly smile on his face. Alfia smiled slightly and caressed Belle's cheek lovingly. Seconds later she returned to bed and lay down peacefully, but with a small silly smile on her face for having kissed Belle. While Belle was still having a warm dream about him and Alfia together. And finally the night ended peacefully. Ugh. Oh no, Hestia fell to the hard floor when a silver-haired maid's foot mercilessly pushed her out of bed, although Hestia was still asleep like a sloth. NT. I'm not even that heavy a sleeper, haha xd. Belle was happily sweeping the abandoned church. His goddess had told him that she would get him a good nickname worthy of an adventurer, something that made Belle obviously happy, although for some reason Alfia seemed to glare at Hestia. Speaking of the devil. Alfia said she had important matters to attend to and that she would return later. Obviously, she said goodbye to Belle with a warm hug that brightened the day for both pairs of northerners. Belle continued sweeping, wondering when her aunt would return, although she shouldn't be impatient since she had only been gone for 5 minutes. But Alfia was standing in a completely destroyed building a bit far from the abandoned church so that Belle wouldn't hear anything. She was as fresh as lettuce without any bruises or cuts on her body and clothes, she didn't even look tired or sweaty while. There in front of him was Otter, completely wounded and unconscious, his body covered in cuts and bruises. He was breathing with difficulty while he looked at the sky in a blurry way. Otter Freya-sama, delirious. Otter tried to grab his battle axe, but it was destroyed, only the handle of what was once a powerful weapon remained. And Alfia. She had a black sword with a dull edge in her hand, a weapon that Otter considered junk, which ended up destroying his battle axe. Alfia looked at the black sword before nodding and starting to walk towards the abandoned church, caring little about the state of the king, whom she had just defeated in more or less a minute, since she had to restrain herself from destroying the entire place. Belle. Belle continued sweeping the place, calmly imagining what kind of nickname his goddess could give him. Something related to his armor or a nickname that will demonstrate his lightning element magic like lightning warrior or something like that. But Belle was pulled from his thoughts when the bedroom door opened abruptly revealing Hestia. Bellcami-sama, smiling. Hestia. Bellcun, breathing deeply, I did it. Raising a thumb. Belle was in the guild looking for his name on the nickname list, the place was packed and there were quite a few adventurers looking at their level ups or those of others. Belle continued searching until he finally found himself after a certain Yamato Mikoto. Hey, are you serious? It's impossible. Look, there it is. White hair, it's him. Belle stared at the poster where his nickname and his level up were. Cartel. Bellcranel equals Sane Minrai learns the talent, cause of promotion equals defeated an irregular Minotaur being level 1. End note. So talent apprentice. Bell was happy at the fertility hostess bar next to Lily eating a feast for his new promotion. Lily was surprised by the new nickname, and how could she not be, it was like a discreet way of saying that he is the apprentice of the Great Silence. Belle was happy about that, and Lily sighed when she saw Belle looking at him. How dangerous this was, since the adventurers were very jealous that he would achieve something considered impossible, like leveling up in half a month, would undoubtedly be something that everyone would envy. But she was pulled out of her thoughts when two beautiful waitresses, one with silver gray hair and one with greenish ryubio, approached them. "Sir. Congratulations on your level up," Belle-kun, smiling. "Ryu. Congratulations," Skull-san, smiling slightly. "Belle. Thanks," scratching his neck. Sir and Ryu left the food and glasses on the table, confusing Lily and Belle when they saw that they had left more food and glasses than they ordered, but their answer came quickly when Sir sat next to Lily and Ryu next to Belle. "Lily. EA. What are you doing?" Looking at them. "Ryu. My mom let us come and make sure they spend a lot of money, chibi." Belle looked at Mamma Mia, who gave him a toothy smile and gave her a thumbs up. Belle could swear he was thinking stonks right now. Belle sighed for his wallet and began to eat with the girls, completely ignoring the complaints of the other adventurers who kept staring at him and whispering about him. "Ryu. Cranel-san, looking at him, now that he's level 2, does he plan to go further down the dungeon?" Looking at him. Belle. Sure, smiling, I think Lily and I are ready to go a little further down the dungeon, looking at Ryu. "Ryu. I don't recommend that," looking at them. Lily. "What? She thinks Bell-sama and I can't handle deep floors." Annoyed. Ryu. "It's not that," shaking his head. "Sir. They need someone else in their participation," looking at Lily. Ryu. "The intermediate floors are not easy, everything changes there, the monsters, their appearance time, the number of groups of monsters, everything, would be, the dungeon itself has a conscience, when you are tired and injured the dungeon will take advantage and show you its true fangs. I do not doubt your abilities, but you need to integrate someone else into your party if you want to go lower, would be." Belle. "Integrate someone else," thinking. "Ahaha. I see you have problems you learn from talent." The four turned their gaze seeing a somewhat large man full of scars who looked at them mockingly. "Mold. Let me introduce myself, my name is Mold and I heard you're having trouble with your party, you learn about talent," smiling, "how about we let you into our party, huh?" Smiling. Ence. Mold. "But in return, loans to one of your friends," smiling disgustingly. Mole looked directly at Ryu who completely ignored her gaze and continued drinking her drink. Mold. "What are you saying? The classmates share things talent apprentice, what are you saying?" About to touch Ryu. Sir passed an empty glass to Ryu who grabbed it excitedly before giving Mold a sharp look and sticking her fingers between the handle of the bottle. Attention. Useless data equals a handle is a piece, usually curved, that protrudes from an object to which it is usually attached at both ends and is used to grasp it with the hand. Thank you for your attention. Mold opened his eyes in surprise but couldn't say anything else when Ryu twisted his fingers with the handle and dislocated them. Ryu. "You're not worthy of him," murderous look. Mold was slightly startled before clicking his tongue and saying. Mold. "Damn elf." Angry. Mold was about to take out his weapon while Ryu was already grabbing one of his tantos, short blade, that he had hidden, if not for the fact that a powerful blow that made everyone shudder stopped them. Punch. "Mom. This bar is for eating and drinking, if you want to fight, go outside." Annoyed. Mold P. Sorry, scared. Mold and his henchmen were about to run out of the bar if it weren't for my mom screaming again. "Mom. Idiots, you forgot to pay." Raising his fist. Mold. "Why yes," throwing his ballast bag. Mom smiled when she saw that the idiot had left more money than he should have and went to pick it up calmly while the others in the bar were still a little surprised but quickly went on with their business, they were already used to this type of situation. L. "Ryu-san, are you okay?" Worried. Ryu. "Don't worry Cranel-san, sitting down, don't let adventurers like that join your party and don't be intimidated," looking at him. L. Hi, smiling. Ryu. "Why? How has Alfia-sama been?" Looking at him. L. "Huh. Dear boy." Sir had a twitch in her eyebrow looking at Ryu as if she had gotten ahead of herself in something and she wasn't the only one. Elsewhere, a beautiful swordswoman was killing monsters left and right until she stopped fighting when she felt an unknown elf woman get ahead of her with her bunny. Bell was walking through the Tower of Babel thinking about Ryu's words. It was true, he needed someone else in his party if he wanted to go lower floors, but he didn't have anyone to go with them, and his aunt obviously wouldn't go, since she hates noise. In any case, she would finish off most of the monsters to leave the noisy dungeon as quickly as possible. Bell began to look at some of the weapons in the place, noticing the great variety of them. Shields, spears, axes and battle hammers, knives, swords, there were all kinds and designs, although Bell was looking for someone in particular. Bell. Hello, smiling. There was the same man from the other time who had sold him the silver armor. He had a disinterested look and raised an eyebrow at him. The rabbit boy. What do you need? Bell. I wonder if you have the sword for this armor. Scratching his neck. Salesman. Sword. Raising an eyebrow. Bell. Hi, when you gave it to me it came with a black sword sheath and I would like to know if you have it. Seller. I'm sorry kid, but it's the only thing I had of that piece. Boring. If you go north of Arario about 3 miles in a deserted area, that's where I found the armor. Maybe if you go there you'll find that sword. Bell sighed upon learning that he didn't have the sword from the swordsman armor he was wearing and thanked the seller. Just as Bell was leaving, Bian saw him before opening his eyes wide. Salesman. Is that the armor I gave you? In shock. Han Bell. Bell. At least I should find an extra weapon and armor for Lily. Searching. I told you, old man. Nobody will buy those things. If you hide them, it's obvious no one will do it. Bell turned his gaze in curiosity as he saw a red-haired blacksmith fighting with another man who seemed to be the manager of the place. Bell looked a little curious before seeing that in Welf's hands, there was a box with some armor and several weapons in there. Bell's eyes lit up before he coughed lightly to get both of their attention. Both the Redeed and the man turned their eyes and were shocked to see an imposing white-haired man with silver armor that looked first class and a red scarf. Bell had a calm and serene expression that somehow imposed and demanded respect. Bell. Excuse me, looking at Welf. Welf H. Hi. Adventurer Sama. Trembling. Bell. Could you see that? Pointing to the weapons box. Welf. Oh of course, giving him the box. Bell looked at the weapons with curiosity. There were quite a few interesting things there. Among them was a long sword with a double-edged silver-colored blade. The hilt was dark gray and had a slight tangled shape. NT. It's not the sword you think. Bell held the sword curiously before looking at Welf. Bell. How much does this cost? Inspecting the sword. Welf. C costs 50,000 Valisur, nervous. Bell. Fine, I'll take it, smiling. Welf nodded foolishly at the adventurer in front of him. Bell really didn't know it, but at times he could be truly intimidating to everyone without realizing it, so much so that even first classes would be wary of him upon feeling the aura of power he released, something that made rookies and lower classes feel respect for Bell, and to increase his status, he was now the record holder for leveling up by doing a great feat that everyone knew about, defeating an irregular Minotaur being level 1. Bell. It's a good sword, swinging it. Welf T thank you, smiling. Bell continued looking at the sword, ignoring Welf who gave the man a mocking smile. Bell. Let's make a contract, what does he look like? Mermaid to Welf. Welf. I would love to, smiling. Welf. I'm honored that the great talent apprentice buys my items, although you only need mine, right? Bell. Sure, nodding. Bell looked shabby-like as several commercials complained and left. Welf. Sorry about that, but everyone is desperate to sell, so I have to mark territory, smiling. Bell. I see, and I'm Droplet. Welf. Okay, I have one request for the contract, looking at Bell. Bell. Speak, quietly. Welf. Well, nervous, I would like to join your party, looking at Bell. Bell. To my party? Raising an eyebrow. Welf. Hi, at least until I reach level 2 and get the blacksmith development skill, looking at Bell. If you do that I will make weapons for you personally, smiling. Bell. Sounds like a good deal to me, shaking hands with Welf. Welf. Tell me Bell, what do you think about magic weapons? Looking at him. Bell. They're amazing, but they're bad weapons, shaking his head. Welf. Please explain, seriously. Bell. Murado Welf. Welf, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to, intimidated. Bell. Don't worry, you just surprised me. You see, magic weapons are incredibly powerful, but they have limited use until they break into pieces. A weapon is the most faithful companion of an adventurer. No matter how weak it is, it fulfills its purpose. A magic weapon is only like a cannon with counted shots until it breaks or loses its use, shrugging shoulders. Also, I wouldn't like to launch magic attacks towards my enemies and have my weapon break from one moment to the next, chibi. Welf. I see, smiling, then it is a pleasure to work with you sane Minerai, smiling. Bell. Likewise Welf Krazo, smiling. And. A slightly large cap L08. Let's dance. One day like any other in the abandoned church, Hestia was making breakfast and Alfia was lying in bed enjoying the peace and quiet there in Bell. He was smiling looking at her status update with a big smile. Status bellcranel. Adventurer level 2. Family Hestia. Statistics. Strength 0103H. Resistance 0110H. Skill 0141H. Agility 0146H. Magic 091I. Total 591. Universal power 6157. Magic. Halem Veil equals super short electric element enchantment magic that covers the user with electricity. Electricity can be launched in all directions by chanting distal, chant. Anger, wrath the sky. Skills. Lyris freeze equals increases growth speed while feelings persist. The intensity of the effects is related to the intensity of the feelings, as a side effect, makes you immune to charms, hidden. Copy equals the user is able to perfectly copy movements that he has seen before, but it prevents copying physical attributes. Oxlayer equals greatly increases all skills when fighting wild bull type monsters. Argonaut equals hero's wish, when the wish to protect appears the skill will help the hero in his task, it takes 3 minutes for a full charge. Development skills. Luck, I. Bell seemed to glow as he looked at her state with a radiant smile, but his gaze changed to a determined one, and he looked at his aunt, he still had a long way to go if he wanted to reach her level. Bell was taken out of his thoughts when Hestia called him and Alfia to eat. Bell was already on the couch, so he just watched as his goddess sat next to him, and the food was already served. Soon after, Alfia got up from the bed and walked calmly towards them and sat next to Bell, looking at him a lot. While receiving a withering look from Hestia and an embarrassed look from Bell. Alfia. Aren't you eating bell peppers? Raising her eyebrow. LH hi. Bell was about to take some bacon with some chopsticks if Alfia hadn't beaten him to it and taken the piece he was going to grab. Bell. Alfia. Confused. Alfia Bell, say ah, extending the toothpick with the food. LA. Blushing, ah, opening his mouth. Alfia fed Bell, unable to hide a small smile on her face, accompanied by a slight blush. Alfia. You look adorable, smiling. Bell Alfia. Embarrassed. While Bell and Alfia were having a moment of love, all this happened before the eyes of Hestia Chibi who looked at them with frowning eyes. Hestia. Damn northerners, pouting. Bell was leaving the dungeon with Welf and Lily with a smile on his face. Integrating Welf into his party had been a good idea since they were much more efficient and could collect more magic stones. Bell said goodbye to both of them, promising to meet up the next day, and continued on his way with his bag of valises packed to the brim. Bell had a radiant smile on his face at the reward he had won in the dungeon. He had 34,000 valis, definitely a good profit. But he was so focused on that he didn't notice someone walking in front of him also lost in his thoughts, or rather loss. And they both collided with each other and fell on their butts to the ground. Bell also, a dollarito. Also. Bell sorry, embarrassed. Bell stood up from the ground immediately before he reached out to help the person in front of him. Bell. Are you okay, eh? Right there Bell realized who was in front of him, right there was a beautiful girl with golden hair and eyes who rubbed her head before looking at him, and her golden eyes shone. Both remained static for a while before Ace saw Bell's hand again and took it, receiving help from him to stand up. Bell. I am so sorry, I didn't see where I was going, scratching the back of his neck. Ace shook her head and stared at Bell's appearance. He was exactly like his father. Aside from her red eyes and white hair that gave her the appearance of a rabbit, he wondered how soft Bell's hair was, and in no time he found out when he already had the white and straight white hairs between his fingers. Bell-san. At that moment Ace realized what she was doing, her hand was on Bell's head playing with her hair, while Bell looked at her embarrassed, mainly because everyone was staring at them. Ace. Sorry, lowering his hand. Bell. Never mind, smiling, what are you doing here Ace-san? Tilts his head. Ace. I was looking for something to eat, Chibi. Bell. Something to eat. Ace. Jag American, with shining eyes. Bell. Oh. You like Jag American, smiling, come follow me, smiling. Bell took Ace's hand, surprising her and making her blush slightly, and started running, pulling Ace, who let herself be carried without any resistance. Bell smiled as he saw a small Jag American stand in front of him. He looked behind him and there was a surprised sword princess who was staring at Bell's hand. Bell sorry. Embarrassed. Bell let go of Ace's hand who pouted slightly and looked at Bell. Bell. Look, there's a Jag American stand here, smiling, let's order some, smiling. Bell ordered a Jag American as did Ace with cream and extra beans, soon Bell received one and gave it to Ace. Bell. Here, smiling. Ace. Thanks, taking it. Baze was about to take out her bag of Valis if it weren't for Belle, who went ahead and paid for his and hers while taking his Jag American. Baze, eh? I could pay for it, looking at Belle. Then. Don't worry, I'm the one who dragged you here, so at least let me pay for it, scratching his neck. Go ahead, eat while it's hot, smiling. Baze looked at Belle with a sparkle in her eyes before looking down at the Jag American and biting into it. And for some reason. This tasted more delicious than ever. Baze. So, you're going to the middle floors, looking at Belle. And not that deep, but I'm thinking of going there with my party, smiling, although it will be hard, so I'll try harder in my training. Happy. Baze blushed again, that smile, that beautiful smile that Belle gave, a smile that transmitted peace and calm no matter what happened, a smile that totally captured Aze, who seemed hypnotized. Belle. And do I have something on my face? Tilts head. Baze blushed when she noticed that she had been staring at Belle. Belle looked where she was looking, and it was her mouth. The red color completely covered Belle's face as red smoke came out of his head. Aze didn't take long to follow his example when he realized that this could be misinterpreted. Baze. I don't nervous. Belle. And don't worry, I know it's not for that reason, smiling kindly. By the way, what are you doing here? Raising an eyebrow. Baze confused. Belle. As I understood, you were on an expedition with your family, right? Confused. Baze. Oh, that, understanding, you see, the expedition was delayed by Finn's orders, apparently we weren't well prepared for this, and also Finn took advantage of that to leave you on the surface when the Minotaur thing happened, looking at him. Belle. At that moment Belle remembered that when he fought against the Minotaur he was not alone, there were also the high executives of the Loki family who watched his fight, and Belle was ashamed of this fact. Not only that, but he also remembered how he had pushed Aze away so that she would not interfere in his fight, undoubtedly something rude according to Belle. Belle. I'm sorry when I pushed you away like that during my fight, scratching his neck, it was because of the heat of the battle, smiling nervously. Aze. No, shaking his head, it was my fault for not noticing that you could beat the Minotaur, smiling, congratulations on that Belle, smiling, and also on your level up. Belle. Thank you, smiling. After that conversation, Aze and Belle continued eating their Jag American in comfortable silence. Of course, Aze gave Belle discreet glances. Belle. Train. Raising an eyebrow. Aze. Yes, nodding, I saw that your sword technique is good, how about we have a friendly fight, I want to see how good your technique is. Belle. It'll be a pleasure, smiling. Aze. Good, nodding. Aze unsheathed her sword desperately, scaring Belle a little, but he calmed down when he saw that Aze left her sword leaning against the wall they were on and then took out its sheath to use it as a sword. Belle was about to do the same if it weren't for Aze pointing at his silver sword. Aze. That sword used that one, pointing at it. Belle. It's okay. Belle unsheathed his second sword and without being able to avoid it, he felt his instincts become a little alarmed. Belle. I know I'm not at your level, but I'll try. Belle surprised Aze when he took the initiative and launched a frontal attack, disconcerting her. Belle and Aze collided their respective weapons pushing each other, they were like that for a few seconds until Aze, with her newly obtained level 6, overwhelmed Belle and her sheath beat Belle's sword, deflecting it downwards. Aze prepared to stab Belle in the chest and she was going to do it. If it weren't for why in a quick movement Belle with the tip of his sword still pointing to the ground, blocked the attack with the hilt of his sword, although he was obviously sent a few meters back by Aze's terrifying strength, even if he was holding back a lot, Aze's strength was simply terrifying. Belle. Right, she recently leveled up to level 6, looking at her, Belle blinked in surprise when Aze was already in front of him, halfway to delivering a stab to his head that would probably leave him KO. Aze also knew this and simply let his sheath run its course to feint Belle, but he never expected that Belle would raise his sword right in front of him, and with a firm grip, he deflected his sheath to the left, letting it graze his cheek a little. Belle stepped back a little before sighing in relief, that blow was going to hurt if he hadn't deflected it. Belle looked in front of him where a surprised sword princess was standing, who was still processing what had just happened. Belle was undoubtedly good at handling the sword. Aze was about to praise his technique if it weren't for Belle speaking first. Belle. Aze-san, if it's not too much trouble, can you use your wind magic? Ariel. Looking at him. Aze looked at him for a few seconds before flatly denying his request. Aze. I will never use that magic against a human, looking at him. Belle. Please, bowing, I want to see how much difference there is between our magic, looking at her. Aze. Belle. Please, lowering his head. The place was silent for several minutes. Belle remained in that position with his head down pleading with Aze, whose gaze was darkened, making Belle nervous. Aze. It's okay, Chibi. Belle. Don't scare me like that. Excited, thanks, smiling nervously. Aze. Get ready, would be. Belle. Hi. Serious. Ace. Wake up Storm. Ariel. Suddenly Ace was covered by a layer of wind that lifted her skirt a little, blushing Belle, who imagined her aunt, while a strong wind lifted her skirt. Belle shook his head, leaving his impure thoughts aside before becoming serious as he saw how Ace was already preparing to attack. Belle. Anger, wrath of heaven Calum Vale. Just like Ace, Belle was covered by a layer of electricity that raised his hair a little, while some rays traveled between them. Ace looked surprised at Belle's magic, it was the second time she saw it, and it was strangely very similar to hers. But leaving this for another time, Ace prepared to attack in the same way as Belle, and in a second both had already clashed weapons again. Ace was again the one who won and pushed Belle several meters before she tried to stab him in the stomach. Belle reacted immediately and turned his body to let the thrust pass in front of him. His magic not only improved his speed and strength, but also his reaction speed and thinking. While Ace's only improved his strength and speed in addition to giving him a wind shield that is always active. And it was that same shield that prevented a blow from the sword's hilt from connecting with Ace's stomach. Belle tried to exert force, but it was totally useless since the wind continued to repel him. Ace took advantage of this and kneed Belle in the stomach. Belle spat saliva but immediately broke down. I tried to cut Ace in the chest. Ace acted on instinct and disarmed Belle in a quick movement with his holster. Belle was surprised, not because he was disarmed, but because of how the wind began to gather at the tip of the sheath. Belle was sure he could feel the magical power of that attack from kilometers away, but he couldn't think too hard when Ace stabbed him in the chest and said. Ace. Lil Rafaga. Immediately Belle felt the air being knocked out of his lungs and was sent flying until he crashed into the wall fence which ended up horribly cracked. Although fortunately for him he did not suffer excessive damage due to his lightning armor, which, like his wind armor, protected him but on a smaller scale. Belle. Ouch, slowly standing up. Ace. Sorry. Are you okay? Running towards him. Belle. Yes, don't worry, smiling with difficulty, what was that? Looking at her. Ace. That's a variation of my magic, looking at him. Belle. Variation. Confused. Ace nodding, concentrating the magic power on the tip of my weapon, I can release it in one hit to do more damage, looking at its sheath, although it is the first time I do it with a sheath. Belle. I see, thinking, nah, do you think I can do something like that? Smiling. Ace. Something how is this? Thinking, I think it's possible, our magics are very similar, so there's a chance you can do a similar attack, but it will be incredibly difficult, looking at Belle. Belle. It doesn't matter, if I can do it then I'll keep training until I get it, smiling. Ace smiled at Belle's determination, but had to react when Belle was in front of her and tried to cut her in the side. Ace jumped back several meters to avoid the attack, but her eyes widened in shock when Belle stuck his sword into the ground and the lightning from his body began to spiral out of control. Belle. Thistle. Immediately a wave of lightning shot out of Belle's body in all directions, forcing Ace to stay still while she concentrated on reinforcing her wind field to protect herself from the powerful electricity field. After a few minutes Belle could no longer maintain the electricity field and fell to the ground, exhausted, breathing heavily. This cost much more mana than it seemed. Ace did not waste this and counterattacked Belle, but in a moment of carelessness due to the heat of the battle, he did not measure his strength and hit Belle in the head with a downward slash. And that's as far as Belle remembers. Belle opening his eyes. Are you okay? Belle opened his eyes completely and blushed at the sight of a scene worthy of heaven. There she was, looking at him with a bit of concern as she gently stroked his head. The sun illuminated her from behind, giving her something like a divine figure, like when Itachi-sama humiliated Deidara V. Belle. Am I on your lap again? Looking into her eyes. Ace nodded without any first glance, while giving one of those smiles that made you want to protect them with your life, something that didn't even work on Belle, because the image of her aunt with that same smile came to her mind, and she blushed like a tomato. Without any of them knowing it, several pairs of eyes were watching this scene from a distance. Fortunately for Belle, among them there was no silver hair. Fiona. She blushed. Smiling. Alfia. Damn lucky. Biting a handkerchief. Reveria. Looks like things are going well, smiling, I'm glad I gave you the lap pillow tip, nodding. Aina, should we give them their privacy? Looking at them. Reveria. We were supposed to be looking for her to ask if she was ready for the expedition, but let's leave her alone. I'll take care of whatever Ace needs later, smiling. Let's go. The others hi. Ace. What was that? Looking at him. Belle. You mean distal, curious. Ace. Belle. Well, it's something like you lil Rafaga, but yours focuses on gathering magic power in a single point and then releasing it suddenly. I gather the magic power in my entire body and then I release it completely in all directions, smiling nervously or something like that. A's. I understand, thinking, can I do that? Looking at him. LA. I guess, thinking, it's like you told me, our magics are similar, if you train it, you can release the power in all directions, just like I could do an attack that releases magical power all at once like yours, smiling. A's. How about after the expedition when I get back we train? Staring at Bell. L. Huh. Training. Thinking. It was a tempting offer without a doubt, mainly because it could surprise Alfia. He could train in secret and when he had a friendly fight with his aunt, surprise her with new techniques that she hadn't seen. In fact, he had just copied some of Ace's movements with his ability, yep, with each passing day Bell became more powerful without realizing it. L. W. Well, blushing, shall we continue training? Looking at her. Ace, just let's stay like this for a moment longer, blushing a little. L. It's okay. And so it was that two young people sat in comfortable silence as the beautiful young woman gave a lap pillow to her first love interest and the young rabbit enjoyed the caresses without any resistance. He could love his aunt and be faithful to her, but that does not mean he should treat another woman badly. It was a wise teaching from his grandfather. L. Even if you have a beautiful lady as a partner, never mistreat a woman. Be gentle and courteous and you might earn more than just her friendship. Raising and lowering eyebrows perversely. L. Although I think I shouldn't follow his advice, and I'm droplet. A's. What if we practice sleeping? Looking at Bell, somewhat tired. LA. Confused. A's. Sleep is important, so let's do some training, Chibi. L. You're just sleepy, right? And I'm droplet, I'm sorry, but I can't. I have to keep training. Scratching his neck. A's. I understand we will continue training then, measuring Bell. L. Huh. Don't worry, you can fall asleep if you are, smiling. Behind. From. L. Huh. Why? Confused. A's. It will be awkward if I'm the only one doing it, pouting, let's keep training. LH hi, and I'm droplet. For some reason. Bell felt that he was in danger and he really was, since he had taken away a precious dream from the Princess of the Sword, who was about to take revenge and almost cause certain death to Bell. 3 American later. It was already nighttime and on a wall you could see an agitated Bell who was completely soaked in sweat while he was breathing abnormally and trying to catch his breath. Ace was in front of her breathing a little ragged and with a little sweat on her body, she was in shock. She had seen with her own eyes how throughout the course of the battle Bell grew and grew, improving his technique and skill. It was like seeing human evolution in fast motion before her eyes. Soon Bell's skill improved so much that he easily competed against her. To make matters worse, Ace's technique was good, although only her technique as a swordsman, her ability to fight against humans was very low. That's why Bell was able to put her in trouble several times, despite being level 2 and her 6. Ace focused on killing non-human monsters, so her technique against humans wasn't the best, but Bell still managed to copy it, improve it, and add it to his style, resulting in Ace had to duck when a sword passed over his head. He could not counterattack when suddenly the arm that had the sword retracted and began to launch a rain of stabs at Ace in vital and painful areas of the body. Ace dodged and blocked as he could, evading all the cuts while looking for an opening in Bell to hit him, but it was useless. Bell's style was one that was based on fast and precise attacks. He never added ferocity or a lot of strength to his style because he couldn't. The style itself was not his, it was his aunt's, and to improve it either one of two, or he had to know everything about the style, or he had to find someone with a style as good as his aunt's and add it to it, and that's when he had one like that. Ace's technique was good, very good, a little below her aunt's, but functional. It was based on fierce attacks and brute force. Just what Bell was looking for, and without hesitation he copied it and memorized it as best he could to add it to his style. Although he still lost due to the huge difference in level. Ace. Are you okay? Extending her hand. Bell. Yes, more or less. Crash. Bell. No, I'm not okay, shaking. Right there. Bell fainted. Bell opened his eyes and realized he had some bandages on his body. He looked around and was in the bed of the abandoned church. He was about to get up if he didn't feel a lump in his chest. L.A.K. Bell. Bell looked perplexed as the wooden door was smashed and Alfia quickly came down the stone stairs. Alfia. Confused. Bell was going to say something else if his aunt hadn't hugged him with great care and affection while rubbing his cheek with hers. Alfia. I was very worried when that harp blonde girl brought you tired and sweaty, dark look, but she explained everything to me and I understand. Bell and Sirio. Cheerful. Alfia. Of course not, expressionless. L.A. Alfia pulled Belle's cheeks, who had small tears in his eyes and moaned in pain. Alfia. At least you're okay now, sighing, although I still don't know where that blonde bitch brought you, annoyed. Belle. A harpy. Sweating. Alfia. It's nothing, calming down, anyway I'll bring you something to eat, I'll be back in a moment, going. Belle H. Hi, looking at her. Belle was silent for a moment waiting for his aunt until he remembered something. Belle L. Balt. Belle went white and stared blankly as the bundle slowly rose, revealing a beautiful head of golden hair. When the sheet fell off his head, it revealed Ace, who was sitting on his lap while adorably carving one eye. Why Belle? Belle was already dead from a heart attack. Okay no, but she almost died of fright when she saw Ace appear like that suddenly. She thought it had been her goddess, and for a moment she worried about her in case Alfia found out. Fortunately it wasn't her, it was even worse. If Alfia saw Ace it would rain blood, not only from the swordswoman, but from the rabbit too. Belle could be extremely kind and caring, and even a little naive, but he was not so stupid as to not recognize this imminent danger. Things only got worse when I heard footsteps approaching their almost inevitable end. But Belle made a masterful tactic, and immediately Belle hugged Ace before throwing her down on the bed next to him and covering them both with the blankets to further hide the abrasion against his chest from Ace. Ace was surprised, but she was still sleepy, so she just concentrated on sniffing Belle's shirt while she snuggled into his chest and saw Mini Ace begging her not to leave her bunny alone under any circumstances. Ace Simmel took the advice and without realizing it. I fall into a deep sleep again. While Belle was sweating bullets while he watched, accosted, as his aunt slowly walked down the stairs with a wooden tray that had food on it. Alfia got close enough to Belle and placed the tray on the nightstand next to the bed before sitting on the edge of the bed, alarming Belle. Alfia. You've been trying really hard, haven't you? Smiling. Belle. Why yes, sweating. Alfia, what's going on? You look nervous, raising an eyebrow. Belle. Huh? Quick. Think of something. Alarmed, well, it's normal for me to get nervous if such a beautiful woman is near me, smiling, what the hell are you saying? Alfia. Blushing, I see, looking away, well, I won't keep you any longer, eat, I'll go with Hestia to buy some things for tomorrow's training, going. Belle hi, smiling. Just as Alfia was about to leave the room, a small but audible sound rang out. Bunny. Alfia stopped abruptly and turned around in a terrifying manner to look around the room. Alfia Belle you heard that, right? Dark look. Belle. Gulp, gulping, why yeah, nervous. Alfia suddenly approached Belle's bed, who was already beginning to tremble, thinking that his life was over. Belle. Sorry grandpa, I won't be able to fulfill my dreams of being a hero. Male tear. Belle closed his eyes to await his inevitable end. Alfia was already standing right next to the bed, holding that terrifying gaze, and when he thought it was his end. It seems that his luck blessed him. There's no one here. Belle. Opening his eyes. Belle looked perplexed as Ace was kneeling looking under the bed while lifting the sheet a little. The only thing she found under the bed was Hestia's corpse. Wait what? Oh no sorry, that's from another fic XD. Alfia found only old boxes with unimportant things inside and a little dust, but nothing more. There was no blonde vixen who wanted her bunny there. Alfia got confused and got up from the floor while scratching her head. Alfia I'm sure I heard her say something about bunnies, squinting. Belle, you heard it too, right? Belle. Belle was in bed completely white while a little ghost escaped from his mouth. For a second he thought that Alfia would turn it into a good luck charm, into a rabbit's foot. Alfia. Are you okay? Worried. Belle. Why yes, sweating, I think I heard that sound from outside, but I'm not sure, smiling nervously. Belle couldn't say anything else when Alfia had already left at full speed, leaving a small cloud of dust there. She had left at full power to look for that rabbit usurper. Well Belle lay back on his bed breathing heavily. He was sure to say he felt like his life was hanging by a thread, not just his own. What is this? Belle removed the sheets and blushed hard as she stared in shock at the scene in front of her. There she was still asleep but two soft round smooth balls were right above her. Mini Belle of course for a humble person that was normal, but she didn't realize she had a 19 cm monster down there. I didn't mean to be so exaggerated with Belle giving him almost a 30 cm penis, so I'll use something a little more realistic. The average male member is supposed to be 15 cm right? I think that about 19 is already someone well endowed, more if I take into account that Belle is barely 14. Anyway, let's continue. Belle watched nervously as Ace slept right on top of his member. Well those large lumps squeezed his member. It's not like he complained, but he felt that he betrayed his ideals in a certain way, and in some way he also felt that he fulfilled the ideals of a certain old pervert. Belle. Thank you very much Kami-sama, smiling. Hestia. Yes, annoyed, just don't bring Wall and whatever he is to our headquarters again, grumbling. What had happened? Simple. After a while fighting with the sleeping A's, Belle had finally managed to free herself from her grip and took her off of her. Then she got out of bed, ate all the food that her aunt left her at a terrifying speed. Barely finished eating, she went out to A's and carried her bridal style to take her to her headquarters before her aunt returned, but just as she was about to leave, she ran into none other than Hestia, which looked at him in shock before changing her gaze and seeing him with a twitch in his eye while emanating a terrifying aura. Hestia. Why is Wallen, whatever he is, still here? And asleep in your arms? Pointing at him. Alarmed, I don't know how she got there or what happened, but I have to take her to her headquarters before Alfia returns, alarmed. Hestia. Poor memories of Vietnam, okay, sighing. Thank you very much, smiling. Hestia. Let's go here and go before Alfia returns, looking everywhere. Hi. And so they ended up in this situation. Hestia wished Belle luck before quietly closing the door. Belle immediately took this as a starter and started running at high speed, with A's now on his back while holding his thighs and A's burning his sleeping neck. Damn. Blushing. Belle could feel A's soft thighs in his hands. He was tempted to go a little higher and play with A's butt, but he resisted the temptation and kept running to where he knew was the Loki family headquarters. Time skip. After an incredible race through half an hour, Belle was arriving at the Loki family headquarters, the Twilight Mansion, while breathing heavily. He had traveled almost half an hour in 20 minutes. He had to hurry since it was likely that his aunt was already back at the church and was looking for him. Belle smiled as he saw the entrance and his safe zone, where A's wouldn't suffer from Alfia unless she found out about this. Hey. Belle looked in front of him and there at the entrance were two guards of the Loki family, both guarding the entrance, and as soon as they saw him carrying a sleeping A's, they became alert and pointed their spears towards him. Guard. What are you doing with the princess with the sword on your back? Pointing at it with the spear. Wait. Alarmed. What's going on here? Belle and both guards looked forward back and saw Finn walking calmly towards them with his hands on his lower back. Belle find them, surprised. Guards. Captain. Bowing. In situation. Guard 1. Captain. Talent apprentice arrived late at night carrying a sleeping A's-sama on his back. Pointing at Belle. Guard 2. We believe she might be intoxicated or drugged by him and somehow have been desecrated, glaring at Belle. Hey. Wait. That's a setup. Alarmed. A's hum. A's. It's good that you're awake, smiling hopefully, tell them what happened, smiling confidently. A's bunny. Whispering, let me sleep, closing eyes. Hey, sweating, come on, you just have to explain to them, and that's it, begging. A's opened her eyes slightly and looked directly into Belle's eyes, which filled with hope, false hope. A's. I can't, you didn't let me sleep all day, sleeping. Belle. A shock. Guards. Finn. Holding back a small laugh. Belle. Don't cry for me, I'm already dead, shedding a small tear. Finn. I think that's the situation, smiling. Hi, sweating. Belle was in front of Finn, Belle sitting in a chair in front of Finn's desk, who had let him pass without any problem, something strange in Belle's words, but he was grateful for it from the bottom of his heart. After walking through the long corridors of the Twilight Mansion, they arrived at Finn's office, who asked him to leave A's in a long armchair that was there, and then they both sat down somewhere else to talk. Belle explained everything, from his training to what happened with Alfia. It must be said that Finn had a slight chill, but he hid it perfectly. He knew that was one of the risks when they planned the Operation A's boyfriend, although they later changed it to A's rabbit at the request of a lively Tiona who had the first turn to spy on him. Nearly every top executive had spied on Belle, some better than others, and came up with a simple answer. It was perfect. He was not only kind, gentle and innocent in some ways, but with a firm determination that seemed and probably was unbreakable. The more they spied on him, their expectations of him increased to unimaginable levels. He was simply the ideal boy, and they were there for him to be A's rabbit, who did not seem to refuse the idea. It was for that reason that Finn let Belle pass with total tranquility. He knew that Belle was not that kind of person. Finn. Well, how about you leave A's in her room, smiling. Belle. EA. Blushing, I don't think I can, smiling nervously. Finn. Come on, I insist, I just need you to leave her in her room, smiling. Belle looked at Finn's pleasant smile and couldn't refuse, sighing he went to A's and carefully carried her in his arms before Finn's eyes, who could only smile as he watched his future son-in-law carry A's. Finn opened the door to his office and let Belle in first, who left very carefully so as not to hurt A's, followed by Finn, who left the room and closed the door before leading the way to the girls' dorms. After a while he had arrived at the girls' dormitory and Finn asked Belle to use A's hand to open a door. Belle blushed and did so, and the door opened. Inside was a simple room, but with a small feminine touch, a bed with white sheets, a nightstand, a mirror, a bathroom and an empty armor dummy. Belle went to Ace's bed and carefully laid her down on it. He looked at Finn, as if he could give him permission for something, and Finn just nodded in response. Belle carefully removed his silver armor and placed it on the mannequin. He had no ulterior motives, but he simply wasn't going to let Ace sleep uncomfortably with his armor on. Belle was about to leave if something hadn't stopped him. Ace. Bunny. Belle gulped and looked at Ace, who was still asleep but had a tight grip on his shirt. Finn. Ha ha ha, smiling. Belle and don't laugh, nervous. Finn. Well, I'd like to let you sleep here and be used as a pillow by Ace, but tomorrow we have an expedition, sighing. Finn approached both of them and carefully removed Ace's hand from Belle, who was free, although of course, Ace began to pout sweetly while asleep. Minutes later, a blushing Belle and a funny Finn left the room and closed the door carefully. Finn. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you, sane Minerai, smiling. Belle. Likewise, braver, smiling. Finn accompanied Belle to the exit, where he asked the guards to let him in and leave as if he were a member of their family, and if they were lucky, maybe he would be in the not too distant future. When Belle left, Finn turned back to the mansion where Riveria was, looking in the direction where Belle went. Finn. What do you think? Smiling. Riveria. He's a good boy, Ace is lucky, closing his eyes. Finn. I think the same, walking. Well, I'll go prepare some things for the expedition, rest Riveria, Lendis. Riveria. Nodding. Minutes after Finn left, Riveria went to Ace's room and opened the door with complete peace of mind. After all, she was the one who put the lock seal on it, so she could also open the door. And there in bed, lying there was Ace, still grimacing as she moved in the bed in discomfort. Riveria smiled amused, she never expected to see Ace like that. She grabbed a pillow that was lying on the floor and gave it to Ace, who immediately hugged her with an external force. Riveria broke out in a cold sweat. If that had been a person, she would probably be dead with all her ribs broken. Riveria. I feel sorry for the boy. It was already morning. In front of the Tower of Babel, you could see the entire Loki family gathered together preparing for the expedition they would soon go on. While everyone was getting ready, there was a small group who was watching the scene in front of them. There were Belle and Ace talking quietly. Ace looked more animated than ever upon seeing that a bunny had come to say goodbye to her. Not only that, but Belle wished her luck and asked her to take care of herself. No one had ever done that. They believed that because she was the princess of the sword she was invincible, so for many, it was something idiotic to wish her luck. For many less Belle, who cared about the well-being of the people he loved, and Ace fell into that category along with Hestia, Alfia, Lily, and now also Welf, who proved to be a great friend. And while these two lovebirds were talking, there were two groups watching. The senior executives of the Loki, Finn, and Riveria family had a smile as they waited patiently for Ace to return to begin the expedition. Tiona and Tyne with smiles on their faces, chatting about the princesses Bunny, Lafia and Bet. They had dead looks looking at the scene. Hidden elsewhere were precisely the people Belle wanted. And among them a very angry Alfia, who was eager to go and destroy and humiliate Ace in front of everyone, but she had to put up with it for now. Belle. See you there, smiling. Ace lowered her head, slightly blushed and enjoyed the caresses that Belle gave her. It was simply reassuring for her. Of course, that simple act released the jealousy of more than one person. And the members of the Hestia family were doing their best to calm Alfia, who already had a dark look. Belle would definitely have to train 10 times harder than before to understand that he can't flirt with other girls besides her. Wait, what the hell was I thinking? Alfia shook her head with a barely perceptible blush and then calmed down. Alfia. I'll wait for him here, would be. The others calmed down and wished Belle luck. Alfia looked extremely angry. While the Loki family was already entering the dungeon, Ace waved goodbye from a distance just like Belle and entered the jaws of the dungeon. Belle had a big smile on her face. Ace was a good girl, a good friend. Gospel. L.A. Punch. Belle fainted when a silver-haired girl's blow landed right on his head and knocked him out. Hestia. And don't you think you went too far? Nervous. Alfia. Ah. Looking at her with annoyance. Hestia hee. Alarmed, and nothing, trembling. Lily and Welf simply let Alfia pass, who was carrying Belle like a sack of potatoes, while she went to her training area where Belle's hell would begin. Belle slowly opened his eyes. He felt in a comfortable and warm place. He had felt this before, but now it was a little different. The feeling was more pleasant, and he literally felt like he was in heaven. Until. You already woke up. Belle looked ahead and there was Alfia, with her eyes closed while she caressed her hair. Belle realized that he was on Alfia's lap while she caressed him. Alfia laughed lightly at the stupid smile Belle was giving. It even seemed that around him there was an aura of flowers and peace, just like her adorable sister. Although suddenly the pleasant atmosphere changed to a terrifying one as Alfia's gaze darkened. Alfia. Scared. Alfia. Squeezing her head. My head Alfia, are you squeezing it too much, Alfia? Alfia. Crash. Ah. After a not so pleasant hell for Bell, he was lifted up and healed by Alfia before she threw water on his face to wake him up. What happened? Blinking. Bell couldn't say anything else when his silver sword fell in front of his feet and when he looked up he went white. Alfia. Get up, we'll go train, cold look. Hi, scared. Bell looked around and barely noticed that they were in the abandoned building that was next to the abandoned church, exactly on the roof where they always trained. Bell was about to say something if not for a powerful blow to his stomach that made him spit out and simply collapse on the ground. Splash. LHHHHH. Standing up. Again in the same way as before, Bell woke up with a glass of water and this would be repeated for several hours. Splash 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 splash. LHHHHH. Waking up while screaming. Again Bell was forcibly awakened by one of the many glasses of water that were used for this sole purpose. There in front of him was Alfia, who had an expressionless look. After several hits, slaps, scratches, hair pulling, ass buckings and bites. Alfia finally left Bell after that hellish training, although more than training it was torture disguised with those words that Bell remembered perfectly. It's a resistance training. And that's how he spent most of the day getting beaten up by a beautiful silver-haired woman who was also his aunt with whom he was in love. Bell got up from the ground as best he could, trying to look strong in front of the woman he loved and who had possibly given him the worst beating of his life. And Alfia. Well, she looked calmer now, as if she'd let out all her frustration this way. And now that they are calmer I look at Bell, and she really looked in a deplorable state, although for some reason she smiled when she saw a bite she had given him on Bell's neck that she had given him by mistake, although it was more than obvious that she had left her mark. But she still started to feel a little bad for Bell, so when she saw how he stood up trembling, she decided to leave him a little help to make him feel better. Alfia. Trying to hit me, expressionless. Ellie. Still shaking. Alfia. Try to hit me, this time I won't hit you, expressionless. It's okay, swallowing. Alfia. I'll give you a huge advantage. I won't move from this spot and I won't attack you. I'll just defend myself and block your attacks. I can't dodge them either. Is that enough of an advantage? Raising an eyebrow. Isn't that dangerous? Worried. Alfia. Do you think you can hurt me? Alarmed. It was true, even with those advantages, would he be able to hit his aunt? He was only a level 2, his aunt was a damn level 7 monster that looked like an 8 and hit like a 9, simply ridiculous but real. I didn't think he would be able to do it in 1,000 years, it was better to surrender. Alfia. You have 1 minute to hit me, if you do I'll give you a reward, smiling. I will. Motivated. And? Those simple words had given Bell that incredible determination again. Bell got into an attack stance and held his silver sword tightly right in front of him, but he realized something. It's broken, in shock. His silver sword had been broken when he miraculously managed to block one of Alfia's attacks with a sword, but it had broken as a result. Welf is going to get angry. It's already the 5th this week. And his black sword. His aunt had that one in her left hand and would probably use it to block his attacks if she had her sword. Alfia squinting, attack now, would be. And so it began. Bell had only 1 minute to hit her, no matter how soft or strong his blow was, it didn't matter, at least he had to connect a clean blow. Bell rushed to attack while Alfia raised her right hand slowly. Just as Bell was in front of her she started to block Bell's attacks indifferently. While Bell tried to hit her desperately, but no matter what he did, what technique he used, how many hits he gave, none of that mattered, all his attacks were easily blocked or deflected by the hand of that beautiful and terrifying woman whom Bell admired. Alfia. Half a minute, expressionless. Bell was worried, that was the time he had left, he had to be quick and connect a clean blow. Alfia. Use everything at your disposal, seeing Bell's determined look, even if it's magic or that rare ability use them. It would be. Gulp, swallowing hard, TOK. Bell took a breath before saying his short chant magic. Anger, wrath of heaven, Kalem Vale. Immediately Bell was surrounded by a layer of rays that illuminated the orange sunset that became darker and darker as the sun set. Bell tried to hit Alfia now with his magic activated, his blows were much faster and more effective since they gave Alfia a little numbness, but it was still useless. Alfia remained in that same place blocking his attacks with one hand. No matter what, even his blows were going at completely abnormal speeds for a level 2, he was not able to make her retreat. Bell. Is the difference between us so vast? Looking at her. Alfia was still there, she didn't look tired, much less with any scratches or bumps, there wasn't even a bit of untidiness in her elegant dress that made her D-cup breasts stand out, as if the dirt itself had a conscience and didn't want to mess with that beautiful and terrifying silver-haired girl. Bell jumped back and tried to slow his breathing, his heart was very upset, to have the great speed of a level 3 he had to at least use his lightning magic at its maximum splendor, and that was a little more than he expected. But a few simple words alarmed him even more. Alfia. 10 seconds. Bell swallowed hard, it was all or nothing. He would put everything he had into one last point-blank attack, he wasn't ready yet, he wasn't ready at all, but it was worth a try. His ability to copy. She was much more powerful than Bell thought. Bell extended his right hand right in front of him while his palm was open and his fingers were half retracted, his left hand was holding his wrist tightly, as if he didn't want anything to spill out. Alfia opened her eyes in shock. Most of the rays that previously covered Bell's body gathered in his open palm, all the rays were concentrated in his palm, while the concentration of the rays also became stronger and took on a completely white color instead of a bluish one as almost always. Alfia felt a slight numbness, she could feel it, the level of magical power she had accumulated and concentrated there was exaggeratedly large, Bell might even be able to do some damage to her if he were to give her a direct hit by surprise, it wouldn't kill her or leave her seriously damaged, but it would definitely give her some problems if it hit her. Alfia was on guard, that attack emanated many rays, so many that they could numb and render useless some parts of her body and force her to receive the direct impact that would leave her in a bad state. Alfia and Bell looked into each other's eyes, there were only 6 seconds left. -5. But God, 1 step away. -4. Then he gave the following. -3. Finally he started to run while the concentration of the rays in his hand increased even more. -2. Both were already a few meters away, Bell retracted his arm back ready to extend it as if it were a thrust with the sword. Only this time, the sword would be his electrified fist. While Alfia prepared herself and held the black sword ready to block that blow with one more detail. Ataraxia. -1. Silence of Eden. Chidori. Crash. Several days had passed since the departure of the Loki family, almost a week in fact, right now Bell was in front of Alfia and Hestia with his silver armor, 2 swords in the metal protectors that hung from his chest, and his long red scarf. Alfia blushed every time she saw Bell like that, it was surprising how from one second to the next his submissive look and aura changed to a dominant and more serious one, and according to what that Palom Bell had told her, he was also more sensible and cold when he was fighting so as not to lose focus in a fight. Alfia nodded proudly at that, but her gaze changed to a dark one, knowing that Bell was also irresponsible sometimes, an example was when the Loki family brought him to the surface and found out that he fought against an irregular Minotaur. Alfia, for the 3rd time in her life, had become hysterical upon seeing Bell in that state. The first was when her sister had a sudden attack of very strong coughing. The second when he found out that his sister was pregnant and had been desecrated by that idiot expert in fleeing, she even put a reward of 1 billion valis for the head of that perverted son of Zeus, and of course the poor man had to hide in his headquarters in the Zeus family for a whole week so that they wouldn't cut off his head and give it to a furious silver-haired girl. And here was the third. When they brought Bell with multiple wounds on his body and unconscious. For a second, Alfia believed that it was the Loki family who did this. Finn's thumb trembled like never before in his life. No, it trembled so much that his entire arm shook like jelly every time he looked at Alfia, warning her of the danger. Finn understood immediately and explained the situation to her before his family was mercilessly massacred by the silver-haired woman. But leaving aside the near extermination of a family. Bell looked at his 2 swords with a smile, although the Welf sword could not be considered the best, it was a good quality one for a novice blacksmith. Bell looked at his goddess and his love interest with a smile and said goodbye to begin his adventure, but who would say it would be a more dangerous adventure than he thought. While Bell was leaving, Alfia looked at the direction where he had gone with longing and sadness. She knew that Bell was strong, but whenever she entered that place categorized as the lion's den, Bell could be in danger. The dungeon was a dangerous place from which Bell might one day not return alive. Something that squeezed the silver-haired beauty's heart every time she had that single thought. But I was sure that Bell would be fine, after all he wasn't weak. Much less if he took into account that strange technique. Chidori. A very powerful and dangerous magic, no, a variation of his magic, a second variation, who would say that just by seeing how the Princess of the Sword did it, he would be able to decipher on his own how to do the same attack. And he named it Chidori, right? Something simple but that bothered Alfia excessively. And that was that the magic made the sound of 1,000 birds, thousands and thousands of birds. It was a loud sound that bothered Alfia excessively, but she had to admit that the second variation of her magic was impressive, not to say a blessing. Well, sugoi. Lily Bell-sama is amazing, right? Smiling. Welf nodded dumbly as he watched Bell fight. Wait, fight. No, more like massacre his enemies. All the monsters that stood in front of him fell dead in seconds by his powerful and fast sword technique that seemed to improve more and more, and he was not wrong after all. Alfia was a powerful swordsman, and Bell was trained by her, and to make his growth faster, he had the ability to copy and Lyra's Frez, abilities totally broken by all the protagonists. Bell walked slowly with an expressionless look while wielding his sword and attacking quickly and effectively. Welf and Lily were just in the back giving support as best they could, while Bell continued his massacre in an impossible way. Some monsters were already trembling at his mere presence that emanated power, and every step he took, every slash, only made them tremble more. Not only monsters but also adventurers, some level 1 adventurers and a few level 2 trembled or looked in admiration at an impassive Bell, who seemed to ignore the looks and just continued with his work cutting heads. But the hope of the monsters returned momentarily when on the 11th floor an infant dragon arrived, a red dragon without wings, a little dwarf. It was not very big, but not very small either, at least it was bigger than the orcs. This one had 2 horns of the same tone as his skin, although one of them was cut off by a previous battle with another adventurer. The little dragon looked at everyone annoyed and tried to attack Lily from behind with his tail. Welf was a bit far away killing some imp so he couldn't do anything. The attack was just a few centimeters away from Lily, who was in shock without being able to do anything. The attack would have hit her, if not for why a black sword stood in the middle avoiding the attack. The infant dragon was surprised and broke into a cold sweat when he saw Bell's dead eyes staring into his own. Bell extended his hand, completely ignoring the white glow emanating from it. Bell. Anger, wrath of heaven Calum Vale. Instantly a layer of lightning covered Bell's body, giving him more strength and making the dragon retreat, which used all its strength to prevent Bell from making him retreat. Everyone looked at the scene in surprise, especially Lily who was in shock, although they were confused when they saw how the electricity from Bell's body began to head towards the tip of his sword. Bell. Chidori. Suddenly, the electricity increased and the light in Bell's hand too, such was the power and concentration of the rays that it began to make the sound of 1,000 birds. No, not one bird, thousands of birds. Bell stabbed the monster in the neck, and to everyone's surprise it exploded in a second, just as a torrent of lightning appeared from the tip of Bell's sword. It was the movement he had copied from Aze. She had her Lil Rafaga, and he had his Chidori. That was the result of his confrontation with Aze. Welf sugoi, and shock. Lily was trembling slightly before hugging Bell without saying anything. She looked like a scared and helpless little girl. Bell stroked her head gently and simply ignored everything else. Welf. Seriously, my friend, you are amazing, smiling. Bell, and it's not that bad, smiling nervously. Welf. You're too kind, Bell, sighing. Lily. Bell-sama is always like this, hugging her arm. Welf. Whatever you say, Lilicuajo. Lily grumbling. What was the rabbit team doing right now? Simple, they were resting. They were both sitting in one of the dungeon's corridors eating quietly. Well, Welf and Lily were resting while Bell was eating a sandwich that looked delicious. Lily. Bell-sama, you always carry a bento, don't you? Smiling. Bell-a. Hi, smiling, sometimes I wake up really early and forget to eat, so someone gives me an bento very early to eat in the dungeon, smiling. Lily. Another Bell-sama girl. Pouting. Bell-a. Blushing at the thought of Sir. Lily is right. Shaking it. Bell Gamenasai, being shaken. After Lily calmed down they went to rest while Bell broke one of her sandwiches in half. Bell. Do you want some? Smiling. Welf. Sure, smiling. Lily. Lily will gladly glue it, smiling. Whenever Bell ate his bentos he had a face of pure satisfaction, so they imagined it was something delicious. Ha, poor fools. Both of them almost vomited when they put the food in their mouths. The taste was horrible, simply disgusting, although the texture and appearance were incredible. It was only for show. They both looked at Bell who ate the last sandwich with a smile on his face. They both wondered how the hell he was able to eat this food. Lily. Beautiful Sama. Surprise. Welf. It's definitely a Bell, Chibi. Bell. It's an Almrich. Taking out his swords. The Almrich changed their adorable expression to a ferocious one and took out their weapons to attack them. Lily. The Bells are attacking us. Welf. Cover yourself from the bells. Alarmed. Bell. His name is Almrich, and I'm Tears. Welf and Lily looked at Bell with beads of sweat. They were both sitting breathing heavily as they rested. A horde of monsters had cornered them, and they fought as best they could, but in the end they ended up falling down from exhaustion, and Bell continued fighting calmly while slicing monsters right and left. He was surrounded by a powerful electric cloak that allowed him to stay out of the way and kill the hellhounds and Almrich that attacked them. Bell moved to the right dodging a hellhound that passed by him, but before the hellhound could react a sword stabbed into his left side passing through him without any problem, while his body suffered strong spasms from the electricity. A short time later he disappeared in smoke dropping the magic stone. Bell. Who's next? Raising his sword. Some monsters writhed in fear, while others looked angrier. Bell narrowed his eyes and prepared to fight, but he knew he couldn't keep going like this, even he had a limit and he was already starting to get tired. Unfortunately for Bell, a group of adventurers passed right next to them. Lily. That's it. Bell looked ahead and was shocked to see another horde of monsters join theirs and begin to attack him. Two monsters attacked him from the left and right with their claws, but were stopped by both of Bell's swords, who began to fight with his black and silver swords in both hands. Bell lowered the black sword along with his enemy's claws and kicked him in the nose before using the black sword to pierce the monster he was holding with the silver one. It didn't take long to slash a monster and kill it before he used both swords to cut and decapitate a hellhound. Bell spun his sword before slamming it hard into the head of an Almrich and finally launching a horizontal slash in front of him and killing 3 monsters. Bell. Dodging an attack, I'm starting to get tired, throwing thrusts. Well, those damned ones, nuisance. Lily. They gave us a parade pass. Annoyed. Bell. We'd better go, seriously. Ambos. Hi. Welf and Lily took all their things and went through the monsters to an empty hallway. Lily took out a strange purple blanket that Welf had made and covered both of them with it. Welf listened. Screaming. The monsters vocterated towards where the scream came from and prepared to attack that place, if not for why Bell smiled slightly before sticking both swords into the ground and chanting. Bell. This'll. Instantly a large wave of concentrated lightning was released and wiped out all the monsters in seconds, leaving hundreds of monster magic stones there, undoubtedly a good loot, but one that they could not obtain unfortunately. Welf and Lily got out of the blanket that still had some lightning residue on it. It was a layer made of a highly insulating material, that's why they hadn't suffered any damage from Bell's distal, who ended up on the ground panting from exhaustion. Lily bell-sama. Welf Bell. Both immediately ran to Bell's side and helped him up. Bell was very exhausted. Not only did he fight against an entire horde of monsters, but he also used his magic in a very irresponsible way, but it was worth it since they survived. Bell. I'm fine, breathing heavily, come on we have to get out of here, walking with difficulty. Bell put both swords in their respective sheaths and began to walk alongside Lily and Welf, who were already better than before. Soon they were about to embark on an adventure. And. Approaching a golden-haired girl, 09. Bell opened his eyes with difficulty and looked in confusion at where he was. He was lying in the middle of a rather large brown tent in his opinion, besides that he was completely alone. He didn't have his silver armor, nor his swords, these were placed carefully beside him. And he only had his black clothes and his red scarf on. Although I could only tell by the texture as he was covered from head to toe in a warm white blanket. Bell didn't want to get up, so he just stayed there comfortably enjoying the warmth and security that the blankets gave him, or so it was until he wanted to turn over, and when he was about to do so he felt an extra weight on his back. Bell froze like stone before raising his hands and slowly pulling down the blanket, revealing a beautiful golden-haired swordswoman snuggled into his chest as she clutched her Goliath fur scarf. Bella Aze. Blushing. Aze didn't hear him, she was in a deep sleep from which it seemed she wouldn't wake up soon, and Bell didn't want to wake her up, she looked so calm and pretty like that, and he didn't want to disturb her from her sleep. While Aze was having a pleasant dream with a black-haired man and a golden-haired woman who smiled at her affectionately. Aze. Dad, Mom. Bell looked curiously at the smile on Aze's face, it seemed that she was dreaming about her parents, and it was clear that she loved them very much, he didn't want to bother her, so he lay down again and covered both of them, letting out a sigh. He was worried about Welf and Lily, but he knew they were fine, after all he was the one who brought them to him. Up to the 18th floor, barely escaping from the Goliath on the 17th floor. Bell. I guess I'll sleep a little. Z. Are you my hero? P. Sorry Aze, but I can't be your hero, I'm already your mother's. No, but. Don't worry, I know that one day you'll find someone who will take care of you and protect you, someone who will be your hero Aze. Someone you love with all your heart. Someone I love with all my heart. But who? Behind. Whose voice is that? After. There it is again, it looks like. Behind. It's. Belle. Belle. Are you okay? Smiling. Aze suddenly opened her eyes and realized it was a dream, a pleasant dream in her words. Aze sighed sadly before settling into her soft warm bed. Wait, bed. Wasn't she on the 18th floor? With her family? Sure, she was on an expedition with her family, but what was she doing asleep? And what was that comfortable mattress she was lying on? It was also small, about the same size and height as her. Aze noticed that she was covered by a blanket and removed it, revealing that she was lying on a white-haired man who looked like he was having a pleasant dream. Aze. True, I slept with him when I let him rest here. Looking at Belle, they really are similar. Aze lay back down on Belle's chest and covered them both with a blanket before slowly closing her eyes ready to sleep, and just when she was about to have a pleasant sleep with her hero, someone accidentally entered the tent. Fiona. Hello. Happy. Aze stood still before slowly turning his gaze towards the Amazon who was in shock looking at the scene. Behind. Fiona. Sorry for the interruption, closing the door. Aze did nothing, he didn't know what to do in this situation, his nervousness increased when he heard Tiona screaming outside the tent. Hey. Don't go to the tent of Argonaut, come and Aze. Hey? What do you mean from Aze? Dufu, let's say it's also from Aze now. Aze hid in the sheets in a shy and adorable way, it would be a beautiful image that any man would want to see, and Belle had the opportunity to see it, but unfortunately he was asleep and he missed that beautiful moment. Belle? Waking up. Belle looked at the ceiling of the tent with complete calm before looking at Aze and smiling. She looks very pretty. Belle. It's true, smiling, huh? Blank. Reveria. Hello, smiling. Belle. It's not what you think, sweating. Reveria. Hahaha, don't worry, amused, I just came to see how you were, and when I was about to leave you woke up, well I won't interrupt you anymore, wake up Aze, we'll wait for you outside, going. LH hi, wait, will they wait for us? Sweating cold. Belle. Thank you very much. Doggies. Finn. Hahaha, no need to thank, smiling, it's normal to help a friend of Aze, looking at Belle. Belle was now right in front of Finn in his tent, next to Finn was Reveria who looked calm, but with a slight smile on her face, and finally next to Belle was Aze who looked embarrassed. Finn. Well I'm glad you're okay, smiling, your friends are in another tent resting, Aze, looking at her. Aze hi. Finn. Can you guide Belle to her friends? Smiling. Aze. Hi. Belle. Thank you very much Aze, smiling. Aze nodded while having a small pink tint on her cheeks. Belle thanked Finn again, and together with Aze they left the tent only to be intercepted by two Amazons. Oh. Argonaut-kun. Belle. Belle couldn't say anything when a beautiful flat-topped Amazon rushed towards him, smiling. Fiona. I'm glad you're okay, Argonaut-kun. I saw your fight against the Minotaur. It was great. With a twinkle in her eyes. Belle Argonaut-kun. Confused. Ian. Leave her alone, ever since she saw you fight that Minotaur you started telling her a story like a hero. Belle. You mean the legendary Argonaut hero from Sword Oratoria. Cheerful. Belle grabbed Tiona's hands with a sparkle in his eyes like a little kid, while Tiona immediately imitated him and also looked at Belle with a sparkle in her eyes. Tiona. Do you know him? Happy. Belle hi. He's my favorite hero of all the hero tales, smiling. Tiona. Finally, someone with culture, with an I'm tears. Belle. I see, someone who speaks my language, extending his hand. Tiona. A pleasure, Tiona heard, shaking hands with a smile. Belle. Same, bellcranel, smiling. Belle and Tyan walked away from Aze and Tyan as they started talking about hero stories ignoring anything else, at this moment the rest was not relevant to them. Tyan looked at them with a drop of sweat, it seems that her sister found someone with the same taste for hero stories as her, she turned her gaze to see Aze, but was shocked to see how she was giving a grim look to Tiona, she felt as if they were uniting her, taking the attention away from her master. Tyan became more alarmed as she watched Aze slowly begin to draw her sword ready to impale Tyan. Tyan went and stopped Aze from committing murder before running towards her sister and pulling her away from Belle and Aze, while Belle looked on in bewilderment. Tyan. Well, I'm sorry bellcranel, but I have to take my sister to do something important, sweating nervously, well it was a pleasure, goodbye, leaving at a quick pace. Fiona Bay. Cheerful. Belle. Goodbye, waving goodbye. After Tyan saved her sister from imminent death, Belle and Aze walked towards Welf and Lily's tent. Of course, Belle was nervous since Aze was much more attached to him than before. Belle. Now that I think about it, how come there's light in the dungeon? Surprised. Aze. That's thanks to the glass in the ceiling, pointing to the ceiling. Belle looked at the ceiling with surprise and brightness in his eyes, it looked really beautiful. Aze. Those crystals work as light for the 18th floor. When it's night outside, the crystals lose energy and become dark, but they still leave small traces of light that resemble stars, smiling at Belle. Belle. Sugoi, with a sparkle in his eyes. Bae smiled at seeing Belle as if he were an adorable bunny and was tempted to pet his head. In fact, she had already extended her hand to do so, but Belle looked at her friend's tent and smiled before running towards the tent. Unaware that Ace fell to the floor face down with his hand outstretched. Lily. What happened? Confused. Well fug, Hephaestus-sama, sleeping environment. Belle. Hello, smiling. Lily Belle-sama. Smiling. Well Belle. Allegra. Belle. Hey guys, smiling. Lily. Where are we? Confused. Belle. We're on the 18th floor. I managed to escape from the monsters, and we got to the 18th floor. The Loki family helped us, scratching the back of his neck. Welf Lily. The Loki family. In shock. Belle. He, scratching his neck. Belle. Lily and Welf watched in surprise as the sword princess stuck her head through the entrance of the tent and looked at Belle. Baze. Do you want to come to the bonfire? Curious. Belle. Huh. Okay, smiling, we'll go in a moment, looking at his companions. Baze nodded and left calmly, leaving little party alone. Welf. And how did we get here? Confused. Lily. Lily also wants to know, looking at Belle. Belle. Well, let's just say that Goliath appeared earlier than planned, scratching his neck. Welf Lily. Lily. Are you okay, Belle-sama? Alarmed. Welf. Idiot rabbit, I told you to leave me behind, shaking him. Belle. I couldn't do that, laughing, I couldn't abandon my friends, smiling at both of them. Lily and Welf remained silent before smiling and joining Belle, now they literally owed him their lives. Lily. My backpack, and I'm tears. Welf. My sword, with his head bowed. Belle. Giga Menasai, a Vergensado. Lily. Don't worry, Belle-sama, shaking her head. Welf. It's not your fault, shaking his head. Baze Belle, expressionless. Belle. You have. Curious. Baze eat, giving him a fruit. Belle. Okay, looking at the fruit, what is this? Confused. Baze. It's a fruit from the 18th floor, looking at Belle. Belle. Dungeon fruit. Surprised. Baze nodding, don't worry, it's edible, but it's also very sweet. Belle. I see, thanks, biting it. Belle chewed it a little before making a strange face at the extremely sweet taste in his mouth. Baze started to laugh a little at Belle's funny face, who smiled with difficulty as he swallowed that extremely sweet piece of fruit he had in his mouth. Belle. It's really sweet, looking at the fruit. Lily Belle-sama. Could you give it to Lily? Happy. Belle. Sure, take it, extending his hand. Belle dropped the fruit into Lily's hands, who looked at the fruit with bright eyes, imagining an indirect kiss. Unfortunately, two other hands also went to grab the fruit, but only one of them grabbed it. Welf looked confused as there was nothing in his hand, he was supposed to have grabbed the cave to eat it whole and annoy Lilicuajo. But Lily and he were shocked to see the sword princess eating the fruit with her gaze averted. Baze. It's delicious, a little blushing. Belle. Isn't it very sweet? Curious. Baze expressionless. Belle. So. Confused. Baze. But it's delicious, chibi. Belle. I see, and I'm droplet. As Aze and Belle began to talk, Aze's friends watched the interaction curiously. Hein. It seems that they are very good friends, smiling. Fiona. Argonaut-kun is a good boy and someone of culture, smiling proudly. Alfia stood next to both Amazons, looking with a blank expression at Aze and Belle as she felt her world crumble. Belle. Now that I think about it, how did you find us? Confused. Aze blushing. Belle became confused when the red color began to fill Aze's face as she looked away at her friends asking for help. Help that you did not receive since you are alone, they wished you luck. Aze. Well, timidly, I was exploring the entrance to the 18th floor because I heard the Goliath scream, the blacksmith and the palom passed right by me and fell to the grass, but, hiding her head. Belle. But. Swallowing hard. Aze. You fell on top of me, looking at him timidly. Belle. Yeah. In shock. In fact, at that moment Belle began to remember it. When they barely escaped the Goliath and threw Lily and Welf into the tunnel before jumping into the. Just as he came out of the tunnel he thought he would fall into the grass and in the end his face ended up in the breasts of a surprised sword princess. And that's all he remembers. Belle. I am sorry, blushing. Aze. Looking away. Belito, Aze, if you want you can. Lily. That scream. Belle-kami-sama. Surprised. Bell got up from the log he was sitting on and started running towards the entrance of the 18th floor, where several people could be seen: Hestia, a god with a feather hat, a beautiful woman with light blue hair, 3 adventurers who, well, those who abandoned them, and now Bell-sama running towards her. Hestia. Bell-kun. Happy. Bell, hi, it's me, Kami-sama, smiling. Hestia. Bell-kun. Rushing towards him. Hestia was about to burn Bell, and would have been if not for a kick with a black heel that threw her several meters away from Bell. Bell K. Kami-sam. Bell was able to finish when a silver-haired beauty also came out of the 18th floor entrance, although 5. Bell blushed when Alfia fell right on top of him, putting his head between Alfia's breasts, who seemed to care little. Alfia. Hello Bell, smiling. And approaching a silver-haired girl, 10. Hello Bell. Bell blushed and looked at his aunt, who completely ignored the fact that her breasts were in Bell's face, preventing him from breathing. Bell. I'm going to die trying to breathe, but for some reason I don't mind dying this way, with a smile of victory. As Bell's soul left this world, an old bearded man and another man with black hair and red eyes welcomed him to heaven, as if he were a champion who had done the impossible. Alfia. Bell. Looking at Blue. Bell. 3 Jag American later. Bell slowly opened his eyes, finding himself lying in a tent with a blanket covering him, while through the entrance of the tent you could see slight rays of light, implying that it was daytime. Bell had a strange feeling of deja vu as he felt like he was lying with someone again, only now he felt like he was the one lying on someone's chest. And he was not wrong. She removed the sheet that was blocking her view, and a tremendous surprise filled Bell when she discovered that he was sleeping on her aunt's chest while she hugged him. No doubt his aunt was very fond of him, but even so, Bell thanked the Holy Spirit for giving him enough oxygen so that he wouldn't die in a pleasant way, although, to be honest, he wouldn't have minded dying like that. But leaving that aside, Bell carefully moved away from his aunt as he looked at the tent. It was exactly the same one I had woken up in yesterday. That's when Bell opened his eyes and ran out of the tent to look at the completely illuminated crystal sky. Bell. I slept through the night, surprised, wait, and Lily and Welf. No, I think I should ask myself what the heck Ryu-san was doing here and why that group of adventurers who abandoned us earlier was there, frowning, never mind, shaking his head. I think I should find out what happened last night when I passed out. That's easy to answer. Bell almost jumped like a scared rabbit when an almost expressionless voice sounded behind him, scaring him beyond belief. Bell. Alfia. Turning around. Exactly, behind Bell was the previously sleeping Alfia looking at him with her typical tranquility as always. Alfia. After you fainted, we went to leave you in one of the tents that the Loki family brought with the help of the golden-haired girl, and after that we ate some dulciums to regain energy. Bell. Some dulciums? Confused. Alfia. That's the name your mother gave to the fruits when she tried one, taking out a small multicolored fruit, try it, giving it to her. Bell. I've never seen this before, surprised. Alfia. It's normal, it's a dumb fruit, looking at him. Bell. About to bite the fruit, this is edible, sweating. Alfia. Don't worry, it's actually very healthy and completely replenishes your energy. I'm just warning you that it's too sweet, scrunching up her face. Bell looked at it for a second with doubt but decided to trust his beloved aunt and ate the fruit completely, wrinkling his face at the excessively sweet taste in his mouth. Bell. It's too sweet, swallowing it with difficulty. Alfia. Over time you'll get used to eating things like that, calmly. For now I'll settle for that until we get back to the surface and eat something more normal. Bell. Hi, nodding. Alfia. Right, put on your armor and your things, we'll go to Riviera, looking at him. Bell. Riviera. Confused. Alfia. You don't know her, raising an eyebrow, considering how strict your advisor is. I'm surprised she hasn't told you what she is. Bell. Well, she was going to give me classes from the 16th floor to the 20th floor today, drop of sweat, I think she'll get angry when she sees me, sweating cold. Alfia. I see, smiling. Bell. Don't smile like you like it, frowning, are we going with someone else? Raising an eyebrow. Alfia. With everyone, and also with the indecent Amazons and the blonde, with a blank look. Bell. I see, smiling nervously, I'll go put on my armor, returning to the cabin. Alfia. Looking into space, will Bell and the golden-haired girl be close? With a blank stare, that's wrong, it's not that I'm jealous, I just can't let the harpies get close to my nephew, yeah, I would be happy that he didn't let dirty harpies get close to corrupt him, nodding to herself. While Alfia was trying to convince herself that she would want her to do this in the tent, Bell was finishing putting on his armor, his black sword and his other sword made by Welf. Bell. Ready, smiling. The pair of northerners were now walking together towards a cliff where you could see everyone who was going to accompany them. On one side were the group from the Far East. There were also the Amazon sisters and A's. Hermes and Asfi along with Welf, Lily and Hestia, who were happy to see him and immediately ran towards him. Hestia Bell Kun. Jumping to hug him. Before she could even touch Bell, Hestia was stopped in midair by Alfia's hand before the aforementioned released her, letting her fall to the floor. Lily. Bell-sama. Are you okay? Worried. Welf. Hey buddy. How are you? You don't have any broken bones, right? Smiling. Bell. Don't worry guys, I'm a tough nut to crack, smiling. Hermes. Fine. Since we're all here, how about we go visit Riviera Maya right away? Smiling. Oh hi. Bell. I expected something more. Alfia. Epic, I know, I thought that too the first time I came here, staring blankly at the entrance sign. Lily. Welcome adventurers Riviera, blank, seems. Welf. A trash can, in white. Fiona. They can't make a much better city since there are constant monster attacks, and the city is always destroyed so they can't make a much better city, scratching the back of his head, that's also why things are very expensive, a night in an inn costs more than 50,000 valis, that's why we always bring our tents and supplies, smiling. L. The prices can't be that exaggerated or can they? Sweating. Alfia. When she was still from the Hera family, the prices of everything cost double what they would normally cost on the surface, thinking, a whetstone should cost about 5,000 valis, but since our captain loved to boast and use her title as captain of the Hera family, she managed to force the sellers to lower the price of anything by 70%. This benefited us a lot on our excursions in the dungeon, sighing. L. I understand, thinking. Welf. Well, if they only cost twice as much as usual then I think I could buy some beads by going to an artifact shop. Lily. I guess Lily could be compared to a backpack, shouldering. Alfia. I don't know if the prices have gone up anymore, mumbling. Ha. Alfia and Bell came out of their thoughts to turn to see Welf and Lily, who were looking at some items in a random store. Welfie, this whetstone is worth 15,000 valis, sweating. Lily. This old backpack is worth 20,000 valis, in shock, hey. This is a steal. Pointing to a low shoulder. Salesman. That's your problem, little girl. Whether you buy it or not is not my problem, playing it down. Lily. Damn, growling. While Welf and Lily were looking at the prices, Alfia turned to look at Hestia, who was talking to an Amazon who was selling a few jars of different sizes and colors. Alfia immediately thought of potions, but when she saw the shape of one of the flasks her gaze changed to a grim one. Bell realized that the atmosphere was starting to get heavy, and when he turned to see Alfia, he was scared by her letter that showed pure contempt. Bell. W. What happened? Scared. It was then that Bell also saw Hestia give a large amount of money to the Amazon, who gave her the bottle of perfume. Hestia. Happy. Hestia-sama. Hestia trembled when she heard a sinister and terrifying voice speak to her, and when she raised her head, she could see a terrifying silver-haired woman with her eyes glowing red, while the devil himself appeared behind her. Alfia. May I ask, what is that? It would be. Hestia on PPP perfume, templano. Alfia. And how much did it cost, squinting. Hestia. Shaking harder. Alfia. Answer. Firm. Hestia. Almost 40,000 valis, whispering. Alfia. L. Oh no, leaving. L walked quickly, going as far away as he could, and when he was far enough away to not see either of them, he could hear a scream coming from his goddess. L. Forgive me, Kami-sama, but I still want to live, shedding a tear. Ah. After respect Hest Murde Hestia. V. After that pleasant situation, for us, Bell continued walking through the Riviera city, being fascinated by how well it was made, or well, taking into account that they will rebuild it at least 7 times a month, it was somewhat surprising that it was made in a more than acceptable way. While Bell was wandering in his mind, a group of adventurers was walking through the city of Riviera without realizing that they were about to collide with Bell. Insert sounds of 2 people colliding. More. Hey, watch where you're wah, scared. Ella. Raising an eyebrow, sorry, continuing walking. More. Hey. Annoyed. Bell. What happened? Turning around. Mord. Don't you remember me? Annoyed. Elhum. Thinking no, sorry, going. Mord. That bastard, how dare he forget me after that humiliation at the bar, clenching his fist. Extra 01. Don't worry, Mord, we'll make that bastard pay later. Extra 02. Yes, now why don't we go to the bar here for some beers? Mord. What? But it's very car. Extra 02. This time I'm treating. Mord. Yes, walking to the bar. While that was happening, Bell walked towards the meeting point he had established with the others, without realizing that he was being followed by a golden-haired woman who had also seen all the previous interaction with the adventurers. Bays. Are you okay? Curious. Belle. Ah. Scared. Where did you come from? Sweating. A's. From over there, looking away. Belle. Okay, and why did you follow me? Looking at her. A's. Curiosity, with a sparkle in his eyes. Belle. I feel like it was for something else, blank. Well, let's go back to the others, what do you think? Smiling. A's nodded and followed Belle, walking behind him, looking at his back with nostalgia. A's. He doesn't realize, but every day I see that he's more like Dad, looking at the ground. Minnie. A's. What are you waiting for? An invitation or something? You have to win him over. Dad was Mom's hero, and he'll be our hero, whether you like it or not, pouting. A's. Hi, Madhavada. Belle. A's, waving her hand in front of her. A's. Reacting. Belle. I've been talking to you for 5 minutes, we've finally arrived at the meeting point, smiling. A's looked around, realizing that it was true, they were already at the meeting point outside of Riviera, with everyone who had accompanied him earlier. Belle. What were you so distracted about? Curious. A's. Remembering her conversation with Minnie. A's. Nothing, looking away with a slight blush. Belle. Sure. Lily. Ah. Lily thought Alfia-sama had taken that from her. Annoyed. Hestia. I need it. Hyping a bottle of pink liquid. Lily. What the hell do you need cheap perfume for? Pointing at the. Hestia. I am a lady, I need to smell good, my belle-con won't like girls who smell bad, smiling victoriously. Tell me, how long has it been since you didn't bathe? Lily. Ugh. Feeling a blow to her pride. A's, who was near them listening to their fight, reacted to Hestia's comment and sniffed slightly. Without anyone noticing, Alfia sniffed herself lightly and didn't notice a bad smell, but not a pleasant one either. Maybe she should take a bath and use some of that cheap perfume. Well, with A's. Minnie. A's. You smell horrible, don't you dare approach him until you've bathed, chibi. A's. You have, with a depressive aura. The Amazon sisters looked at A's reaction and smiled to themselves before speaking to the others. Fiona. Hey. We found a lake nearby. What do you think about going for a swim? Smiling. Tyan. Yes, you are also invited, Hestia-sama, Lily, and also Asfi-san and Alfia-sama, smiling. They all nodded and followed Tyan and Tiona towards that lake, while threatening the god Hermes not to spy or do anything improper. Obviously, as soon as he left, Hermes approached the boys, but before he could even say anything, Auka spoke up. Auka. My sword lacks an edge, looking at his big sword. Welf. Oh, I can service it if you want, smiling. Auka. That would be very helpful, smiling. Auka and Welf went to a tent where Welf's tools were, leaving Belle alone with Hermes, who smiled as if he was very lucky. Hermes. Belle-kun, pointing behind him, follow me, I want to show you something, entering the forest. Belle. Huh. It's okay, following him. Well, Hermes guided Belle into the forest where Hermes found a rather large tree with a long branch. Belle. Hey, what are we doing here, Hermes-sama, confused. Hermes. Climbing onto the tree branch. Belle. Huh. Why? Hermes. Come on, trust me, smiling, you love this, walking on the branch. Belle. I have a bad feeling, climbing the branch. Belle walked up the branch until he approached Hermes, who looked down smiling while with his hands, he pushed aside a pair of leaves that were blocking his view. Belle. What are we looking at, blushing, this is, in shock. Hermes. That's right, my dear Belle, we are contemplating. Paradise. Right below them was a lake, but not just any lake, one where the girls were bathing, washing their naked bodies with the warm water of that lake, without realizing that they were being watched by a perverted god and a white-haired boy who was being forced. Belle. I had read from my grandfather's diary about a place called Paradise, I didn't believe it would be real, with a drop of blood coming out of his nose, no. Calm down, bellcranel, you promised you wouldn't be like Grandpa, shaking his head, Hermes-sama, this is wrong, we must leave before they see us, nervous. Hermes. SHHHH, putting a finger to his lips, if you raise your voice too much, they'll find out, smiling. Besides, what's so bad about it? We're just men doing men's things, smiling as if it were obvious. Belle. But I don't want to die young. Whispering. Hermes. Death is a more than fair price to pay for seeing this paradise, wiping away a tear. Belle. Hermes-sama. Whispering, let's get out of here, trying to pull him. Hermes. Wait, you're going to fall. Crash. Belle. Huh. Looking at the branch about to break. Hermes. I'm sorry, Belle-kun, looking at him sadly. Before he could ask why Hermes was apologizing, the answer came when Hermes pushed him towards the lake where the girls were bathing, using him as cannon fodder. Bellenfelli. Plush. Aye. That was the scream that sounded when a black and white spot fell from the sky into the lake where all the girls were bathing. They all looked carefully at where the object had fallen, unlike Alfia, who looked at the sky, and when she saw a feather hat, she narrowed her eyes. Leaving that aside, almost everyone looked at the water in shame and covered their bodies as soon as they saw how the person who fell from the sky got up, only to show none other than Alfia Bell. Surprised. Bell looked at Alfia in shock, not because she was threatening him with a sword at his neck, nah, that was the least of it, but because of the fact that right in front of him was a silver-haired beauty completely naked with one hand covering her breasts, while the water covered her privacy in a certain way, although Bell was extremely excited when he saw the drops of water slowly fall down his aunt's curvy body, a scene that he describes with a single word. Pexy. But Bell began to sweat coldly when he saw his aunt sharpen her gaze and look at him, as if he were a disgusting pervert. Bell didn't know why this was happening, but he looked around and several of the girls were looking at him the same way. Mikoto and Chigusa were hugging each other, covering their private parts while they hid behind a bush. Hestia and Lily were looking at something with great jealousy while gritting their teeth. Alfia looked away and sighed tiredly. And the Amazon sisters smiling as if they had witnessed something historic. Reason? Bell discovered the reason when he felt a soft yet firm and round sensation in his right hand. When he lowered his head, his face heated up to unimaginable levels. When he realized he was under the sword princess, with their bodies soaked and stuck together, while their faces were only centimeters away, and his right hand touched her left breast. But what embarrassed him the most was Aze's surprised face before a pink tint appeared on her cheeks, and Aze looked away embarrassed. Aze. I know you're a boy, but I'm not ready to do something like this yet, blushing. L. Something like this. Shocked. Wait, this is a misunderstanding, blushing. Alfia. A misunderstanding, huh, squinting. Me, sweating, Inazuma's shadow. Bell raised his hand towards the sky, more exactly where he and Hermes were. His hand lit up brightly while he smiled. Electricity was present, surprising all the girls. Inazuma's shadow, another variation of his Kalem veil, this new variant unlike Distal that shot his magic in all directions, and Chidori that concentrated it in a single point, this one gathered it in a point and then shot it in a direction, something like a fusion of his Chidori and Distal. Immediately a lightning arrow shot out of Bell's hand towards that branch, making it explode and also causing the god Hermes to fall towards the lake right in front of him, which affiliated his gaze. Alfia. I already had my suspicions, but this confirms it. Would be Hermes. Hello Alfia-chan, smiling nervously, see, could you put away that cane? Alfia. Smiling sweetly. Ah. To respect Hermes. While Bell looked with pity at the god Hermes, he did not realize that he was still on top of Aze, who simply remained silent with her gaze averted. Alfia. It seems you like to touch his chest, sharpening her gaze. L. Huh. In shock. Pause, I want them for you. Running. Alfia. Don't run. Pointing her sword at him. Bell took advantage of the fact that Alfia couldn't run out naked and put on her clothes. While she was putting on her clothes, Bell ran as fast as she could. Her aunt was number 7, so it was obvious that she would catch up with him. That's why she took advantage of the fact that her aunt had to get dressed before running out. And luckily for him, he managed to reach a place full of empty tents belonging to the Loki family and got into one of them where everything was dark. But just at that moment a terrifying sound rang out for him. Gospel. Bell trembled as a bunch of trees sounded falling outside the tent, the product of a powerful magic used by an angry woman. Instinctively, Bell grabbed onto whatever was closest to him, and unfortunately for him. Belong. Bell was speechless when his hand touched a familiar sensation, exactly like when he accidentally touched Aze's chest. The light began to appear in the place, and Bell looked in fear at what he was clinging to. The blushing elf with golden blonde hair looked at him with a mixture of surprise and embarrassment before her face changed to one of pure anger. Alfia, why you, blushing and angry? Bell. It's a misunderstanding, looking at her scared. Alfia. Damn human, squeezing his hand, how dare you grab me? Belgamenesai. Running. Alfia was nearby when she heard those screams and looked towards the tent where Alfia and Bell were. She entered the tent at high speed hoping to find Bell, but to her surprise, she didn't find anyone. The elf had run at great speed just like the rabbit in order to catch him for groping her. They ran so fast that they even escaped from the elf herself, something surprising without a doubt. Bell. I already said I'm sorry. Running. Alfia. Do you think that's enough to forgive what you did? Raising her staff. Bell. Wait. Raising his hands. Alfia. What? Angry, about to cast a spell. Bell. Please allow me to explain it to you, kneeling. Alfia. What are you doing, nervous? Bell. This is a doggiza, my goddess taught it to me, it's a way of showing maximum respect to someone in the Far East, with his head stuck in the grass. Alfia. Fine, you can explain, but do it quickly, sighing angrily. Belle knew that Alfia wouldn't have much patience to listen to him, so he started to tell her what happened quickly and as believably as he could, clearly omitting the part about him falling on top of A's. Alfia. Why, you saw everyone naked, looking at him grimly. Did you see Miss A's? Pointing at him with her staff. Belle. And no, looking away. Alfia. You're lying. Even angrier. Belle. Well, yes. I looked at her, but she was behind some rocks, so I could only see her face and one of her arms, lying. Alfia. Really? Not trusting Belle. Belle. I swear, bowing again. Alfia. Okay, I'll believe you, but that doesn't justify the fact that you groped me, slaying him. Belle. I already told you, it was all dark and I tried to hold on to something and you were there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to touch you, blushing. Alfia. Looking at him for a few seconds. It's okay, sighing, I forgive you. Belle. Yay. Smiling. Alfia. Just be more careful and don't let that stupid god influence you. It would be. This is. I promise, seriously. Alfia. Okay, now let's go back to W where we are, looking around. It was just at that moment that Belle also looked around and a single answer came to his mind. Belle. We're lost, sighing. Alfia. This is bad, we must return to camp before nightfall. It would be. Belle. Hi, nodding. Alfia and Belle began to walk through the great forest, unsuccessfully searching for an exit to return to the camp. Belle wondered when he would have run so deep into the forest. It was simply ridiculous. The good news is that his aunt would not find him for a while, and he would have enough time to calm down and also to vent his anger on the messenger god. F. Respect Hermes X2. Leaving aside the possible second massacre of the god, Belle looked embarrassed at Alfia and his stomach growled for food. Alfia was about to give a small laugh if it weren't for her stomach, making the same sound asking her to satisfy it. Alfia could only lower her head in shame. The two remained in an awkward silence before Alfia pulled out a small jar with two strange crystals that Belle could swear looked like sugar cubes only in the shape of a crystal. Alfia. Here, giving her one, eat it, it may not fill your stomach, but it's better than nothing, putting one of the crystals in her mouth. Belle watched curiously as she ate the crystal before turning his gaze towards the one Alfia had offered him and putting it in his mouth to eat it. Belle. It's much better than dulcium's, whispering. Alfia. Confused. Belle. Ea. Realizing that I'm listening, I meant the sweet rolls we ate last night, scratching his neck in embarrassment. Alfia. Did you put dulciums in them? Surprised. Belle. I know, it's a strange name, looking away. Alfia. Quite. Belle. Again both remained in an awkward silence. Belle didn't know how to break it, so he just left it like that and DCO rested a little next to Alfia, although it wasn't long before Alfia looked up at the sky, noticing how the crystals that gave light were beginning to darken. Alfia. It's getting dark. We must quicken our pace, would be. Alfia started walking, followed by Belle, each one leaving their respective marks to know where they have already been. Belle. It's getting darker and darker, looking at the sky. Alfia. Maybe I could use magic too. Belle. Stop. Confused. Alfia. No, I can't use my magic to call my family, I'm a member of the Loki family. How could I look my family in the face if I can't solve a problem as simple as being lost in the forest? Besides, looking at Belle, she's level 2 and 14 years old, I'm level 3 and 15 years old, I'm like her role model. Smiling confidently, let's keep walking, I'm sure we can find the exit and if we run into a monster we can take care of it, looking at Belle. Belle. It's okay, following her. As they walked, insecurity began to reach Alfia. With each passing second she felt as if she were going deeper into the forest, no matter which direction she walked. But a ray of hope passed through their eyes when they managed to see a little light through several trees and both began to run in that direction. After passing through those trees, both of them looked surprised at a large clearing without trees. For a moment they were happy, but that joy did not last long when they saw two subjects covered with strange black hoods. Alfia looked at them for a second before opening her eyes in shock and muttering. Alfia. Evilus. Belle, who was standing next to him and managed to hear that soft murmur, opened his eyes in shock. Thanks to her aunt she recognized that name, after all she was a former member of that organization, a former member quite feared and respected inside and outside of it. But leaving aside the things of the past. The two members of Evilus noticed their presence and quickly whispered something about a strange yellow stone. Alfia and Belle were confused, but their confusion turned into surprise when the floor below them literally collapsed and they fell into a gigantic pit with some water in it. Alfia also, Sabandus Lakabiza. Belle. Where are we? Looking around. Alfia. It looks like some kind of well, looking everywhere, we must get out quickly or find the members of Evi, in shock. Belle. What not, in shock? Why were Alfia and Belle shocked? Simple. Why in front of them had appeared several violas, monster plants that looked like snakes combined with carnivorous plants. Alfia didn't have good memories with them. Bell. What do we do now? Unsheathing his swords. Alfia. Isn't it obvious? We'll have to fight, it would be. And. The lucky rabbit, 11. Bell didn't even know what had happened when out of nowhere, he went from fighting a giant plant monster to being in the arms of a beautiful silver-haired girl. Bell. Alfia. Surprised. Alfia. You never stop getting into trouble, huh, smiling slightly. Bell was going to say something, but Alfia hugged him tightly, accidentally burying his face in his aunt's breasts. Alfia. You, looking at the monster coldly, let me kill you quickly, cold. The one-eyed monster felt firsthand the feeling of fear when Alfia gave him her coldest and most sadistic look. A few meters from where Alfia and Bell were, Alfia was still in shock, watching the silver-haired woman with fear. The bloodlust she was releasing was terrifying even for a level 3 like her. Alfia. How scary. Trembling, who is this woman? The captain had only told us not to mess with her because she was powerful, but this is beyond what I believed. Looking at Alfia. Bell. Trying to speak. Alfia. SHHH, let me finish him off, smiling. The monster growled in anger at seeing someone so much smaller than him intimidating him and launched himself at her. Brave error. Slash. As if it were a simple child's game, Alfia had made a horizontal cut with Bell's grey sword and the monster had split in half. In an elegant movement, Alfia sheathed her sword again while looking impassively at the place where the monster had been before. Alfia had already fainted. Then Bell continued blushing on his aunt's breasts, but he wasn't going to complain, in fact, why would he complain? Well, only for air, but I did my best to hold my breath as long as I could. Alfia seemed to care little that she had her nephew between her breasts, and with a serious look she was looking up at the edges of the hole where they fell, she had felt 2 presences nearby. Unfortunately for Bell, they both managed to hear the voices of several people outside the hole calling him Alfia. He quickly knew who the voices were. Bell? Guys. Surprised. Bell separated from Alfia who frowned upon seeing Bell break the hug. But he couldn't hug him again because he could see the 2 Amazon sisters, as well as the Sword Princess, Riveria and the Bell party with Hestia. Bell. Hey guys, smiling. Bell tried to say something else, but before he could speak he was knocked down by a black blur. Alfia was excited to see a harpy Hestia hug Bell, as if he were the most important thing in the world. Well yes, he was, but only she had the right to hug him like that. Welf and Lily began to sweat when they felt the imminent aura of death that Alfia gave off, so they made a wise decision and saved Hestia's life by taking him away from Bell, who looked a little nervous having 2 large lumps almost on his face again. Leaving Alfia's jealousy aside, a little far away were Tiona, Tyan, Riveria and Ace checking Alfia who seemed to have some scratches, and well, it was a good thing she had her pink jacket on or right now everyone could see her breasts. Ace helped Alfia lean on Tyan's shoulder and Tyan took a big leap to get out of the hole and heal her. Baze was going to follow them but she had priorities. Before Alfia could ask Bell if she was okay, a golden-haired girl with an expressionless face rushed over and patted Bell's head like she was a pet rabbit. Bell. Surprised. Baze. You did well, giving him a thumbs up. Bell. I feel like a pet and I'm Droplet. Baze was about to say something else but was pulled aside by Alfia who looked at Bell and his party. Alfia. Let's get out of here, we need to take care of Bell's wounds, with a calm face. Bell. But I'm not that hurt. The look from Alfia was enough to make the dominated rabbit shut up. Seeing their leader being dominated as if nothing had happened, Lily and Hestia simply followed them to the camp to take care of Bell's few wounds. And there she stayed, alone, staring into space while pouting a little as to why her rabbit was taken away. It had been a while since Alfia rescued Alfia and Bell. The Loki family was gathering their tents and supplies to return to the surface that same day. The plan was for the first group led by Finn to defeat the Goliath quickly and then go to the surface, clearing the intermediate floors as much as possible to make things easier for the others. Or so it would be at the beginning if there was a Goliath to kill. But his plan had been ruined. Alfia had already decapitated him when they arrived here. So they would leave earlier than planned, to the sadness of a certain swordswoman who wanted to spend more time with a rabbit named Bell. Talking about the rabbit. Bellcranel was now lying on the grass as he looked at the crystals that gave light on the 18th floor. It would never cease to impress him how the dumb recreation, the cycle of day and night. While admiring the surroundings her soft hair was brushed by the soft hand of a golden-haired girl who was giving her a lap pillow. Bell closed his eyes quietly enjoying the comfort. He didn't know how he had gotten here, but it was comfortable and quiet. In the time he had been living with his aunt, he had learned to enjoy the silence and tranquility. In a certain way he could say that he understood why his aunt hated noise. Even with this tranquility, he felt as if the silence was somewhat uncomfortable. Neither he nor the person playing with his hair had said a word since they met here. Bell opened his eyes again, and his gaze connected with that of the beautiful princess who was playing with her white hair. Baze looked extremely calm, her expression was more relaxed and somewhat happy, her face showed nothing, but her eyes radiated happiness and affection towards Bell. Bell may not have known it, but this had been Aze's plan. It was a big surprise for Tiona, Tyan and Reveria that Aze went to them and asked for their help to spend some time with Bell before saying goodbye and leaving. Reveria had combed and arranged her hair as much as possible, while telling her some things she could do on her date before leaving. It must be said that Aze blushed at Reveria's insinuation. Tiona and Tyan were in charge of kidnapping Bell and taking him away from his family as stealthily as possible. It was quite a challenge for the Amazon sisters thanks to Alfia, who seemed to have the eye of a hawk to notice any irregularity in her surroundings. Not even they knew how they had achieved it, but everything went well. Tenma. Anything to further excite the stone, gives the magic of the script to Tyan and Tyan. The two Amazons had knocked out and taken Bell to a meadow far from everyone where Aze and Reveria were. Reveria carefully laid Bell down on the grass and lifted her head a little so she could put it on Aze's lap. Needless to say, Oz was happy, despite her expressionless face, you could clearly see that she was happy. Aze closed her eyes and began to remember the little conversation she had with Reveria, Tyan and Tiona. Reveria. And remember, make sure you have a constant conversation with him, looking at her. Tyan. And give him hints, giving him a thumbs up. Aze. Hints. Tilts head. Tyan sip, smiling. Tiona Tyan I don't think Aze is good at giving hints, and with the little I know about Argonaut-kun I know that he is not very good at picking them up either, looking at his sister. Tyan. If that's true then just stick close to him, looking at Aze. Aze. Should I stick too close to him? Hug him. Looking at Reveria. Reveria. Yes, hug him, play with his hair, if he wakes up you can lie down on his lap or talk, but remember that your time is not unlimited, there was a change of plans, and we won't be leaving for 8 hours, you have 3 hours with him alone before we leave, leaving. Tiona. Good luck, smiling. Tyan. Conquer him, saying goodbye. Aze opened her eyes calmly and smiled after remembering how her mother and friends had helped her, she couldn't be disappointed. With a look of determination that confused Bell, he got down to work. Aze's mouth opened. Bell thought he was going to say something so he waited patiently for him to speak. I wait and wait, but all I could see was Aze's mouth opening and closing repeatedly, as if she didn't know what to talk about. Aze. What am I talking about? Worried. Mini Aze. What an idiot, my girl, Chibi, luckily I'm here to solve your problems, smiling confidently, cough cough, repeat after me. Aze Bell, staring at him. Bell. Yes. Curious. Aze. How have you been doing since you reached level 2? Curious. Mini Aze. Okay, let's have a normal calm conversation first. We'll let her down her guard so she can feel more comfortable with us. Bell. Since I leveled up to level 2, I've been doing pretty well, to be honest, happy. The upper floors are much easier, and it feels good to be recognized by other adventurers, smiling shyly. Although. Aze. Although. Raising an eyebrow. Bell. It's a bit tedious having to escape from the Amazons all the time, sighing, whenever I walk down the street 1 or 2 appear and start jazzing me saying things I inappropriate, looking away. Aze and Mini Aze were shocked for a moment before looking at Bell in silence. Bell. Huh. What's up? Confused. Aze. Womanizing rabbit, making a small pout. Bella. The minutes passed, Alfia was getting tired of watching Bell's tent and thought of a wonderful plan. Bell was asleep and she was tired, they had at least 4 hours to rest, while the Loki family went to the surface. Alfia entered the tent happily and approached a figure that was lying down and completely covered with a blanket. He was a little confused by that why she hadn't covered Bell like that, but he just downplayed it, Bell could easily move in his sleep. Alfia quietly lay down right next to Bell before wrapping her arms around him, using him as a pillow. The problem is that if it was a pillow. Alfia's eyes opened wide and need a few things, first is that Bell's skin was not so soft and flexible, second Bell's scent was not of old blankets and sheets, and third, Bell did not let out a moan of pain as always when she hugs him. That was enough for Alfia to look at whatever she was hugging and realize that it was a bunch of pillows arranged in such a way that it looked like someone was sleeping there. Alfia. Bell wasn't there and Alfia's eyes began to take on a dangerous shine. Alfia. I don't care who did this, but he's going to die, terrifying look. Somewhere while they were gathering their things 2 Amazon sisters trembled as they felt someone behind them. Both of them rolled their eyes alertly, but there was nothing. With a little fear they continued to keep their things while remaining alert and expectant of anything that would happen. Returning with the stone and the rabbit. Both Ace and Belle were lying on the grass looking into nothingness and enjoying each other's presence, Ace more than Belle. Just get really close to him. Those words were going through Ace's mind, who turned her head a little to look at Belle. Ace leaned a little closer to him, obviously being noticed by Belle, who began to blush at the closeness. Belle's face turned a deep red when Ace rested her head on his right shoulder and touched his chest with both arms. Belle Ace. Nervous. Ace closed her eyes ready to sleep, she settled down a little looking for a comfortable sleeping position, without realizing that she brought her mouth very close to Belle's ear, who could feel her breathing. Belle. This situation is bad, breathing heavily, damn it. Damn puberty, shaking his head, leave those impure thoughts aside, Belle, think about something else, closing his eyes. Belle tried to concentrate on thinking about anything but Ace and tried to ignore the soft, provocative breath that was blowing directly into his ear. Belle. Belle opened his eyes upon hearing his aunt's voice and discovered that she was no longer with him, she wasn't even on his shoulder. Belle looked around in surprise, he was in, well, if I could describe it, I would say it was heaven. Although it was just his imagination helping him calm down. Belle. Okay, now I just have to think about anything but Ace, taking a deep breath, anything. After calming down, Belle opened his eyes and looked around for something to entertain himself with. He never expected two soft arms to hug his neck. When Belle turned his head to find the owner of those arms, he never in his life believed he would see his aunt with a flirtatious smile, and breast as a bunny. Drawn by me. Belle's mouth opened in shock as he looked at his aunt with eyes of disbelief, a strong blush spread across his cheeks as he looked at his aunt's divine figure, highlighting her breasts and rear end thanks to the tight suit she was wearing. Belle froze as Alfia rested her head on his shoulder without breaking the hug. Alfia. Today you and I, bringing her mouth closer to Belle's ear, are going to have fun, smiling flirtatiously. Fortunately for our rabbit, he continued enjoying his fantasy without being interrupted by anyone. That out of Belle's perverted mind. A beautiful princess named Ace Wallenstein was in her own fantasy, a fantasy worthy of a girl as innocent as her. What was happening in your fantasy? Simple. Ace had a slight smile on her face as she hugged a rather large stuffed rabbit that curiously bore a certain resemblance to a certain northerner. Next to her appeared a little Ace playing affectionately with a Belle stuffed animal. Certainly a beautiful and innocent fantasy, it was a shame that the person responsible for those fantasies was having his own indecent fantasy with another woman. In the real world, Belle and Ace were still lying together the same way as before, both looked extremely calm and peaceful. If someone saw the scene they would say they were a couple without a doubt, in fact hidden there was a certain high elf who looked satisfied and happy with the scene that passed before her eyes. Reveria approached the two and sat next to Ace, pleased to see the small smile on her face. To her, Ace was like a daughter, and seeing her like that made her happy. She had never seen Ace smile so openly and frequently. Every time she said Belle's name, she smiled a little, and her tone when she said it was one of affection. Reveria stroked Ace's head a little before leaving them alone, as vice captain they still had things to do. And since the author of the fic wants to see something fun, he finally made a certain silver-haired girl accidentally approach the place where Belle and Ace were hanging out, in the same way, without realizing it, and in the middle of her fantasies, Belle unconsciously moved her body in Ace's, ending up in a compromising position. They were spooning, with Belle now hugging Ace. That wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the soft but constant moans Ace was making, right? Well, none other than Belle himself, who while hugging her, gently massaged her breasts. In Belle's dream he was in the same position as Ace in the real world, only instead of Ace with a certain silver-haired girl with a seductive bunny outfit. Belle. If Belle's blush was already big, her face turned completely red upon hearing the melodious and seductive voice of her charming aunt, who seemed to press her soft butt against Belle's crotch. Alfia grabbed Belle's hands and placed them on her breasts calmly before glancing at Belle. Are you going to stay like this or are you going to play with them? Remembering a valuable lesson from his grandfather where he reminded him that opportunities are taken, Belle decided to take the opportunity and gently squeezed his aunt's breasts with excitement, not knowing that in real life, he was groping the body of a beautiful princess. Ace obviously felt Belle's hands kneading her breasts, as well as the constant currents of pleasure that ran through her body every time Belle kneaded one of her breasts. Ace frowned a little, her sleep had been disturbed, she slowly began to open her eyes as her senses returned to reality. Her eyes widened in surprise when she felt two hands a little bigger than hers gently knead her breasts over her clothes. She wasn't wearing her armor, she had taken it off a few hours ago, and whenever she wore her armor, she didn't wear a bra because of how uncomfortable it was to wear it with her tight armor, so the only thing that separated Belle's hands from touching her skin directly was a thin piece of clothing. The fact that she didn't have her bra on only made the pleasure Belle's hands gave her greater. The princess tried in vain to hold back her small, soft moans. Her cheeks had a slight pink tint, she felt embarrassed, she didn't know that Belle would be capable of doing this kind of indecent things. If this had happened before, she would undoubtedly have been confused by not knowing what Belle was doing, but a few days ago, after Belle showed her interest to Riveria, she had given her a short talk about these topics. Although the information she had was very scarce, Riveria had not told her much, just what was necessary to know that this was something extremely indecent, but she also remembered other words from Riveria. That's something only couples can do, understood Aze. Aze's blush grew to think that Belle perhaps saw her that way, as a couple. But she was pulled out of her thoughts when she felt something hard pressing against her backside. Even with the information Riveria had given her, she didn't know what it was, but she did know that it was something important for what Riveria called the act. Aze didn't know what to do in this situation, her conscience told her to separate Belle and tell him that she wasn't ready for something like this yet, but she was hesitant, she didn't know if Belle would get angry for separating him, and the simple thought that Belle looked annoyed took away all her strength. Remember Aze, even if it's Belle, you can't let anyone touch your body like that, especially Loki, you can hit her freely. Regaining some of his sanity, he tried to free himself from Belle's grasp. Belle. I love you so much, I want you. The few simple words turned that expressionless princess, called the terror of monsters by many, into a shy and submissive teenager. Aze. If that's what you want, don't oppose me, shy. But those words, her attempts to get rid of Belle stopped and she stayed there still, letting her beloved play with her body. If he wanted her so much she wouldn't oppose, and despite the shame she was comforted by the thought that this meant that she and Belle were now more than friends, or at least she thought that Belle considered her more than a friend if he did something that only couples can do. Aze laid her head on Belle's chest, while her moans became more constant, she didn't know how, but it seemed that Belle improved a little his way of giving caresses, giving her more pleasure than she felt before. That princess felt how her white panties were stained by a slightly viscous liquid, she was a little scared thinking it was pee, but she didn't move, the pleasure she felt was slowly clouding her mind, she wanted to feel that pleasure more, she wanted to feel it even more next to the person she loved, and the only one she declared could touch her body. The small blush that was on the submissive princess's cheeks grew stronger when Belle's hands touched her skin directly, thanks to the open part of her back that her dress had. Slowly Belle's hands went inside her clothes and reached her breasts. Aze let out what she considered the most indecent moan she had ever made when she felt Belle's warm, soft hands play with her nipples. The inexperienced Aze was overwhelmed by the sudden wave of pleasure that ran through her body. His breathing became heavier and heat enveloped his body, it was strange, the atmosphere here in the dungeon was always a little cold, but he felt like his body was warm, very warm, especially down there. Aze be Belle. Aze closed her eyes and focused on enjoying the pleasure that her bunny was giving her, she felt one of Belle's hands slowly go down her smooth and fine stomach. Aze felt Belle's hand approaching her hottest area and couldn't help but feel impatient, she wanted Belle to rub her there and give her the most pleasure, she had completely forgotten that her white panties were stained with a viscous liquid that wasn't pee. Belle's hand slowly reached there and caressed her area over her panties, staining them even more. As the seconds passed, Aze's moans became louder, but she gave a small cry of surprise and pleasure when she felt an intruder inside her. Belle had put his hand under her panties, and when he felt the viscous liquid, it became very easy for him to insert his middle finger into it. This time Aze's moan was louder, her legs were shaking, and she felt her body burning, she wanted this as much as she thought Belle wanted it too. The excitement that Aze felt only grew when Belle brought his mouth closer to her neck, she could feel his warm breath on her neck, and she couldn't help but feel impatient at not feeling anything on her neck, but what she wanted came in the form of a hickey, she felt a little pain, but the pleasure was much more than this, and she didn't feel the pain at all. Aze no longer thought correctly, she knew this was not the right place, but she cared little, she wanted him, she wanted to be one with her beloved, she wanted to finish what Belle started, she had completely forgotten a few words from Riveria. And remember, never do it without contraception, even if it's a pill, a patch, or a condom from Belle, but always use it. You can even use the anti-pregnancy potions they sell at Ironsetch's pharmacy. Just when Aze was about to tell Belle that she was ready for the act without caring that she didn't have those contraceptives that Riveria spoke of, Aze felt something strange, a feeling that something was coming. And indeed, her eyes opened wide when with a good finger movement by Belle Aze, she felt a pleasure and satisfaction much greater than anything they had done before and gave a loud and indecent moan that was heard by the fine ear of a silver-haired girl. Aze was breathing heavily, her face was still hot and she felt her panties soaked with that viscous liquid, she was too caught up in the pleasure to worry about that, she couldn't see his face, but he was sure it was the most indecent thing he had done so far. Aze's vision was a little blurry due to the sudden wave of pleasure that flooded her body. She had never felt anything like that before, but she knew she could feel even more pleasure. Aze thought it would be a good idea to do it now with Belle, yes. Yes, she was convinced that Belle also thought it was a good idea. Ace felt her vision improve a little, and when she was finally completely well, she looked confused at a pair of thick-heeled black adventurer shoes in front of her. She could also see parts of a black dress with grey and green. She also her gaze slowly surprised to see the eyes of an expressionless silver-haired woman who looked at her with dead eyes. Magically, Ace regained all his senses in an instant as he looked nervously at the woman in front of him. Ace didn't know what to say, what she would say to her future mother-in-law, who, according to her, had just had some caresses with her nephew's son. Furthermore, she couldn't help but feel ashamed when she realized that the silver-haired woman who looked like a queen in her prime had just seen her give such an indecent moan and make a face that was not at all worthy of a maiden. Alfia looked like she was going to say something, but was cut off when Ace let out another seductive moan as Bell wiggled his fingers inside her. The urge Ace had to do it that had disappeared with Alfia's sudden appearance had returned, and Ace felt needy. Of course Alfia was not going to allow that anymore. Ace couldn't do anything when Alfia roughly pulled her away from Belle's arms before grabbing the poor rabbit by the ear and dragging it towards the forest. Belle. Ah. Waking up. Belle woke up from the painful grip on his ear and was confused to see Ace in front of him, who sat on the grass with shame and a blush on her cheeks. Her breathing was heavy and her eyes reflected shame. Seeing him in the eyes, Ace's cheeks heated up more, but she gave Belle a charming smile. Belle couldn't help but blush when he saw that beautiful smile, a smile that didn't go unnoticed by Alfia either. Who frowned and dragged Belle deeper into the forest. Belle didn't even know what had happened, but he did know that if he said anything his aunt would kill him right now, so he decided to keep quiet. And just as Alfia appeared, the silver-haired girl and the Poblamco disappeared among the leaves of the forest, leaving Ace sitting there. She looked in the direction where Belle had gone with a strange feeling. Belle's last touch on her had made her hot again, and she needed Belle to touch her. With no choice, Ace took off her wet panties, and for the first time in years she tried masturbation, feeling that pleasure again, but no matter how much she screamed or put one of her fingers in. The pleasure she felt was not as much as Belle was trying to make her feel. She had no choice but to stay with the desire after a while of masturbating and leave there with a small smile. In Ace's words today, her relationship with Belle could be that of a couple. The day had certainly been a good day for Ace. Others. Very upset, furious and jealous. This is how Alfia felt right now after finding her nephew cuddling in the middle of a forest with a dog, the Princess of the Sword. She had been very worried looking for Belle's whereabouts, and it turns out that he was in a forest groping a blonde. Alfia was undoubtedly upset. She had heard Ace's loud moan and had gone to investigate. She never expected that she would find both of them spooning, while Belle had both hands inside her dress, with one playing with her right breast and with his right hand rubbing Ace's hussy. Even worse, the indecent and pleasured face that Ace was making. The blonde was sticking out her tongue, while a little bit of drool ran down the corner of her lips as if she was starved. Her eyes were clouded with pleasure, and her breathing was heavy. Alfia felt extreme fury upon seeing this, and without knowing it, also a lot of jealousy. Jealousy of the pleasure that her nephew had made that princess experience. It was clear that she had felt great pleasure. Ace's face said it all, and that he had only been groping her. Not only that, she had seen the hickey that Belle had given her, as if he had marked Ace as his territory. A small blush appeared on the cheeks of Alfia's expressionless face as she imagined herself in Ace's potion, but she put those thoughts aside. She had to correct her nephew. Delight. In pain. After a long walk, Alfia left Belle's ear and began to rub it. She felt it was very swollen and probably very red. Why? Nervous. Alfia. Why? It would be. Belle trembled. He felt that look, a look of annoyance and disapproval coming from Alfia. He felt as if she was looking at him as if he were a damn dog in heat, but he had no idea what he had done. Lemon skipped. Ace. If only couples do those things, then you have to. Winnie. Ace. Taking responsibility. Excited. Ace. Take responsibility. Looking at Belle determinedly. Belle. And shock. Belle was in shock. Besides being surprised to see Ace acting so shy, he also wondered what she meant by taking responsibility. Belle. Take responsibility? Are you talking about being boyfriend and girlfriend, or maybe you're talking about marriage? Blushing. Before Belle's brain blew out from thinking too much about an answer for Ace, but as if the author of this fic took pity on him, she sent him a salvation in the form of a very generous Amazon. Hein. Hey Ace. Appearing out of nowhere. Ace became excited and immediately changed her face to the typical inexpressive one as always, as well as loosened her back and Belle. Ace. What's up, Tyan? Looking at her. Belle had to admit that change of attitude was unique, but he couldn't help but laugh a little at seeing Ace's cheeks still reddened. Tyan stood still before seeing the two of them together. Tyan. Cough, sorry to interrupt your couple moment, smiling mockingly. Belle. P couple, blushing. Ace. Lowering her head, blushing. Tyan. But the captain is calling us, it's time for us to go, smiling. A's. But Belle hasn't responded to me yet. Ian. I'm sorry, but the captain says it's urgent. Taking A's by the hand. Ian started running towards the direction where her family was, leaving Belle alone again. Belle stood there for a long moment before sighing. Belle. Take responsibility, huh, thoughtful, she looked so happy and full of life when she said that, I've never seen her like that, looking at the sky, what should I do? Belle sighed and went to the Loki family camp. He wouldn't give A's an answer, at least not for now, but he was going to say goodbye to her and tell her to take care of herself on the way to the surface. In the Loki family camp, the women couldn't help but watch with excitement as a certain golden-haired girl and a certain white-haired man spoke quietly a little away from everyone else. They couldn't hear what they were saying, but both looked embarrassed. A's was embarrassed, something shocking to many. Reveria was also there along with Tiona and Tyan, observing the scene with a smile, along with another bunch of gossips. Among those people was a catwoman named Aki, a boy named Droll, a blonde-haired elf named Alicia, a girl with glasses named Line, I think that was her name, another golden blonde-haired elf who looked upset, and a wolf shoulder who also looked upset. Bet. They're already late, annoyed, I'm going to tell them that we're leaving, jealous. Before even taking a step, a strong blow to the stomach caught the werewolf off guard, who knelt down from the strong blow, a blow that was given by both Amazon sisters. Tiona shhhh, here comes the best, smiling. Just as Tiona A said, she got a little closer to Belle and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek before going to get her things. Of course A's was surprised and embarrassed to see that everyone was watching her, Alfia and Bet in shock, it seemed that the devil had stolen their souls, the other girls seemed excited, as well as Tiona and Tyan, and Reveria looked at her with a smile on her face. A's became more embarrassed when she realized that everyone was watching her and quickly walked away to another side. Coming back with Belle. Belle stood there with a shocked face, he hadn't expected the expressionless sword princess to give him a warm kiss on the cheek, he had to admit it felt good, but at the same time he felt as if he was playing with A's feelings, and he didn't like that, he didn't even know why she had kissed him on the cheek, just like he said before he had only come to say goodbye to her and tell her to be careful, that seemed to make A's extremely happy. Belle didn't know it, but being one of the most powerful adventurers in the Loki family, almost no one told A's, take care of yourself. Everyone thought she could do everything and didn't need help. Hearing someone, especially her beloved, tell her be careful, A's, and take care of yourself, made her happy. And well, one time I heard Tyan say that whenever Finn did something that made her happy she tried to give him a kiss, something that Finn always managed to evade. A's thought about that and came up with the idea of doing the same thing as Tyan. It required a lot of effort and almost all of her courage, but she did it and she was proud of it. Minnie A's raised and lowered her arms with emotion, her mission had been successful. A's walked happily towards her tent, she was still going to pick up some things. And a moment of relaxation over. On the surface, Alfia was in the abandoned church, impatient. She had arrived on the surface 3 hours ago and had been waiting for Belle and Hestia to arrive. She had been in the Loki Familia's return party, cleaning the upper and middle floors to make it easier for the lower level adventurers to return. But Belle's group should have returned an hour ago and there was no trace of them. Alfia decided to go and look for information in case Belle was in trouble again. He went to Babel and asked for information, no one had seen the Belle group leave. Alfia became worried and decided to immediately go to the dungeon to look for Belle. Incredible, you discovered a new area, Kami-sama. In the dungeon, I don't know what floor XD, were the Take Mikasuchi family, Belle, Welf, Lily, Asfi, Ryu, Hermes and Hestia returning to the surface after defeating a black Goliath, normal right? After killing some armored hero, I think that's what the armadillo monsters were called. The wall they had come out of was destroyed after Hestia accidentally kicked it. Lily. It's a new area, examining the cave, this information could be worth a lot of Valis, it's rare to find a new area on the upper floors. While everyone was talking, Makoto suddenly opened her eyes and lightly pushed Lily before starting to sniff the ground. Lily. Hey, what are you doing? Annoyed. Makoto ignored her and looked up with a sparkle in her eyes. Makoto. This smell, I'm sure. Running into the cave. Makoto-san. Aoka. Don't separate from the group. Everyone ran after Makoto, making sure she didn't get into danger. Alfia was on the 14th floor, honestly I don't know where this happened, but I'll say on the 14th floor, running at high speed heading to the 18th floor. She was running through the corridors of the 14th floor towards the entrance of the 15th floor, but before arriving, she passed near a corridor and managed to hear some voices. Makoto-san. Don't separate from the group. Alfia stopped suddenly upon hearing Belle's voice. Alfia. They are on this floor. Alfia sharpened her senses and easily managed to hear several footsteps a few corridors away from where she was. Makoto. Hot springs. Happy. Lily. Lily isn't sure if they are hot springs, looking at the lake. Mikoto knelt down and put her face in the lake under everyone's gaze. After a few seconds Mikoto poked her head out with a strange smile. Mikoto. Its temperature, saltiness and feel are all perfect. We have to go in. Clasping her hands. Hermes. It's decided, let's enjoy the hot springs. Smiling, what's up? Looking at the girls away from him. Alfia. What is Hermes-sama doing? Whispering, have you forgotten about the lake? Hermes remembered when he tricked Belle into spying on the girls and accidentally fell into the lake getting a glorious view. Hermes remembering, Belle got a good view, smiling. Elle looked away blushing while Welf and Auka looked at him confused. Welf Belle got a good view. Confused. Hestia. In any case, we can't get in if Hermes is here, looking suspiciously at Hermes. Mikoto. It can't be, and I'm tears. Ryu. We can do it in swimsuits, looking at everyone. Everyone. Huh. Ryu. With that we can enter, looking at Belle. Mikoto. What a great idea. Happy. Hestia. But where will we get swimsuits? Thoughtfully. Hermes. I knew something like this could happen, smiling. Hestia. Huh. Hiya. Alfia had to hold her skirt with her hands when Hermes lifted it along with her white cape, revealing some swimsuits hidden in her cape. NT. So, poor Alfia XD. Alfia. That's enough, embarrassed. After a good beating from Alfia, Hermes spoke to the others. Hermes. The swimsuits are a gift from me, smiling, you don't have to refuse, just use them. Everyone looked at their swimsuits with curiosity, some embarrassed like Chigusa and Lily, and others excited like Mikoto and Hestia. Lily. Huh. Why is there one extra? Looking at a black swimsuit with silver lines around the edges. Hermes. Oh, that it was for Alfia, but since she's not here, we won't be able to see her sculptural body in a swimsuit, disappointed. Lily. Hermes-sama, for your own good I don't think you should talk about Alfia-sama like that, in general about no one, but even more so about Alfia-sama. Hermes. And how can I avoid it? Dramatic, with such a hexy body given to me by the gods, with perfect proportions, good hips, breasts and butt, it is simply impossible for me Hermes remained silent when he noticed that everyone looked at him pale. Hermes. What's up? Exaggerated. Confused. Elle gave him a cold look and pointed behind him mercilessly. Hermes turned around curiously before being shocked to see Alfia there with a dark look. Hermes. Oh, it's Alfia, smiling, don't kill me please, putting his hands together in a pleading manner. Alfia. Don't worry you'll only be half dead, sharpening her gaze. F to respect Hermes. After a tort punishment from a newly arrived Alfia, Lily approached her to ask. Lily. What is Alfia-sama doing here? Confused. Alfia looked at Belle and sighed quietly. Alfia. They should have arrived 1 hour and a half ago, what happened? It would be. Belle. Oh well, scratching his neck. After a short explanation from Belle with everyone's confirmation, Alfia approached Hestia with a dark look identical to the one she gave Hermes. Hestia knowing what Alfia was thinking quickly apologized. Hestia. I'm sorry sniff, trembling. Alfia took Hestia by the head and whispered in her ear with a cold voice. Alfia. You're lucky, 5th class goddess, dark look, because if something had happened to Belle, I would return you to the Tenkai and make sure to force a god to take me too, so I could continue beating you up there. Hestia. I'm sorry. After Hestia knelt down and apologized hundreds of times, Mikoto seemed to get annoyed and stood in the middle of everyone. Mikoto. Are we going to get in or not? Annoyed. Alfia. Looking at the place, what is this? Lily. Oh right, let me explain quickly, approaching her. Hermes meanwhile, moving with difficulty. Auka. He's still alive. Surprised, I admire your resilience, Hermes-sama. I see you have experience being beaten by women. Looking at him. Hermes. I'll take that as a compliment, standing up, okay ladies, looking at everyone, you can go change behind that stone, pointing to a large stone. Lily. Lily doesn't trust. Before Lily could finish speaking, Mikoto shot off towards the rock to change. Lily sighed and followed her along with a scared Hestia and Chigusa. Alfia. Please make sure he doesn't do anything stupid, looking at Ryu. Ryu nodded calmly, perfectly hiding his desire to see Belle. Alfia who was standing there looked at the black swimsuit, Lily had given her a quick explanation of what happened. Alfia. I'll get in too, taking the suit. Alfia left with the other women, slightly surprising them. Lily. Are you going to get involved too? Surprised. Alfia. I haven't been to something like this in years and they say it's relaxing, leaving the suit. NT. Alfia's outfit is basically the same as Hestia's, but with the colors I gave you. Odd began to undress and once they were in their underwear, Hestia looked at Alfia in confusion. Hestia. And your panties? confused. Alfia. I already took them off. Hestia. Really? Raising an eyebrow. Alfia gave her an annoyed look and Hestia stopped asking. Once Alfia saw Hestia look away in fear, she blushed slightly, remembering the moment on the 18th floor when she gave her panties to Belle. Alfia. Was that too daring? Putting on her swimsuit. On the men's side. Belle calmly took off his black shirt and before taking off his pants, he put his hands in his pockets, checking that he had nothing on them. He got a little confused when he felt a soft fabric and pulled it out to see what it was. Everyone was confused when they saw Belle quickly put his hand in his pockets with a blush on his face. Hermes. What's wrong, Belle? Approaching him. And nothing, blushing, just nervous. Hermes looked at him with suspicion, knowing how difficult it is for Belle to lie. Belle also knew he was a terrible liar, he always got nervous about two things, one being trying to lie and two being women. And knowing that, he came up with a lie that might be credible. But before that, Belle thought as much as possible about the lake accident, she remembered everything, the fall, the girls' blushing faces, and their naked, wet bodies. I just remembered about the lake, looking away. Hermes looked at him for a second before smiling. Hermes. I knew you liked it, smiling. Hermes didn't find any trace of lies in Belle, besides his divine intuition told him that he wasn't lying, and technically it was true since Belle had thought about the lake. Belle smiled to himself when he saw that Hermes believed him. I'm just going to change, taking off his pants. After a few minutes the girls and boys came out already wearing their swimsuits. Alfia went with Hermes to ask him something, Chigusa along with Auka, both looked at each other, blushed, Mikoto stood in front of the lake with a bathrobe on her body, Lily and Alfia went with Belle. Everyone with their girls and me here alone, depressed, I'll go make a sculpture of Hephaestus-sama, taking out his blacksmith tools. Lily looked at Welf and remembered something important. Lily. Hey, Welf, taking out a blue bikini, can you fix this and make it bigger, with a twitch in her eyebrow. Welf. That's not Hestia-sama's outfit, confused. Hestia. It is. Hestia appeared in her usual dress and with a depressive aura. Hestia. When I tried to put it on, the bra broke, depressed. Chigusa and Lily looked away, remembering how Hestia's breasts bounced strongly when the swimsuit ripped. Hermes. It didn't fit you? Surprised, it was the largest size I found. Hestia. It's not my fault that there are a lot of small breasts, smiling proudly. Lily. Well, can you fix it? Showing it to her. Welf. I've never done anything like this, but looking around, I think I can use what's on this floor. Welf took Hestia's outfit along with his blacksmithing tools and got to work. Hestia. That's better, smiling. After a few minutes Hestia finally had her new outfit, it was her blue outfit repaired and made bigger with some leaves and small stones that were on the floor. Hermes. I'm glad Hestia's problem was solved, smiling, hey Mikoto, aren't you going to use what I gave you? Curious. Mikoto was still without her swimsuit, only wearing a towel around her body. Mikoto. I appreciate it, but in the bath one must go naked, although in the current circumstances it is impossible, there is an appropriate method to enter the hot springs, today Yamato Mikoto will teach you that method. After a few minutes where everyone decided to play along with Mikoto, they finally got into the hot springs. Alfia. I feel like I'm the only one wearing something embarrassing, embarrassed. Chigusa. I think so too, shy. Alfia. Although I must admit, this is relaxing, taking off her glasses. Alfia stretched out and lay down on a rock calmly, while Chigusa looked at her breasts before looking at hers in disappointment. Hestia. Yes, it's true, smiling, even my strange back pain that I've had for years, seems to have gone away for a strange reason, smiling in relief. Chigusa. It's not a strange reason, lowering her head. Chigusa looked at the last person in the lake, meeting the charming figure of Alfia who was sitting with everyone else, enjoying the warm water in silence. Lily was there looking with envy at the bodies of Alfia, Hestia and Alfia. Nearby the boys were sitting together while looking at the girls in silence. Auka was watching Chigusa, Belle was watching Alfia, Welf had no one to look at, so he simply dedicated himself to admiring everyone's beauty, imagining what Hephaestus would look like in a swimsuit. Hey Belle. Belle turned his gaze to find Alfia who looked at him calmly. Alfia accompanied him, calm down. Belle hi, getting up, I'll be right back, leaving. Welf. He is the one in charge of the group after all. Auka. It's not for nothing that he's the little Rocky, crossing his arms. Load. Auka. Turning around. Auka looked at Chigusa who was sitting on a stone with her typical shy face. Chigusa. Mikoto found the area where the hot springs come from, maybe your wounds will recover faster there, do you want to go with me? Blushing. Auka. Why yes, blushing. Auka left with Chigusa under Welf's incredulous gaze. Welf. Good luck. Sometimes being alone is good for reflection. Well, Faye. Welf looked up to find Ryu sitting on some kind of floating plant while pretending to fish with a makeshift rod. Welf. Reflect, blushing, why is she wearing panties? Looking at Ryu's adventurer outfit. Bell-sama took off his shirt. Ryu reacted when he heard Lily's comment in the distance and ran away to see Bell shirtless. Welf stood there in silence before taking his blacksmithing materials and starting to chip away at a stone, carving a female figure. What are you doing? Blushing. Bell was being stared at by 4 gazes, Alfia, Hestia, Lily and Ryu. At first Alfia was walking quietly with him, she loved the silence, and he learned to appreciate it, so they stayed in a comfortable silence until he decided to take off his wet shirt under Alfia's gaze. Then Hestia arrived, who looked at him for a second before shouting that he was shirtless, then Lily arrived and the cycle was repeated with Ryu. Ryu. We just watched you, looking at his body. Why? Nervous. Hestia. Oh, just we make sure you get into trouble, with a trickle of blood on her nose. Trouble. Why would I get into trouble? Looking at them. Alfia. You always end up getting into trouble, you have very strange luck, that's why we keep an eye on you, calmly. Alfia was the one who best hid her gaze, of course Bell could still feel it. Lily. Just ignore us, Bell-sama, looking at him. Bell remained silent, uncomfortable, he felt like they were watching his every move and he wasn't that wrong. Oh look, the lake extends to that cave, I'll go see. Bell walked calmly to the cave, leaving the girls there. Hestia. Well, as your goddess I must ensure your well-being. Before Hestia could go after him she was stopped by a strong grip on her shoulder. Alfia. You've already caused so many problems, looking at her, I'll make sure to take care of him, walking away calmly. Alfia went after Bell, leaving the others there. Lily. Aren't you going to follow her? Looking at Hestia. Hestia. He'll kill me if I do, trembling. Lily looked at Ryu, who nodded, sharing Hestia's opinion. At the lake was Bell, walking quietly while looking at the huge cave. This place is beautiful, looking at everything. He is very calm. Bell opened his eyes in surprise before turning around to find Alfia, who was looking at the place calmly. Alfia, surprised. Alfia turned to look at him and gave him a small reassuring smile. Alfia, an irregular Goliath, surprising. Alfia approached Bell, who scratched his neck in embarrassment. We all defeated him, blushing. Alfia. According to Hestia, you gave the final blow, and if it weren't for you, they wouldn't have defeated him, stroking her cheek. I guess I was helpful, blushing. Bell was surprised when Alfia hugged his head and put it between her breasts. Alfia. Don't do anything so reckless again. Next time I won't leave your side again. I won't let you get hurt. Hugging him. Alfia continued to hug Bell, ignoring the fact that smoke was coming out of his head. Splash. Alfia released Bell and sharpened her gaze when she heard something moving in the lake. Bell looked at the water and was surprised to see that it was starting to turn red. It's warmer, looking at the lake. Bell opened his eyes when he heard something approaching Alfia at high speed. Alfia also heard it and was going to dodge it easily if it weren't for something grabbing her waist and pulling her, preventing the attack from hitting her. Bell acted on instinct and pulled Alfia so that the attack wouldn't hit her, completely forgetting that his aunt could easily dodge the attack. Unfortunately or fortunately, Bell tripped and fell along with Alfia. Splash. Bell slowly opened his eyes, meeting Alfia's gray and green eyes. Alfia was face down, motionless, the water barely reaching her ears. Bell was on top of her, looking at her silently with a blushing face. DSSSSSSS. Bell looked down and opened his eyes as he saw Alfia's swimsuit slowly dissolve in the water, leaving her completely naked. He wasn't spared either, as his yellow swimsuit dissolved. Alfia looked down and silently observed what had happened before giving Bell a suggestive smile. Bell blushed and looked away for a few seconds before looking back at her. Alfia. What are you looking at, Bell? Smiling slightly. Bell's entire face turned red as smoke billowed from his head. And nothing. Blushing. Alfia took Bell by the cheek and slowly brought her face closer to his. Bell got carried away and brought his face close to Alfia's, about to kiss her. Bell-kun. Alfia was surprised and separated from Bell, believing that he would not like them to know about this. Of course, she did not expect Bell to suddenly kiss her, ignoring Hestia's scream calling him. Alfia smiled slightly and kissed back. Hestia. They're fine, we saw that the water changed color from here, in shock. Bell and Alfia separated and looked at Hestia, Bell embarrassed and Alfia indifferent. Hestia trying to speak. Bell got up and helped Alfia, who covered her body as best she could with her hands. Hestia. What were you looking at Bell's crotch. Alfia and Bell also looked where Hestia looked and it was Bell's swimsuit, almost discarded. Bell. covering himself. Bell looked at both of them blushing. Hestia had a trickle of blood on her nose, and Alfia moved away to take her away from there. Alfia had no need to see Bell Jn, she had already seen him after all, and she would see him more than once. Bell sighed and was about to go along with them, still covering his crotch, when suddenly he heard a growl. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr. Bell turned his gaze and found several strange monsters with a glowing antenna at the tip. In the center was one of those monsters 3 times bigger than the others. Bell, oh no. Beautiful gift. Bell. Bell turned around and looked in surprise at Mikoto and Welf, who entered the cave with their weapons in hand. Welf. What are those things? Looking at the monsters in surprise. Bell. I don't know, Aina has never spoken about them, looking at the monster. DSSSSSSS. Welf and Mikoto looked at their clothes, which were starting to fall apart. Bell. Let's kill them quickly, embarrassed. Mikoto, hi. It would be. Welf. Let's kill him, I have to go and finish the sculpture of hestia-sama, serious. Bell. Am I the only one embarrassed? After a short fight where they killed the monsters, Welf, Mikoto and Bell returned to the others. Yeah. Of course they didn't expect to find everyone with their swimsuits almost destroyed. All the girls were hidden, avoiding the boys seeing them, all except Asfi, who was hitting Hermes, believing it was a plan of his. Bell, Asfi-san. Blushing. So what? Can't you see I'm busy? It would be. Bell was embarrassed and pointed at her swimsuit. Asfi was confused but looked at her body, and a big blush appeared on her face when she noticed how her swimsuit was coming down, exposing her breasts. Asfi. Don't look. Covering herself. Bell looked away like everyone else, while Ryu sighed and went to put his cape on him. Ryu. Go get dressed. Asfi. Yes, leaving. After a while they finally got dressed and everyone had their normal clothes on. Hermes. Ah, it was good while it lasted, sighing. Bell. It was relaxing, looking at the lake. Alka, hot, very hot, red. Welf. What happened to the big guy? Kagusa. He spent a long time in the hottest part of the lake, looking down. Welf, whoa. Lily. And that. Looking at a stone. Everyone looked at a stone where the figure of Hephaestus in a bikini was carved. Lily. I hate you, Welf-sama. Welf. Why? I just made a sculpture of her, crossing her arms. Bell looked at the figure of Hephaestus, surprised by the amount of detail Welf had put into it, but he stopped looking when he felt a pinch on his arm. Bell. Ouch, turning around. Bell looked at Alfia, who looked at him threateningly while pinching his left arm. Bell. I was just surprised by the amount of details, nervous. Alfia let go of him, leaving aside her serious expression. Bell. By the way, blushing. Bell put his hand in his pockets, taking advantage of the fact that everyone was distracted, and from there he took out a piece of black clothing that he handed to Alfia. Alfia knew immediately what it was and took it, putting it in a pocket of her dress. Alfia. On my way home I want to talk to you alone about our relationship, leaving. Bell swallowed hard, he didn't know what his relationship with his aunt would be like from now on. They had literally done it, and they recently kissed in the lake. That wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the fact that Alfia was his aunt. Bell covered his face with his hands, not knowing what to think about their incestuous relationship. Bell opened his eyes and remembered something important. Hestia. His goddess had seen the kiss. It was technically his fault, since despite hearing Hestia's voice, he ignored it and kissed Alfia. Welf. Hey, are you okay, buddy? Approaching him. Bell. Yes, I was just thinking about how to solve some problems and questions I have, smiling. Welf nodded and everyone packed their things to return to the surface, without knowing that the rumor of Bell's victory against an irregular Goliath was already spreading in Arario. End. Problems, 12. Bar the Red Wasp. NT. I think that's the name of the bar, I don't even remember. Right now in a bar different from the fertility hostess were Bell, Welf and Lily sitting in front of a table talking and eating. None of them had their weapons, they were there to celebrate quietly, not at all quietly, the recent announcement of Welf's level up. Welf. Yay. Raising his arms, I finally leveled up and got my blacksmith skill. Smiling. Bell. I'm happy for you, Welf, smiling. Welf. Yes, and now I can make you better quality weapons and armor, you're welcome by the way, lightly bumping his elbow with Bell's. Bell. Why yes, smiling. Welf. And what will you do with Udius's sword? Curious. Lily. It's true, after the Goliath on the 18th floor the weapon ended up cracked, but it's still in good condition, more or less. Bell. Oh, I was thinking of returning the weapon to Azan, if I am not mistaken technically it's hers, I apologize for having cracked it and used it to defeat the Goliath. Welf. Don't you want to keep it? I mean, now that I've leveled up, I assure you I can repair it. I could even try giving it the Durandal effect, although that's just a guess. I've never tried it because I needed the blacksmith skill to do so. Looking at him. I don't know, it's from Asan, it's her reward for having defeated Udius alone, and with the Udius sword fragment she made the black greatsword, so I think it would be better to return it, looking at it. Welf. It's your decision, shrugging his shoulders. I wish I could drink some alcohol like you guys instead of this non-alcoholic beer, it tastes terrible. Welf. The good thing about beer is the alcohol, without that it's useless, smiling. Lily. You are too young to drink, Bell-sama, shaking her head. You're only a year older than me. Lily. Well, embarrassed. And you, looking at Welf, you're older. Welf. The benefits of being 17, drinking from his jar, and being level 2, I feel like my resistance to alcohol has increased. Lily. Now that Lily thinks about it, Bell-sama, looking at him, are his stats enough to level up to level 3? Looking at him. No, not yet, they've improved a lot with the Goliath thing, specifically my stamina, but I still don't have the Exilia required to level up, scratching his neck. Go to level 3. PFFF. Curious. Bell turned his gaze as did Welf and Lily, who looked at a Palom with short brown hair and a bowl-cut hairstyle, who had a black uniform with the symbol of an arc and a sun on the left shoulder. Palom bellcranel, current record holder for leveling up, what a shit, looking at him. Bell watched him silently without changing his facial expression, just like Lily and Welf. Palom. Now you want to level up in record time. PFFT, and how will you do it if all you do is escape, mockingly. Bell continued looking at him calmly, annoying the Palom. Palom. You defeated a Crimson Minotaur by yourself. Ha, you probably spent your time running away from it until you tired it out and could easily kill it, mocking, you probably did the same with that black Goliath, right? While everyone was fighting, you should have gone and hidden like a scared rabbit when the Goliath was about to be defeated, you just came out to give it the final blow, how cowardly, right? Ha 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 ha. Some other adventurers who were at the bar also started laughing, agreeing with the Palom. Lily frowned at the Palom, and Welf clicked his tongue. But despite the insult and the mockery, Bell remained calm looking at the Palom, there was no trace of anger, annoyance or tiredness from the mockery, he was simply looking at him calmly. The Palom seemed to get more irritated by this, so he decided to insult someone else besides Bell. Palom. I guess such a pathetic adventurer goes hand in hand with such a stupid and useless goddess, right? Laughing. Bell. Palom. That pathetic goddess, surely what she lacks in brain she has in chest, mockingly. This time more laughter began to be heard from adventurers who thought the same as the Palom or were jealous of Bell. Welf. Ignore him, Bell, he's just an idiot, looking at him. Lily. Yes, Bell-sama, he only wants trouble, ignoring the Palom. Palom. I'm sure that silver-haired woman thinks the same, although well, maybe she's just as useless, a retired adventurer with an illness that makes her weak, ha. Pathetic, something typical of the Hestia family, spitting. Welf and Lily remained silent and began to eat and drink as if nothing had happened, the Palom had been brought on themselves. Bell sighing. Bell let out a deep sigh and put his drink on the table, he stood up from his chair quietly and looked at the Palom in silence. Palom. What? Are you going to hit me? Mockingly. Bell looked at him silently with a calm face, something that made the Palom nervous because he saw no expression other than tranquility on Bell's face. Bell lifted his right foot slightly to take a step towards the Palom who looked at him with annoyance. Palom. What? You want trouble? Pam. Bell took a step towards the Palom and immediately a strong pressure was felt throughout the place. The Palom opened his eyes in shock and suddenly knelt down as he felt a strong pressure on his back. Cold sweat began to run down his face as he felt a death glare on his neck. That strong pressure not only affected the Palom, all those who were laughing and mocking next to him immediately fell silent while sweat ran down their foreheads, those who had been silent the whole time seriously observed Bell with caution. The Palom began to breathe heavily, feeling the air leave his lungs and not return. He slowly looked up from the ground to see Bell, and as he did so he was horrified. He was no longer a few steps away from him, no, now he was just a few feelings away from him, Bell was crouching down to be at his height. The Palom began to tremble as he saw Bell's face in front of him, his eyes staring into his, giving him a blank dead look. Palom. What do you want? Opening his eyes. The Palom opened his eyes when he felt a strong pressure on his neck, preventing him from breathing. He looked down as best he could and saw Bell's right hand holding his neck tightly without fear of hurting him. Bell stood up slowly with his hand still on the collar of the Palom. The Palom was small and weak, so as Bell stood up he also lifted the Palom by holding it by the neck. Palom. Kicking. The Palom had his hands on his neck trying to remove Bell's hand, but it was useless, he was running out of air. He tried to kick or punch Belle's arm, but his pathetic attempts to defend himself did little or nothing. Hallam. Whoa. AHH. His face began to turn pale as he felt the pressure on his neck slowly increase. And all I could see was Belle's dark gaze. Belle. Never. The grip tightened. Belle. Come back. The trickle of blood came out of the Palam's mouth just as some spasms began to have some spasms. Belle. To insult. This time Belle's tone of voice began to get angrier. Belle. To my family. Belle suddenly frowned, showing a face of fury, and as if it were nothing more than simple garbage, he lifted the Palam into the air before slamming it furiously on the ground. As if that weren't enough, he grabbed the Palam by the head and lifted it up before smashing its head on the ground again without any mercy. Belle. Damn trash. 5. Suddenly Belle's body was thrown backwards and crashed into a small wooden pillar which ended up destroyed. Everyone stared wide-eyed at a brown-haired man with a ponytail and a cute face. No, his perfect and effeminate face only made him more scary. The man clicked his tongue and looked at Belle in disgust. You're the trash, huh? Iakinthos opened his eyes slightly and looked at the pile of broken wood where Belle was. Seeing him, he couldn't help but be surprised to see him with his arms crossed, implying that he had blocked his attack. Iakinthos. Were you able to react to my attack and block it? Opening his eyes slightly. Quickly some murmurs began to be heard. It's Iakinthos, whispering, the captain of the Apollo family. Oh really? I understand, it's level 3. It seems he got angry with Saint Minerai, let's see if he beats him up. Belle slowly got up from the floor and calmly cleaned his clothes, angry at Iakinthos. Iakinthos. Do you think I'll just let this go? Frowning, no one hit someone in my family and walks away unscathed. Clenching his fists. Do you understand? You learn from talent. Sharpening his gaze. Belle. Mirandolo. Iakinthos gritted his teeth as he saw Belle not react at all and slowly approached him to hit him. But before he could do so, a hand grabbed him by the shoulder. Welf. That's enough, seriously. Iakinthos, looking at him angrily. Welf. Your family's Palam is the one who started this by insulting his family, this is your fault, seriously. Iakinthos. You don't get involved in this, you useless blacksmith. Hitting him. The blow hit Welf directly in the face and knocked him to the ground with a bleeding nose. Lily. Self-same. Lendo to help him. Iakinthos. Damn Basu. Ham. Iakinthos. I see you got angry again, you learn about talent, mocking. Iakinthos had blocked a blow from Belle, who was angry that he had hit his partner. Iakinthos. I'll show you that you're just a weak bastard. Attacking him. Iakinthos punched Belle in the stomach to knock the wind out of him, but before hitting him, Belle moved to the right to evade him and tried to attack him in the face. Iakinthos was able to easily block the blow and decided to give one to Belle's face. Iakinthos threw a punch towards Belle's face, but opened his eyes in surprise when he saw how Belle deflected the attack with his palm to the left and quickly punched him in the face. Iakinthos backing away. Iakinthos took a few steps back, holding his face, and then glared at Belle. Iakinthos. Bastard, how did I get through you, gritting his teeth. Belle sharpened his gaze and raised his fists to give another attack to Iakinthos in case he attacked him. Iakinthos. His blows aren't very strong, but what about his reaction speed? He's able to see my movements and evade them with ease, clenching his fists. I'll show you that you're inferior to me. Iakinthos approached Belle to strike again, but before doing so, they all heard the sound of a chair falling heavily to the ground. Iakinthos stopped and like everyone else turned his head to see at the back of the bar a werewolf with grey hair and amber eyes with a jar of beer in his hand. Bet. Everyone should shut up, damn it. Bet finished his beer in one go and slammed the mug hard on the table, destroying it. Bet. They ruined my drink, standing up. Bet approached both of them with a cold look and stood in front of Iakinthos looking into his eyes. Bet. You speak very arrogantly for an insignificant bastard, sharpening his gaze, you should learn your place, trash. Iakinthos gritted his teeth and turned around before heading towards the bar exit. Iakinthos. Let's go, cold. Quickly his family friends joined him and left the bar, leaving the place in silence. Bet turning to look at Belle, what are you looking at me like, idiot? Growling. Belle. Thanks for the help, Bet-san, smiling. Bet tch, whatever, leaving, you pay for mine. Bet left the bar without hearing Belle's response. Belle hi, smiling calmly. Belle turned his gaze and saw Welf, who was sitting on the ground with blood coming out of his nose. Belle. Are you okay, Welf? Kneeling beside him. Welf. Yes, we've survived worse things in the dungeon, holding his nose. Lily. Here I have a healing potion, it will help you a little, giving her a green potion. Welf. Thank you, taking the potion. Hey. The three of them turned their gaze and saw a somewhat old, fearful-looking man looking at them nervously. "Old man. See, could you pay for the damages?" Trembling. The three of them watched the old man in silence, quickly realizing that he was just a normal man who just wanted to run a normal bar. Unfortunately, some adventurers could be difficult to handle. Lily was about to speak, thinking about convincing the owner to leave the pay to someone else, but Belle beat her to the punch. "Belle. Hi, don't worry," smiling, "I'll also pay for the drinks of the werewolf who just left," smiling. The old man looked at Belle in surprise and quickly smiled. "Old man. Why yes, thank you," smiling. The old man bowed to Belle, who stood up and bowed with a smile. The old man was a kind and nervous man. He didn't seem like a bad person and was pleasant in a certain way. Welf. He's too kind. Lily. It was a very drastic change considering how angry he got a little while ago, blank. After a few more apologies and thanks from the old man and Belle, they paid everything and headed towards the abandoned church. Abandoned church. They had gone to the bar at 7 when it was already getting dark after returning from the dungeon. Now it was 9 o'clock and in front of the church were Welf, Lily and Belle together looking at the entrance. Lily. Should we tell this to hestia-sama and Alfia-sama? Looking at Belle. Belle. No, I don't want them to know that I fraud, even less if they find out that I did it to defend them, looking down. Welf. But. Belle. I don't regret doing it, no one insults my family in front of me without getting hit, but I'm sure that Kami-sama and Alfia wouldn't like to find out that I lost control because they insulted them, so I won't tell them, looking at them. Lily. Lily will not criticize your decisions, Belle-sama. Lily will not tell any of this, it would be. Welf. Friends keep their secrets, don't worry, I won't say anything, smiling. Belle smiled and bowed slightly. Belle. Thank you. Welf. Never mind, shaking his head. Lily. This is your fault. Looking at Welf, Belle-sama isn't the kind of person who gets into fights, this is why you're a bad influence. Crossing her arms. Welf. Ah. Exalted, say what you want, Lilicuajo, this is your fault, crossing his arms. Anyway, let's go drink together some other time, even if it's non-alcoholic beer, smiling nervously at Belle. Next time, I'll pay the bill, smiling. Lily. Yes, he didn't let us pay a single valis, that's not fair, pouting. Belle. Sorry, scratching the back of his neck, have a nice night, smiling. Welf. See you tomorrow. Leaving. Lily. Have a nice night, Belle-sama, leaving. Belle waved goodbye to both of them until he couldn't see them anymore and then opened the church door and entered. Belle looked at the inside of the church and smiled at the sight of it, rebuilt and in perfect condition. They had been fixing the place up for a while, right? Alfia. I won't live in a place as dirty as that. Yep, those simple words made him start fixing the place. It had been tiring, but he managed to rebuild the church satisfactorily. Belle. Belle turned his gaze and saw Alfia, who was sitting on one of the wooden benches reading a book. Belle. I'm back, smiling. Alfia smiled slightly and put the book aside before getting up and going to hug it. Alfia. Welcome, hugging him. Belle blushed and hugged Alfia by the waist. Alfia. Nothing happened, right? Looking at him. Belle. No, absolutely, smiling, we were just celebrating Welf's level up, looking at him. Alfia. You didn't drink alcohol, did you? Frowning. Belle. Even if I wanted to, they say I'm too young. Alfia nodded satisfied and looked at Belle. Alfia. I plan to join your expeditions from now on, looking at him. Belle. Really? Surprised. Alfia nodded and looked at Belle. Alfia. Even if I only watch them, I will kill monsters on my own and keep the money I get. In case you need help with something, I will support you, looking at him. Belle. Hi. Smiling. Alfia remained silent for a few seconds, looking at his smile before lovingly taking Belle's cheek and kissing him. Belle opened his eyes in surprise at the sudden kiss, but it didn't take long for him to reciprocate while a blush appeared on his face. Cough, cough. Belle separated from Alfia in shock and looked at Hestia, who was standing in the doorway of the bedroom where the three of them slept. Alfia stopped kissing Belle and looked at Hestia indifferently without saying a word. Hestia. Come, let's update your status, looking at Belle. Belle nodded shyly and went to the bedroom with Hestia to update her status. Alfia remained silent before going to sit on the bench and start reading again. She didn't care if Hestia knew about their relationship, she didn't care. In the bedroom, Belle and Hestia were in bed updating Belle's status in silence. Belle was sweating nervously because of the tense atmosphere and sighed. A few days ago they had returned from their accident on the 18th floor, and on the 13th floor in the cursed hot springs, as Makoto called them, Hestia had discovered him and Alfia kissing. That wouldn't be so strange since they were a boy and a girl, except for the fact that Alfia was his aunt and he was her nephew. Their everything normal disappeared. Upon reaching the surface, the first thing that happened was that he declared his love to Alfia. Alfia had asked him beforehand what their relationship was, and he wanted them to be a couple despite being family. To her surprise, Alfia took it better than she thought. First, she said that this wasn't right because they were family, yes, but it didn't take long for her to say that it didn't matter much that they were family, as long as there was love on both sides. In the end they formalized their relationship. Yes, that's right, Bellcranel was Alfia Hikari's partner, his aunt and a woman twice his age. Is that right? The technically strongest adventurer in Arario. After formalizing their relationship, the second thing that happened was to give an explanation to his goddess. I take it well. No, absolutely not. She had gotten too worked up, she had told them that this was wrong, that they were family, that Alfia was twice his age, and that he was half her age. At first he told Alfia that this was her fault and started arguing with her that she was an incestuous, pedophile and pervert. Elle was scared thinking that Alfia would send her straight to the Tenkai. Which almost happened if he hadn't stopped his Satan version before he could conjure it. Elle had explained to her that he loved Alfia and had been the one to declare his love to her. Hestia argued with him a little before accepting the harsh reality. What could she do? After all, she already knew, from the moment Belle obtained that ability, she knew that Belle had fallen in love with her aunt and she could do little or nothing. After all, she did not want to ruin his growth. Hestia ended up accepting it on the condition that they don't show affection when she's present. She didn't know how far Alfia and Belle had come and she didn't want to know. Hestia finished updating Belle's status and put a sheet of paper on her back to copy the results. Hestia. Belle-kun. Belle. Do you have? Curious. Hestia. This is something strange for me, but I respect your decisions, and if your heart tells you that you love Alfia, I accept it. Looking at him, people will see it as something strange. They are family after all, but still, don't let their words affect you. You are happy, Alfia is happy, lately she is happier, so be happy, smiling, even so don't do anything like passionate kisses or dirty acts while I'm here. No, don't even think about doing something like that until you're 16. Hitting his back. Elle was exasperated by Hestia's blows and remained silent, as if to tell his goddess that they had already done those dirty deeds in the dungeon, in the middle of the forest. Hestia. Okay, here's your status. Smiling. Hestia stood up from Belle's back and let him sit down to give him his status sheet. Status Bellcranel. Adventurer level 2. Family Hestia. Statistics. Strength 0504E. Resistance 0630D. Skill 0599E. Agility 0605D. Magic 0580E. Total 2918. Universal power 8484. Magic. Halem Veil equals super short electric element enchantment magic that covers the user in electricity, song. Anger, Heaven's Wrath. Pistol equals variable that throws electricity everywhere, defensive attack. Dodori equals variable that gathers all the electricity in the body in a single point to make a more powerful attack, offensive attack. Inazuma Shadow equals variable that gathers all the electricity in a single point and throws it in a single direction, ranged attack. Skills. Lyris Freeze equals increases growth speed while feelings persist. The intensity of the effects is related to the intensity of the feelings, as a side effect, makes you immune to charms, hidden. Copy equals the user is able to perfectly copy movements that he has seen before, but it prevents copying physical attributes. Argonaut equals Hero's Wish, ability to charge for an active action, 3 minutes required for a full charge. Development skills. Luck, H. Bell smiled at his condition. The good thing about the Goliath's attack was that his stats increased a lot. Hestia. Bell-kun, what happened to you? L.A. Turning to look at her. Bell looked at his back with the help of a mirror and opened his eyes to see some scratches and splinters that he hadn't noticed before. Bell. Well, let's just say the chair I sat on at the bar was a little old and broke, scratching the back of his neck. Hestia not believing her. Bell. Haha. Laughing nervously. It was already completely nighttime. Hestia was lying in bed sleeping peacefully with some saliva running down her lips. Now she felt free, right? Well, she usually can't sleep like that since Alfia scolds her for being so carefree and drooling, not to mention that they used to sleep in the same bed because they were both women, so all the more reason to scold her. But now. On the couch, Belle and Alfia were lying together. Belle was behind Alfia who was hugging him, using him as a cuddly stuffed animal. Alfia was asleep, her expression while she slept was calm and serene, worthy of a proper lady. Belle was silent in her arms with a small blush on his cheeks. It was still a little strange, but he definitely didn't dislike it. Alfia squeezing the hug. Belle remained silent, feeling Alfia's breasts pressing against his back. Belle closed his eyes and settled down to sleep comfortably. He definitely didn't dislike this. Build. It was already morning, and after a warm awakening between his aunt's breasts, Belle had gone to the guild to hand in his status sheet. Elina-san. smiling. Bell walked up to Aina with his hand raised in greeting. Aina was sitting on the other side of the hall, working frantically, signing some papers. Aina stood up and carried the stack of signed papers seriously. Aina. I'll see you later. Leaving. Bell. Huh. It's okay, lowering his hand. Bell stood there silently waiting for Aina to return until a pink-haired girl approached him. Misha. Bell-san, you can't just stand there waiting for Aina, approaching him. Bell. Huh. Why? Confused. Misha. Well, you're standing in front of the reception area where we serve adventurers. If you stay there, you'll make our job harder. Bell. Oh, sorry, lowering his head. Misha. It doesn't matter, smiling, come, join me, walking. Bell walked behind Misha who led him to a wooden table where there were some sofas around and some of the employees and counselors were sitting there drinking tea and reading quietly in silence. Misha. Here you can wait for Aina, Bell-san, smiling. Bell. Yes, thank you Misha-san, smiling. Misha bowed slightly and then left, leaving Bell on a couch next to a red-haired werewolf who looked at him out of the corner of her eye before returning her gaze to nothing. Bell. Werewolf. Bell sat there silently, everyone else was silent too, so he thought he couldn't make a sound. Until the werewolf spoke. You know, you made me lose a lot of money, looking at him out of the corner of my eye. L.A. Looking at her. The first time you came to register as an adventurer, we all bet on how long you would live, looking at him. L.O. Bell guessed that he had bet that he would die soon, so that was why he had lost money. I said you would die on the first day, looking at him, I bet 50,000 valis on it, sighing. Bell. Lowering his head. But in the end, you came back, after killing a goblin and redeeming that one happy magic stone, thoughtfully, Aina was the only one who didn't bet on why you would die. Bell looked up and watched a werewolf with wide eyes, he thought everyone had bet on her dying soon, including Aina. She said you'd become really strong and be a renowned adventurer in no time. She ended up earning 120,700 valis after you returned from your expedition to the 18th floor a few days ago, looking at him. Bell smiled glad that Aina believed in him. Aina she has lost many adventurers in her charge, adventurers who have died in the dungeon due to bad decisions. Slightly closing her eyes, she loves you very much, turning to look at him, like a brother I would say, whenever you go to the dungeon keep that in mind, you must return, or you will make her sad, not just her, I'm sure many more too, looking at him, understood. LH high. Motivated, thank you. Smiling. The werewolf opened her eyes, and the image of a beautiful white-haired woman who was looking at her with a bright smile came to her mind. Bell. Miss. Curious. Bell. Are you okay? Curious, his eyes looked nostalgic, as if you remembered someone, looking at her. You're very perceptive, don't worry, you just reminded me of a woman I knew in the past. The werewolf watched him for a few seconds before smiling slightly and bringing a hand to his head. Make sure you take care of yourself, rubbing his head. Bell hi, smiling, by the way, what is your name? Curious. Rose Vanet, looking at him. Bell. Thank you Roseanne, smiling. Rose nodded and looked at the clock tiredly. Rose. It's my time to work, getting up from the couch, see you soon, Bell, leaving. Bell. Goodbye. Saying goodbye, she always seems lonely, but she's quite nice, smiling. Bell also looked at the clock and noticed that 20 minutes had already passed. Bell. Aina-san is taking a long time, has something happened to her? Bell got up from the couch and walked towards one of the guild's hallways to look for her, but as he did so he was stopped by a voice. Hey you. L.A. Turning his head. Bell stopped and looked curiously at a red-haired woman with short hair wearing a tight white dress and a carefree look, behind her was a dark blue-haired girl with long hair wearing the same tight black dress and a shy and nervous face. Bell watched him curiously until the Redeed spoke to him again. Are you bellcranel? Looking at him. Bell hi, why the question? Curious. Daphne. My name is Daphne, this is Cassandra, pointing to the girl behind her, we are from the Apollo family, looking at him. Despite the mention of the family that attacked them last night, Bell did not change his face, he simply continued to look at them calmly. Daphne? No reaction, huh? Anyway, give this letter to your goddess, handing her a letter. Bell took the letter and looked at the Apollo family seal calmly before looking back at Daphne. Daphne? It's an invitation, leaving. Cassandra. Hey, why you don't have to accept if you don't double you want. Daphne. Cassandra, looking at her. Cassandra. I am sorry, going with her. Daphne. Looking at him, she won't be able to help you this time, leaving. L.A. Watching them leave, looking at the letter. Bell. Bell quietly put the letter away and turned to see Aina who was running towards the exhausted man. Aina. I'm sorry breathing heavily, there's been a lot of paperwork lately, it seems a god is planning to organize a party soon and they're making some preparations and permits, wiping the sweat from his forehead. L. Don't worry Ina-san, smiling, I wanted to give you this, showing her status sheet and inform you about my last expedition, smiling. Ina. Okay, let's sit down and give me the details, smiling. Bell nodded and went with Ina to a private office to give his report. End. The Feast of Apollo, 13. Abandoned church. So Apollo's planning on throwing a party, huh? Oh. In the abandoned church, Hestia, Bell, and Alfia were silently looking at a letter with the symbol of the Apollo family. Hestia read the letter carefully and opened her eyes when she saw something interesting. Hestia. All gods can come with a family member. Smiling, oh. That's something new and interesting. Smiling, why did Apollo suddenly think of this? Curious. L. Looking at the letter in silence. Hestia. Well, it doesn't matter, do you both want to go? If so, you'll have to come to an agreement among yourselves, since I can only take one. Alfia. I won't go, calm down. Bell Hestia A. Looking at her. Alfia. I hate those noisy places full of arrogant people who think they're better than me, I mean, better than everyone else, looking away. Hestia. I see, and I'm Droplet, then you will go Bell Kun. Looking at him. Bell Hi, smiling. Hestia Maich has an acquaintance in a clothing store, perhaps he can lend us some elegant and cheap clothes for you. Alfia. No, would be. Hestia. Huh. Alfia. Bell wouldn't wear some cheap rags, no one in the Hera family would have lowered themselves so much as to do that or allow someone in our family to do so, even the new members wore quality clothes, like Materia and her 750 million Valis dress that Hera gave her, it would be, it's enough for me to see him wear his brown jacket and cheap boots every day, but I won't let him go to a gala event wearing a cheap suit, getting up, I'll go to the dungeon, taking Bell's second sword. Bell. Huh. But it's late at night, and why? Worried. Alfia. I'll go and collect money to buy a good quality suit. Hestia. Oh. Will you buy us outfits? Smiling. Alfia. Us. Oh no, you can wear your cheap evening dress, but Bell won't be wearing old classless rags. Leaving. Hestia ugh, feeling an arrow pierce her pride. L. I am sorry. Hestia. Why are you apologizing? It doesn't matter, let's just go to sleep, I'm exhausted, going to her bed. L looked worriedly at the entrance of the church, but just sighed and entered, he knew he couldn't stop Alfia, and it would be silly to worry, an experienced level 7 adventurer who had the power to rival a level 9, was more than capable of taking care of herself, not to mention that it was possible that she would go to the lower floors, and he definitely couldn't follow her there. Bell sighed and went to lie down on the couch to sleep. Guild. In the guild, Bell could be seen waiting in front of the magic stone cashier for his Valis after exchanging them. It was already 7 in the evening, and he had just returned from the dungeon with his party to exchange his magic stones and divide the reward. Bell was still worried about Alfia, she hadn't returned all day, and it was already getting dark. He knew he had plenty of time, after all the party would be tomorrow, but he wouldn't like it if Alfia took too long as something could go wrong. L. Is this how Kami-sama will feel when we go on an expedition? Thoughtful. L. Bell stood still before suddenly turning around with a big smile on his face. Just as he thought, there was Alfia looking at him calmly, in her hand she had the hilt of a broken sword, Welf would be excited to see that. L. Alfia. Smiling. Alfia. Are you exchanging your magic stones? Bell hi, nodding, they said it would take a few minutes, so I'm waiting, scratching the back of his neck. Alfia nodded calmly and looked at a clock attached to the wall. Alfia. It seems like it's taking a while, it doesn't matter, there's plenty of time, looking at him, I'll exchange my magic stones, wait for me here when they give you yours, leaving. Bell nodded and waited a few seconds before a guild employee came and handed him 4 medium-sized Valis bags. Bell thanked him and quickly left the guild. Makoto. Hello Bell Dono. Smiling. Welf. Okay. Looks like they redeemed them faster this time. Sighing in relief. Lily. They usually say their stupid excuses of we're busy to slack off, and now that they really have a lot of work because of Apollo's party, they seem to work better than ever, tch, crossing arms, oh by the way, I saw. Bell. Alfia, I know, smiling, she's exchanging her magic stones, she said to wait for her, sorry. Welf. Don't worry, we can go to a bar any other day, shouldering, in that case we'll see each other the day after tomorrow, taking his bag of valises. Makoto. See you the day after tomorrow Bell Dono, taking her Valis bag. Lily. Lily says goodbye to Bell-sama, taking her bag. Just as they were about to leave, Bell stopped Welf. Bell Welf, calling him, this here, holding something out. Welf turning around, what the heck? Welf opened his eyes and looked in shock at a grey sword with a vine-shaped hilt split in half. The hilt looked worn and somewhat crushed, as if it had been subjected to strong pressure. Welf, my weapon, shaking. L. Yes, sorry, giving him the gun. Do you think you could make me another one? Smiling nervously. Welf. Yes, but making another sword would take about 4 days, considering that I want to make it of quality, so that you don't break it again. L. 4 days. Welf, do you still have the Minotaur horn I gave you? Welf. The horn that seems to glow red. Yes, I've been saving it to make a good quality weapon, but for that I needed a monoconducting metal, a very malleable metal, and my blacksmith skill to fuse it with the horn and make a sword. If I use only the horn, will I only be able to make a long knife or 2 twin blades? Looking at it, why? L. I want the twin blades, looking at him. Well, Faye. Alfia finished exchanging her stones and received a small bag of rare Valus. Valus with a strange symbol that implied that these cost 50,000 normal Valus each, since if they gave the normal Valus to Alfia, they would have to bring several large bags that Alfia did not want to carry. Alfia nodded in satisfaction as she counted the Valus. She could definitely buy something of good quality with all that. She turned around and saw Belle entering the guild now with a single medium Valus bag. L. Come back, smiling. Alfia. Did you go to give her party her share? Raising an eyebrow. Belle hi, nodding. Alfia nodded and looked at her watch. Alfia. Okay, let's go to the shopping area, walking towards the guild exit. L. Right away. Running after her. Clothing store area. It was nighttime, so many shops were closed, especially those selling evening wear, since at night was when they had fewer customers. Still, Alfia didn't seem to care about this. In fact, she didn't even look at any of the stores. It seemed like she already had a particular destination. Finally, after a while walking, Alfia stopped. Belle bumped gently into his back in surprise and then stepped aside so he could see the store. His eyes widened when he saw a store twice the size of all the previous ones, with more decoration and a much better structure. The white marble walls with pillars in each corner, along with flower designs painted in gold, made it clear that the store only sold quality things that probably few people could afford. There was a sign that said Royal Gala. The lights in the place were on, so it was easy to know it was open. Alfia. Let's go in, walking. Belle nodded foolishly, still fascinated by the gigantic store, thinking it couldn't be more surprising. How wrong? Upon entering, he was completely amazed to see hundreds and hundreds of suits and dresses in the place, each and every one of them with beautiful unique designs that would make them stand out in any place. In addition to the elegant and fine evening wear, there were also accessories, bows, ties, hair clips, headbands, jewelry and much more. Belle was looking at everything with a sparkle in his eyes, a sparkle that died every time he saw the price signs. The cheapest thing she found cost 800,000 Valus, and they were a pair of small white earrings with a blue jewel. If those little accessories cost that much, she didn't even want to imagine the outfits. As they walked, Belle stood completely still when his eyes saw a beautiful white suit with golden details such as buttons, some lines of embroidery, etc. The suit looked very good quality and must obviously be expensive. NT. So, the pants are just white as are the shoes, but the shoes have some gold edges, and the suit goes with white gloves. Belle almost had a heart attack when he saw the price. It was just over 200 million. How the hell could a suit cost that much? Did it make you fly or something? Tenma. White gala suit divine object equals makes you 150% more attractive and irresistible to women. This also applies to goddesses. There is your answer. V. Belle looked at the suit carefully. It was beautiful. It looked like it was made by angels, made delicately and carefully. Belle blinked before realizing he had gotten lost in his thoughts and looked at Alfia, who was beside him looking at the suit. Alfia. It's beautiful. Belle. I am sorry, I got distracted, scratching the back of his neck. Alfia. Never mind, let's find. Alfia. Alfia fell silent and turned her gaze to see an old woman a few meters away from them. The old woman had gray hair from old age. She had it tied in a well-made bun. She was wearing a simple kimono, because although it did not have an impressive design, it was clear from a distance that the fabric and embroidery were of excellent and good quality, made by someone with decades of experience. She was a little shorter than Belle, perhaps the size of Hestia. She had a calm and serious face, like that of an adult woman. Despite her age, she was not hunched over. She kept her back straight and proud in such a way that her figure demanded authority. Belle swallowed hard when he saw the old woman. She showed an authority figure that made him nervous, and he wondered where his aunt knew her from. Alfia looked at the quiet woman and pointed at the suit she was looking at. Alfia. I want you to give me this suit, looking at her. The woman was silent for a few seconds before nodding. Old woman. Tell me the details, looking at her. Alfia. I want it custom made for him, pointing to Belle. I want you to change the gold details to ruby red and the flexible embroidery in case of emergencies. Old lady. It's always in case of emergencies, sighing, come with me, I need to take your measurements, looking at Belle. Belle looked at Alfia who nodded calmly and went to the old woman. Already in another part of the store, Belle was standing in the middle of a small circle with his arms and legs extended, watching the old woman with a measuring tape take his measurements. He watched her measure her legs, her arms, her hands, her feet, her chest, her waist and her hips. Belle watched the woman do all this calmly until the old woman asked him something that puzzled him. Old lady. How big is your crotch area? Writing down her measurements. Belle. Blinking, excuse me. Old woman. Don't play dumb, I know you heard me, answer, looking at him. Belle. To have never measured myself there, blushing. The old woman raised an eyebrow obviously as if she knew I was lying. Belle. 15 centimeters, looking away. Old woman. Gifted boy, huh? Measuring his shoulders. Belle. Don't say embarrassing things, blushing. The old woman ignored him and after a few seconds she finished measuring him. Old lady. Okay, I have all your measurements. I can give you your suit tomorrow afternoon, putting away her notebook, unless you want any accessories. Looking at him. Belle. No thanks, the suit is enough, smiling. The old woman nodded and guided Belle back to where Alfia was. Alfia, seeing him, walked up to the old woman and spoke to her. Alfia Termino. Old lady. Yes, either of you can come tomorrow to pick it up in the afternoon, around 2 p.m. or so. Alfia nodded and gave the entire bag of valis to the old woman who quickly started counting. Old lady. 20 million valis, 60 million valis, 80 million valis, and 100 million valis, nodding, is that all, looking at her, huh? Raising an eyebrow. The old woman watched Belle and Alfia talk, apparently about Alfia's joining her party in a few days. The old woman narrowed her eyes and called Alfia again. Old woman. Hey girl, quiet, I'm talking to you, looking at her. Alfia stopped talking to Belle and looked at the old woman in silence. Old lady. The payment is complete and according to the store's rules, you have a 50% discount, looking at her, huh? Looking at Belle, that sparkle in both of your eyes. Alfia raised an eyebrow, not understanding the old woman's last words, until she raised her arm and suddenly hit her on the head. Alfia became excited and frowned at the old woman, but before she could speak, the old woman beat her to the punch. Old lady. I told you to get a boyfriend when you were still young, and look at you now, 30 years old and with a brat 2 or 3 times younger than you, you're pathetic, crossing her arms. Alfia frowned even more but said nothing, she was holding back her urge to strangle the woman in front of her. Old woman. Go away, I want to sleep, turning around. Alfia snorted and took Belle by the hand to take him away from there, ignoring the look of the old woman who gave her a sideways glance before going to her room and turning off the lights. Belle let himself be pulled by Alfia in silence, trying to hide the fact that he would like to be pulled by Alfia like that. This continued for several minutes until Alfia stopped and sighed. Alfia. I'm sorry about that old lady knows how to drive everyone crazy, looking at him. Belle. Never mind, but how do you know her? Curious. Alfia looked at him for a few seconds before answering. Alfia. She is a former member of the Hera family, turning her head. Belle opened his eyes slightly surprised because the old woman who had just served him in the store was from the Hera family. Alfia. Azor was technically the oldest member of the family, she was part of the first generation, was one of the first daughters that Hera had after coming down to the human world. Despite this she stopped being an adventurer very young, as I understand it, she left her career as an adventurer at 25 years old when she was level 5 and dedicated herself to sewing and making clothes of all kinds. However, in order to have her store and temporarily leave the family she made a deal with Hera, looking at him, the deal was that no matter how much time passed, if someone from the Hera family or Hera herself went to buy at her store, they would receive a 50% discount on all kinds of clothing. She accepted that and since then she has been working in her clothing store, walking again. Belle processed the information and nodded, it was surprising that the woman had lived so long, but it made sense if she had abandoned her life as an adventurer. An adventurer usually lives a maximum of 40 years, living more than that was already a miracle, but a normal citizen could easily live up to 70 if not more. Belle. What was her adventurer name? Looking at her. Alfia. The seamstress had an ability that allowed her to control threads of all kinds, she used that to her advantage and created adamantine threads to be able to use them with her ability. At the time she was the most powerful level 4 and 5. Belle. I see. Alfia. Although she is now level 7. La. Surprised. Alfia. It's been 58 years since she stopped being an adventurer, and when that happened she was level 5, despite not having gone to the dungeon. All these years she has continued training and improving, and managed to rise to level 7, shortly before the Hera family was massacred. Bell nodded in surprise, because according to him, he had just found out that in Arario, there were 3 level 7s, the King Otter, his Aunt Silence, and the old woman from before the seamstress. Bell. There are more level 7 people than I thought, whispering. After that they both remained silent and continued walking towards the abandoned church. Alfia looked around and didn't see or notice any person near the place. Bell was still deep in thought, imagining an old JoJo's controlling some adamantine threads while killing some monsters with the threads easily. Until he was brought out of his thoughts when he felt a hand intertwine with his own. Bell blinked and turned to look at Alfia, who continued walking calmly, ignoring the fact that she had just taken Bell's hand. Bell blushed slightly before a smile appeared on his face, and he walked next to Alfia with their hands intertwined, just like a couple. Ever-burning smithy. It was already a new day, specifically it was 9 o'clock. And in Welf's smithy was the aforementioned and Bell talking. Bell. So, did you finish the pair of double knives? Welf. Yes, I have them here. Welf took out 2 knives from under his table, both had short red handles, the size of Bell's hand, the blades were 20 centimeters, it was not too big nor too small, it was a normal blood red blade. He sheathed both of them in a reddish-black sheath and gave them to Bell. Welf. I say the sword was better. Bell. Yes, that's true, but I feel like I'll need those knives for today, putting them away. Welf. It doesn't matter, if you regret your decision I can undo the knives and put them together to make a sword later, smiling. Bell. Huh. Can you do that? Surprised. Welf. Benefits of the blacksmith skill, now you see why I wanted it. Bell nodded foolishly and looked at Welf. Bell. Then I'll bring the knives later to exchange them for the sword, for now I'll take them, leaving a bag of Valis. Welf. Hey, put that away, holding the bag. Bell. Huh. But. Welf. Don't worry, I'm your personal blacksmith, so I have no problem making you weapons. Besides, the fact that you let me work with a Minotaur horn is enough for me. I've never seen such a material, and even Captain Tsubaki had said that it was surprising and a new material, putting away his tools, so put away your money and take off your dejected rabbit face, putting a hand on his shoulder, yeah, and have a nice night. I would have liked to go, but Hephaestus-sama will go with Captain Sanaki, scratching the back of his neck. Bell. Then, I'll see you tomorrow, smiling. Welf nodded and said goodbye to Bell. Abandoned church. Finally the time has come. And in the bedroom were Hestia and Alfia talking. Hestia. You could have bought me at least a pretty dress. Alfia. Why, you already have that thing, right? Disinterested. Hestia. I would have liked a better one. Hestia looked at her clothes and sighed. She had a simple long navy blue dress, its tone was getting darker towards the bottom, and it had a simple design. She had white heels that gave her an extra half centimeter to her small height, and she had her hair loose. Hestia. I can't even compare to her with this dress. Looking at Alfia, her black dress already looks like a gala dress, she wouldn't even need to buy one, with that same dress she would dazzle people, sighing. Hestia was brought out of her thoughts when the bathroom door opened and she and Alfia turned to look at Bell. Hestia opened her eyes and mouth in shock as a deep blush appeared on her face. Alfia watched Bell silently, but there was still a small pink tint on her cheeks. Alfia. Not bad. Hestia hit Alfia with her elbow and glared at her. Hestia. No dirty thoughts, frowning. Alfia calmly looked away without deigning to answer Hestia. Bell hadn't heard his words because he was more focused on fixing his tie. Bell. It's a good thing Grandpa taught me how to do this, adjusting his tie, of his perverted teachings, at least some of them were useful. Putting away his usual clothes, how about it? Does it look good on me? Smiling. Bell had a little an drop when he saw Hestia and Alfia give him a thumbs up, while a thin line of blood escaped from their noses. Hestia. Okay. Getting up energetically, it's time to go, looking at a small window. Outside the window you could see a small carriage pulling up, pulled by 2 horses, curiously one white and one black. Alfia nodded and got up from the couch, ignoring Hestia who quickly left the church excitedly. Alfia. Take care, don't get into trouble and remember. Bell. No closeness with girls, I know, smiling. Alfia. I was going to say that you can't drink any alcohol, but yes, it's good that you remember the other thing too, nodding satisfied, the suit looks good on you, you know. Alfia took Bell by the chin and kissed him. Bell was surprised by the sudden kiss but was quick to reciprocate. Slowly the kiss intensified, but before unholy and incestuous things could happen again in that bedroom, the door was kicked open by Hestia. Hestia. Not on my watch. Hestia took Bell by the arm and pulled him forcefully away from Alfia who quickly frowned. But before she could send her back to the Tenkai for interrupting her and Belle, the door was quickly closed and Hestia escaped with Belle in the carriage. Alfia watched them leave through the window and remained silent before sitting on the sofa. Alfia. I have a feeling they're going to get into trouble. Alfia took a cup of tea and took a small sip. Alfia. This trinket tastes like nothing. I don't know the location Av. Finally the carriage arrived in front of a large mansion where the banquet of gods and sons would take place. Hestia looked at the place and breathed a great deal of air. Hestia. Apollo is a damn pervert with strange tastes, but this idea of bringing our children with us. It's not such a bad idea after all, smiling happily. Thanks for inviting us Hestia. Hestia turned her gaze and saw a man with a kind face and blue hair tied in a low ponytail. It was the god Maich. Hestia. Don't worry, we're friends after all, smiling. Maich. You even got these carriages and the suits, so thank you, bowing slightly. Hestia. It doesn't matter, shaking her head, come on, let's go. Maich nodded and extended his hand towards the carriage, his hand was quickly taken gently by someone else, and Naza came out of the carriage slightly blushing. Naza gracious, Maich-sama. Maich smiled kindly and looked at Belle. Maich. You look very good, Belle. I suppose it was from Alfia. Smiling. Belle, who was looking at the mansion in silence, turned his gaze towards the Maich god and smiled sadly. Belle. Yeah, he didn't want to let me wear a normal suit, so well, you know, scratching the back of his neck, you guys look good too Maich-sama, Naza-san. Maich was wearing a simple suit with white gloves, dress shoes and a black bow tie. Everything looked cheap and second-hand, but somehow it suited a humble god like Maich perfectly. It would be a little strange to see him wearing a very expensive suit. Naza also looked very good, she had a red full-body dress with a long skirt that reached a little above her foot, the dress had a cut from the left thigh to the leg that gave her a little more mobility and showed a little of her leg, the dress had a single long sleeve for the right arm, hiding Naza's prosthesis who also wore black gloves. Naza and Maich nodded in gratitude and everyone entered the mansion to celebrate the banquet. Upon entering they were surprised to see the place, it was gigantic, there were hundreds of tables with food and drinks for gods and children, so that everyone could enjoy it. Ah. Hestia. Everyone turned their gaze and saw Hermes, who was wearing a simple white suit with a slightly open red shirt and a red tie, he was not wearing his typical hat, next to him was a man with long black hair, tied in a traditional Far Eastern way, with a slightly strange but elegant suit, it was a mix between a gala yukata and a gala suit. Hestia. Hermes, as outrageous as ever, sighing, hello Take, hello Asfi, oh. Is that Mikoto? Smiling. Everyone noticed that behind Take Mikasuchi there was a female figure that seemed to be trying to hide from them. Take Mikasuchi. Come on Mikoto, you don't have to be embarrassed, you look very beautiful, smiling. Everyone watched in silence as smoke began to emerge from behind Take Mikasuchi, probably from Mikoto's head. Slowly Mikoto showed herself and looked at everyone embarrassed. Mikoto. Hello. NT. I'm already too lazy to describe their clothes. Asfi greeted everyone and then looked at Belle in silence as did Hermes and Take. Hermes. What happened Belle? And humility. Take Mikasuchi. It was about coming elegantly, not humiliating the poor. Asfi. Isn't the suit a little too expensive? Raising an eyebrow. Belle. He, scratching the back of his neck. Hestia. Look at all the food. With a twinkle in her eyes. Hestia shot out towards the food counter and immediately started grabbing food by the piles. Belle. Wait, Kami-sama. You're going to stain the dress. Remember, it's borrowed. Running toward her. Take Mikasuchi. Typical of Hestia, smiling, oh. Are those Far Eastern style cakes? Take Mikasuchi opened his eyes and ran after Hestia and Belle to grab a plate and grab lots of food. Hermes. Ah, how fun it is to meet acquaintances at parties this big, smiling, thinking about it a bit, I would also like to try some of that food, what do you say, Mai? Going with the others. Maich. Yes, I'm actually a little hungry. Drrrrrrrrrr. Maich. Just a little, going behind Hermes. Naza, Mikoto and Asfi sighed together and went behind their gods to prevent them from being embarrassed. Belle was next to Hestia preventing her from taking too much so that she wouldn't stain her dress, while on the other side were Hermes and Take Mikasuchi, trying a lot of delicacies with teary eyes. Maich was next to Hestia and Belle grabbing some food, he ate it quickly and then grabbed another piece, it was clear he was hungry. Gentlemen. Thank you for coming. Immediately silence filled the mansion, and everyone turned their gaze towards the large white stairs that were in the place, there in the middle was Apollo, a red-haired man with red hair and a plant crown on his head, on his sides were Reed and a blue-haired woman with suits of inverse colors standing straight. Hermes. There's the host, smiling. L. Is that the god Apollo? Curious, opening his eyes. L looked at Apollo and noticed that he was staring at him with a wicked look. Makoto. That's the god Apollo, it would be careful Belle don't know, I feel that he is looking at you with bad intentions, looking at him. Belle remained silent, observing the god who quickly looked up and behind him stood Cassandra, Daphne and one more person that Belle quickly recognized. Hyacinthos. Belle watched him quietly and calmly until he was brought out of his thoughts by Apollo's voice. Apollo. As you can see, I decided to make a banquet different from the previous ones, smiling. Do you enjoy it? Doting on the children you love so much and bringing them to a banquet like this isn't a welcome change, is it? Several gods nodded happily and exclaimed. Great idea. Good thinking Apollo. Right. Apollo nodded satisfied and spoke. Apollo. I'm glad to see so many gods and goddesses with their children, looking up at the ceiling. Tonight will be our night. Looking down, I have that feeling. Belle noticed Apollo's gaze on him again and looked down calmly, deciding to ignore him. Apollo. Well, the night is young. Have fun, everyone. Spreading his arms. They were at the table again. Belle was calming Hestia who had 4 forks in each hand and each with a different meat steak. She was eating quickly and having a glass of wine enjoying the quality of everything. Hestia. Ah. This is delicious. Smiling. Belle silently looked at a glass of wine in his hand. Did it have wine in it? No, they had said he was too young and gave him pineapple juice. He didn't know why, but the waitress winked at him. Belle smiled at seeing his goddess happy and also tried the meat, he wouldn't be lying if he said he hadn't eaten something like that in a long time, and the best thing was that everything was free and in abundance. Next to them were the others talking and eating while they chatted among themselves. But while everyone was entertained, suddenly the place was filled with total silence, disconcerting them. Hestia. Huh. Did everyone suddenly go quiet? Looking around. Hestia looked at the entrance door and opened her eyes when she saw Freya enter along with a large bows in a blue suit. Freya looked at them all, but her eyes fell especially on Belle. Belle felt a chill run down his spine and moved his hand slightly closer to his back as a precaution. Freya. Approaching them, it's a surprise to see you all here together, smiling calmly, hello take Mikasuchi, Maich, looking at them. Take Mikasuchi h hello Freya, looking down blushing. Maich. The dress looks good on you, smiling kindly. Naza hum. Makoto hum. Palisco. Maich and Take Mikasuchi became excited and began to sweat when they felt strong pinches on their ribs from their attendants. Hermes. Ho. Standing in front of Freya, today you look as beautiful as ever, Freya, and that dress makes you look even more dazzling. Smiling. Hermes gently took Freya's hand and leaned down, knowing that if he made a sudden movement, the bows beside her could easily cut his throat, not caring that he was a god. Hermes kissed the back of her palm and then gently let go of Freya's hand as he stood up straight. Freya never once removed her calm smile, in fact, she seemed to completely ignore everyone except one person. Belle swallowed hard as he saw Freya's violet eyes staring at him, as if she wasn't paying attention to anyone but him. Belle. This look is familiar. And just as he feared, Freya approached him calmly and with a firm step. When they were 5 feet away, Hestia stood between them with her cheeks full, she looked like a squirrel while she glared at Freya. Hestia. Don't even come one step closer. Spreading her arms. Belle. Huh. What's wrong, goddess? Looking at her. Hestia. Don't let her pretty face fool you Belle-kun, that woman is a total pervert and greedy, she sees someone interesting and takes him home to her family with her charms, striking her. Freya. Oh come on Hestia, I just want to say hello, walking. Hestia frowned further but suddenly smiled and stepped aside. Freya opened her eyes slightly surprised, she didn't expect him to give up so easily, but that only made things easier for her. Hestia looked at Freya silently, but inside she had an evil smile as she watched Freya look victoriously at Belle. Hestia. Let's see if your charms work with that Freya ability, mockingly. Freya stood in front of Belle and caressed his cheek, taking him by surprise. Freya. You're like a cute bunny, flirty. Freya ran her thumb near Belle's lips as a small pink tint covered her cheeks, Belle began to sweat looking for a way out of the situation without being rude. Freya. You have a peculiar outfit, looking at it, it's beautiful and expensive, high class I would say, the outfit of a king, don't you believe it my otter? Smiling provocatively. L.A. Blushing. Freya lowered her hand from Belle's cheek and gently took his hand. Freya. Tell me would you give me the pleasure of having a dance? Smiling. Everyone Otter hum. Slightly surprised. Everyone looked at the scene in surprise, even several gods who were nearby talking or doing something were in shock and turned to see Freya and Belle with their eyes wide open. Hundreds of gods and adventurers had tried to invite the goddess of beauty Freya to dance, but she had rejected them directly and without compassion. No one had ever asked the goddess Freya to dance, not even her own children. And now here she was, the same goddess who had rejected so many men and so many invitations in front of a white-haired boy, asking her to dance. They didn't know why they should be surprised anymore, why she herself would ask someone to dance, or why it was a simple level 2 human, even if he was the record holder. But Bell was the most surprised. He imagined his grandfather telling him. "Grandpa, did she ask you to dance first?" "No, Bell, those are always the most obsessed. Back away slowly or accept and enjoy the night, but don't fall in love. Those are harem killers, Bell." Bell shook his head and looked at Freya. He immediately frowned slightly as he felt a slight burning sensation on his back bother him. Bell looked at Freya and froze as he saw her eyes. They seemed to glow slightly in a beautiful and mesmerizing silver tone. Bell shook his head again, thankful that the burning in his back was worse than before and kept him from thinking clearly. Bell looked at Freya with sweat. "Bell. I'm sorry." Freya dropped her calm smile and opened her eyes slightly upon hearing Bell's words. "Bell. I can't dance with you." "Hermes. Hey. Hey." Suddenly appearing, "Dear Freya," taking her hand, "would you allow me the honor of dancing with you?" Smiling. Freya stood still surprised by Bell's apparent rejection. I blink in bewilderment but quickly react and was about to reject Hermes if it weren't for the fact that Hermes beat me to the punch. Hermes. Ah. What a fool, hitting his head, I forgot that I had invited my pretty Asfi-chan to dance before, sticking out his tongue, but I can't leave a lady alone after asking her to dance, right? So, looking at Bell. "Belle." Hermes suddenly grabbed Bell by the shoulders and put him next to him. "Hermes. I know. Why don't you dance with the goddess Freya in my place, Bell?" Smiling. "Freya. Belle. Hestia." Exalted, "Hermes, what the hell?" Hermes. "Please, Bell. Pleading, my pride and my word are at stake, I beg you." Clasping his hands. "Bell. It's okay," sighing. Hermes. "Perfect." Smiling. Hermes patted Bell on the back and walked calmly past Freya. Hermes. "Well, I hope you return the favor someday," whispering. Freya. "I didn't need your help," smiling. Hermes. "Are you sure? From what I could see, your charm didn't work on him, or did it?" Smiling, "To have to charm him, you would need to use your charm at 80%, and if you did, everyone would notice and stop you, especially Hestia. Remember that your charm doesn't have the slightest effect on her." Whispering, "Besides, Belle doesn't know how to dance, and the dance will probably start in a few minutes, so I can give her some dance tips for you." Smiling. Freya looked at Hermes seriously with a threatening look before smiling pleasantly. Freya. "If you're right," smiling, "it's okay." Looking at Bell, "I'll wait for you on the dance floor, my lord," winking at him. Bell blushed and looked at Hermes excitedly. Bell. "Why did Hermes-sama do that?" Exalted. Hermes. "Huh. Don't worry, Bell. It's just a dance." Smiling. Bell. "I had told him on the 18th floor that I don't know how to dance," sweating. Hermes. "I'll give you some advice and help you, okay?" Smiling, "But remember that you must pamper the lady, so under no circumstances show displeasure toward her or while dancing, okay?" Bell. "If it's just a dance, I guess it's okay," sighing. Hermes. "Perfect. It's great that Interbine Freya would have caused chaos in Auraria with this rejection," sweating, "You can release Hestia now, Asfi." Bell and Hermes watched Asfi, who looked at them in silence while in his arms he held Hestia, who seemed to want to kill Hermes. Asfi. "She never said she would dance with me," looking at him with a frown. Hermes. "Oh. Well, now you know." Smiling, "Don't worry, my beautiful Asfi," approaching, "Make sure I shine with your beauty." Asfi frowned, blushing, and quickly elbowed Hermes without holding back. Hermes shot out and embedded himself in the wall. Hermes. "Haha, it's worth it." Hestia crossed her arms while radiating annoyance. Unfortunately, it seemed that fate was against her because a voice that she recognized quickly sounded and made her even more furious. Well, here you are, shorty," mockingly. Bell turned his gaze and observed Loki and Ace. Hestia. "Ah. Annoyed, when did you get here, bored? You look so plain I didn't even notice you." Crossing her arms. Loki. "Hey. Don't complain to me, if you want to blame someone, blame Freya. Her entrance ruined our fabulous entrance." Crossing her arms, "Anyway, I'm dressed like this because I'm only the secondary one." Smiling, "I can't dress so elegantly if I want my A's so shiny." Pointing at A's. "Huh." Loki looked at A's and noticed how she wasn't paying him the slightest attention. He became more confused when he saw her slightly flushed cheeks while she looked at the ground in embarrassment. She turned to look at Bell and remained silent. Loki. "Is it the white-haired one?" Whispering to him. A's nodded shyly and Loki immediately stared at him. Loki. "You," approaching, "dress well, better than the dwarf I must admit." Looking at him from bottom to top, white hair and red eyes. "You are striking," looking into his eyes. Suddenly Loki raised his arm and then lowered it, pointing at Bell. Loki. You're going to dance with my dear A's tan. Pointing at Bell. Hestia ah. Looking at Loki. Bell stood silently looking at Loki before looking at A's. A's noticed his gaze and looked at him for a few seconds before looking away with her face even redder than before. Bell. Damn, I forgot what happened on the 18th floor, sweating. Loki. Every banquet has a dance and I know one will start soon, so you're going to dance with my A's tan, smiling confidently. Bell. I'm sorry but no, looking at her calmly. Loki beyond A. In shock. Loki looked at Bell, who looked at them calmly, as if it were no big deal to have rejected one of the most beautiful adventurers on schedule. A's was blank, staring into nothingness. Loki turned to look at her and was excited to see her with a blank look while whispering things like, "He's not interested anymore, he doesn't love me, I'm nothing, he didn't care, he doesn't even notice me," etc. Loki panicked when he saw this and immediately grabbed Bell from his coat and started shaking him. Loki. What do you mean, I'm sorry, but no. Didn't you hear me correctly? I said you have the honor of dancing with A's, my A's tan, the sword princess who has repulsed 1,000 men, shaking him. Bell. I am sorry. Being shaken, but I can't dance with her, stopping Loki. Loki turned frantically to see A's and was doubly excited to see her as a living dead. Inside A's was Mini A's sitting on the floor with a dead look. Mini A's. Bunny doesn't like a sniff. Lock. And why not? Hysterical. Bell. I am sorry, I had promised the goddess Freya that I would dance with her and I can't break a promise, embarrassed. Loki stood still for a second before taking Bell by the shoulders. Loki. Oh, I understand you love that damn girl, right? And that's why you ask her to dance, angry. Bell. No, actually Freya-sama invited me to dance, I rejected her, but the god Hermes convinced me, he forced me to accept, sighing. Loki. So this is Hermes' fault, huh? Cracking his knuckles, Well, don't dance with Freya and don't forget it, if Freya ever thinks you forgot her, her family will hunt you down to death for offending her, sighing, dance with her another day, looking at him. L.A. Surprised. Loki look at her. Pointing to A's. Bell was surprised to see A's looking down as if she was sad. Loki. You can't leave my A's like that, right? Bell. No, I don't think so, sweating. Loki. Then dance with her another day, smiling. L.A. Well, it's okay, sighing. Loki. Good. Now go and promise him, pointing at the. Bell looked at Hestia for help, but she looked away while whistling. Bell wondered if he could have a more useless goddess and walked over to A's, who looked up hopefully. Bell. I'm sorry I can't dance with you today, scratching his neck, but we can dance another day whenever you want, A's-san, smiling, what do you say? Extending his hand. A's eyes lit up and in front of her appeared Mini A's, who quickly began to jump. Mini A's quick. Accept. Jumping. A's. Why yes, blushing. A's took Bell's hand and blushed when she looked up and saw him smile, his beautiful white suit, his beautiful red eyes and his hypnotic smile. A's was stunned by Bell for a few seconds until Loki brought her out of her trance. Loki. Wake up, A's tan, tapping him lightly. A's blinked and realized that she had been left Carnadia Bell for several seconds. A's removed her hand and hid behind Loki, blushing. She stuck her head out a little to look at Bell in a comical way. Behind A's was Mini A's in the same way with a blush on her face. Loki nodded satisfied and looked at Bell. Loki. Well, you better not break your promise, crossing his arms, let's go, the interesting thing is about to happen, leaving with A's. A's looked at Bell one last time and waved goodbye while smiling slightly. Many gods and adventurers looked at this and blushed hard at seeing A's smile for the first time, it was a beautiful and pure smile. However, Bell didn't seem to be fazed by this, no, he was sweating imagining what his aunt would do to him if she found out about this. Bell. He's going to torture me in training, trembling. The time to dance has arrived. Bell swallowed hard and began to sweat as he felt extremely nervous. He looked behind him and saw his goddess hiding behind a table radiating disgust, next to her were the others watching him in silence. Hermes. Well, Bell. Putting his arm around her shoulder, you are about to dance with the most beautiful and gorgeous goddess of all, the goddess Freya, smiling, remember to forget everything around you and just enjoy the dance, leave your mind blank, looking at him like that, and remember to never mention any of this to Alfia, or she will kill me, Siddhandi. Bell. If she finds out, I'll blame you for everything, Hermes-sama. Hermes. Well then, it's better if he doesn't find out. Oh. Music. Soft, slow music began to play throughout the place, implying that everyone could dance now. The dance floor was soon filled with gods and adventurers who wanted to enjoy a good romantic dance. Bell. Alfia will definitely kill me for this, sighing inwardly. Belle looked at some tables far from his where a certain silver-haired goddess was wearing a violet dress. Freya, who was sitting with a glass of wine in her hand, looked at him out of the corner of her eye among the crowd with a smile on her face. She put down her glass of wine to get up from her chair and start walking calmly towards him. Otter remained silent and motionless on the orders of his goddess, he did not want to ruin her moment. Belle swallowed hard and also started walking towards Freya while trying to calm down. He was wondering internally what kind of bad luck he had that he was forced to dance with two of the most beautiful women in Arario, the goddess Freya and Ace Wallenstein, who was also a first class. Belle inhaled and exhaled a little air and looked at Freya with a determined look. Hermes. The most important thing is to pamper the lady, so make sure you give her a good dance, smiling. Finally they were both just a few feet away. Belle looked into Freya's eyes and vice versa. Freya watched him silently, obviously waiting for him to make the first move. Take Mikasuchi. Remember to show passion when asking her to dance. She asked you before and it's a shame as a man that a woman is the one who makes the first move. This is your moment to correct that mistake. Belle remembered the three godmen who had gone with him and his goddess and remembered their advice on dancing. Belle. Show passion. Freya was surprised when she saw Belle kneel on one leg and extend a hand towards her as he looked at her with determination. Belle. Goddess Freya, would you grant me this dance with a lady like you? Looking into her eyes. Freya. Splendid. Blushing, in the end, Hermes didn't do a bad job, smiling, I grant you this dance, taking his blushing hand. Belle smiled and stood up as he gently took the deity's hand, who couldn't help but look at Belle's smile, as if it hypnotized her. It's funny, because she had used her charm ability on him and it didn't work, and now Belle had smiled at her, showing her a natural charm, a charm that she fell into with pleasure. Freya smiled and walked with Belle towards the dance floor, their steps were calm and firm, showing no fear or nervousness towards the others. Everyone looked at them in surprise, because they had never seen the goddess Freya dancing before, no one had had the privilege of asking her to dance. Both stood right in the middle of the dance floor, and Belle remembered Hermes, who had previously shown him how to hold on to your dance partner. He received a few blows from Alfia, who had been his test partner, but that was because Hermes did some of his perversions. Belle would follow his steps to the letter, obviously leaving aside the god's perversions. Belle took a deep breath and watched Freya raise her right hand to her chest. Belle raised his left hand and intertwined his hand with Freya's. Freya placed her left hand on his shoulder, and Belle raised his hand, placing his left hand on her waist. NT. A little confusing, but I think you understood, if not you can watch chapter 1 of Danmachi in the scene where Ace and Belle dance. They quickly began to move, Belle took a step back and Freya stepped forward and vice versa as they slowly and smoothly turned in circles. Take Mikasuchi. Remember, don't look at her feet, you're an adventurer and she's a goddess, look into her eyes, and above all, don't worry if any of your steps are bad, as long as you don't stumble you can regroup. Belle looked into Freya's eyes and gulped as she looked at him with a charming smile, as if this were heaven for her. Belle sweated a little as he felt everyone's gaze slowly fix on him, judging him. Belle took a deep breath and looked back into Freya's eyes with a calm expression. Freya was fascinated, she could see him, she could clearly see his soul, a pure white soul, full of determination and dreams burning like an intense inextinguishable flame. I could see how her soul seemed to grow a little afraid of making a mistake and then it would shine brightly again, as if she no longer doubted her actions. A small pink tint appeared on the cheeks of the goddess who looked at Belle's soul and at the same time her beautiful face that reflected nothing but security. Unconsciously Freya activated her charm, she really didn't realize it, she was distracted in Belle. Despite the slight burning sensation on his back, Belle never lost his calm demeanor. On the contrary, that burning sensation made him remember even more that it didn't matter if his small mistakes came out, it was just a dance that both parties should enjoy. Finally Freya came out of her trance and realized that she had her charm active, but again, hope seemed to not affect Belle in the least. For her, it was interesting and surprising how her charm didn't work on Belle. Did that frustrate her? No, on the contrary, it only made him more interesting to her. Seeing that a little of his charm didn't work, he decided to experiment a little, and this time his eyes shone a little more intensely. Belle grimaced slightly as he felt his back burn more. He didn't know why this was happening, but he didn't want to ruin Freya's dance and endured it while maintaining his calm smile. This fascinated Freya because once again her charm didn't seem to have the slightest effect on Belle. It didn't embarrass him, it didn't make him stupid or make him act differently. In fact, it almost seemed like Belle didn't even notice. Freya was excited by this and was about to increase the power of her charm again, if not for the fact that she felt her right foot lightly bump into her left foot. Freya opened her eyes as she watched him about to fall, she cursed herself, she had been so distracted by Belle that her own steps became dizzy, she didn't care that Belle danced like a rookie, in fact she thought it was cute and in case he tripped, she could easily ask Otter to massacre all those who made fun of him. But her. Not only did she get so confused by Belle that she danced badly, but she tripped over herself, which was simply humiliating. Otter, who was at Freya's table watching her dance, was alarmed. He could not allow anyone to see his goddess make a mistake like that. It would be humiliating for Freya, and Otter could not allow his goddess to feel humiliated. If that were to happen, he would take his own life for breaking his oath to protect her and protect her image. Otter was about to go and prevent Freya from falling, if it weren't for the fact that Freya's cause stopped abruptly. Freya opened her eyes, still surprised, and looked at Belle, who had his face just a few centimeters from hers, holding her hand with a little force to prevent her from falling. His hand was still on her waist, holding her firmly. Belle was leaning slightly towards her with one leg stretched out in such a way that it seemed that Freya's fall was intentional for the dance. Oh. Several gods began to applaud in surprise at the great movement. Freya. It's very close, blushing. Belle. Don't worry, Freya-sama, we can still regroup, smiling. That smile, that beautiful and gorgeous smile. Freya's cheeks blushed brightly as she looked excitedly at Belle, as if he were the very embodiment of kindness and goodness, looking at him as her prince, her king. Freya regrouped next to Belle, still looking at him with a sparkle in her eyes. It was curious, she knew it, she knew that she had already fallen under Belle's charm. Freya was brought out of her thoughts when she suddenly felt Belle seem to take control and began to dance peacefully again. She didn't do anything, she just relaxed her body and let Belle take the reins. With her little mistake now Belle seemed like the expert while she was left looking like the rookie, although that didn't bother her. Otter, who was watching everything, sat down on a chair and took out a handkerchief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, thanking Belle for somehow managing to make his goddess's stumble look like a master move. I listened with satisfaction to several gods praising their goddess, saying that she was very good at dancing. Returning with Belle and Freya. Belle looked at Freya and seemed to be happy because he noticed something. Freya was smiling, but it wasn't a forced smile or a fake smile, she was really smiling, she was happy. Seeing Belle smile happily, Freya also smiled, she felt happy, loved, free. Suddenly Belle raised his arm and spun Freya around, who was surprised by the sudden movement. But she let herself go and did a full turn before Belle took her hand again and held her waist with a smile that Freya shared. In the distance at another table a little far from Otter was Hestia sitting calmly watching Freya and Belle dance. She had nothing to worry about, she knew that Belle would never fall in love with Freya and that he would not fall for her charm either. Besides, if Freya tried something stupid she would be easily stopped by Alfia, and now that she knew that Alfia and Belle had a forbidden relationship, it was more likely that Alfia would massacre Freya for the simple fact of touching Belle. Hestia. I don't know whether to get angry or feel sorry for you, looking at Freya, although it does make me a little angry, turning her gaze. Hestia looked at the table on her side where there was a goddess board with two small splinters, next to a golden-haired woman with a beautiful green dress and long seaweed green gloves. Loki looked like a woman who had been rejected because she was drinking alcohol in large quantities, as if she were drowning her sorrows, although that wasn't the case, she simply loved to drink. Next to her was Aze, who seemed to be trying not to see Belle and Freya dance, but it was useless. Every 20 seconds she turned her head to see them dance, and it was obvious that she was jealous, because every time she saw them, she emanated an aura of disgust that even she could feel. Hestia. Ugh, sometimes I confuse Belle's kindness with flirting, sighing, and I feel like he's already flirting with a lot of girls. Hestia. Hestia. Turning around. Oh. Hephaestus. Smiling. Freya looked at a red-haired goddess with messy hair and an eye patch over her right eye. She had on a beautiful long sleeveless wine-colored dress that showed off a bit of her cleavage and left a bit of her back bare. Hephaestus. Hello, Hestia, smiling. From behind Hephaestus came a dark-skinned woman with an eye patch over her left eye and a long dress with a slit on both thighs that reached down to her leg. His dress was similar to that of Hephaestus with the difference that this one was crimson red. Tsubaki. Hello. Smiling. Hestia. Oh, Tsubaki, hello, smiling, aren't either of you dancing? Curious. Hephaestus and Tsubaki's smile disappeared and their gaze darkened, implying that they had no one to dance with. Hestia. Ah, that's right, I understand them, sighing. Hephaestus. And your son? Raising an eyebrow. Hestia. That idiot Hermes forced him to dance, turning his gaze. Hephaestus also turned his gaze and watched in surprise as Belle and Freya danced while smiling and looking into each other's eyes, although it seemed that they were not paying attention to their steps, they seemed to be expert dancers. Hephaestus. Looking silently, and the others. Hestia looked even more depressed and also pointed to the dance floor. Hephaestus looked back at the dance floor and froze as he watched Hermes, take Mikasuchi, and Maiche dance with their daughters, Asphi, Mikoto, and Naza. They were all dancing, looking into each other's eyes and with beautiful smiles on their faces, just like Freya and Belle. Hephaestus. What? Now everyone's a dancing expert. Snorting. Hestia. Yes, I thought the same thing. Tsubaki. Up with the singles. Raising her fist. Hephaestus and Hestia raised their fists. Curiously, some girls and goddesses around them who were not dancing also raised their fists with auras of depression. Loki also raised his fists. Finally the music stopped. And in the middle of the dance floor were Belle and Freya, who had already finished dancing. Freya was breathing heavily, she had gotten a little excited, and they ended up dancing with more passion than the others. Freya smiled at Belle, who smiled back and took her hand to lead her to her table. Otter saw them arrive and welcomed Freya by pulling out a chair for her to sit and rest. Freya sat down and looked at Belle with a radiant smile. Freya. Let's do it again sometime, Belle. Smiling. Belle was glad to see Freya smile for real. He liked to cheer people up, and he found it awkward that Freya pretended to smile all the time, so the fact that he got a real smile out of her made him happy. Belle hi, smiling. Belle bowed slightly and stepped back to his table. Otter saw him and walked towards him calmly. Otter bellcranel. Belle stopped and watched Otter calmly. Belle. Do you have? Curious. Otter. Thanks. Belle. Otter. I haven't seen Freya-sama smile like that in a long time, so thank you, bowing. Belle. You don't have to bow, Otter-san, smiling. I like seeing Freya-sama smile. It would be nice if she always smiled like that. Smiling. Otter smiled slightly and nodded in agreement with Belle. They both said goodbye cordially, and Otter returned to his table with his goddess, who hadn't even noticed he left because they were fantasizing about dancing with Belle again. Otter poured some wine into a glass and gave it to his goddess as he listened to her talk about her future with Belle and how she would like them to dance like that for all eternity. Back with Belle. Belle was walking back to his table when suddenly an arm went around his shoulder and hugged him. Hermes. Hey. How are you, Belle? Smiling. I see you did well, huh? Perfect. You kept my pride and my word high. Smiling. Belle. It was fun, smiling. Hermes. I'm glad. That's the most important thing, that you have fun, but something tells me that while you were dancing, you were thinking about someone else, right? Smiling. Belle. Blushing. Belle looked away in embarrassment. He had unconsciously been imagining that Freya was Alfia, imagining that he couldn't help but smile with joy while they were dancing. The fact that Freya had silver hair like Alfia only made it easier to imagine that she was Alfia. Hermes. Well, as long as Freya doesn't know this, nothing will happen, smiling. Now let's sit down, you must be tired, and so am I, smiling. Belle nodded and they were about to sit down if it weren't for the light suddenly going out, and out of nowhere a single one came on, a light that illuminated Belle, drawing attention. Belle. Huh. Looking at the ceiling. Loss. Belle heard some footsteps behind him and turned his gaze to see Apollo coming down the stairs and walking calmly towards him until he was only a meter away. Apollo looked at him and smiled while licking his lips, as if his plan was going perfectly. Belle looked at him seriously, knowing that he had already gotten into trouble. End. Beginning of a war, 14. Apollo's party. Belle silently watched the god Apollo, who stood on the stairs with his arms outstretched while smiling wickedly. Apollo. Are you enjoying the party? Smiling. Apollo walked down the stairs calmly and started walking directly towards Belle while maintaining that twisted smile. Suddenly all the lights went out and a single light came on, illuminating Belle and making him the center of attention. Apollo stopped in front of Belle, who looked at him calmly as if Apollo were an ordinary person and not a god who was looking at him in a perverse way. Hestia. Belle-kun. Standing in front of him with her arms outstretched. Hestia frowned at Apollo as she spread her arms out to the sides as a way of protecting Belle. Apollo. Hello, Hestia, looking at her amusedly. I heard that my children had problems with your family the other day, sharpening his gaze. Hestia. Ah. What are you talking about? Growling. Apollo. Opening his eyes slightly. Oh, so your son didn't tell you, huh? Laughing amusedly. Hestia. What kind of problems, Belle? Looking at him out of the corner of her eye. Belle. The day I went to the Red Wasp with Welf and Lily, I had a small altercation with some members of the Apollo family, scratching the back of his neck. Hestia. Looking at him surprised. Apollo. You say small. Covering his eyes dramatically, you call this small. Pointing in a direction. Suddenly a second light came on, illuminating a small brown-haired Palom with a swollen face, crutches and a bandaged leg. Lewin. It hurts. It hurts, Boddo. Translation. Vergas equals, it hurts. Everything hurts. Crying dramatically. Hestia, seeing the small and weak Palom completely beaten, turned to look at Belle in shock while pointing at Lewin. Hestia. Why you did that? Looking at Belle in shock. Belle. No, remembering how he slammed him against the ground, maybe the thing about the face, yes, looking at the Palom. Hestia. Later we will discuss this at home, for now, looking at Apollo, well, I hope you excuse me for the altercation, have a nice day. Smiling childishly. Apollo. You excuse me? Darkening his gaze, my children ended up badly injured. I would like compensation, laughing mockingly. Hestia. So this is what it was all about, frowning, my Belcun was also injured. Maybe I didn't know about that fight, but I did know about his injuries, confronting Apollo. Apollo. According to witnesses, he was the one who struck the first blow, smiling darkly, you can't escape from this, Hestia, spreading her arms. In the distance at the food tables, Maich, Hermes and Take Mikasuchi watched a conversation with their children. Take Mikasuchi. It's a trap, whispering. Hermes. Power power. Maich. This was his plan from the beginning. Returning to Apollo and Hestia. Hestia. HMP. This is ridiculous, let's go Belcun. Turning around. Apollo. Do you refuse to admit your guilt, Hestia? Smiling mockingly. Hestia tch, annoyed. Apollo. Okay. Raising his arms, the Apollo family challenges you to a wargame. Hearing Apollo's words, Hestia and Bel opened their eyes in surprise, while several gods exclaimed in surprise and excitement. Oh. Yes. A wargame. Apollo is brutal. I want to see this. Apollo. If we win, raising his finger, I'll take your son Bel Crane. Pointing at Bel. Hestia. Ah. Suddenly Apollo exulted and stuck out his tongue in a disgusting way while licking his lips. Crash. In the distance, sitting at one of the tables, Otter watched with concern his goddess who had remained silent with a broken wine glass in her left hand. Suddenly Freya looked up, and Otter gulped discreetly at the sight of Freya's furious gaze, hidden only by her calm and serene face. Otter. My goddess. Looking at her worriedly. Freya Otter, isn't it possible to bring a group of Minotaurs? Smiling coldly. Otter. It isn't, Freya-sama. Freya. Returning with Bel. Apollo. You can't keep such a cute son all to yourself, smiling and blushing. Hestia. That's what you wanted from the beginning, you pervert. Pointing at him. Apollo. You're so cruel, when we were so in love in heaven, smiling. Hestia. That's a lie. I rejected you without hesitation. Annoyed, besides, it's a waste of time. We don't have to accept the wargame. Snorting, let's go, Bel. Taking his hand. Apollo. Oh, that's a shame, you'll regret it, looking at her mockingly. Hestia. I doubt that. Leaving. Hestia pulled Bel to the exit of the mansion where Bel could see Hyacinthos leaning against the wall, while seeming to ignore him. However, he could easily notice that it was a farce. For almost half an hour he had been feeling watched. It wasn't that usual look he felt since Babel. This was a look full of hatred and jealousy, the same look he felt from Hyacinthos a few seconds ago. Hestia. I can't believe it. Bel blinked in puzzlement before looking at Hestia, he had been lost in his thoughts and didn't realize when they walked so far, they were already leaving the courtyard around the Apollo family mansion. Hestia. Snorting in annoyance, that stupid pervert and his stupidest plans, doesn't he know that if he asked Alfia she could destroy his entire family? What's more, that's exactly what I'm going to do, as soon as we get home I'll tell Alfia about this. Puffing out her cheeks in anger. Calm down, Kami-sama, we mustn't go to extremes, smiling nervously. Hestia. You're not safe either. Pointing at him, now I want you to tell me about that fight you had at the Red Wasp bar, angry. Bel raised his hands while smiling nervously, he was in a lot of trouble, if his aunt found out about this he was sure that. Bel suddenly froze as he sharpened his gaze. Hestia also stopped and watched him confused, without knowing why he stopped walking. Suddenly she also became serious when her divine intuition alerted her about several vigilantes with bad intentions around her and Bel. Hestia Bel-kun, positioning herself next to him. Bel. Don't leave my Kami-sama, whispering. Bel put his hands in his bag looking for something until he took out a pair of crimson-red twin blades with black handles. The knives did not have a very wide blade, but they were long. When he took them out, Bel saw with curiosity a symbol on the blades, the symbol was of a bull. NT. They are basically knives identical to the basilard that Lily gave him and that broke in the fight against the Minotaur, but with the details I gave you. Bel held both knives tightly and remained alert for any possible attack. When he felt a gaze behind him begin to approach, he turned his knife right to grab it so that the edge was facing down. With his hand he held Hestia by the waist so he could carry her in case he needed to escape from something or someone. Finally he felt a gaze behind him approaching dangerously and he narrowed his eyes. Loss. Hearing the sound of footsteps very close to him, Bel suddenly turned around while swinging his knife in a horizontal cut. Chang. An adventurer from the Apollo family opened his eyes in surprise, seeing his sword attack easily stopped by Bel. Seeing the white-haired man's face, the adventurer paled, not because Bell seemed terrifying or furious, on the contrary, he was scared by the white-haired man's calm face, as if the fact of having been attacked from behind so suddenly was nothing to him. Bell sighed openly, exalting the adventurer who growled with annoyance and was preparing to attack him again if it weren't for Bell suddenly hitting his sword with a red knife and turning it, disarming him and throwing the sword several meters away from him. The adventurer tried to hit him, but his fist was easily evaded by Bell, who without wasting a second, punched him in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him and forcing the adventurer to kneel. Hestia stayed by Bell's side at all times, not that she could do much in this situation, it seemed that things were going to end here, but her divine intuition told her that it was just the beginning of a very problematic night. And her intuition was not wrong when suddenly Bell grabbed her arm and pulled her, avoiding a jet of water under pressure from hitting her in the stomach. Hestia blinked in puzzlement before raising her gaze seriously towards the direction from which the attack had come. She couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise when she saw in the trees several magicians perched on the branches, pointing their staffs at them while reciting the chant of their magic. Bell. Let's run away. Exalted. Bell carried Hestia like a princess, blushing the little deity who didn't have time to react because Bell started running at great speed while dodging attacks of fire, rock, water, light, arrows, spears, etc. Suddenly more and more adventurers began to appear from the bushes, some magicians and other warriors who went directly to chase Bell. Bell. Where are we going? Looking at Hestia. Hestia. There are only two options, the guild or the abandoned church. In the guild, any family is forbidden to fight, and in the church, Alfia is there. The guild is further away, so it would be best to run to the church. Holds tightly, while you're going too fast. Feeling the air hit her face. Bell. Forgive me, Kami-sama, but I must go faster if we want to escape. Bell stopped abruptly and saw several arrows made of metal pass right in front of him at high speed. If he hadn't stopped they would have pierced him. Bell quickly released Hestia as carefully as possible and with his knives began to deflect and hit several more arrows that tried to harm them. He frowned and after stopping the last arrow, he positioned himself in front of Hestia, stopping an attack from a battle axe with both knives. Sparks flew everywhere as both weapons collided with each other. The axe was of low quality unlike the red knives, so after a bit of struggle, the knives managed to slice the axe in half with a clean cut, surprising its bearer who tried to escape upon seeing his useless weapon. Unfortunately for him, Bell kicked him hard in the jaw, lifting him into the air as his body spun around before he fell unconscious to the ground. Almost immediately Bell repositioned himself in front of Hestia as he crossed his knives in an X to block several blades made of light, a powerful magical attack that almost made him retreat. He was a little worried that the powerful attack would damage his knives, and when he saw them he was surprised. Demonstrating their high quality, the knives did not receive any damage from the magical attack and successfully resisted it. Despite the situation, Bell smiled pleased when he saw the knives. It was noticeable that Welf had improved a lot with his blacksmith skill. The blades were of great quality, although he preferred to use a sword as he liked knives as a second weapon. Unfortunately this was not the time to get excited testing his new weapons, not being surrounded by enemies while protecting his goddess. Bell. I can feel the stares on me increasing, squinting, fighting won't do any good, I have to escape from here, serious, Kami-sama, could you get on my back? Crouching, quick please. In any other situation Hestia would have blushed and possibly insulted Bell, joking about the situation to embarrass him, but at this moment Hestia couldn't act so childishly, she seriously climbed onto Bell's back and held onto him tightly. Bell quickly jumped to the left, dodging a warhammer that destroyed the ground where he had previously been. Without wasting a second, Bell lunged at her attacker and gave him a double kick while at the same time using him as a support to launch herself away. She landed on the ground without problems, her feet had hurt a little from landing so abruptly, but she couldn't land in a spin with her goddess on her back or she would damage her. Bell looked up at the streets as sweat ran down his face. There were still several streets left to reach the abandoned church, and the number of adventurers chasing them was increasing every time. He would bet every Valis he had that almost the entire Apollo family was chasing him. Even so, he had no choice but to escape, and without any other option he jumped onto a roof and began to run across the roofs of the houses to try to take advantage of the terrain. He dodged and blocked as best he could the long-distance magical attacks of his pursuers, but he couldn't stay like that for long. Some weapons and magic were starting to get very dangerously close to him. Suddenly Bell opened his eyes and slid head down, dodging a sword that would have cut his waist in half if he hadn't dodged it. Hyacinthos. You won't escape, apprentice del talento, snorting. Bell tightened his grip on his knives and raised them to chest height to stop any possible Hyacinthos attacks. Now he was definitely in trouble, with a level 3 attacking him, along with all his pursuers he wouldn't come out unscathed. He wasn't stupid, he was aware of his abilities and power, and he didn't doubt that if he faced Hyacinthos alone he could face him, but being surrounded by level 1 adventurers, and possibly some level 2, well he was aware of Hestia, he wouldn't have a chance to win. Their only option was to keep escaping if they managed it. Hyacinthos, noticing that Bell was distracted, decided to take advantage of that and launched a great flurry of attacks at him. Chang Chang crash. Hyacinthos opened his eyes in surprise as he watched Bell block his flurry of attacks, each and every one of his attacks was easily stopped and countered by Bell, and not only that. Hyacinthos bastard, holding his left shoulder. Bell was also able to deeply wound Hyacinthos' shoulder while blocking his attacks, angering the brown-haired boy, who had a vein on his face from anger upon seeing the white-haired boy manage to deal with him. It was stupid, unacceptable, that a level 2 who had only leveled up 3 weeks ago could stand up to him. He should be the one dealing with Bell easily. Not the other way around. Hyacinthos gritted his teeth tightly as he raised his arm and lowered it towards Bell's direction. Bell understood that gesture as shoot. And he opened his eyes in surprise as he looked up seeing all the magicians positioned around him and reciting the chants of their magic. They were all singing in sync, they were going to finish the chant of their magic at the same time to release an attack from which he could not escape. Hestia opened her eyes in terror, seeing dozens of magic circles appear. Hestia Bell Kun. Scared. Bell. Wrath of heaven. Exalted. At that moment hundreds of different magics were launched towards the white-haired man who turned around hugging Hestia tightly while covering her with his body. Bellcalam Veil Thistle. At that moment a great torrent of electricity shot out in all directions like a great sea made of bluish rays that counteracted and collided with the different magics that were heading towards Bell and Hestia. The constant clashes between magics began to create a large cloud of smoke that completely covered the place where they were. The loud sound of electricity resounded throughout the place, the sound of electricity colliding fiercely with all sorts of things. That lasted for several seconds until the electricity completely consumed the other magics, finally having fulfilled its purpose the rays ceased and that loud screeching coming from them as well. All the Apollo family adventurers who had attacked Bell stood still in their positions while they waited for the smoke to disperse. Hyacinthos watched the smoke in silence, hoping deep down to find the white-haired man's dead body. When all the smoke dispersed Hyacinthos could see nothing. Crash. Hyacinthos opened his eyes in shock as his level 3 eyes barely caught a white blur wrapped in lightning passing by him at high speed. Hyacinthos turned his head in fury seeing the back of the white-haired man who had once again carried Hestia like a princess while fleeing. Hyacinthos. Chase them. Annoyed. Random adventurer. But, Captain. Hyacinthos. What? Annoyed. Random adventurer. They are going towards our mansion. Hyacinthos A. L. Are you sure about this, Kami-sama? Doubtful. Hestia. The abandoned church is still far away, clenching her fists, this is our best option, we have no choice but to accept their game, it would be. L. This is like walking straight into the lion's den. Hestia. Don't worry, smiling, something tells me we left most of the Apollo family adventurers back there, probably. L. That probably doesn't reassure me. Hestia remained silent throughout the journey until they arrived back at the Apollo family mansion, where Bell carefully lowered Hestia in front of the mansion doors. Hestia walked annoyed towards the large doors of the mansion and pushed them open wide and entered the large room where the party was still taking place, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the room who looked at her in surprise at the sudden entrance of the small goddess. Loki? Dwarf? Hadn't you left? Raising an eyebrow. Hestia completely ignored Loki and walked directly towards the god Apollo, who looked at her with a smile, as if this was already planned for him. Finally Hestia stopped just 2 meters from Apollo as she took off one of her white gloves. Apollo. Ah, Hestia, smiling arrogantly, what brings you back to my mansion? Clap. Everyone without exception opened their eyes in surprise, seeing Hestia's white gloves stamped on the face of the god Apollo before falling to the ground. Hestia. The Hestia Familia accepts your stupid challenge. Angry. Apollo smiled tightly with a vein in his forehead as he looked at Hestia. Apollo. I admit it, I didn't expect that slap, clenching his fists. Hestia. Growling. L. I want to go home, tired. End. White Day, 15. White Day, 15. Abandoned church. In the already well-known abandoned church, our dear white-haired man was lying on the sofa while staring at the ceiling in silence. Bell let out a small sigh before turning around on the couch and looking down at the floor, seeing Hestia asleep on the floor while doing a doggies. Bell got up from the couch and covered her warmly with a blanket before turning to look at the bed. It was Alfia lying in bed without making the slightest noise. She was upset. Bell sat back down on the couch as he sighed. After his goddess accepted the war game, the god Apollo ended the party, and they were able to return home this time safely and calmly without any attackers on the way here. Upon arriving, Alfia was worried when she saw them a little agitated and Bell with his knives in hand, ready for any possible attack. Hestia told Alfia what had happened and they had to work hard to prevent her from going directly to the Apollo family home and massacring all its members and their god in the worst ways. Then the silver-haired girl's anger focused on Hestia when the little lowly goddess confessed to her that she ended up accepting. Oh yeah, Alfia was really upset. She was also upset with Bell after hearing about his fight at the Red Wasp bar, but after Bell lowered his head like a scolded rabbit, the silver-haired girl's feelings were altered and she quickly forgave him, but she didn't forgive Hestia and forced her to do a doggies for the whole night. If she found out that she stopped doing the doggies, even for a single second, the punishment would be worse. After forgiving Bell and punishing Hestia, Alfia was about to go to the Apollo family mansion and wipe it off the face of the earth if it weren't for Bell stopping her. Bell sighed again at the memory of that. Alfia. Excuse me. I think I'm not hearing well, could you repeat what you said? Looking at Bell in silence. Bell. I want you to let me solve this on my own, seriously. Alfia won and I acted without thinking, falling into the trap of the god Apollo, so I want to solve my mistake on my own, serious, please, bowing. Alfia. Are you crazy? Frowning, I can take care of this quickly, why don't you want me to interfere? Looking at him. Bell. I feel like I depend on you a lot, raising his head, I want to be stronger, to protect myself, to protect Kami-sama, to protect you, looking into her eyes. Alfia blushing slightly. Bell. But I can't be that if you solve my problems, that's why I want you to let me solve this on my own, seriously, please, lowering his head again. Alfia. She hit him. Bell remembered that Satan version perfectly. His body also remembered it, it was painful. Alfia had gotten upset with him, claiming that she could take care of him from anything and that there was no reason to put herself in such danger, she could protect him for the rest of his life if she wanted to. Still, she didn't go to destroy the Apollo family, so Bell took that as her letting him take care of the problem. After that everyone went to sleep, as Alfia was upset this time she didn't sleep next to Bell and Hestia stayed in the same position all night. Bell turned to look at the silver-haired beauty again, wondering what to do to make her get over her anger and forgive him. Bell. What can I do to stop her from getting upset? If you are in trouble. Bell jumped slightly and looked at Alfia, surprised to hear her speak so suddenly. L.A. Alfia. I'll interfere and I'll take care of the problem myself, looking at him out of the corner of my eye. Alfia silently looked at Bell's eyes, that beautiful red color that she hated and loved at the same time. She hated it because it reminded her of Bell's father, a man who if she could she would revive, only to kill him again in the worst possible ways. And she loved it because that color looked perfect with Bell's white hair, making her look like a cute bunny. Alfia left her thoughts when she saw that Bell began to move, she looked at him expectantly of his reaction and was surprised to see him smile, a beautiful and calm smile that exalted her heart and blushed her cheeks. She really was trashed to fall in love with her own nephew, but it was okay, if she had to be trashed to be able to love him, then she would be. Bell. Yes, it's okay, smiling, that's why I promised to solve this without having to count on your help, smiling at him. Alfia nodded silently and turned around looking at the opposite side of where Bell was. Bell kept smiling and lay down on the sofa quietly to sleep, he closed his eyes but kept his smile, he felt happy that Alfia cared about him. Alfia, no longer feeling Bell's gaze, hid her face in the sheets while her blush increased. Alfia. I want to sleep next to him, sighing. Alfia regretted her decision. Water fountain in front of the guild. Bell. Bell-sama. Bell. Hello Welf, Lily, smiling. Bell gave his friends a calm smile before Lily threw herself at him, she would have knocked him to the ground if it weren't for the fact that he's a level 2 and she's a palom, no further explanations needed. Welf grabbed his left shoulder and looked at him worriedly. Welf. Hey buddy, we heard about the Apollo family, are you okay? Looking at him worriedly. Lily. Ah. Lily knew something bad was going to happen. Are you okay, Bell-sama? We heard rumors that there was a fight last night near Apollo's mansion, looking at him worriedly. Welf. Yes, we heard about several adventurers with the Apollo family symbol, chasing a white-haired man who was carrying a small black-haired woman with pigtails. It was you and Hestia-sama, right? Bell. EA. I didn't think there would be rumors so quickly, scratching the back of his neck. Don't worry, I'm fine, smiling nervously. Lily. Don't say it's okay. We know you're going to face a war game against the Apollo family, waving her arms. Welf. Well, although I think Alfia-sama will take care of that, right? Curious. Lily. That's true, but you shouldn't get into trouble like that. Looking at him, if Alfia-sama won't fix this then. She won't fix it, smiling. Lily huh? Opening her eyes, she won't do anything. Welf. And why do you look so calm? Grabbing Belle by the shoulders, did you do something to upset her? Is she upset? You have to fix this. Shaking him. Lily nodded frantically at Welf's words before speaking. Lily. You must apologize to Alfia-sama. What did you do to anger her? Shaking Belle along with Welf. Belle. See, calm down, and I'm Droplet, I asked him not to do anything this time, sighing. Lily. Huh? Why did you do that? Surprised. Welf. Yes, my friend, what will you do without his help? Looking at him confused. Ella, I felt like they hit my pride, looking at them, I know it's something stupid and reckless, but I want to solve this without your help, serious. Welf. But why? Not understanding. Elle. I feel like I'm depending too much on her, looking down, if she's there to solve all my problems, then why did I become an adventurer? My dream is to be a hero, and for that I must be stronger, capable of solving my own problems, that's why I don't want to depend so much on one person, I know that it's not wrong to accept help, but I also don't want them to do all my work, looking at them, that's why I ask her to let me solve this. Even if it's difficult or risky, smiling, forgive me if you don't like my decision, or if you think it's stupid, it probably is, but I want to do this with my own effort, seriously. Welf and Lily opened their eyes in surprise and fell silent, staring at Belle in complete silence. Belle looked at them expectantly, waiting for any reaction from them. Welf. It certainly is something stupid, smiling. Lily. Yes, quite a lot, shaking her head. Welf. Lily. But it's okay, looking at him with a smile. L.A. Blinking in surprise. Welf. You want to be stronger, huh? I can understand that, gives thumbs up. Lily. Not wanting to depend on someone. Lily understands that too, sighing. Welf. So I'm going to support you. Smiling. Lily. Lily will always be there to watch your back, Belle-sama, crossing her arms, we will help you, it would be. Welf. That's right, laughing. L. E.A. Even more surprised, but how will you help me, confused. Lily. Lily doesn't know it, but she will do everything she can to help him in his wargame, seriously. Welf. You have my full support, my friend. If you need my help in any way, I'll be there to help you, smiling confidently. Belle watched them both motionless before giving a big smile. Belle. Thanks guys, smiling happily. After an emotional moment, the three of them walked towards the dungeon. Belle walked a few steps ahead of Welf and Lily, who looked at his back in silence, somewhat in admiration. Welf. Lily. Now that I think about it, looking at Belle, I also depend on him a lot. Belle. My dream is to be a hero. Lily. He's always there to help Lily no matter how difficult it is, he's there with a calm smile, remembering the time he saved her from the killer ants, even if I betrayed him, even if I abandoned him, he didn't abandon me or ask me for anything in return, he is a hero, smiling. Welf. Risking his skin for us, despite the difficult situation, remembering when Belle carried him and Lily to the 18th floor, saving the others and helping them without knowing them, even if it puts his physical integrity in danger, remembering when he killed the Black Goliath, as a hero, smiling. Welf. Lily. Although that was something obvious, walking beside her. Lily and Welf smiled at Belle, who looked at them confused by their happy smile, but reciprocated it, giving them a bright smile. Belle. By the way, don't you feel like we're forgetting something? Curious. Welf. It's true, for a moment now I feel like something is missing. Lily. Lily feels like we forgot something important, thoughtful. Belle. Hey, and Mikoto. Looking at them. Welf. Lily. Perplexed. Water fountain in front of the guild. A certain swordswoman from the Far East stood in front of a large fountain in silence. Mikoto. Aren't they here? Scratching the back of her neck. Twilight Mansion. In the Loki family home, a certain golden-haired girl was in her family's armory collecting her sword while being watched by her mother. Baze. I thought you would stop me, looking at her. Reveria. I'll trust your decisions, closing her eyes, even if you don't do anything reckless, okay. Looking at her. Baze nodded expressionlessly, yet Reveria laughed slightly as she clearly saw the excited aura around her. After a brief farewell, Aze left the Twilight Mansion under the gaze of Reveria, who stood there looking at the place where Aze had left. Reveria. I thought you would stop her, closing her eyes. Well, she looked very happy, so I didn't do it, coming out of hiding. Reveria glanced to her left, seeing a small blonde-haired Palom, Finn. Finn. Also, just like you, I'll trust that he won't do anything reckless, or I'll pray for it, sighing with a nervous smile. Reveria laughed lightly before turning around. Reveria. Well, we just have to wait, I'll return to my duties, leaving. Finn. Yeah, I think me too, leaving. Exit from the dungeon Tower of Babel. At the exit of the dungeon, Belle, Welf, Lily and Mikoto were returning from a long day inside it had already gotten dark, and the sky was orange. Makoto. I still can't believe they'll forget me, depressive aura. Belle. I am sorry Makoto, smiling nervously. Lily. Yes, Lily is really sorry, normally Loli is the one who notices the small details so sorry, lowering her head. Welf. I have nothing to say, scratching his head in embarrassment. Makoto. Still, looking at Belle, she has my full support Belle Domo, smiling with a thumbs up. Belle. Yes, thank you Makoto, smiling. Makoto. Remember, if you need my help just ask me, and even if I'm not very strong I'll do everything possible to help you, smiling. Makoto extended her fist in front of Belle who smiled back and fist bumped her. Lily. Lily feels that this is a bad thing. Welf. Somehow I feel that if the two of them were left alone a disaster would happen, imagining Belle and Makoto smiling stupidly while an explosion happened behind them. After that the four said goodbye and divided the money for the four before retiring to their homes. Belle. Today we won a lot, smiling, how's Kami-sama? She had to go in the morning to a kind of meeting with the other gods to determine how the war between families would be conducted, looking at the sky. Belle continued walking to the abandoned church thoughtfully. Belle. If possible I would like to train more, seriously. Belle. Belle. Stopping perplexed, Ace. Slightly surprised. Belle looked at Ace who was standing a few meters in front of him, the golden-haired girl looked tired and had a little dust on her clothes, she had her usual white dress and her light armor, in addition to her sword desperate. The golden-haired girl's eyes seemed to light up when she saw him, and she quickly closed the distance between the two. Ace. I've been looking for you, looking at him expressionlessly. Belle. EA. But why do you look so tired? Confused. Ace. I've been looking for you, empty look. Belle. Why did your gaze get worse? Excited, you've been looking for me all day. Raising an eyebrow. Ace nodded slowly, worrying Belle. Belle. Why? I was in the dungeon all day, worried. Ace a. Blank, but she said that you had gone out for a walk, blank look. Belle. Her. Raising an eyebrow. Ace. The silver-haired woman, empty stare. Belle. Alfia. Ace flashback abandoned church. Outside the abandoned church standing right in front of the door was a golden-haired girl staring at the door with determination. Determination that quickly died when I had no idea what to say. What did I have to say? The memory of what happened on the 18th floor when she and Belle did adult things was still present in her mind. Ace blushed just thinking about that and lowered her head shyly, it had been something strange, but she couldn't say that she disliked it. Ace shook her head quickly before looking to her left for help from her younger self, but came up blank when she saw her younger self with a blank stare and a sign that said out of order. Mini Ace. Adult stuff. What's that? Processing information. It was useless, Mini Ace was worse than her, now she only depended on Ace. Ace gulped and looked up motivated, she was an experienced level 6 swordswoman, she had nothing to fear. With great resolve, I knock on the door and wait patiently for someone to open it. I didn't have to wait long because a minute later the door opened, revealing. Alfia enters opening the door. Ace pallining. Ace lost all the motivation he had previously obtained. Alfia, seeing her, narrowed her eyes and opened the door completely, allowing Ace to see her complete and imposing figure, who somehow hallucinated that Alfia was becoming bigger and more intimidating. Alfia stared at her with a death glare. Ace understood, or so she thought. It was obvious that he was looking at her like that, after all he had found her and her nephew doing that kind of thing in the middle of the forest. Ace still remembered Alfia's furious look when she found them, probably he didn't have a good impression of her. Ace was right, well sort of. Alfia kept giving him a death glare as she got lost in her thoughts. Alfia. The blonde brat, frowning, who wants this little vixen in my home annoyed. After shaking slightly for several seconds, Ace gathered the remnants of his determination and managed to speak. Ace. I'm looking for Belle, is she here? Looking into her eyes. Alfia's gaze sharpened even more, exalting Ace, who felt her will easily break in front of the silver-haired beauty who did nothing but glare at her. Suddenly Alfia put on a poker face, confusing Ace. Alfia. Daedalus went for a walk, poker eye, you can go get him, closing the door. Ace. Ace turned around and walked away calmly before raising her fists. Ace. I did it, proud. After that Ace walked towards the Daedalus district to look for Belle. Ace was lost in Daedalus for the whole day. Ace. He said you'd be in Daedalus, empty look. Ace's suspicions were correct, Alfia hated her. Belle. I am so sorry. She's very protective of me, sadly. Ace. It's okay, empty look. Belle. You don't look well, and I'm droplet. BRRRRRRRRRRR. Belle and Ace fell silent after Ace's stomach made a sound. Ace lowered her head in shame as she felt Belle staring at her. A's, did you eat anything today? Blank stare. A's. No, lowering his head even further. L sighed heavily before lifting his valise bag. L. I just got back from exchanging my magic stones, how about I treat you to lunch, smiling. A's quickly raised her head and looked at him excitedly. Mini A's. It's a date. Proud. A's quickly nodded, making Belle smile at her so excited. L. Come on, I recently went to a place I liked walking. A's nodded with an aura of happiness and followed him, according to her and Mini A's this was a date. Bar the Red Wasp. In a certain bar where 3 days ago there had been a provocation by the Apollo family to the Hestia family, now Belle and A's were in front of the bar ready to enter. A's. The Red Wasp I've never heard of this place, looking at the sign curiously. L. It's a good place most of the time, smiling, we go, opening the door. A's nodded and watched as Belle opened the door and let her in first, a gentleman indeed. She was immediately the center of attention. A's looked around expressionlessly thinking that they would stare at her for a while. It was normal when unknown or famous faces entered a bar they had never been to before. The Sword Princess, what's she doing here? Just look, more and more of the big guys are appearing in bars like these. I wonder what someone like her is doing here. I didn't think she was a drinker. What does someone like her want here? These and more comments were said as soon as she entered the bar, comments that she ignored, she was already used to things like that. Everyone was giving him a withering, questioning look. Then I hand over the Belle and. Belle, my friend, do you want to sit with us? Friend, I recommend the new steak, it's delicious. Don't believe him, Belle, the daily special is better. Belle, I have the money I owed you, here it is, friend. Thanks a lot for the advice yesterday, my friend, it worked very well for me. A's watched in bewilderment as everyone suddenly smiled friendly and completely ignored her, as her attention was focused on Belle who smiled friendly and started talking to everyone in the bar, as if they were friends. A's. Does Belle know everyone? Curious. Belle. Good morning everyone, smiling at them, I just came to get something to eat, I brought one person too, pointing to A's. Everyone looked at A's and then at Belle. Not bad kid. Oh, I see, there are 2 free seats at the bar. The old man is a bit busy so Anna is taking care of the place. Belle thanked him for the information and sat at the bar next to A's who was still looking at Belle. A's. Do you know everyone? Curious. Belle. Huh. Oh yeah, I've talked to all of them when I frequent the bar. I also know the owner. He's a small old man, smiling. His name is Yuka Clays. He's very kind. A's nodded expressionlessly when suddenly her stomach growled again and she looked away in embarrassment. Belle laughed slightly embarrassed more to the swordswoman. Hello, Belle-kun. Miss Wallenstein, may I take your order? A's turned her head to look for the owner of the voice and saw a beautiful girl with dark blue eyes, long, wavy cream-colored hair with 2 strands of hair hanging on both sides, she seemed to be about her age or maybe a little older. She also had a waitress outfit, a long blue dress with a red apron and a headband, similar to the ones the fertility hostess girls wore, but in red, the girl was pretty that was for sure. NT. She is Anna Clays, just imagine she has the clothes I told you and without the flower. Belle smiled at him and raised his hand. Belle. Hello Anna-san, smiling, could you give me the usual? Looking at her. Anna, of course, smiling, and for you miss. Looking at A's. A's A. I. Belle hey jag American, smiling. A's eyes shone and she nodded several times, wiping a drop of sweat off Anna's face. Anna. Then a daily special with orange juice and an order of Jag Americans with grape juice, smiling. Belle. Please, smiling. Anna nodded and left, leaving Belle and A's alone. A's. Wasn't this the place where the Apollo family provoked your family? Tilting head. Belle. How do you know that? Curious. A's Bet mentioned it, looking at him. Belle. Bet-san. Remembering a gray-haired werewolf, I see, thoughtful. A's Belle Alfia won't help you with the Apollo family, right? Looking at him. L.A. This time Belle was really surprised. How did A's know that? The only ones who knew were her goddess and her 3 friends. From then on, no one else should know that. L.H. How do you know? Surprised. A's. It was just a hunch. Mini A's. Haha. I was right. I beat you. Making fun of big A's. A's frowned sulkily, she had thought that Alfia would easily take care of the Apollo family, even before the war game, and then her mini-me turned against her, saying that Alfia should not interfere, apparently her mini-me was right. I see well it's true, I asked him not to interfere, scratching his neck. A's looked at him in silence for a few seconds, while her mind tried to think of a reason why Belle didn't want Alfia to intervene. Her clumsy mind tried hard to guess why Belle did that, but she couldn't. In the end, she thought of something simple, an answer that she would give. Baze. You didn't want her to interfere because you wanted to become strong. Looking at him. He was miraculously right. Belle. Huh. Why yes, you got it right, smiling nervously. Baze raised and lowered her arms in a form of victory while her eyes shone, she had achieved it. Baze. I understand it's a good reason, looking at him, although I want to know something, looking away. Belle. What thing? Curious. Baze. Why do you want to become strong? What's your goal? Looking at him. Baze gave Belle an inquisitive look, without realizing it she stared into his eyes while waiting for an answer, she really expected anything, a selfish desire, revenge, maybe simple fun, wealth, protecting someone, making friends, protecting himself, etc. She expected anything except what Belle was about to say. Belle. The truth is it's just a childish wish, smiling embarrassed, I wish to be a hero, looking at her with a smile. Baze opened her eyes upon hearing his answer, Belle wanted to be a hero. Baze a hero, whispering. Suddenly behind Belle appeared the figure of a tall, black-haired man wearing the same armor that Belle was wearing and a red scarf. His eyes were not visible because of his hair, but his calm smile was visible, a reassuring smile that would relax and make anyone feel safe. Baze's eyes sparkled, like a little girl seeing something amazing, in a sense that was happening. Baze. I see, looking ahead. Suddenly Aze smiled too, a beautiful and lively smile. Baze. I think no, I'm sure you'll be a great hero, smiling beautifully. This time it was Belle who opened his eyes, seeing Aze smile like that was like seeing an eclipse, truly something unique. Belle watched Aze's smile for a few seconds before smiling excitedly. Belle. Hail. Thanks. Smiling happily. And that's how the day went, really quite calm compared to the previous day's chapter, but that will end soon. In 7 days the meeting between the Apollo family and the family that was no more than 2 months old, the Hestia family, would take place. Speaking of Apollo and Hestia. Gathering of deities. In a large room made of smooth stone were several gods and goddesses sitting in a circle. In the middle of this circle were 3 gods sitting at a large stone table, 2 sitting staring at each other, one with suspicion and the other with mockery. Standing in the middle of these was a god with a feather hat sweating profusely as he took his hand out of a small box called the mysterious mousy tool. The god with the feather hat took out a piece of paper and read it, as he did so his face paled. Hermes. It will be a siege, pale. Hestia. Ah. Hitting the table. Apollo smiled sadly as he stood up from his chair and looked at everyone. Apollo. My dear companions, I'm sure both you and I have been bored lately, right? I hope this war between families takes some of that boredom away, but you'll agree that this fight would be too short if we let the former adventurer of the Hera family, Silence, participate, right? Looking at everyone. Yeah. It's true, if she participates the fight will end very soon. It would be a very uneven fight. Apollo smiled at everyone's comments and spoke again. Apollo. That's why I have a proposal, smiling mysteriously. End. Excited plate 16. Hosting at 4 AM is my passion BV. Abandoned church. In the abandoned church, a small goddess stood before her 2 only troublesome dependents, a silver-haired beauty with heterochromia and an unlucky rabbit. They were both sitting on the couch looking at Hestia expectantly. Hestia sighed before beginning to recount the details of her meeting with the other gods. Apollo. That's why I have a proposal, smiling mysteriously. Hestia. What kind of proposal? It would be. Apollo. Let's make it a more even fight, smiling, to do that Alfia Hikari will not be able to participate in the war between families. Hermes. That's stupid. Hitting the table. Apollo. Listen to me, looking at the gods around him, if only bellcranel participates the fight will also be very fast, because he won't have a chance against my entire family, that's why in exchange for Alfia Hikari not participating, I will let another adventurer outside of her family participate, no matter what family it is, looking at everyone. Hermes. That's still unfair, seriously. Apollo. I think I'm being pretty fair, don't you think? Looking around. Immediately hundreds of gods exclaimed happily, they just wanted fun. Apollo. Also, there's always the option for new members to join the Hestia family and participate, right? Mockingly, of course if someone wants to join your family, laughing. Hestia growled softly but said nothing and remained calm as she let Hermes enjoy himself with Apollo. After a brief discussion Hermes left Apollo to go with Hestia. Hermes. I'm sorry, I can't do anything else, but you still have your word, at his side. Hestia. I want you to let me solve this on my own, seriously. Hestia looked up, seeing around her the other gods and goddesses who were arguing among themselves. Most supported Apollo. They wanted fun. Right or wrong was irrelevant to them at this moment. Only a few gods did not vote in favor of Apollo's proposal. Among them her friends like Danmachi and Hephaestus, as well as some other gods who, despite no longer being in heaven, respected her for her high status in the Tenkai. Apollo. Why are you so quiet, Hestia? Do you have an opinion? Smiling mockingly. Hestia looked at him silently for a few seconds before whispering something in Hermes' ear, who opened his eyes in surprise for a few seconds before nodding. Hermes. Hey Apollo, still things are still unfair, looking at him. Apollo. What are you saying? It was more than enough advantage. Hermes. No, it's not like that, smiling, that's why I propose something to make things more fair, smiling, instead of both families protecting and attacking their shelters, the Hestia family will not have a shelter that they can attack, smiling. Apollo. Serious. Hermes. The Hestia family will have to attack the Apollo family castle. Basically only the Hestia family can attack, and the Apollo family can only defend. Of course the rules remain the same. If the captain of any of the families is defeated, the game ends. Smiling. Normally war games cannot be modified. However, if we leave it as is, it would still be somewhat short. That's why my proposal is the solution. What do you think? Opening his arms with a smile. Just like with the god Apollo, the other gods around them began to cheer Hermes for the great idea. Although they hadn't seen many war games, they had seen enough to get bored of this mode of play. A change like this would be entertaining for them. Apollo, seeing everyone supporting Hermes, clicked his tongue but smiled again. Apollo. Okay, I accept, smiling darkly, as long as silence doesn't participate, I still have the advantage, squinting. The gods who didn't support Apollo turned to look at the small goddess with long pigtails with attention, expecting some complaint or something to try to gain more advantage. Hephaestus, Mikasuchi and Maich were the ones who expected this the most because she was their friend and they wanted her to win. The consequences if she lost could be very serious. Apollo. What do you think, Hestia? Looking at her darkly. Hestia, who had remained silent for most of the meeting, looked at her with great tranquility, slightly disturbing Apollo and surprising the others who knew her for her charismatic and childish attitude. Seeing Apollo upset by her calmness, Hestia sneered inwardly. She had practiced a lot to be able to make the same expression that Belle always does. Hestia. I accept the conditions in my favor, however I think everyone will agree to give us a period of 7 days to prepare, Chibi. Apollo. Slamming his hands on the table, 7 days. That's ridiculous. What do you need so much time for? Looking at her excitedly. Hestia. Isn't it obvious? Ticking her head, if we fight in the middle of the city, we'd cause a lot of damage, especially to our homes. Well, your home. And since the guild doesn't want that, I'm sure they'll support us by finding a safe location where we can fight without harming or compromising any outsiders. Or do they want us to fight in the middle of the city? Looking around. Upon hearing Hestia's question, some gods began to doubt, especially those who lived in areas close to Apollo's mansion. Hestia. We all know Apollo will do whatever it takes to win and put aside ethical or moral grounds to get what he wants. That means he might voluntarily endanger civilians and adventurers to gain some kind of advantage. For the gods who live with their children near Apollo's mansion, is that okay with you? Smiling childishly. After Hestia said those words with her childish face, chaos immediately broke out. Gods and goddesses demanding that Hestia's demand be met, not wanting their families to end up involved or damaged by the Apollo family's altercation with the Hestia family. They could be cruel and unfair, without ethics or morals, but they still loved and cared for their children with all their divine soul. They would not allow them to suffer if it was in their power to prevent it. However, gods who did not live near there immediately began to protest against it. If the other families who lived near the area were hurt, it would be better for them, there would be less competition. The discussions were heated. There were 3 sides, those who supported Hestia's proposal, those who did not support it, and those who remained spectators. Finally, after a long discussion that came to nothing, it was decided to do it by vote. Those who were against and in favor voted, those who remained as spectators were forced to choose, and finally. Hermes. 58 votes against, 58 votes in favor, silent. Hestia and Apollo can't vote, neither can I. The votes would be a tie if it weren't for the fact that there's still one person who can vote. So what will you choose, Loki? Looking up. Quickly all eyes were directed towards a red-haired goddess who was sitting bored looking at everyone as if she didn't care. Despite the strong pressure of all eyes, the goddess Loki remained serene. Loki. Looking at Hermes lazily, who knows, wouldn't it have been easier to choose by flipping a coin and choosing a side? In fact, why don't I do that myself? Smiling amusedly, if the sign of Valus comes up, I'll vote against it, and if the emblem of Aurelio comes up, I'll vote in favor. Taking out a coin. Now let's see, flipping the coin, what will fall? Smiling stupidly. All eyes were now on the coin, watching it spin in the air several times before it fell into Loki's hand. Finally the coin fell into the hand of the red-haired goddess, who showed it to everyone in the room, who looked closely at the coin, including Hestia and Apollo. Hermes. The vote wins. Hestia. In favor, smiling happily, so Belcon, looking at him, you have 7 days to prepare and train as much as you can, make the most of that time, it would be. Bell, who remained silent listening to Hestia's story, nodded seriously before getting up from the sofa and standing in front of Alfia, who raised a curious eyebrow. Bell. Aunt Alfia, could you please make my training harder? Seriously? Alfia. Of course, nodding, I just have to buy healing potions, calm. Belle and Hestia sweated slightly upon hearing the silver-haired girl indirectly say that she would make Belle's infi training much worse. But suddenly Belle started to sweat more and move nervously, as if he was thinking about what he was going to say. Very seriously, Alfia remembered the other night when Belle behaved exactly the same before asking her not to get involved in the Apollo family's business. Remembering that, Alfia began to suspect and narrowed her eyes, waiting for what Belle was going to say. Belle. Aunt Alfia, can I ask you a favor? Looking at her seriously. Hestia warned that something bad was coming and discreetly hid her small body in a small wooden chest that she used to store clothes. Alfia. What? Timetable mural. It was already late, the sun had already begun to go down from its highest point in hours. And sitting on the walls was a golden-haired woman with an expressionless face looking at the sky and the clouds. She was calm only on the outside. Inside she was nervous, the time was coming, the time to see her hero. Looking at the cloud, she couldn't help but remember him, his white hair, a beautiful and pure white that made his image stand out as a rabbit. Back. Ace quickly reacted upon hearing the mention of her name from a familiar voice that she would never forget in her life, the voice of Belle. She quickly stood up and turned her head with a sparkle in her eyes, expecting to meet Belle. And indeed, there he was, but instead of being happy, she became excited when she saw him covered in scratches and bruises, while he greeted her and walked calmly, dragging one leg. Belle. Hello, smiling calmly. Belle greeted her calmly as if she weren't in that state, but with a bad step, Belle tripped and Ace saw in slow motion how her body fell. Even so, Belle continued with his calm smile. She quickly launched herself at him and caught him in her arms as she looked at him worriedly. Ace. Who was it? Darkening his gaze. L.A. Tilts his head. Ace. The one who did that to you, dark look, was the Apollo family. Ace asked Belle in a dark tone. Her intentions were clear, whoever had hurt a rabbit would face the consequences. Belle. It was my Aunt Alfia, smiling nervously. Ace stood still as she looked at him in bewilderment. She immediately imagined herself being brutally beaten by that woman and began to sweat. However, he quickly sharpened his gaze and clenched his fists with determination. He didn't know why she had left Belle in that state, but if he had to face her so that she wouldn't hurt Belle again, he would do it, even if he had all the odds against him. But before Ace left Belle lying on the ground carefully and went to confront Death Incarnate, Belle stopped her. Belle. Don't worry, looking at her, I told him to intensify my training, so I could improve more before the wargame, smiling nervously, although maybe he went a little too far, looking away. Ace stared into his eyes, searching for any hint of a lie in him, but being the clumsy girl that she is, she couldn't even notice anything that would make her think Belle was lying. She took a deep breath and nodded, calmer now, but she was still worried about her condition. Ace. I brought some regeneration potions in case you need them, showing a backpack full of potions. Belle. Thanks, but I'd rather not take them unless necessary, taking off a bandage. Instead, could you help me bandage my arms? They're a little bruised after my workout with Alfia. Belle looked away again. If he was honest, he didn't even feel the embers. Ace nodded quickly and took the bandage before starting to help him put it on. Ace. Why don't you want to take the potions? Looking at him. Belle. Alfia says it's better to let wounds heal naturally, finishing bandaging her arms. Belle looked at Ace for a few seconds before he remembered that he had to give Ace something. Belle. By the way, Ace, looking at her. Ace looking at him curiously. Belle. On the 18th floor I found a large black sword wrapped in the Loki family flag. I think it's yours, right? Ace thought about it for a bit, and the image of the Udia sword came to her mind. She had completely forgotten about it, although it's not like she did much with it. Reveria was the one who decided to use the Udia sword fragment to make the Great Black Sword, which also didn't have an official name. Why? She forgot to give it a name. Reveria thought it was a waste not to use it, so she paid the Goebnu family to make the sword. She was also upset with her for getting rid of the other fragment of the Udia sword. There were 2 fragments, and since Ace didn't want to carry everything because she was tired, she decided to give one fragment to a complete stranger they met while they were returning to the surface. Yes, Reveria wasn't very proud of her either, so to speak. After that, Reveria carried the other fragment for the rest of the way, not wanting Ace to do the same thing as before again. Ace was brought out of her thoughts when she heard Bell speak again. Bell. The sword broke against the Black Goliath, but Welf repaired it and even managed to give it the Durandal effect, although since it was the first time he did it, it's not very strong, let's say, but it's still a good weapon. Moving his hands frantically, so don't be upset about breaking it, I can return it to you tomorrow or today after finishing training, smiling at him. Ace looked at him silently for a few seconds before speaking. Ace. Did you like it? Slightly tilting her head. Bell. Excuse me? Blinking. Ace. Did you like the sword? Looking at him. Bell. Ah, that yes, being honest I liked using it, it was quite comfortable, even though I never used that type of weapon. While saying that, Bell Chibi moved his hands pretending to grab the great sword while being liked by Ace Chibi who nodded a few times. Ace. I see I want you to keep it, looking at him. L.A. Perplexed. Ace hummed, nodding, I don't think I'll use any other weapon besides Desperate and I didn't like that it was too big, so it would be a waste to have it stored away and probably unused forever. Do you want to keep it? I have no problem giving it to you. Ace spoke sincerely and calmly as she looked at him, she would never in her life use a sword like that, not because it was bad, she simply didn't like swords that were too big, not to mention that few swords were capable of withstanding the hard way she fought. Desperate was the sword with the greatest Durandal effect in all of her area, there was no weapon more resistant than Desperate, that is the reason why she only uses that sword. It is the only one that can withstand her aggressive fighting style. For its manufacture it took 4 highly skilled blacksmiths working hard for 11 hours to make Desperate. Ace doubted very much that a novice level 2 blacksmith would be able to give it a Durandal effect, resistant enough to even last more than a day being used by her, so she would better leave it to Bell, seeing that she liked to use the sword it would be in better hands if she left it to him than if she kept it for herself. Plus she would probably end up giving it away to a complete stranger since it was of no use to her. Bell just looked at her for a few seconds before nodding slowly, as if confused by the fact that Ace wouldn't be the least bit interested in the sword. With Ace's help, Bell and she got up from the ground after putting all the bandages on him and walked a few steps away from each other. Ace. Are you sure you want to fight? We can postpone training for a few hours if you want. Bell. Thank you for your consideration, but I want to become stronger enough to be able to face this problem and overcome it, determined. At that moment, looking at him so determined, Ace's cheeks seemed to turn pink, somehow seeing him so determined filled her with happiness. That was probably what made her forget that Bell wasn't in optimal condition to fight her, and she launched herself at him without holding back. It had been 20 minutes since the first fight started, and as expected, Ace easily knocked out Bell with 2 punches. The princess had completely forgotten Bell's condition, and after disarming him with a quick movement, she easily knocked him out with a blow to the back of the head. It wasn't until Bell fell to the ground knocked out that Ace realized her mistake and worriedly gave him a healing potion, despite Bell saying he didn't want one. And now she was sitting stroking Bell's head who was sleeping with his head in her lap. She looked at him calmly, feeling once again how a black flame inside her was going out in the presence of Bell. It didn't matter that he had been doing just that for almost half an hour, at no point did he get bored or stop doing it, at no point did he get tired. Finally, after having been like this for almost half an hour, Bell began to show signs of waking up. Bell hummed, opening his eyes slightly. Ace placed her face on top of Bell's, shielding it from the sun to prevent it from hurting her eyes when she opened them. Bell seemed a little bewildered upon waking up and stared into his eyes for several seconds before smiling. Ace blushed slightly, still keeping her expressionless face and sitting up straight again, letting Bell get up from her lap and sit down. Bell snorted slightly before stretching his arms. Bell. Thanks for letting me sleep, I think I needed it, smiling at Ace. Ace nodded calmly before looking at her lap in silence. Bell looked at the sky for a few seconds before trying to get up from the ground, but before doing so he felt soft but firm hands grab him and throw him back down to the ground. Bell was initially startled by the sudden movement and thought his head would hit the ground hard, but instead he was surprised to feel his head fall back onto a soft, comfortable surface. Bell raised his head and couldn't help but slightly open his eyes when he saw Ace's face looking at him with a small smile on her face. Her surprise at the bold move was so great that she stood completely still as she felt Ace's hand brush her hair again. That afternoon they didn't train much. Alfia was a quiet woman most of the time, she could get irritated easily, but she always tried to stay calm in her silence. She was a woman who cared deeply for her family. She always cared for her mother before she died because of her illness. She cared for Materia deeply and even went so far as to save Bel's idiot father's ass several times so that Materia wouldn't worry and worsen his condition. She cared for her students that she took under her wing before the Hera family was destroyed by the King of the Skies, and currently she also cares for Bell, her nephew partner. They could question her morals for going out with someone half her age or younger, even worse if this person was her nephew. But being the selfish, tyrannical, and iron-fisted woman that she is, she wouldn't mind any comments insulting her for it. Of course, if they were to mess with Bell, things would change drastically. She loved him, she knew that perfectly well, and she accepted it even though she was sure that her sister would look at her with complete disapproval upon knowing that she was hanging around with her son. But she was a woman, one who had lived through many things in her life, most of those things were tragic, she had sacrificed a lot in the past, she had the right to be happy and selfish in her decisions and needs, she never expected to fall in love with someone younger than her, but if she loved him, then she would do everything in her power to keep that love. Of course, there were complications. One of those complications was that she had never had a relationship before Bell. She was very new to the subject of relationships. Jealousy was something new to her. Also the fear that at some point Bell would fall in love with someone younger. It wasn't something impossible, and she knew it. She was young and had the right to choose her own relationships, as well as wanting a younger partner. And now Alfia's biggest problem right now, her needs. Being a not-so-young woman, one would think that she would be calmer on the subject of sexual relations, or that she would not be as interested in them as a young and horny person, but it was quite the opposite. When she finally had someone to love, her feelings shot up in every way, including sexual attraction, something that she had not felt in her youth because she was more attentive to taking care of her sick sister. The woman who felt sexual attraction for the first time and the hormonal white-haired young man were overcome with heat and they ended up having their first time in the middle of the forest. Definitely a good place to have your first time, right? Since then, Alfia's excitement began to grow. She tried to control it, not wanting to seem like a complete sexual deviant, but sleeping in the same bed most of the time with the one you love didn't help much. The worst thing wasn't that, no, the worst thing was not being able to do anything because there was a small nuisance nearby, a nuisance by the name of Hestia. Alfia is frustrated, sometimes she even touched herself under the sheets while everyone was sleeping. She had to admit she was jealous of Bell seeing him sleeping so peacefully next to her. Didn't he think she was attractive? Leaving that aside, she was just waiting. Waiting for the opportunity to repeat the same act as on the 18th floor, the opportunity to reunite her body with Bell's, and that opportunity was near. Alfia opened her eyes after a few long hours of meditation. She was reviewing her plan. This day the church would be just for her and Bell, without disturbances. Toc toc. Alfia. Come in. The door opened revealing the little goddess Loli who looked at Alfia with a big smile. Hestia. Hey Alfia. Smiling happily. Alfia twitched her eyebrow at the noise but remained calm. If she wanted everything to go as planned, she had to stay calm. Hestia. I thought about your advice about asking Hephaestus for a raise at work. Smiling, although it seems a bit unnecessary and humiliating to have to beg him for hours while being doggies, but I've done it before, so it's no problem. Smiling happily. Just as Alfia planned, Hestia easily fell for her persuasion, her clumsy and clueless cow brain, not grasping her ulterior motives in the slightest. And while Hestia looked at Alfia with a triumphant smile, Alfia was mentally looking at her with superiority. The silver-haired girl had calculated everything coldly. Even if the plan had failed, she had more than enough backup. Among those was tying her up, abandoning her in an abandoned building for a whole day, and returning for her when she was satisfied. Simple and effective. But those were the backup plans, in case the main one failed, so for now I would stick with the original plan. Alfia. I'm glad there's no problem, we have a big debt to pay for the Black Sword, and I hope you don't think Bell and I will do all the work, looking at her out of the corner of my eye. Hestia. No, shaking her head quickly, of course I was going to help too. There's a reason I have 2 jobs, and there's also a reason to get that raise, even if it costs me all my dignity. Determined. Alfia. Okay, remember we're doing this for Bell's sake, it would be. Hestia nodding determinedly. Alfia. Now, use your stressful insistence and get your raise, you useless little goddess. It would be. Alfia got up from the couch and pointed to the exit to Hestia who again shouted determinedly. Hestia yes. Wait, what did you say? Alfia. Go away. Frowning. Hestia. Hi. Running away scared. Alfia only heard Hestia slam the door as she ran out of the mansion. On any other occasion, she would have gone for her and given her a Satan version for making so much noise, but she was happy, so much so that she sat back down on the sofa triumphantly while smiling slightly. Her plan had gone just as she planned, it was obvious, she is never wrong. But Alfia's sharp senses managed to hear the church door open again. Alfia clicked her tongue and got up from the sofa. In the end she would have to abandon her in some random building. I'm back. Alfia stood still before smiling triumphantly. Alfia. Kami-sama ran off to the Tower of Babel. What was he going to do? Music to Alfia's ears. The silver-haired girl smiled to herself as she heard the bedroom door open and saw Belle coming down the stairs. Belle. Hello, smiling calmly. Alfia examined him from top to bottom. He didn't have any wounds or scratches, and he didn't look tired either. He didn't even have his armor on. That meant he had disobeyed her orders and had taken a regeneration potion, and he had probably used his time with the golden-haired harpy to rest instead of training. Alfia was slightly annoyed, but then she thought about it for a bit and that anger quickly passed. This was better. Belle is in optimal condition and with his strength restored. He couldn't have chosen a better day to disobey her. Alfia didn't answer Belle and instead closed her eyes, imagining things that would make Belle blush intensely if she knew them. Belle approached her confused, then he got slightly scared when he remembered that Alfia had forbidden him from taking a regeneration potion. Probably no, she was probably angry with him. Belle was already saying goodbye to his goddess and friends when a sudden tug pulled him out of his thoughts. Belle only felt in slow motion how he was pulled down forcefully but not abruptly. Belle. I feel a kind of déjà vu. Belle was abruptly brought out of his thoughts when he felt his lips being invaded by a soft warm sensation. He was a little surprised to see that Alfia had kissed him. He didn't expect a kiss like that suddenly and in such a way, but he didn't deny it either. Belle smiled slightly and reciprocated the kiss with love, although there was something strange, something that Belle noticed. It was a sweet and loving kiss, but it hid a lot of desire and intensity. Alfia broke the kiss and separated a little from Belle while looking at him with a small, seductive smile. Alfia. Today, you'll be mine again, licking her lips. At that moment, Alfia lost all patience she had accumulated. She was excited, and also quite happy. A shiver ran down Belle's spine as a blush began to appear on her cheeks at Alfia's words. It could have been something dense, but she quickly understood what Alfia was referring to. The memory of what happened on the 18th floor came to her mind, her hormones flared up and her pants began to get tight. Alfia pulled Belle towards her again, this time throwing him on top of her to hug him and joining their lips once more, but now with more patience. Belle quickly felt Alfia's arousal when their lips met again. He could feel his body start to heat up and his pants very uncomfortable. This only got worse when Alfia joined their tongues while they kissed. Belle didn't want to be left behind and tried to take a little control, but it was useless against the silver-haired girl. She was in control. Alfia gently put her hands under Belle's black t-shirt, who felt her aunt's soft and small hands touch her torso. She wondered how hands with such a delicate and fine appearance could be so strong, but that question was quickly forgotten when she felt Alfia literally tear her shirt and throw it to the floor. Although they couldn't care less, they were more focused on their own thing. Belle, who was surprisingly the calmest in the situation, wanted to be more gentle and began to untie the strings holding Alfia's dress. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at him fondly. Even in this situation Belle was gentle. Letting Belle take a little control for now, Alfia let him remove the necklace and the strings of her black dress that held it. Quickly it fell a little, revealing the soft and firm breasts of the silver-haired girl that were hidden behind the dress. Belle blushed a little when he saw them. He had already had his first time with Alfia, but that didn't stop it from still being a little embarrassing for him. Alfia, who had been carried away more by excitement, grabbed Belle's hands and placed them on top of her breasts so he could feel them. Belle closed his hands instinctively, and without being able to avoid it, he began to massage Alfia's breasts, wanting to capture in his memory that soft and firm sensation of her breasts. Belle was already losing his shame. As a very wise woman once said, seeing healthy breasts fills you with life. Belle smiled shyly before opening his eyes and letting out a small moan. Belle blushing, is licking my neck. Blushing. Belle closed his eyes and held back his moans as best he could, with a few escaping, which encouraged Alfia to continue even more. Alfia continued licking his neck and exploring his slim and defined body with her hands, while she felt a bulge in Belle's pants stick to her belly, making the silver-haired girl blush, who felt quite itchy in her privacy. Belle was enjoying the pleasure very much and was eager to take off his pants, but before he could do so he felt some pain in the middle of his neck and shoulder that surprised him. Belle opened his eyes in surprise and looked at Alfia, who had a dangerous smile on her face. Alfia. Let's get down to business. Smiling flirtatiously. Belle. Did he bite me? Alarmed. Belle swallowed hard. Alfia was too excited and emotional. He had to calm her down, or he could be disabled for life. He wanted to stop her or say something to her, but he couldn't even move his fingers. His mind and his feelings were in complete disagreement. Belle knew it deep down in his mind. He wanted this. He wanted to be dominated by this silver-haired beauty, and he was about to be. Alfia. Go to bed now, whispering in her ear. Belle. Gulping. And let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.